Ancient 1 Chapter 1919 to Chapter 1973. Bei Chunnan showed a rare look of joy and said, "Congratulations." Li Yunxiao was naturally very happy. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you." After entering the godly state, not only did he feel that his power had increased, but his soul power had also increased. His hearing and eyes had become sharper, and the range of his divine sense had increased. He looked at the whirlpool in front of him and said worriedly, "I wonder how the Devil Lord and the Array Spirit are doing now." Bei Chunnan said, "It's a stalemate, but if this goes on." He looked up at the 33 seals in the sky and said, "If this goes on, even if we can't defeat the formation spirit, we will still be able to get out of this place by shaking the space." Suddenly, a hand reached out from the whirlpool. It held onto the raising bone cleaver and swung it down. Kaboom! The huge sword radiance fell and cut the whirlpool into two. The chaotic energy in the world collapsed and turned into strong winds that dispersed to the sides. Even Li Yunxiao and the others who were far away were forced to take a few steps back by the strong winds. Mo Pu's figure appeared from the whirlpool. The array rings on his Dharma form had disappeared. It seemed that he had gained the upper hand in the previous attack. Not only did he defeat the array spirit, but he also recovered from being suppressed. He looked into the void with his 6 demonic eyes. He swayed his body and kept the 3 heads and 6 arms Dharma form and the 5 demonic weapons, leaving only his real body with the raising bone cleaver in his hand. He needed too much energy to maintain his Dharma form, and it was impossible to kill the array spirit in a short period of time. He could only plan for the long term. Kaboom! Suddenly, there was a huge tremor, and the space exploded. The place where Mo Pu was standing collapsed. The void under his feet cracked, and he sank into it. Rings of arrays appeared in the surroundings, and from top to bottom, they formed a conical shape. Although there were only 23 of them, they seemed to form a bottomless abyss, trapping Mo Pu within. His body continued to fall, as if there was no end to it. Mo Pu waved the raising bone cleaver, and his figure kept changing. To Li Yunxiao and the others, he was simply trapped by the 23 array rings, and his body kept falling. However, no matter how he changed his form, he couldn't get out of the formation ring. A ray of green light appeared outside the array ring. It was the array spirit. In a flash, it appeared behind Mo Pu and grabbed the white array ring to hit his head. However, he was completely unaware of it. Alarmed, Li Yunxiao hurriedly conjured hand seals and opened his mouth. A dragon roar poured out and pierced the skies. If Mo Pu died, then they wouldn't be able to leave. Mo Pu's entire body trembled. That dragon cry pierced through, jolting him awake. He immediately sensed something and suddenly slashed out with his blade. Bang! The Agama saber struck the formation ring, creating a white cloud that resembled a sprinkling of frost and snow. When it landed on Mengqi's body, there was a sizzling sound of corrosion as the demonic qi roiled. The formation spirit's expression froze. It formed a seal with one hand, and the 23 formation rings rapidly shrunk, crashing towards Mo Pu. Boom! Mo Pu was shattered by the array ring, and all of his devil essence was attached to the Akama blade, which he used to carve out a path to escape. The formation spirit raised its right hand, and the rings chased after it. In the sky, only a saber could be seen escaping, and behind it were more than 20 rings of light, chasing relentlessly. Clang! Clang clang, the formation rings finally caught up and crashed into the Akama blade, restraining it. Mo Pu's true body also appeared, and he was tied up like a dumpling by the 23 formation rings. Although the formation spirit didn't have any expression, he could clearly feel the joy on his face. Suddenly, that joy turned into astonishment. Mo Pu, who was restrained by the formation rings, revealed a mocking smile. He said indifferently, "After fighting for 100,000 years, you're still so pure. So cute. What if I can't meet such a cute opponent in the future? I'll definitely miss you." Li Yunxiao's heart also shook. He saw black chains appear around the formation spirit, turning into the shape of a star and forming a formation to restrain it. And behind the formation spirit, a black shadow appeared, transforming into Mo Pu's identity. It held a bronze battle axe and directly slashed down. The formation spirit struggled a few times, and the chains trembled continuously. Countless runes surged on them, but it couldn't break free. Boom! The bronze battle axe struck the formation spirit's head, and it suddenly exploded. The upper half of the formation spirit's body directly exploded, and the Xianxia directly struck the formation spirit's navel. Large pieces of blue crystals were dyed black by demonic energy. Those shattered blue crystals didn't fly away. Instead, they flew in a circle in the sky and once again condensed into a human form, which waved the white rings and struck down. What? Emopu was shocked. He wanted to pull back the battle axe to face the enemy, but he found that the battle axe was already restrained. The other half of the formation spirit stretched out its hand to grab the handle of the axe. Its body flowed like a viscous liquid, and it also transformed into a human form. But the axe was still embedded in it, and the blue liquid flowed up the body of the axe. Emopu let go of the battle axe, formed a seal, and patted the handle of the axe. The Xianxia instantly disappeared. That blue liquid lost its support, but it didn't dissipate. Instead, it directly condensed into a large hand and grabbed over. Emopu suddenly turned around and fled. Just as he turned into a flowing light and flew up, the formation spirit in the sky struck down with the white rings, and it just happened to hit him. Bang! Devil essence exploded, and Emopu's clone was instantly blown to pieces. The formation spirit in the sky withdrew the white rings, and the formation spirit below kept melting. A large amount of viscous liquid flew up and entered the body of the formation spirit in the sky. Soon, the two of them returned to one. Xianxia was still in the star-shaped formation, quietly lying horizontally in the sky. After the formation spirit broke free, its figure flashed, and it flew toward Emopu, who was restrained by the 23 rings. Emopu's expression changed drastically, and he shouted, "All of you are still watching the show. Hurry up and help me." Those 23 rings were all embedded in his body, and there was no room for them to loosen. No matter how he changed, those rings would also change, like maggots in the tarsal bone. Xianxia raised his eyebrows and said, "Don't joke around. How can we participate in a battle of this level? We will only be cannon fodder if we come up. You want to borrow a knife to kill someone, right?" Emopu said anxiously, "You still have the mood to joke at a time like this. If I die, no one can think of leaving." Xianxia spread his hands and said helplessly, "Then don't go back. If you don't go back, you can still live. If you attack this formation spirit, you will die immediately." Just now, Lord Bei Jinghong also said how good it is to be alive. Bei Jinghong's body trembled, and he immediately thought of being trapped here until the end of his life. He couldn't help but feel terrified. "No. I don't want to stay, I want to go out." He shouted loudly, and his figure flashed, and he turned into a shooting star as he rushed over. The magic tree golden wheel made a toot-toot sound, and it transformed into a spirit spell wondrous tree in front of Emopu. It was full of vitality, and it formed its own world. One flower, one world, one tree, one Bodhi. The formation spirit flew over and hit the tree with the white rings. Boom! The tree shook violently, and after a few shakes, it suddenly collapsed, turning into white hazy ashes. Pfff. Bei Jinghong was immediately heavily injured, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, which splattered on the magic tree golden wheel. He stood in the air, on the verge of collapse. Luckily, the formation spirit's target wasn't him. After knocking him away, it continued to grab the white rings and hit Emopu. Emopu's eyelids twitched, and he looked at Bei Jinghong. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly, and he said mockingly, I originally wanted to trick Xianxia over and borrow the formation spirit to kill him. Although his strength isn't as good as yours, his intelligence is several levels higher than yours." Bei Jinghong, Emopu sighed, and said, "Maybe this is the reason why you couldn't take away all of my power in the past 100,000 years. There's no other way, Xianxia can only be left for me to personally kill in the future." Pfff. Bei Jinghong was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood, and he finally fainted, falling towards the pitch-black ground below. Listening Moody's figure flashed, and he grabbed him, handing him to Xianxia, and said, "Trap him in the world god steel, and use the Tusada heavenly peak to suppress him. This person knows the whereabouts of the spirit in the steel." Xianxia summoned the world god steel, and threw Bei Jinghong in. Then, he grabbed with his right hand, and kept the golden wheel of the magical tree. He said, "You took away my dynasty bell, and now I've taken a wheel. We're even." Mo glanced at the world god steel from the corner of his eye, and with a bang, his body transformed into the true demon form, which had 3 heads and 6 arms. Although the front of his body was restricted by the formation ring, the other 2 Dharma powers rapidly formed seals, and a ball of light appeared on his 4 arms. He threw it into the sky, and it condensed into a ball of nebula. At the same time, one of his arms held on to the Amorwil treasure, and with a dang, he blocked the white ring. The nebula spun in the sky, and very quickly became half an acre in size. The terrifying power completely suppressed the 2 of them. Li Yunxiao's heart trembled, and he immediately understood this move. He said in shock, "Quickly go, try to stay as far away as possible." He suddenly kept the world god steel, and turned into a ball of lightning, enveloping listening Moody and the others, and fled into the distance. The formation spirit also frowned, and it seemed to feel that something was out of the ordinary. It suddenly bent its body and retreated, and the 33 rings on its body all flew out, spreading out in front of it. Mo grinned, and the Dharma powers in front of him also gained freedom. The demonic weapons on its 6 arms flew up, and all of them were stored into the nebula above. At the same time, the 3 Dharma powers became ferocious, solemn, and cold. The seals on its 6 arms were different, and it was trembling intensely. Finally, it stretched out its 6 arms, and the nebula fell fiercely. Star Jade, explode. Rumble. A destructive power exploded from within the nebula, and the 6 weapons arranged themselves in a formation within it. The power that came out instantly annihilated the 2 of them. Mo himself was also filled with fear, and his body kept cracking, turning into the most primitive demonic aura. However, he still didn't move, and his 6 arms formed seals. In the end, he was engulfed by the power of the Star Jade explosion. The formation spirit also arranged its 33 formation rings to block the terrifying impact. Starting from the outer layer, the formation rings exploded one by one, and in an instant, more than 10 of them had shattered. For 100,000 years, the 2 of them's power had dropped too much. And under Bei Jinghong's observation, Mo's power was draining at a shocking rate. His only hope of rushing out of this place was to activate the power of the 6 demonic weapons, and kill the true spirits. Previously, Mo was still full of confidence, but after a few moves, he realized that his control over the demonic weapons was already lacking, and he couldn't control them as freely as he did 100,000 years ago. Thus, he could only take the risk and unleash this divine skill that even he couldn't control. More than half of the 33 formation rings were finally destroyed by the power of the demonic explosion. In the end, the remaining 7 rings also emitted blinding light and trembled incessantly. More than half of the formation spirit's body was annihilated, turning into powder and dissipating in the dust. Only half of its body was left, and it struggled to move. Mo's avatar exploded with a bang, and he spat out a large amount of golden blood. The 2 heads and 4 arms on his back were destroyed, and the 6 demonic weapons were nowhere to be seen. Ha, 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 he struggled to laugh a few times, feeling very carefree and content, not knowing what he was laughing about. In the sky above, the seal of the 33 skies began to surge with light. Storms constantly appeared, and the distinct layers began to fuse together. This was the sign of collapse. The formation spirit's stiff body suddenly moved, and it formed a hand seal in front of it. However, as soon as the hand seal was formed, its 5 fingers shattered with a bang, and it even lost the last bit of power to form the hand seal. However, the formation spirit's expression remained calm. It opened its mouth, and a dense silver light poured out. There seemed to be a strange sound coming from the formation spirit's body, passing through the silver light. Immediately, several silver talismans flew out, replacing the hand seal. Mo frowned and stared coldly at the formation spirit. It wasn't that he was waiting for death, but that he had no power to resist. However, he hadn't expected the formation spirit to be so tenacious. The 7 formation rings began to fuse with the silver talismans, finally turning into one and pressing down. Rumble. The formation ring didn't fly very quickly, but it emitted the sound of wind and thunder as it imprinted in front of Mo. Mo cried out in pain, and a colorful halo of light appeared on his forehead. After the formation spirit finished this action, it opened its mouth again and spat out a torrent of water. Like the Milky Way, it washed him away, and he fell toward the boundless earth. Rumble. The water immediately smashed a deep pit in the pitch-black earth below, turning it into a vast ocean in an instant. This was the formation spirit using the last of its strength to cast the 7 demon ceiling and 3,000 weak water. As it spat out water, its body constantly turned into blue dust that scattered into the void. Finally, the 3,000 weak water was spat out, and it also disappeared. Just where the formation spirit disappeared, a speck of golden light suddenly appeared, growing stronger and stronger. With a whoosh, it turned into a talisman that slowly floated down. Not far away, Xianxia, Mudi, and the others appeared. Listening, Mudi looked at the golden talisman slowly descending. He was stunned for a moment. Then he raised his hand and the talisman immediately flew into his palm. The light disappeared. It was just an ordinary paper talisman, but the runes on it were extremely strange. Xianxia had never seen them before. Beijingnan couldn't help but say, "Your Excellency, this talisman," Mudi interrupted him and said, "I understand." This Upper 9 Deity Palace talisman was the final move left behind by Lord World Deity in the past. It was to prevent the Demon Master from coming into being after the formation spirit was destroyed. This talisman could summon the Upper 9 Deity Palace to suppress the Demon Master again, but it was only to buy time. Once the formation spirit is destroyed, it means that the seal that has lasted for 100,000 years has come to an end. There's no need to waste this talisman anymore. Hearing this, Xianxia was shocked and asked, "Then how is the Demon Lord's situation now?" The listening Mudi looked at the sky. The 33 heavens had been completely broken, and the light gradually gathered into a ball. The Demon Master has been suppressed by the 3,000 weak water that the formation spirit performed at the end. However, it's just a temporary measure. I don't know how long it can last. It's only a matter of time before he comes out again. Xianxia frowned and said, "Your Excellency, I have a question. Since the Demon Master is the entrance to the demon world, doesn't it mean that he can only be suppressed forever and can never be killed?" Ling Mudi said, "We thought about this for a long time back then. The reason why the Demon Master is the entrance to the demon world is because of the 6 Paths demonic soldiers. The 6 Paths demonic soldiers are sacred weapons that were born with heaven and earth when the demon world was born. They themselves have an extremely strong imprint of world power. As for the solution, there are many ideas, but none of them can be confirmed." He looked at the sky and said, "We'll talk about this in the future. We can't stay here for long. There will definitely be a strong attack later. Let's be careful and wait for an opportunity to leave." Xianxia summoned Ling Mudi and the others into the Universe God Monument and performed the indestructible golden body. At the same time, he released the Northern Sky Cold Star Sword, which spun around his body to protect him. Then, he charged toward the 33 heavens and broke through the sky. Rumble. Somewhere in the southern region, a beam of colorful light suddenly tore the ground apart. It broke through the sky and charged toward the highest heavens. Looking down from the sky, one could see that the ground was collapsing continuously. The area within 10,000 miles was like a terrifying volcano, and it illuminated the whole sky brilliantly. A golden light shot out from the pillar of light that soared into the sky. It didn't take shape until it was 10,000 feet away. That person was Xianxia. He was silently watching the great changes in the world. He could clearly feel the power of rules gushing out from all directions. There was also a shocking amount of spiritual energy spreading in all directions. Maybe, in a short time, all the experts in the realm of heaven martial arts would be able to sense the rules and enter the divine realm. He identified the direction and looked into the distance. This place was still within the territory of the Fire Crow Empire, and it wasn't far from the Tianshui Nation and Yanwu City. The Fire Crow Empire would probably be the biggest beneficiary. If the martial artists in the world sensed the power of rules and followed the traces to this place, all the peak experts of the 9 stars would probably gather in the Fire Crow Empire. After all, the power of rules in this place was the strongest. It would take several hundred years for all of them to enter the world. In these several hundred years, the southern region will probably become the leader of the 4 regions. It will be difficult to avoid killing and fighting within 10,000 miles. This place isn't far from Yanwu City. I can go back and ask everyone to be more vigilant. Li Yunxiao thought for a while and couldn't help but smile bitterly. With the strength of Yanwu City, it would be useless no matter how vigilant they were. Although the rules would gradually disperse into the world, the area within 100 miles of the seal was the best place to break through. As long as there was a slight increase in the probability of breaking through, the peak experts of the 9 stars would risk their lives to come here. It was impossible to stop them. Forget it. I'll go back first. Breaking the seal this time is a great opportunity for Yanwu City. After Li Yunxiao made up his mind, his body flickered, and he went in the direction of Yanwu City. The current Yanwu City, after Mount Meru poured spiritual energy into it, became a rare spiritual land even in the heavenly martial arts realm. As a result, countless cultivators came, including many cultivators from the eastern, western, and northern regions. Yanwu City had expanded more than 10 times its original foundation a few years ago, becoming the leader of the entire southern territory. However, with the disappearance of Mount Meru, the richness of the spiritual energy started to decrease. However, several years ago, after a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky above the Tianshui nation, an astonishing amount of spiritual energy appeared out of nowhere and was absorbed by the spirit-gathering formation around Yanwu City. After that strange phenomenon, the sects in the whole southern region sent many experts to investigate. They all believed that there was a giant mine near the Tianshui nation. However, they returned empty-handed. Some sects and experts from the other 3 regions continued to explore for a long time. However, they found nothing and had to give up. Now, everyone was worried about the spiritual energy in Yanwu City. They didn't know how long it could last. Once the spiritual energy was exhausted, this prosperous and flourishing city would disappear. Many sects and clans were even planning to evacuate. To slow down the consumption of spiritual energy, Yanwu City started to restrict foreign martial artists. Those who wanted to practice in the city had to pay a large amount of yuan stones. Not far from the southeast of the Lord's mansion, there was an astrology platform with a height of 300 meters. It was in the shape of an iron tower and was the highest in Yanwu City. It was used to observe the celestial phenomena. However, that was just the publicity. Some insiders knew that this astrology platform was actually used to monitor the spiritual energy in Yanwu City. In the past month, 70,000 degrees of spiritual energy flowed into the city, but the consumption was 110,000 degrees. The deficit is 40,000 degrees. The deficit last month was 37,000 degrees. The consumption of spiritual energy is still increasing. Several alchemists immediately reported to Jia Rong after observing. In a delicately decorated room, Jia Rong, wearing a brocade robe, was leaning on a chair. His eyes were half closed, and his gaze was a bit cloudy. Those alchemists were all around rank 3. They didn't dare to act rashly in front of him and stood obediently at the side. They knew that Jia Rong was definitely in a bad mood. Previously, when the deficit was reported to be 37,000 degrees, Jia Rong was furious and almost beat someone up on the spot. This month, the deficit was 40,000 degrees. The few of them broke out in a cold sweat and prepared to defend themselves in case they were caught off guard. Jia Rong had already become a rank 5 alchemist 2 years ago. Although his speed was extremely fast, he didn't make any further breakthroughs after that. He knew that his foundation was very ordinary. It was already a great fortune for him to be able to become a rank 5 alchemist. This was also thanks to the development of Yanwu City in the past few years. All sorts of elixirs and techniques flowed in. Furthermore, Heavenly Yuan Commerce had always been very supportive of the city's development. They were very keen to establish a relationship with them, which was why they had the opportunity to reach this stage. Hence, they stopped before rank 5 2 years ago. Although they were unwilling, they accepted their fate. Hence, in the past 2 years, they slowed down their research on alchemy and focused on the development of Yanwu City, especially the formation of an alchemist team. After all, the development of a sect required a large amount of resources, followed by the training of alchemists and fighters. Thanks to the development of Yanwu City in the past few years, many alchemists would come to stay for a few days due to various reasons. Hence, they barely managed to form an alchemist team. Although this team could not even be called trash in the world, it was already the strongest existence in the entire southern region. 40,000 degrees huh? After a long while, Jia Rong opened his eyes and slowly spoke. His tone was as heavy as his expression. The other alchemists didn't dare to speak. Jia Rong asked, how many fighters have come in this month? An alchemist quickly answered, this data has always been compiled by the Castellan's mansion. We don't have any information for now. However, I heard some rumors saying that they basically stopped letting new fighters in unless they satisfy extremely harsh conditions. Jia Rong remained silent. This was not a rumor, it was true. In order to slow down the exhaustion of spirit energy, Yanwu City's opening to the outside world was getting tighter and tighter. However, it still could not stop the deficit from expanding. Jia Rong felt powerless in his heart. Fatigue was written all over his face. He waved his hand and said, all of you can leave. The deficit cannot be reduced in a short period of time. Blindly locking the city is not a solution. We need to find a new source of spiritual energy. Everyone understood this logic. The accumulation of spiritual energy was the same as wealth. It needed to be developed and reduced expenditure. More importantly, it needed to be developed. Simply reducing expenditure was not enough. However, how could it be developed without a source? If there was a source, it would have been developed over the years, and the southern region would not have become a desolate place. The mysterious phenomenon and the subsequent emergence of spiritual energy had become Yanwu City's only hope. However, the result of the survey, which exhausted a large amount of manpower, resources, and financial resources, was hopeless. Yes, Lord, have a good rest. The arcane masters could tell that Jia Rong was in a bad mood. They did not dare to stay any longer and left. Bang, while Jia Rong was deep in thought, a glass cup on the table in front of him suddenly exploded, and the tea inside spilled all over the table. Not only that, he could clearly feel the ground trembling. A few murals on the wall also fell. Then, all sorts of noises came from outside. Earthquake, who's causing destruction? Oh no, it might be my husband coming back. Quick, put on your pants. Within the perimeter, Jia Rong could hear everything clearly. Furthermore, the astrology tower was the tallest building in Yanwu City. The earthquake just now was even more intense. Just to the southwest of Yanwu City, a colorful light spread out from the horizon, illuminating the entire sky in a gorgeous manner. All the sounds in the surroundings quietened down as everyone raised their heads to look. Phenomenon. Jia Rong trembled and then became ecstatic. It's that phenomenon again. Yanwu City is saved. He ran down the tower and hurriedly drove the chariot to the city lord's mansion. On that day, the entire Yanwu City was discussing this matter. Everyone in the city lord's mansion was looking forward to it, hoping that it would bring a large amount of spiritual energy like the previous time. Many warriors and sects gathered their men and prepared to head to the place where the colorful light appeared. The city lord's mansion also became busy. Li Chunyang immediately gathered everyone to discuss the cause of the trembling and phenomenon. At the same time, they prepared to set off. After all, this concerned the fate of Yanwu City. Several hours later, a bolt of lightning flew over from afar and landed directly outside the city, transforming into Li Yunxia's figure. He strode into the city. There was an endless stream of people coming and going in front of the gate. It was a bustling scene. However, at this moment, there was a commotion in the city. All kinds of sounds and auras were all covered by his divine sense. He immediately understood what was going on. The Devil Lord's seal had been broken, and the strange phenomenon had been transmitted here. Li Yunxiao turned his head and looked at the horizon. The colorful phenomenon lingered for a long time. A large number of cultivators came out of the city, forming groups and heading towards the sealed area. We'll take our leave first. Inform fourth brother and the others to meet up with us as soon as they return to the city. Don't worry. Be careful. If we can really find the source of the spiritual qi, I'm afraid there will be another round of fighting. You must prioritize your life. Ha ha ha, other than the city lord's mansion, there aren't many in Yanwu City that can harm us. The only thing I'm worried about now is whether the source of the spiritual qi really exists. After all, our qi clan has already taken root in Yanwu City. If the spiritual qi dries up, we will have to move again. That will be a huge blow. Ninth brother, don't worry. Spiritual qi does not appear out of thin air. There must be a source. Furthermore, no one has been able to detect it. It is clear that this spiritual qi is not simple. If we can excavate it, Yanwu City might shock the world again. Li Yunxiao looked over. Several war chariots hovered outside the city gates. A simple and beautiful qi character was carved on them. Two middle-aged men were bidding farewell to each other. The two did not hold back as they spoke. Everyone could hear them clearly. The Qi clan was considered an upper-class clan in Yanwu City. Furthermore, their conversation was not a secret. In that case, I'll take my leave first. I hope I can find the source of the spiritual Qi first and fight for the continuation of Yanwu City. It will also help our Qi clan gain more benefits. The middle-aged cultivator did not say anything more. He led the 7 or 8 war chariots and flew off. Only one cultivator remained standing on the war chariot. When he saw the colorful phenomenon, he sighed and turned to return to the city. There was a long line outside the city, undergoing strict inspections. However, leaving the city was very fast. There were no formalities. That person from the Qi clan naturally did not line up. He directly rode the war chariot and flew over the crowd. The guards did not stop him. Instead, they bowed respectfully. Are you a cultivator? A few rows in front of Li Yunxiao, a middle-aged man in coarse hemp clothes was stopped by the guard and questioned. The man was somewhat flustered. He quickly shook his head and said, "No, I'm just doing some business in the city." Not? Humph, I can see that you are full of heaven essence. One look and I can tell that you have essence energy fluctuations. How dare you quibble? The guard suddenly made a move. He grabbed the man's shoulder with his right hand and pulled forcefully. The man was immediately sent flying and smashed into the bronze door. The bronze door was filled with nails as thick as a finger. The guard's lift had at least 1,000 kilograms of force. If this man was really not a cultivator, he would be dead for sure. Many people cried out in shock. They covered their eyes with their hands and did not dare to look. The man in coarse hemp clothes jumped up like a carp. He leaped into the air and somersaulted. His palms turned into fists and punched at the bronze door. Clang! The huge bronze door was struck and opened backwards. The man used the force to stabilize his body and landed safely on the ground. 8-star martial master. How dare you pretend to be immortal and enter the city? The guard saw through this person's strength. With a cold expression, he waved his hand. Immediately, more than 10 martial warriors rushed out and surrounded him with a murderous aura. Li Yunxiao frowned. He did not understand what was going on and watched quietly. The coarse-cloaked man's face was filled with bitterness. He cupped his fists and said, "Brothers, you have misunderstood. I have indeed practiced martial arts before, but due to my limited talent, I have long since abandoned it. Now, I am just a mortal who does business. Entering the city is also a matter of business. I will definitely not cultivate in the city." The guard sneered and said, "Who would believe you? There is no proof. Everything will be done according to the rules. If an 8-star martial master wants to enter the city, he must pay 800,000 mid-grade origin stones." The coarse-clothed man's expression changed drastically. He exclaimed, 800,000? Brothers, if I had 800,000 mid-grade origin stones, why would I need to do business in the city? Even if I had 80,000, I wouldn't be able to take it out. Li Yunxiao scanned the area with his divine sense and saw everything clearly. This coarse-clothed man indeed had old injuries in his body. His cultivation had not improved for close to 20 years. Furthermore, he seemed to have regressed from a peak 9-star martial master to an 8-star martial master. Furthermore, in the storage bag he carried, other than a broken first-tier profound artifact, there were only 200,000 mid-grade origin stones, as well as some low-grade herbs and pills. Asking him to take out 800,000 mid-grade origin stones was tantamount to asking for his life. Even if he gave up his life, he would not be able to take out so many origin stones. The guard sneered, "Since you can't take it out, then scram." The coarse-clothed man's expression changed slightly. He said angrily, "Yanwu City is too much of a bully. Extorting martial artists like this will lead to their demise sooner or later." The guard's face darkened. He shouted, "How dare you speak so rudely? Take him down." With a wave of his hand, the guards immediately rushed forward. More than 10 of them were martial masters. They immediately fought with the coarse-clothed man at the city gates. The coarse-clothed man was unable to restrain his anger. He patted his storage bag and a cold light flashed. A broken profound artifact saber appeared in his hand. It gave off a powerful aura, causing people to not dare to get close. The city gates immediately became chaotic. A large number of mortals were so frightened that they hid to the side. The guard frowned. He seemed to realize that the situation was not good. He clenched his fists and suddenly attacked. Bang! He had the strength of a 3-star martial grand master. He took a few steps forward and quickly moved to the side of the coarse-clothed man. He punched the back of the saber and punched the chest of the coarse-clothed man, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The dozen or so guards hurriedly went forward to capture him. The coarse-clothed man was covered in dust. He vomited blood as he cursed. He was tied up and dragged into the city. Xianxia could not stand it anymore. However, he did not want to hurt anyone. After all, this was his territory. He said, "Let him go. I will pay the 800,000 mid-grade origin stones." The guard was stunned for a moment. He then sized up Xianxia. He could not help but feel apprehensive. This person did not have a speck of dust on him. He had an extraordinary temperament. One look and one could tell that he was not an ordinary person. However, no matter how he observed, he could not detect any origin energy fluctuation. Under such circumstances, there were only 2 answers. Either he had a treasure to hide his strength, or he was much stronger than the guard. That was why he could not detect it. "Young master, do you recognize this person?" The guard did not dare to speak rashly. He wanted to clarify the situation first. He did not want to offend someone he could not afford to offend. Xianxia said, "I don't know him. I just can't stand the way you do things." He waved his hand and a large amount of spiritual chi was released. A pile of peak-grade origin stones was thrown out. "Hey! Peak-grade origin stones." The guard's eyes were sharp. He immediately recognized that those were peak-grade origin stones. He was so shocked that his mouth opened wide. Although there was an exchange ratio between the higher quality origin stones were much more expensive. No one would take them out to exchange. Even the coarse-clothed man was dumbfounded. He sized up Xianxia a few times, his eyes revealing confusion. The guard's forehead immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Now, even a fool would know that he had met a big shot. How could he dare to take those peak-grade origin stones? He immediately put them away and returned them to Xianxia with both hands. He said bitterly, "Sir, please forgive us. We are just doing things according to the rules. It is the rules set by Yanwu City. It is our duty. We do not dare to disobey, and we have no choice but to obey." Yanwu City's rules? Xianxia frowned and said, "Why is there such a strange rule? The other cities and sects are all eager to have powerful martial artists settle in. Why is Yanwu City doing the opposite?" The guard was stunned for a moment before saying, "Sir, this is your first time coming to Yanwu City, right? Perhaps you do not know the situation." He immediately set an identity for Xianxia in his heart. He was most likely a noble family young master who came from other regions to gain experience. Before Mount Meru leaked spiritual chi, one would not encounter such a noble family young master for hundreds of years. But in recent years, it was not uncommon. Xianxia nodded and said, "I haven't been here for a long time indeed." "Is this rule related to spiritual energy?" From the conversation of the Chi clan's people in front of the gate, he could guess a little. "Yes." The guard hurriedly said, "In recent years, Yanwu City's spiritual energy has been declining at an alarming rate. If it continues like this, it won't be long before it declines. Therefore, the city lord manor set this rule to slow down the city's spiritual energy decline." Xianxia said, "Who is the current city lord of Yanwu City?" The guard said, "It's still Lord Xianxia." His face was a little glossy, seemingly very proud, and said, "Ever since Lord Xianxia left Yanwu City, the city lord manor has not appointed a new person." Besides Lord Li Yunxiao, no matter who is in charge of Yanwu City, everyone will not be convinced. Although these people had never seen Li Yunxiao before, Li Yunxiao's name had shaken the world in the past few years, and his reputation had spread far and wide. Within Yanwu City, everyone knew of him, and everyone was proud of him. Li Yunxiao sighed in his heart, thinking that he had not returned for many years, but Yanwu City still remembered him. Take these primordial stones. Since the city has such a rule, I naturally cannot violate it. Li Yunxiao threw the primordial stones back. As the city lord, even if there was something wrong with the rules, he could not openly violate them. Moreover, for such a rule to be set, it could be seen that Yanwu City's current predicament had reached the extreme. As the city lord, he more or less had some responsibility. I dare not, I dare not. The guard was startled. These were top-grade primordial stones, and the other party's identity must be great. How could he dare to take them? Just as he was about to take them back, he suddenly discovered that Li Yunxiao had disappeared, as if he had vanished into thin air. Ah? The guard was completely dumbfounded. He rubbed his eyes, almost thinking that he had seen wrong. But there were sounds of surprise and cold breaths all around him. In addition, the top-grade primordial stones in his hand were still heavy. The guard hurriedly jumped onto the chariot and went into the city. He shouted, "Release that man. You guys are in charge of maintaining order. I will go and report to the city lord's mansion." Inside the city lord's mansion, many higher-ups gathered, including Li Chunyang and the others. Jia Rong also hurried over and reported the increase in the spirit energy deficit this month. Everyone had a worried look on their faces. Li Chongfeng said, "This month, the control over martial artists has been tightened further. The number of martial artists entering the city is less than a third of last month. Actually, with Yanwu City's current situation, even if it wasn't tight, very few people would come." Li Chunyang sighed. This phenomenon might be our last chance. If we still can't find the source of spiritual energy, it'll be useless no matter how long we delay. Everyone was disappointed. In the past few years, Yanwu City had developed very quickly. The feeling of falling from the peak was very bitter, and no one was willing to accept it. Li Chunyang said, "There is no such thing as eternal prosperity in this world. Even the 7 superpowers will fall one day. We've just arrived a little earlier. It's good that everyone has done their best." Xiao Qingwang stroked his beard and said slowly, "If we still fail to find the source of spiritual energy this time, I suggest we lift the restrictions on Yanwu City. After all, there's no point in delaying for another day. Furthermore, there are still many forces moving in the dark, vying for control of Yanwu City." How childish. Humph. It's all because of the Heavenly Jewel Gate and Broken Passion Mountain. These two sects must have someone backing them. Otherwise, we would have destroyed them long ago. Li Chongfeng said angrily, "But even if Yanwu City's spiritual energy is declining, this is still the foundation established by Yunxiao. We absolutely can't give it to them." Xiao Qingwang said, "Yanwu City is filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Many sects look simple, but they have the backing of large forces from other domains. They all want a share of the treasured land. The Heavenly Jewel Gate and Broken Passion Mountain are large sects in the southern domain. It's not strange for them to be treated as puppets. There are even some unremarkable small sects vying for power in the dark." Li Chongfeng smiled coldly and said, "These jumping clowns are nothing to be afraid of. As long as Yunxiao shakes the world, these clowns will not dare to act rashly." A look of surprise flashed in Li Chunyang's eyes. He looked at him and said, "I didn't expect your brain to work so well for once." Black lines appeared on Li Chongfeng's forehead. He said, "Father, am I that stupid? With our current strength, the Heavenly Jewel Gate and Broken Passion Mountain can't even crush us to death. Yet, they still dare to oppose us. Everyone knows that they have someone backing them. It's just that they are afraid of Yunxiao's momentum, so they don't dare to come out openly." Li Chunyang nodded and said, "You're right. These people are just jumping clowns. We don't need to worry about them. The only thing we need to worry about is the spiritual energy. After the previous phenomenon, we made a promise. Whoever can find the source of spiritual energy, we will cede control of Yanwu City's east side to them. Unfortunately, we still returned empty-handed. Should we increase the stakes this time? Xiao Qingwang frowned and said, Increase? How are we going to increase it? Are we going to give up half of the city? Jia Rong also said, I agree with Prince Qingwang. A quarter of the city is already tempting enough. If we can find it, we should have found it. If we can't, even if we give up the entire city, we won't be able to find it. That might not be the case. A man in embroidered robes, who had been sitting on the left side and sipping tea, suddenly spoke up. He slowly put down the fragrant tea and said, although many sects covet Yanwu City, it is only a strategic consideration. They do not really want to swallow it all. As you all said, as long as Li Yunxiao continues to shake the world, no one will dare swallow this cake. Therefore, even if we are looking for spiritual energy, we are only trying. After all, Yanwu City is not the foundation of the various large sections. If we can't do it, we can just retreat. However, if you are willing to give up more of your shares, it will definitely attract the attention of many parties, and the search will be even more intense. Li Chunyang looked at the man in embroidered robes and snorted coldly. He said, Qian Duo, is this your idea or the money gang's idea? Also, how much of Yanwu City's shares do you think is appropriate? That man in embroidered robes was Qian Duo. Although he had been cultivating in Yanwu City, he was the young master of the money gang after all. After he broke through to Martial Saint, he returned to the money gang and caused a huge commotion. When he returned to Yanwu City, he was already a peak Martial Saint. Now, he had broken through to Star Emperor Wu, becoming a tyrant. His limelight was unparalleled in the southern region. Furthermore, with Qian Duo's return, the money gang opened a branch in Yanwu City. They directly inserted their power and competed with the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association. Before the great change in the Merchant Union, the Li clan's attitude was to work with the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association to suppress the money gang. Although Qian Duo was a friend, he was also a businessman. As a businessman, there would be conflicts of interest. Furthermore, he was not satisfied with Qian Wudi inheriting the position of gang leader. If he wanted to establish his own faction, he had to fight for sufficient resources. After the great change in the Merchant Union, Ding Shan took control. The people of the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association in Yanwu City were all replaced. Their attitude towards Yanwu City changed as well. At this time, the Li clan also assessed the situation and immediately allied with the money gang to resist the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association had too deep roots in Yanwu City. Furthermore, it was currently at its peak. The Li clan and the money gang were at a disadvantage when it came to business. When Qian Duo heard Li Chunyang's tone, he seemed to be very unhappy. He smiled faintly and said, First Master, don't be angry. This is called no sacrifice, no gain. Yanwu City is already like this. Why not give it a try? The allocation of resources is not something that I can make decisions on. If Yanwu City is willing to give up half of its authority and give up control of the southern and northern parts of the city, I will have the confidence to ask for help from the money gang. That way, I will be able to transfer a large amount of resources to carry out exploration. If it were just the eastern part of the city, I would have already told the higher-ups. They would not be interested. Li Chongfeng immediately jumped up and objected. He shouted, Dream on. The northern and southern sides are the most prosperous places in Yanwu City. If we give it to you, wouldn't it be giving away the entire city? Qian Duo picked up his tea and took a sip. He shook his head and said, Then this will be difficult. If it is just the eastern part, it will be hard to move my father and the rest. Young Master Duo is right. If it is just the eastern part, it is clearly impossible to make the major merchant sects work hard. Outside the hall, an old man walked in with a smile. He was short and capable. His eyes were bright and full of expression. He wore a small felt hat on his head. With one look, it was clear that he was a shrewd merchant. Li Chongfeng's face sank. He shouted, Where are the guards? To actually neglect your duty and let wild dogs in. Damn it. The old man was Gao Tong, the person in charge of the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association in Yanwu City. Hearing Li Chongfeng scolding him, his face twitched. However, he quickly recovered and said, Even if Lord Chongfeng scolds me in a roundabout way, it cannot save Yanwu City's current situation. We have repeatedly restricted the entry of martial artists, but the spiritual energy deficit is still increasing. Hee. Li Changfeng and Jia Rong's complexion changed. They had just calculated the data today. They did not expect the other party to already know it. Obviously, they had planted spies everywhere. Gao Tong was very proud and said, "It is rare for me and young Master Duo to have common views. The condition of giving the eastern part is too small. It is too difficult to attract people. The way to save Yanwu City has always been in your hands. If you really want the city to continue, how can you not give more benefits to others?" Li Changfeng was about to scold him, but he was stopped by Li Chunyang, who said, "Lord Gao Tong said as if we can find the source of spiritual energy by giving the eastern part of the city." Gao Tong stroked his beard and said with a shrewd smile, "The last time the phenomenon appeared, it was accompanied by a large amount of spiritual energy. This is an indisputable fact. Everyone has seen it. So it is certain that there must be a source of spiritual energy near Yanwu City. Could it be that the spiritual energy appeared out of thin air?" Li Chunyang and others were silent. Gao Tong was right. Spiritual energy could not appear out of thin air. There must be a source. It was just that a few years had passed, and the exploration had been fruitless. Gao Tong said, "The reason is also well known to you. That is, your exploration level is too poor. And the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association now controls the whole world's merchant association. It has the most powerful resources in the world. It is also the force most likely to unearth the source of spiritual energy. This is the only hope of Yanwu City now. Lords, please think twice." There was a moment of silence in the hall. Although Gao Tong disliked them, what he said was extremely reasonable. Li Changfeng was still indignant and unconvinced. He harumphed and said, "You speak as if you can find the source of the spiritual energy if I give you the north and south cities." Gao Tong smiled and said, "If the Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce can't find it even after going all out, then Yanwu City can just give up on searching for spiritual energy." Xian Duo snorted coldly and said, "That might not be the case. The Money Gang is considered one of the most ancient merchant associations. Their foundation is not what your Heavenly Essence Merchant Association can compare to. Their ability to explore spiritual energy sources is only higher than yours." But he looked at Li Chunyang and the others and said, "But only Dong Cheng's reward." Li Chunyang raised his hand and interrupted him, "You don't have to say anything, I understand. In terms of remuneration, I can give you the eastern and western cities. The southern and northern cities are the most prosperous areas of Yanwu City. Don't even think about getting any ideas." Xian Duo's eyes flickered as he secretly calculated and muttered, "East and west cities." Gao Tong also thought about it. He looked up at the sky and had a plan in his mind. Xiao Qingwang suddenly frowned, looked at Gao Tong and shouted, "Sir Gao Tong, how did you get in?" Everyone in the hall was shocked. Li Chongfeng's pupils constricted as he became vigilant. Previously, when Gao Tong came in, he scolded the guard but did not get a response. However, because Gao Tong mentioned the spiritual qi survey, he took it lightly and forgot about it. At this moment, hearing Xiao Qingwang's words, he immediately felt that something was wrong. A large number of people rushed into the hall, and they only stopped when they reached the center of the hall. These people were in groups of 2s and 3s, and they belonged to various sects and clans. They all seemed to have agreed on this beforehand as they stared coldly at Li Chunyang and the others. Wang Songhe, Leng Xinghua, Yu Zizhen, Fan Long. Li Chunyang looked at these people and called out their names one by one. His face was ashen. Xiao Qingwang said in a low voice, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Wang Songhe smiled coldly and said, "It is rare for everyone to gather together. Naturally, we are here for the future of Yanwu City." Li Changfeng angrily rebuked, "Nonsense. You're clearly here to cause trouble." Wang Songhe laughed and said, "Wrong, it's the complete opposite. Not only are we not looking for trouble, we're here to solve it." Li Chunyang's heart sank. Looking at the momentum of the crowd, it was obvious that they had come prepared. He immediately stopped Li Changfeng, Xiao Qingwang, and the others from looking at each other with hostility, fearing that the conflict would escalate further. Only then did he say, "Then, everyone, please speak. What matter should be resolved, and how should it be resolved? Wang Songhe turned around and glanced at the crowd. Everyone's gaze was focused on him. Clearly, they had pushed him to be the leader. Li Chunyang, from the opening of Mount Meru to the prosperity of Yanwu City, it is a blessing for all the martial artists of the southern domain. It allows our southern domain to have a foothold in the entire Sky Martial continent. It is a great blessing. However, in the past few years, it has been declining under your management. Now, you have even formulated a stupid rule that restricts the entry of cultivators. Not only has it greatly harmed Yanwu City's development, but it has also made us the laughingstock of the world. We have even lost face to the other 3 domains. Yes, it's so embarrassing. It's not just that. The city that was originally full of vitality has been turned into a ghost by them. Now, I don't even dare to say that I am from Yanwu City when I go out. I can't afford to lose face like this. Sigh, my relatives have cut off all relations with me now. They even pretend not to know me when walking on the streets, just because I am from Yanwu City. Those dozens of people began to grumble, shaking their heads and sighing. A wave of resentment spread out. Wang Songhe smiled and said, Everyone here heard it too? Yanwu City went from a famous city that shook the world to its current state. How does everyone here feel? What responsibility do you all have? Li Changfeng angrily rebuked, Wang Songhe, is your brain damaged? Yanwu City's current situation is that the spiritual qi is drying up. Everyone knows that. You actually want to use this matter to make a fuss. Shameless person. Wang Songhe snorted, then why is it that the other famous cities do not have spiritual qi drying up, but only Yanwu City? Li Changfeng. Your sister, who can control this matter? Wang Songhe raised his head and said with a proud expression, of course it can be controlled. That is because you all are in control of Yanwu City. It is immoral, so the heavens want Yanwu City to die. Li Changfeng. Wang Songhe took a few steps forward and said agitatedly, Yanwu City is everyone's Yanwu City. It is the entire southern territory's Yanwu City, not your Li families. So we must contribute our strength to Yanwu City. At this time, we have no choice but to stand up. Right, we must stand up. This is everyone's Yanwu City. It's not up to them to mess around. Everyone's emotions were stirred up as they cheered loudly. However, this was clearly premeditated. Li Chunyang and the others only watched coldly. After these people shouted for a while, they felt that it was meaningless and stopped. Li Chunyang said, Lord Wang Songhe means that if we leave Yanwu City to you to manage, the spiritual qi will not dry up. Wang Songhe immediately said, of course. Xiao Qingwang said coldly, who do you think you are? Yanwu City is a city of Tianshui country. It is a territory that the king of Tianshui country personally bestowed to Li Yunxiao. When did it become everyone's? Scram. Ever since he recovered from his internal injuries, his strength had continuously increased. In addition, as a member of the upper echelon of Yanwu City, he had previously received great support from the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. His strength had also increased by leaps and bounds. Now, he was a 2-star martial venerable. With a shout, many cultivators were forced to retreat. However, Wang Songhe was the leader of the Heavenly Jewel Gate. His strength was much stronger than Xiao Qingwang. After cultivating in Yanwu City, he had also improved rapidly. Now, he was an 8-star martial venerable. Naturally, he was not afraid of Xiao Qingwang's shout. Origin energy spread out between Wang Songhe's hands, suppressing Xiao Qingwang's sound wave. Then, killing intent flashed in his eyes. With a shout, he slammed his palms forward. Boom! The entire hall trembled. Under the power of this palm, it was about to explode. However, suddenly, a figure flashed and all the violent energy was suppressed. It turned into a white light and shot into the sky. With a bang, it pierced through the dome, preventing the hall from being destroyed. When Wang Songhe saw the person who attacked, he immediately did not dare to act rashly. He hurriedly said, Young Master Duo, you. Qian Duo looked at him coldly and said, although my money gang also wants the control of Yanwu City, we are not as shameless as you. To actually take advantage of the situation and rob it openly. Wang Songhe's face turned red. He said, Young Master, don't speak nonsense. Although Yanwu City was bestowed to Li Yunxiao by the king of the Tianshui nation, the Tianshui nation is a subsidiary kingdom of the Fire Crow Empire. In that case, my disciple, Xian Ruyu, has more rights to Yanwu City. A man stood behind Wang Songhe. He wore a crown on his head and emitted the aura of a king. It was the prince of the Fire Crow Empire, Xian Ruyu. He also had the bright moon divine physique. Xian Ruyu's expression was cold. From the moment he entered the room until now, he had not spoken a word. His face was arrogant, as if he disdained to be associated with others. A trace of fear flashed in Qian Duoduo's eyes. He could not see through Xian Ruyu's cultivation, but he felt a kind of pressure from him. He was definitely not ordinary. At this time, Xian Ryu opened his mouth. In a commanding tone, he said coldly and arrogantly, "This city was bestowed to Li Yunxiao by the Tianshui nation. This empress is taking it back. Your Li family, leave this empress immediately." The Li family's expression changed slightly. They sat there without saying a word, but in their hearts, they were extremely shocked. Li Yunxiao's name shook the world, and everyone knew about it. No matter how talented Xian Ryu was, no matter how high his strength was, it was impossible for him to boast that he could contend against Li Yunxiao. Then, how could he dare to be so arrogant? Who was the person behind him? Qian Duoduo was also extremely shocked. He was stunned for a moment before looking at Xian Ryu again. He said, "Your Highness, did you really not eat the wrong medicine?" A cold light flashed in Xian Ryu's eyes. She said, "Qian Duoduo, you have the money gang as your backer, but this is the territory of the Fire Crow Empire. You better respect this empress. Otherwise, the Fire Crow Empire will not be able to protect your safety." Qian Duoduo was extremely surprised. He did not know what Xian Ryu was relying on. However, as an outstanding person, how could he be willing to accept this? He sneered and said, "I want to see if the Fire Crow Empire can't protect my safety. Will I die here, or will my hand be chopped off?" Xian Ryu said in a cold voice, "Then watch carefully." The entire hall was suddenly filled with a bone-piercing cold air. Everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. No matter how much they used their yuan qi to resist, it was useless. Their yuan qi was almost frozen. Qian Duoduo also sucked in a breath of cold air. It was extremely difficult for him to circulate his Jiutian Emperor qi. With a flash of light, Xian Ryu appeared in front of him without anyone noticing. Bang! Before Qian Duoduo could react, Xian Ryu had already punched him in the chest. His entire body was almost frozen, and there was a layer of light blue ice crystals on his chest. Puff! His yuan qi and internal organs were almost frozen. After a while, he felt the pain and coughed. What he spat out was not blood, but frozen blood clots. Puff! Everyone looked at Qian Duoduo's miserable state and sucked in a breath of cold air. They were very scared. Wang Songhe's face was also a little pale. He seemed to feel extremely cold. He rolled up his clothes, but he still could not resist the cold. Cough, cough, cough. Qian Duoduo was still constantly spitting out broken blood clots. His body's functions were completely destroyed, and he did not know to what extent. Because most of his body was frozen, he could only feel the pain little by little. Xian Ryu withdrew her fist and looked at Qian Duoduo lying on the ground. She sneered, "Trash, if you did not have the backing of the money gang, this empress would send you to the next world today. But even if it is the money gang, don't think about jumping around in the Fire Crow Empire in the future. With this empress's cultivation speed, I will be able to conquer the world and step on you all." Qian Duoduo could not answer her words. He just curled up on the ground. His body was covered with a thin layer of ice, and he twitched from time to time. Gao Tong and others turned pale and hurriedly retreated to the side. They did not dare to stand together with Xian Ryu for fear of being affected. Xian Ryu's cold eyes swept across. Xiao Qingwang, Li Chongfeng, and others were swept by her eyes. They all felt a chill in their hearts and could not resist. Li Chunyang finally could not sit still anymore. He did not know how Xian Ryu had cultivated all these years. She had actually become so powerful that he did not even know about it. But at this moment, no matter how much he felt, he had to brace himself and stand up. He said tit for tat, I don't know anything about the Fire Crow Empire. I only know that this Yanwu city belongs to my grandson. Although my seniority is higher, he is the lord of Yanwu city, and I am only a retainer of Yanwu city. Right now, I am only helping him take care of Yanwu city. Whether or not to hand over control of the city is not up to me. Prince Ryu's words are useless to me. If you want to take away Yanwu city, look for the lord of Yanwu city, my grandson, Li Yunxiao. Pung. The space directly exploded. Xian Ryu attacked from a distance. She suddenly grabbed with her 5 fingers. Li Chunyang suddenly felt that his internal organs were being grabbed by her hand and kneaded at will. Puff. Cough, 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 puff. He felt as if his internal organs were being crushed. He spat out several mouthfuls of blood, which actually contained a large amount of internal organ fragments. Father! Old master! A few voices cried out in panic. Li Zhongfeng and Xiao Qingwang instantly made their moves and flew towards Xian Ryu. Tisk, ants. Xian Ryu was extremely disdainful. She waved her left hand as if it was as simple as flicking her sleeve. A gust of astral energy shot out, blasting the 2 people against the wall and out of the main hall. Li Chunyang was extremely shocked. Xian Ryu's strength had already reached a level that they could not comprehend. They simply could not contend against her at all. Ants, are you going to scram or not? If you don't scram, this emperor will send all of you to heaven today. I am only entrusted by someone to take care of Yanwu city. Even if we want to scram, the lord of Yanwu city has to let us scram. Pa. Don't use Li Yunxiao as a shield. Let me tell you, the opportunities I've obtained are even greater than Li Yunxiao's. In the future, my achievements will far surpass his, and I'll become the overlord of this world. Sooner or later, he'll die under my hands. The corner of Li Chunyang's mouth raised into a mocking smile, and said, since you are so capable and confident, then go find him and fight, go kill him. Although he is my grandson, but I do not mind you going to kill him, what kind of ability is it to flaunt here? Xian Ryu looked at the ridicule on his face and suddenly became furious. Her killing intent flashed and she shouted, die. Bang, he clenched his fist, and the air in his palm exploded. You can't. Wang Songha suddenly screamed, his face pale with fright. They were only here to force the Li clan to abdicate and chase them away. They didn't really have the guts to kill the people of the Li clan. Otherwise, even their backers wouldn't be able to protect them. The faces of the rest of the people who followed him also changed greatly, their mouths agape in fright. Li Chunyang's body trembled. He suddenly closed his eyes and quietly waited for death. However, the pain and death that should have come didn't come for a long time. There was no sound in the main hall. He opened his eyes and saw Xian Ryu's face full of astonishment. She looked at her own palm and said, you're not dead? What happened? How could Li Chunyang know what was going on? He couldn't help but laugh out loud, and said, haha, with this level, you can't even kill this old man, and you want to kill my grandson? Go find a wall and kill yourself, ha ha ha. He recklessly laughed, which triggered the internal injuries in his body. He couldn't help but cough again and spit out blood. Old bastard, go to hell. Don't worry, I'll send your son and your grandson to see you soon. Xian Ryu's figure flashed, and she rushed forward. Her 5 fingers formed into claws, and she wanted to take Li Chunyang's heart. You can't. Wang Songha shouted again. He almost rushed forward, if you kill Li Chunyang, we will be in big trouble. Li Yunxiao will not let us go. When Xian Ryu heard the 3 words Li Yunxiao, she became even angrier and shouted, if he won't let us go, then I will kill Li Yunxiao as well. Pa. His palm stopped 3 inches away from Li Chunyang, only to see that his wrist had been grabbed by a delicate and slender hand, and he could not move forward even an inch. You are. In front of Xian Ryu and Li Chunyang stood a man in a green robe. He was as quiet as a virgin, and his face was cold and expressionless. Ah! Li Yunxiao! Xian Ryu screamed in fear. She was so scared that she suddenly retreated. Everyone was shocked. The main hall was silent. Everyone was staring at the scene in a daze. Li Chunyang rubbed his eyes, and rubbed again, and again. Li Yunxiao smiled and nodded gently. Yes, grandfather, father, Prince Qingwang, and everyone, I am back. Ha ha ha, my good son, you are finally back. You are always so timely. Li Changfeng rushed in from outside the main hall. His whole body was covered with blood, but his face was full of ecstasy and excitement. He grabbed Li Yunxiao's arm and looked at it. He couldn't help but desperately hug it. Xiao Qingwang also walked in. After being struck by Xian Ryu just now, both of them had suffered quite a bit of injury. Li Yunxiao smelled the faint smell of blood. His eyes became colder and colder. Father, you are injured. Haha, this injury is nothing. When I was fighting in the army, I rushed into the enemy's camp. 5 horses were killed, and I was bathed in blood, but I was still fine. Li Changfeng was full of vigor. Once he saw his son, all his injuries were healed. In the main hall, there was only the sound of his bragging. The rest was dead silence. No one dared to make a sound. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, Father, go to the side and rest. I will take care of the rest. Li Changfeng laughed and said, Haha, good, I will leave it to you. Let me see if you have made any progress in these years. If you can't handle it, just say it. I will take care of everything. Cough, cough, cough. Perhaps because he was too excited, Li Changfeng coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. He supported his body and sat back in his previous position. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. Endless killing intent was compressed in his eyes. His gaze became somewhat turbid. It is rare for everyone to be so concerned about the development of Yanwu City. Come, this city lord will have a good discussion with everyone today. Li Yunxiao's words were very soft, but when it entered everyone's ears, it gave rise to endless fear. Their legs went soft, and they nearly knelt down. Wang Songha's complexion was as pale as paper. This Li Yunxiao went out for several years and had never returned. Why would he return at this time? If he knew, he would not dare to cause trouble even if he was beaten to death. Li Yunxiao's gaze landed on Wang Songha and said, Lord Sect Master, you just said that our Li family occupies Yanwu City, so the heavenly Tao does not tolerate it, which leads to the depletion of spiritual qi. Then may I ask who should take over Yanwu City to comply with the heavenly Tao and not deplete spiritual qi? Wang Songha's forehead was full of cold sweat. If Li Yunxiao was not here, this question would be very easy to answer. But now, he could not answer it no matter what. Li Yunxiao did not use his aura to pressure him, but the aura of a superior brought him great pressure, nearly collapsing his heart. After a long time, he finally spat out a few words. Naturally, it's the royal Xian family. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, I was just about to have a good talk with the Xian family. He waved his hand at Xian Ryu and said, come here. Xian Ryu's complexion paled, and she involuntarily walked over. But after she walked over, she immediately regretted it. There was a humiliation of being ordered around. Anger appeared on her face, but she had already walked over, so she could not go back. What are you doing? He could only angrily shout to show that he was not afraid, but anyone could hear that he was afraid. Even he himself could hear it, so he became even more ashamed and angry. Hee. Li Yunxiao's eyes became even more cloudy, but his face revealed a cold smile and said, don't be nervous, relax a bit. Who taught you to cultivate the bright moon divine physique to this level, and you actually opened the 6 gates of divine physique? Xian Ryu's complexion changed greatly, and she took a step back in fright. No one taught me, I cultivated it myself. Oh, no one taught you? In other words, you don't have a backer. Even if I beat you to death, no one will come to trouble me. Li Yunxiao laughed, looking harmless. Xian Ryu was shocked and angry. Beat me to death? You dare? Li Yunxiao sneered. Since Xian Ryu dared to hurt his family, regardless of whether or not she had a backer, she was dead for sure. Without saying anything, he raised his hand and pointed a finger. There was not the slightest bit of technique and it was simple and unadorned. There was only a faint crackling of lightning on his fingertips. Xian Ryu was shocked. She knew that she was no match for the person in front of her, so she quickly turned around to escape. The bright moon divine physique was activated, and it was as transparent as jade, emitting a glazed luster. It was the same bright glazed body as Li Yunxiao, but it was much weaker. Poof. But he only opened the 6 gates of divine physique. How could he escape from Li Yunxiao's hand? That finger with lightning energy penetrated his body without any suspense, and blood burst out. Ah! Xian Ryu screamed and fell from the sky. He looked at his navel in horror, and blood gushed out. Ah! Ah! What made him climb up in horror was not that his acupuncture points had burst open, but that the place that burst was the limit gate of the 8 gates of divine physique. He could clearly feel that the gate of divine physique had burst open, and the power in his body was flowing out crazily. You destroyed my cultivation? You are so ruthless. Xian Ryu screamed, and his face was extremely ferocious. Li Yunxiao sneered. I said don't be nervous, relax, I am not destroyed yet. Xian Ryu was stunned, and said, not destroyed yet? But... He clearly felt that his body was changing, and his power was flowing out very quickly. Li Yunxiao said, I just opened 1 gate of divine physique, don't you still have 5 more? If all of them are destroyed, then they are really destroyed. Li Yunxiao pointed again. You. Xian Ryu was scared out of his wits, and quickly turned around to escape. If all 5 gates of divine physique were broken, then it would be better to die than to live. What Wang Ba Xiong would be reduced to immortal? Poof. 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 But without any suspense, 5 sounds rang out, and Xian Ryu fell heavily on the ground, his body covered in blood. Everyone in the hall had pale faces, and a chill surged in their hearts. They regretted coming here, and now it was too late to leave. Li Yunxiao coldly looked at Xian Ryu who was lying on the ground like a dead pig and indifferently said, now you are truly crippled. Look at how nervous you are. I told you to relax a bit, crippling you won't hurt. Xian Ryu's face was ashen, all thoughts extinguished, and she desperately said, just kill me. Li Yunxiao said, you dared to attack my family, you will certainly die, but not so easily. Xian Ryu, the main hall was deathly silent, the atmosphere of fear was spreading, and at a glance, it was full of despair. Although Li Yunxiao's name shook the world and they knew that Li Yunxiao was strong, they never dreamed that he would be strong to this extent. Xianduo was famous throughout the Southern Territory and was almost the most dazzling powerhouse of the younger generation, but he could not even take a single move from Xian Ryu and was directly beaten to the ground. It was clear that Xian Ryu's strength was terrifying, but against Li Yunxiao looked at Wang Songhe and said, Sir Sect Master, the ownership of Yanwu City. Wang Songhe almost cried, both knees plop as he cried, Young Master Yunxiao, this matter actually has nothing to do with us, we were forced to do so, otherwise how would we dare to oppose the Li family, I hope young master can understand. Everyone knew this matter, and everyone could see it, but Wang Songhe's words at this moment meant that he was completely admitting defeat. Suddenly, a light flashed, directly shooting towards Wang Songhe, wanting to take his life. Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed with ridicule, his pupils shrank, and the light disappeared. In the row behind the crowd, a black-clothed martial artist who had been secretly attacking had his mouth wide open in shock. He had not realized that the silver nails he had shot out from his sneak attack had disappeared. Ah! The black-clothed man suddenly screamed and fell forward, falling to the ground. That silver needle had unknowingly pierced his thigh, and the poison on it instantly took effect, numbing his entire leg. The martial artist instantly understood that he was finished, he was well aware of the poison. He fiercely clenched his teeth and used his spirit force to break his thigh, then with a wave of his hand, a light cut down, and his entire leg was separated from his body, turning into pus in front of everyone's eyes. Bang! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and scattered. Everyone's faces were pale, and no one dared to say anything. The man in black had lost a leg, but his face was a bit pale. He didn't say anything, but he looked at Wang Songhe coldly. The meaning of the threat was very obvious. Wang Songhe's face turned pale. He couldn't afford to offend the mastermind behind him, nor could he afford to offend Li Yunxiao. No matter who he offended, his whole family would be destroyed. Today's matter was caused by me alone. I have let down Yanwu City, let down the Li clan's first old master and young master Yunxiao. I hope that after I die, young Master Xianxia will be magnanimous and let my family go. Wang Song had gritted his teeth and raised his hand to slap his forehead. With a bang, he slapped his own head. Brain fluid burst out and blood covered his face. He laughed mischievously and thought that he was finally free. He finally found a way to satisfy both sides. That was to die, and the people from the two factions were all experts of the current age. They definitely wouldn't make things difficult for his family. Wang Songhe waited for a while and discovered that he had bled for a long time. His whole body was soaked, but he was still clear-headed. He didn't die. He touched his head in astonishment and didn't feel any pain. He looked around in shock. He saw everyone looking at him with a strange expression. He looked at his body again, and there wasn't even a bit of blood left. The suicide just now was just an illusion. Li Yinxiao was still standing coldly in front of him, looking at him with eyes full of ridicule. Wang Songhe's heart sank, and he said with a trembling voice, "Young Master Yunxiao." Li Yinxiao said, "With this young master here, who can control your own life and death?" Everyone's faces turned even paler. There was no trace of blood in them. They couldn't even die. Li Yinxiao stretched out his hand and pointed. The black-cloaked man on the ground suddenly flew into the air. His head exploded with a bang, and a pale yellow soul light was slowly extracted. That soul light had the appearance of the black-cloaked man. He was struggling and howling in pain, but it was to no avail. Li Yinxiao had a cold expression all along. He moved his divine sense and rushed into that man's soul. He forcefully searched all of his memories. That soul struggled in pain for a moment and finally lost its consciousness. It slowly turned into the purest energy and dissipated between heaven and earth. The entire main hall was completely silent. Extracting a soul and searching it, then dispersing it. They had never heard of such a method, let alone seeing it with their own eyes. It was too appalling. They finally understood that Li Yinxiao had reached a level that they couldn't even imagine. He had reached a peak that they couldn't even see when they looked up. Xian Ryu was so scared that his whole body was trembling. Previously, he thought that he would die at most. Only now did he understand that there was something more terrifying than death. This time, everyone's legs went soft. Some even peed and began to cry on the spot. Li Yinxiao rubbed his hands and a white flame flew out. With a chi sound, the corpse was burned to ashes. Even the bloodstains were completely gone. It was as if that person had never appeared in this world. So it's people from Bimingxian Palace. They really want to hang themselves. They're tired of living. Li Yinxiao put his hands behind his back. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Although he was incompatible with Bimingxian Palace in his previous life, he had lived 2 lives. His hatred had weakened a lot. Even when Biming Duanju and Han Zhenting joined hands to deal with him, he didn't take revenge because of many other matters. Looks like I have to make a trip to Bimingxian Palace. The expressions of Li Chunyang and the others changed greatly. Although they had already guessed that the people behind these people weren't simple, they were still shocked when they heard that they were existences from the 7 superpowers. Li Chunyang said in a low voice, "Yunxiao, you can't be impulsive in this matter. You have to think it over. After all, the other party was a sect whose name shook the world. No matter how strong Li Yunxiao was, he was only one person. How could he fight against a sect that had existed for 10,000 years? Li Yinxiao smiled indifferently. He didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at the others and said, "I don't care who you are or who's behind you. Since you've stepped into this palace, don't think of leaving alive. As for whether you want to do it yourself or let me do it, you decide." Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Who wouldn't be afraid of death? A martial artist begged, "Since young Master Yunxiao knows that we're innocent, why don't you go find the mastermind? Why make things difficult for us? Could it be that after knowing that it's Bimingxian Palace behind us, you don't dare to target them?" Li Yunxiao said, "Whether or not you dare to target them has nothing to do with you. Kill yourselves. Don't waste time. If you let me do it, the black-cloaked man just now will be your fate." Sigh. Broken Passion Mountain sect master Lung Xinghua sighed and said, "After parting years ago, you're actually like a celestial being when we meet again. Although it wasn't my wish to target the Li clan, I won't die in vain today." As long as young Master Yunxiao doesn't make things difficult for my sex people. After saying that, he raised his hand and grabbed the treasured sword, swiping it at his own neck. Wait! Li Chunyang shouted. He suddenly flew up and struck the treasured sword with his finger, knocking it away. Leng Xingguo's thoughts were extinguished. He only wanted to die. Without much strength, the treasured sword flew out of his hand and stabbed into the door of the palace, shaking violently. Leng Xingguo said sadly, "Old master, do you think this isn't enough?" Li Chunyang sighed and said, "Yunxiao, let them go." What? Leng Xingguo was stunned and revealed an expression of disbelief. The rest of the people also trembled, as if they had grasped onto a life-saving straw. They all looked at Li Chunyang earnestly and wiped away their tears, begging for mercy. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "Old master, killing them is not only to vent our anger, but also to make an example out of them." Li Chunyang said, "I understand. But all these years, they also had no choice. Even without them, there would be other people as pawns. What's the point of making things difficult for these pawns?" Right, old master is right. Why make things difficult for us small fries? The dozen or so people echoed, wiping away their snot and tears. Li Yunxiao snorted and said, "They almost killed father and you. Are we going to let them go just like that? Everyone in the world thinks that my, Li Yunxiao's, family is easy to bully." Li Chunyang said, "Then let them leave behind a lesson. I'm already satisfied to be able to see you come back this time. In the future, with you around in Yanwu City, these people naturally won't dare to be insolent. If you're not around, there will still be other people who will be insolent. Whether they kill or not is already meaningless." Li Yunxiao said, "All right then, everyone cripple your own dantian and get lost." Ah? Those martial artists still became sluggish, crying as they said, "If crippling one's own dantian, how is this different from killing us? The dantian is a martial artist's true life." Li Yunxiao's face fell, and he shouted, "Then you can go and die." Fiery light flashed, and the person who spoke just now immediately turned into ashes. He did not even make a sound, did not even react, and could be considered to have died the most muddle-headed. Ah? After a few breaths of time, the surrounding people finally came back to their senses, each and every one of them badly frightened. Leng Xingguo cupped his fists with both hands and said, "Many thanks for young Master Yunxiao's magnanimity, many thanks for pleading for leniency, old master." He raised his hand and slapped his own dantian fiercely. Immediately, a surge of essence energy spread out from his body, sending the surrounding people flying out. Poowork. Leng Xingguo vomited a large mouthful of blood, then took his leave while trembling, picked up the treasured sword in front of the door, and left. Li Yunxiao sent him off with his eyes. Thinking back to the Fire Crow Empire back then, the other party was also considered to have shown mercy and let him off once. This time, if not for the fact that his family was injured, the other party would not have wanted to make things too difficult for him. Wang Song's eyes were deathly pale, and he let out a long sigh, also shattering his dantian. Although he vomited a large mouthful of blood, he continuously expressed his thanks. At least it was better than he had expected, preserving his life. The two sect masters in front of him already crippled their own dantians, and the rest also knew that it was hard to escape this calamity. All of them gritted their teeth and shattered their own dantians, wailing bitterly. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "All of you, scram. Whoever's tears and snot dirty the floor will die." Those people immediately did not dare to cry, and hurriedly fled while trembling. In an instant, only Xian Ryu and the people from the Heaven Origin Merchant Association and the Gold and Silver Merchant Association were left in the hall. Gao Tong's forehead was also full of cold sweat. He also knew the relationship between Li Yunxiao and Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. They used to be close partners, but now they were enemies. Gao Tong said in a trembling voice, Young Master Yunxiao. Li Chunyang was afraid that Li Yunxiao would start a massacre. Now that he had torn off the face with Baimingxian Palace, it was not good to offend Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. He hurriedly said, "Lord Gao Tong did not make things difficult for us." Yes. Gao Tong was relieved. With Li Chunyang's intercession, at least he would not die. He hurriedly said, "Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce has always been close to the Li family. Business is a win-win situation for everyone. Li Yunxiao said, well, you stay. Tell me all the strategic layout of Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce in Yanwu City, and then you can go. Ah? Dao Tong was stunned, and his mouth opened wide. This, Li Yunxiao's face sank, and he said, this young master has no time to talk nonsense with a minion like you. Leave the strategic layout and leave, or don't leave. Dao Tong was shocked, and secretly scolded himself for thinking so much at this time. He hurriedly took out a jade slip, imprinted all kinds of information in it, and then handed it over with both hands, and hurriedly left with his men. At this moment, only the people of Money Gang were left. Xianduo sat cross-legged on the ground, resisting the invasion of cold air in his body. His head was covered with cold sweat, and his face was pale. Li Yunxiao glanced at him, and said, you stay. Xianduo had mixed feelings, thinking of the scene when they first met. At this moment, it was a world of difference. After a while, he spat out 2 words, thank you. Ha ha ha. Li Chunyang looked at the mighty scene of his son and grandson, and couldn't help laughing. Li Yunxiao said, old man, please gather the management of Yanwu City, I have something to explain. Explanation? Li Chunyang was stunned, and said, are you leaving again? Boy, why don't you stay for a few more days? Li Chongfeng was extremely dissatisfied, and suddenly stood up with a face full of anger. Li Chunyang reprimanded, shut up. He knew that Li Yunxiao was not the same as before, and what he was doing must be very important, or he wouldn't stay for a while. Li Yunxiao looked ashamed and said, Father, the old man has indeed not been idle these few years. Li Chunyang patted his arm, and said with a smile, Li Chunyang smiled, men aspire to the world. Holing up in Yanwu City is indeed not suitable for you. Go out and make your way with peace of mind. I will manage this family for you. Yanwu City is long, and said, Li of Chongfeng, Li Chongfeng, and said. Now that the spiritual energy has dried up and we can't find a new source, how do we deal with it? Li Chunyang scolded angrily, if we kick out a good-for-nothing like you, Yanwu City's spiritual energy can be maintained for a few more years. Li Yunxiao said, old master, spiritual energy isn't a problem anymore. There might even be something more important than spiritual energy. Very soon, it will fill the entire Yanwu City. In the near future, I'm afraid all the peak experts in this world will come one after another. Ah? Everyone's hearts shook, and they all looked at him, not understanding what he meant. Li Yunxiao said, this is one of the things I want to talk about. Let's talk about it when everyone is here. Xianduo's expression was also solemn. He recovered from the state of adjusting his breathing, not willing to miss any details. Something that was even more important than spiritual energy? Everyone was filled with doubts. No matter how hard they thought about it, they still couldn't understand it. Soon, all of Yanwu City's upper echelons gathered. Many familiar faces from his memories appeared one after another. Jimeng, Su Han, Zhang Qingfan, and the elites of the student army, even Tai Ling, who had escaped from the Fire Fish clan back then, were extremely emotional when they saw Li Yunxiao. Tears streamed down their faces. After listening to Tai Ling's experience, Li Yunxiao was silent for a while, then said, you can cultivate in Yanwu City with peace of mind. As for revenge, the person who annihilated the Fire Fish clan was definitely Wei Qing. With Tai Ling's current strength, revenge was no different from a fool's dream. He also didn't know how to comfort him. Tai Ling clenched his teeth, and tears flowed down his face. He said, Lord Divine Envoy, I understand. I understand that the difference in strength is too big. But I will work hard, I will definitely work hard. Li Yunxiao patted his shoulder and said, stay in Yanwu City to cultivate. You will definitely become an amazing expert in the future. As for your enemies, they are also my enemies, but I dare not say that I will definitely avenge you. If there is a chance, I will. Tai Ling was wild with joy. He said excitedly, thank you, Lord Divine Envoy. Jia Rong was also so excited that he couldn't control himself. Since the appearance of Li Yunxiao, he didn't dare to speak. He only stood at the side with tears in his eyes. In a meeting room, more than 10 people gathered. Other than those familiar faces, there were also some higher-ups who were promoted later. They were all people that Li Chunyang trusted. Everyone looked at Li Yunxiao with admiration and excitement. The entire meeting room was dead silent. No one dared to speak, and they were all waiting for him. Li Yunxiao took a glance at the higher-ups and sighed in his heart. Although everyone had improved extremely quickly, compared to the current situation, they couldn't be of any use at all. They had to borrow the strength of the experts in the Universe God Monument. He asked Su Lianyi, Ding Ling and the others to come out and join the meeting. Xian Duoduo looked at the two of them and his expression changed. He seemed to have thought of something. It seemed that Li Chunyang wasn't used to this kind of silence. He spoke first. Yunxiao, everyone is here. If you have something to say, just tell us. Li Yunxiao nodded. Then he told them the current situation in the realm of heaven martial arts, as well as the breaking of the Demon Lord's seal. No one had ever heard of such things. They all opened their mouths wide and were all stunned. Only Qian Duoduo could be considered as someone who had come into contact with the higher-ups of the world. He was more shocked than anyone else in the meeting room. Li Chunyang and the others realized at this moment that what Li Yunxiao had done and what he had achieved was far beyond their expectations. It was even beyond their imagination. After a long while, Qian Duoduo still couldn't come to himself. Li Chunyang said, Yunxiao, I understand what you said. But everyone's strength. Alas. What do you think we can do? Just tell us. Li Yunxiao said, now that the Demon Lord's seal is broken, the rules of the 10 directions will soon spread all over the world. Yanwu City is the closest place. Those experts at the peak of the martial path who want to break through to the divine realm will come one after another in the near future. You won't be able to deal with them with your strength. So, I plan to establish a fixed channel between Yanwu City and the Divine Cloud Palace and the Tianling Long family. The 3 families will be one and deal with the future together. Establishing a fixed channel between the Divine Cloud Palace and the Tianling Long family? Everyone's minds were in a daze. This legendary existence, a place that caused people to tremble with fear and respect, actually wanted to establish a fixed passage with Yanwu City. Li Chunyang said worriedly, will they agree? Li Yunxiao said, this is not a problem. You don't need to worry. Ding Ling couldn't help but smile. She said, don't worry, old man. The Long family's master and the Divine Cloud Palace's master are brother Yunxiao's confidants. We will be a family in the future. How can they disagree? Li Chunyang, everyone, Li Yunxiao, everyone was dumbfounded. They naturally understood what Ding Ling meant by a family. They all looked at Li Yunxiao with strange eyes, not daring to believe it at all. Li Chunyang sighed and said, Yunxiao, we can no longer understand your world. Miss Ling means that you want to marry the Divine Cloud Palace's master and the Long family's master? Li Yunxiao coughed awkwardly and said, don't listen to her nonsense. Let's continue talking about business. Although they could no longer understand Li Yunxiao's world, everyone could understand his expression at this moment. It was as if he had understood everything. Li Yunxiao said, to establish a connection with the 2 sects, what Yanwu City lacks the most right now is people who can build the channel. Just Master Jiarong and the others are not enough. Jiarong was so frightened that he almost fell to the ground. He hurriedly said, don't call me master, don't call me master. Young Master Yun is too polite. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, Jiarong, you don't need to belittle yourself. Back when you were my servant, I promised you your future achievements. Now, you are already a 5th-grade alchemist. I see that you are stuck at a bottleneck for a long time. I will help you break through later. Ah. Jiarong was shocked. He had already exhausted his talent. It was impossible for him to make another breakthrough. However, he did not doubt Li Yunxiao's words. He was so excited that he almost went crazy. Thinking back to when they first met, he could not help but feel glad that he chose the right path. Li Yunxiao continued, Gu Yuesheng, you will be in charge of this matter. First, build the basic teleportation channel. Then, I will have Divine Cloud Palace and the Long family send people over to assist in the construction of Yanwu City. Yes. Gu Yuesheng hurriedly replied. He also had the power of 8th-grade alchemy. Building simple infrastructure was not a problem. Li Yunxiao suddenly thought of Yuan Gaohan. He did not know how he was right now. If he was here, these things would be much simpler. He continued, as for the development of Yanwu City, when the world's experts gather, it will naturally develop. Right now, the merchant alliance is too chaotic. We do not need other merchant associations to settle in. We will temporarily take care of the Gold Money Gang and Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's businesses in Yanwu City. What? Xianxia slammed the table and stood up. He said in shock and anger, Li Yunxiao, you want to steal our Gold Money Gang's businesses. Li Yunxiao waved his hand and said, don't be impatient, calm down. It's custody, not stealing. Xianxia was anxious and angry. However, if Li Yunxiao really wanted to steal, he really could not do anything. Furthermore, from the information that was leaked earlier, Li Yunxiao's current strength was not something that their Gold Money Gang could afford to offend. Just now, when he heard Li Yunxiao talk about the 10 directional rules, the people present might not understand the meaning behind it. However, he was very clear about it. He was still excitedly thinking about how to develop in Yanwu City, using this opportunity to make the Gold Money Gang the #1 merchant association in the world. Now, hearing that Li Yunxiao wanted to safeguard their businesses, he almost fainted on the spot. Li Chunyang also wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said embarrassedly, This isn't too good. Li Yunxiao said, there's nothing bad about it. As the lords of Yanwu City, we should consolidate some resources and expand. This is what we should do. Xianduo's face was ashen as he gritted his teeth and said, Li Yunxiao, you can't go too far. Li Yunxiao said, I made you stay behind to tell you that there's nothing for you to do now. You can leave. Xianduo. What's wrong with the other party's attitude? Li Yunxiao ignored him and said, Lady Su Liani, Ling in the future, you will take over Yanwu City's Merchant Association. Integrate the Gold Money Gang and Heavenly Essence Merchant Association in Yanwu City and form a new merchant association. In the future, all merchant associations that enter Yanwu City must accept our management. Ding Ling said worriedly, this seems to be against the merchant union's rules. Wantonly annexing other merchant associations and closed management will likely cause other merchant associations to stay away. Xianduo said angrily, you are seeking your own destruction. Li Yunxiao looked at him contemptuously and said with a smile, right now, the merchant union is in a mess. We can establish our own rules and open them up after we become bigger. Once the 10 directional rules come out, the spiritual energy that has been sealed for 100,000 years will pour out. At that time, every inch of land in Yanwu City will be worth its weight in gold. Prices will increase by 10 times, 100 times, and the city will expand by 10 times. Xianduo's face was pale as he pursed his lips and did not speak. Li Yunxiao was right. He wanted to grasp the majority of Yanwu City's resources in his hands. Even if other merchant associations entered, they would be under their control. It was unknown how much they could get. Ding Ling was startled for a moment before her eyes gradually lit up. This was equivalent to re-establishing the merchant union's rules with Yanwu City as the center. They would first digest the internal resources and then leave Yanwu City to compete with the outside world. Moreover, it was impossible for the 10 directional rules to enter the world without several hundred years. In other words, Yanwu City's merchant association would have several hundred years of golden time, enough to become famous. Everyone understood that what Li Yunxiao said was indeed correct. There was no need to share the cake that was Yanwu City with others. Li Yunxiao said, we can imitate the merchant union's model in Nuyan City. All the experts who enter Yanwu City must fulfill the contract of advancing and retreating together with Yanwu City, using the power of the contract and promise to restrain the warriors in the city. As long as the rules and order are established, everything else will be easy. Su Liani said excitedly, those who have the strength to break through to the immortal state will either not sign a contract, or they will never break their promise. Otherwise, it will create inner demons and lower the probability of breaking through to the god realm. No one dares to take this risk. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, I'll leave the construction of the city to you guys. Su Liani hurriedly said, this is what we should do. Li Chunyang was slightly startled. He seemed to have heard something and said, Yunxiao, you're leaving again? Li Yunxiao said, that's right. I'm afraid that the fairyland of the North region will open soon. I have to rush there. The legendary land of becoming a god, the immortal world, will open this time. Whether I can really become a god or not is no longer important. But this time, there will definitely be a gathering of heroes. I have to rush there and join in the fun. Ding Ling smiled and said, the heroes of the world will never dream that Yanwu City is the real land of becoming a god. Brother Yunxiao, you can spread this news. In this way, Yanwu City will soon become the #1 city in the world. Li Yunxiao shook his head and said, it's not a good thing for the news to spread too fast. If all the experts of the realm of heaven martial arts come to Yanwu City at once, I won't be able to stop them no matter how capable I am. It's better to let the news spread by itself and attract people to come one by one. Only in this way can we guide them and establish the rules. Li Chunyang sighed and said, your world is already far beyond our imagination. You can do whatever you want. Outside Yanwu City, there are teleportation formations leading to the other 3 regions. They were gradually built with the help of Heaven Origin and the Money Chamber of Commerce. They couldn't raise any opinions about Li Yunxiao's ideas and plans. They could only try their best to support him. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, everyone, please be careful. I will arrange for more people to help you. After all, this was a very important matter. He was still very worried about everyone's safety. Unless the channel between the Divine Cloud Palace and the Long family was opened, it would be half done. So, he left Bin Sun, Mo Xiaochuan, Young Emperor Hao Lian, Duan Yu, Yu Jiolin, Mysterious Thunder and Cloud Shocking Roar, and Ugly Demon, who was possessed by an evil spirit, to guard Yanwu City. With these people, even ordinary divine transcendence couldn't break through. After warning them about various matters, he bid farewell to everyone and left. His next stop was not the North region, but the Heavenly Bead Gate with Xian Ruyu. Back then, he had obtained the Bright Moon Divine Body inheritance in the Heavenly Bead Gate, which was also the Light Glazed Body. Now, he was almost certain that the inheritance ground was left behind by the southern region's King Xiaofeng Can. For Xian Ruyu to be able to break through to open all 6 gates in such a short time, he must have been guided by an expert. Several hours later, they arrived at the teleportation ground inside the Heavenly Bead Gate. Looking around, there were inlaid East Sea Moon pearls everywhere. However, their light was dim, as if they had been corroded by time. They no longer had the luster they had in the past. Thinking back to when he left the southern region and obtained the light-glazed body inheritance here, he couldn't help but have mixed feelings. You really don't want to tell me who is behind you? Li Yunxiao threw Xian Ruyu on the ground like a dead person. Xian Ruyu's face was ashen, and there was no spirit in it. With all 6 gates destroyed, even if he could come back to life, he would be useless. Moreover, Li Yunxiao might not let him live. Li Yunxiao said, you dared to hurt my father, so there's no way you can live. I only asked you to speak because we both have the light-glazed body, so I gave you a good death. Since you don't cherish it, then there's no more chance. Xian Ruyu's body trembled, and suddenly he cried out, light-glazed body. You also know that this bright moon body is the light-glazed body? Ha ha ha, you dared to kill me, no matter how strong you are, you will definitely die, you will definitely be killed by that person, ha ha ha. I am the disciple that he personally trained, he will definitely kill you. Xian Ruyu laughed wildly for a while, then his voice suddenly stopped. He found that Li Yunxiao was looking at him coldly, with a face full of ridicule and sympathy. Li Yunxiao said, what does it have to do with you whether that person will kill me or not? You can't see the light of tomorrow, but you gain happiness by fantasizing about the life and death of others. You are sad and foolish, but besides this last fantasy, what else is left in your life? Xian Ruyu was startled, endless fear immediately spread from his heart. He originally had a bright future, he should have stood at the peak of the mainland, and not died in this dark cave. No, don't, let me go, save me. He crazily shouted in his heart, but his throat seemed to be stuck, unable to make any sound. His body involuntarily flew up, suspended in the air, then an extreme pain came from the depths of his soul, and he was horrified to find that his soul was constantly being extracted. Bang! Xian Ruyu felt as if his brain had exploded, and he lost consciousness, his eyes were lifeless, and his face was lifeless. Li Yunxiao's divine sense directly broke open his sea of knowledge, and began to search his memories. After a long time, Xian Ruyu's body fell down, falling in the middle of the cave, and was illuminated by the East Sea moon pearls, looking somewhat miserable. His mouth still had a silly smile, he was completely an idiot. Li Yunxiao casually pointed a finger, and with a bang sound, Xi and Ryu's body was immediately burned to ashes. Seeing that we're both descendants of the radiant glazed body, I pity you. Then, with a flash of azure light, Li Yunxiao disappeared from the cave. The next day, Yanwu City issued a large number of rules, sweeping away the dejected atmosphere from before, opening up a wide range of avenues, and carrying out a large-scale expansion. Everyone was guessing, and most people speculated that the reappearance of the phenomenon not only brought a large amount of spiritual energy, but also found the source of spiritual energy, which gave Yanwu City the confidence to develop. At the same time, to everyone's surprise, the city lord's mansion directly sent people to take over the two largest chambers of commerce in the city, Heaven Yuan Chamber of Commerce and Money Yuan Chamber of Commerce, and began to integrate them into Yanwu City's Chamber of Commerce. The two chambers of commerce didn't even resist, and were obediently integrated just like that. The Money Yuan Chamber of Commerce even raised a banner to welcome and support the establishment of Yanwu City's Chamber of Commerce, and announced that they would unconditionally give all their assets in Yanwu City to Yanwu City's Chamber of Commerce, hoping to establish a long-term cooperative friendship. Although Qian Duo was extremely depressed, with the rise of Yanwu City, not only would the world situation change dramatically in the future, but the situation in the Merchant Union would also undergo earth-shaking changes. He was also a person who could adapt to circumstances, and immediately made the wisest choice. Although the other party ate a piece of your meat, you still had to smile and say, "Well eaten, welcome to eat again." After a long time, Qian Duo's decisiveness brought immeasurable benefits to the Money Yuan gang, allowing the Money Yuan gang to continue standing at the peak of the continent in this turbulent era. Several days later, on a large island above the North Sea, people came and went in an endless stream. People came and went in an endless stream, but everyone had a solemn expression on their faces, and the entire place was filled with an atmosphere of martial law. "Hello, may I ask where is your identity token?" In front of a large teleportation array, the dozens of people who had just teleported over all took out a light blue jade token, proving their identity, and hurriedly left. Among them, a young man in green robes was stunned. Clearly, he did not have a jade token. The guards immediately became vigilant and went up to inquire. Furthermore, the man in green robes did not have any essence energy ripples, but his temperament was extraordinary, causing the guards to not dare to be negligent. Although the dozens of auras locked onto the man in green robes, they still spoke politely and respectfully. The man in green robes said in surprise, "Do I need an identity token? I've been to Great Will Island several times, and I've never heard of such a thing." That guard hurriedly said, "So, Your Excellency has been here before. Seeing that Your Excellency has an extraordinary temperament, you must be an aristocratic family's descendant. Recently, the North Domain Immortal Realm opened, and the entire Great Will Island is on guard. All those who are allowed to enter and exit will be issued an identity token in advance." The green-robed man replied, "I see. But I don't have an identity token. I only have this." He took out a metal token. The rune on it turned scarlet and blinding. Heavenly Mote token. The guard was shocked. He thought his eyes were playing tricks on him and his eyes widened. He was right, this token could not be faked. Over the past few days, there were many people who came with Heavenly Mote tokens. But all of them were experts. Yet, this person looked so young. The guard hurriedly bowed, "Sir, please tell me your name." "Li Yunxiao." The green-robed man replied. The guard shuddered, "So it's Sir Yunxiao. Please invite him in." Li Yunxiao's reputation and status in the hidden sect was unparalleled. Almost everyone knew of him. Immediately, a luxurious chariot appeared from the side. It was inlaid with gold and jade and pulled by two dragon horses with wings on their backs. The dragon horse was a demonic beast exclusive to Heavenly Mode Horizon. No one knew how they were bred, but they could fly, run on land, and tread on water. They could go anywhere in the world and were extremely fast. The guard hurriedly retreated to the side and bowed, "Sir Yunxiao, please board the chariot. This dragon chariot will bring you to the entrance of the celestial realm." Li Yunxiao lifted his eyelids, such a precious dragon chariot. Heavenly Mode Horizon is truly warm-hearted. The guard smiled, this is an emperor-grade dragon chariot. It is rare even in heavenly mode horizon. From what I know, there are no more than 10 of them in the entire heavenly mode horizon. This emperor-grade dragon chariot was personally ordered by Sir Xianxia to be used by Sir Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao looked over. The two dragon horses were indeed different from the others. The wings on their backs were faintly flickering with green light. It was the thunder attribute. Furthermore, when their hooves stepped on the ground, there was a faint fiery glow. Even their physiques were slightly larger than ordinary dragon horses. It is rare for Xianxia to be so considerate. I shall not refuse. Li Yunxiao's figure flashed and he boarded the dragon chariot. The guard hurriedly retreated to the side. Sir, please go on your way. No matter where you are, this dragon carriage can bring you there. Furthermore, this dragon horse is unimpeded within the territories of the overseas aristocratic families. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, did anyone from Divine Firmament Palace and Dragon Clan come? The guard hurriedly said, the two sects have already sent people here, but they brought a large number of martial artists. Each heavenly chasm token can only allow one person to pass, so the people from the two sects are temporarily staying on the island. After Li Yunxiao asked for the direction, he used his spiritual perception. The dragon horse immediately understood and moved forward with its head held high. The thunderstorm wings on his back flapped, and his four hooves created sparks as he disappeared on the spot. The entire Great Will Island was tens of thousands of li long, just like a small piece of land. However, the Emperor-grade dragon chariot was extremely fast. An hour later, it arrived above a building. This building was a little far from the center of the Great Will Island, but there were quite a lot of people here. Li Yunxiao scanned with his divine sense and sensed thousands of people. Those were the people from the Martial Heaven continent. They had all been arranged to stay in this region. The coordinates on the Heavenly Chasm token had already appeared. Many people had already set off, but the large number of followers they brought could only stay on the island. Suddenly, an extremely strong divine sense came from the building and probed towards the dragon chariot. When Li Yunxiao's divine sense came into contact with the other party, that divine sense instantly trembled, and was extremely excited. Following which, a light flashed below, and Xu Hongyan appeared in front of the chariot. She exclaimed in surprise, Fei Yong. You are finally here. Xu Hongyan was so happy that she started crying. Her eyes were shining, and she looked very pitiful. Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. He got down from the chariot and gently pulled her into his embrace. He said gently, I made you worry. Xu Hongyan placed her cheek on Li Yunxiao's chest and could clearly hear his heartbeat. At this moment, the two of them seemed to have fused together. Xu Hongyan only felt especially serene and peaceful. The anxiety and uneasiness that she had been feeling for the past few days had completely disappeared. Li Yunxiao's chest was like a warm spring, warming her entire body. It was indescribably comfortable. That feeling was as if she had found her home. Not only physically, but also spiritually. Husband. Husband, suddenly, Fei Ni's voice came from behind. She said these two words very softly. She looked at the two of them in a daze, and her cheeks were slightly red. She seemed to be a little embarrassed. Li Yunxiao and Xu Hongyan immediately separated. Both of them were a little uncomfortable. Fei Ni suddenly giggled and said, It's okay. You two can continue. Xu Hongyan smiled shyly and scolded, You little girl, I'm afraid your heart is filled with mixed feelings. Even the jar of vinegar is overturned. Fei Ni squinted her eyes and smiled, How could that be? Husband and sister are the most compatible pair. You are both immortals. Little sister can only envy you. Xu Hongyan said, Since you and I are sisters, there is no need to be so distant. Fei Ni was overjoyed and said emotionally, Thank you, sister. This sentence meant that Xu Hongyan's heart had already accepted her. This was the thing that she had been most worried about for a long time. Finally, the stone had landed on the ground. Suddenly, she felt that the sky was high and the earth was vast. Xu Hongyan said with a smile, Fei Yong, you have to treat Sister Fei Ni well in the future. Li Yunxiao felt strange in his heart. These two were obviously hostile toward each other before. How did they suddenly become so close? However, he was naturally happy to see the current situation. Fei and I then came forward and pulled Li Yunxiao's arm. She gently said, I heard from Sister Hong Yan that husband was sucked into the space storm. Fei and I was so scared that she couldn't rest for a few days. Fortunately, the heavens have eyes and let husband come back unscathed. Chu Hongyan said with a smile, not only unscathed, but you also made it in time for the opening of the celestial realm. Suddenly, her pupils shrank and she stared at Li Yunxiao in surprise. Fei Yang, your cultivation. Fei and I also raised her head and looked at Li Yunxiao with doubt in her eyes. She also said in surprise, husband, what's wrong with your cultivation? Why can't I feel the slightest ripple of origin energy? Both of their faces turned deathly pale. One was at the peak of perfection while the other had the bloodline of the heavenly phoenix. Both of them couldn't feel the origin energy ripple on Li Yunxiao's body. This could only mean one thing, there was no origin energy flowing on Li Yunxiao's body. Chu Hongyan's eyes exploded with endless killing intent. She clenched her teeth and said, Who did this? Tears flashed in her eyes and finally couldn't help but fall. Fei and I also covered her mouth. Tears were rolling in her eyes. She couldn't believe it. However, no matter how she felt, Li Yunxiao's body was like stagnant water. There wasn't the slightest ripple. Both of their hands and feet were cold. They thought that Li Yunxiao's martial arts foundation had been destroyed by someone. This would be a huge blow to him who had once dominated the world. Husband, no matter what you change into, Fei and I will always be by your side. Fei and I also couldn't help but cry. Tears streamed down her cheeks, but she didn't dare to cry out loud. She was afraid that she would touch Li Yunxiao's scar. Chu Hongyan also clenched her teeth and nodded, saying, this concubine is the same. As firm as a boulder, I can die for 1,000 years. Li Yunxiao saw that both of them were crying uncontrollably. He was startled. He felt that he couldn't explain it and didn't know how to comfort them. He directly released a powerful aura and crushed the two of them. The tears on both of their faces instantly stopped. They both revealed expressions of shock. Chu Hongyan was startled. What kind of power is this? It's as vast as the sea. I can't feel any origin energy at all. Instead, it's even more sacred and pure, as if it's closer to the great Tao. Could it be that Fei Yang obtained another opportunity? Li Yunxiao nodded and said, this is a long story. I was just about to discuss it with you too. This power is called Bright Spirit Force. Bright Spirit Force. The two of them cried out involuntarily. With their knowledge, they naturally knew what Bright Spirit Force was. Li Yunxiao said, don't be surprised. Let me tell you one by one. I have now truly stepped into the God realm. It is the pure God realm. Stepped into the God realm. As soon as he said this, no matter how mentally prepared the two women were, they were still so shocked that their mouths could be stuffed with watermelons. Li Yunxiao immediately formed a seal to prevent anyone from eavesdropping. He told them about the sealed land and Yanwu City in detail. The two of them were dumbfounded. Fei and I said in a daze, if there is an opportunity to become a god in Yanwu City, then the Northern Domain Wonderland and the Immortal World, Li Yunxiao said, it is indeed unnecessary for us. But it is not impossible to go there. After all, the Immortal World has been famous for tens of thousands of years. There must be something special about it. After the trip to the Wonderland, you too can go to Yanwu City to break through. At the same time, you can stay in Yanwu City to ensure that the passage between the three lands is opened. Chu Hongyan came back to her senses after a while. She said, if Fei Yang did not say this, I would never believe it. The demon sealing seal is broken, and the rules of the 10 directions return to heaven and earth. It can be said to be the biggest event in the past 100,000 years. I will immediately ask Hua Shang to take charge of Yanwu City. Fei and I also reacted immediately. She said, I will also immediately send a few elders to take people there. The news has not spread yet. In addition, all the experts have gathered at the Great Will Island. No one should go to Yanwu City in a short time. We should first occupy the geographical position and make arrangements. Li Yunxiao said, so I am relieved. We need to build Yanwu City into an iron wall like the 7 major forces in a short time, or even surpass them. Chu Hongyan said, since the opportunity to become a god has appeared, we are not in a hurry to go to the Northern Domain Wonderland. First, we should gather the people of the two sects and make a clear plan. It is not too late to go to the Wonderland after we assign our people. Fei and I smiled excitedly. Sister is right. I don't even want to go to the Wonderland now. I can't wait to fly directly to Yanwu City. The three of them flew down from the sky. Chu Hongyan and Fei and I immediately gathered the people of the two sects and soon met in a hall. The upper echelons of the two sects almost all knew Li Yunxiao. Seeing him sitting alone, Chu Hongyan and Fei and I sitting on both sides, they were dissatisfied, but they could do nothing about it. Luo Chunru's face was as ugly as wax. She said, so the palace lord has not moved yet because he is waiting for Gu Feiyong. If he misses the important matter of entering the immortal realm and the opportunity to become a god, I am afraid it will cause the Divine Firmament Palace to regret for eternity. Many elders of the Divine Firmament Palace frowned. Although Luo Chunru was used to being hostile to Chu Hongyan in the Divine Firmament Palace, there were many people of the Long family present. Not giving the palace lord face like this would damage the reputation of the entire Divine Firmament Palace. Mi Jihan's face darkened as well. Luo Chunru, if you feel impatient, leave the Heavenly Chasm token and return to Divine Firmament Palace. Luo Chunru was fearless after obtaining the Heavenly Chasm token, but she didn't dare to offend Mi Jihan. Li Yunxiao looked over. Elder Chunru, since you have the Heavenly Chasm token, why don't you go first? Luo Chunru laughed coldly. You think I don't want to go first? If the palace lord didn't insist on waiting for you, everyone would have left first. Li Yunxiao smiled and gestured for her to go first. My apologies. Elder Chunru, please go first. Luo Chunru froze and turned to look at Chu Hongyan. Chu Hongyan also said indifferently, since Feiyong said you should go first, then you should go first. Everyone from the Divine Firmament Palace and the Long clan frowned slightly when they heard this. Why would they listen to Li Yunxiao when it came to such an important matter for the Divine Firmament Palace? Furthermore, judging from Chu Hongyan's expression, she seemed to have said this on purpose. Her goal was to establish Li Yunxiao's prestige. Mi Jihan pondered for a moment, then said, then you should go first. I don't know why Gu Feiyong has gathered the people from both our sections. Perhaps he's up to something big again, so that you don't get in the way of your trip to the Northern Celestial Realm. It's good that you go first. Luo Chunru was overjoyed. Then I'll go first. First Supreme Elder, Palace Lord, farewell, ha ha ha. Luo Chunru couldn't help but laugh. She used an escape technique and disappeared from the palace. The Long clan looked at Fei and I. Though some were dissatisfied, they didn't dare to say it. Those with ulterior motives had long been treated as dissidents by Fei and I. He would never give them a chance to rise up, so they were all left in Heaven Ridge. Those who could be brought out were his own people, and at least they were obedient. Although Chu Mujia stayed in the Sky Ridge, he was not a member of the Long family, so he was not that polite to Li Yunxiao. Only he dared to show his dissatisfaction, and snorted, "What's the matter? Can't you talk while walking? I've already wasted enough time waiting for you." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Don't be impatient. If I tell you, you might not want to go to Nephrite Heaven anymore. Everyone, please feel this power carefully." After saying that, a majestic force surged out from his body, and like rain, it landed on everyone's bodies. There wasn't a single person here who wasn't an expert, and they couldn't help but reveal looks of shock. That type of power was like mist and frost, like the moon and water, radiant and holy. Even with their vast experience and knowledge, they had never seen something like this before. Although it was unfamiliar, many people's hearts palpitated. Under the nourishment of this power, their hearts felt very peaceful. It was as if a door had slowly opened in their hearts, causing them to yearn for it endlessly, but they could not reach it. Even if they could not reach it, they could feel the vastness of the heavenly Tao, and the endless power. Li Yunxiao sat quietly on top, his green robe like brocade. One of his eyes was like the breeze, the other like the bright moon. It was as if he could see everything in the hall, leaving only his gaze for the people to look up to. This is the spirit force. Mi Jihan suddenly trembled, and she lost her composure and screamed. Her hands and feet were trembling uncontrollably, and she had completely lost her poise. Spirit force? The hearts of everyone present trembled violently. After a brief moment of shock, they all looked at Li Yunxiao in shock, somewhat sluggish. Chu Mujia suppressed the shock in his heart, and swallowed with difficulty. He said, You've entered the immortal state? Li Yunxiao nodded, and said, yes. As soon as the pressure disappeared, everyone felt their hearts empty, as if something had been sucked out of them. Hearing Li Yunxiao admit it, the hall fell into a dead silence, and not a single sound could be heard. Everyone's mind was sluggish, and they could not think straight. A realm that had disappeared for 100,000 years had reappeared in the world. What did this mean? Chu Mujia's eyes were filled with envy, jealousy, and even a little disappointment. He laughed at himself, haha, you're the first to take this step. For countless years, countless geniuses, countless explorations, and all of them ended in failure. Li Yunxiao, you really are the most powerful person in the world in 100,000 years. Everyone's heart trembled, and only then did they come to their senses. The person in front of them was the most powerful person in 100,000 years. The hall was still as silent as before. Although the pressure from the spirit force had disappeared, the atmosphere was even more stifling. Everyone's hands were covered in cold sweat, and even their breathing was slow, afraid that they would make a sound. Chu Mujia said, is it because of the sacred tool? Rumor has it that only those with the sacred tool have a chance to become a god. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, Lord Mujia is overthinking things, everyone is also overthinking things. The reason why this young master was able to step into the god state is because the 10 directions rules have reappeared in the world. From today onwards, there will be no more divine transcendence existences, and everyone here will have a chance to step into the god state. Seeing everyone's stunned expression, Li Yunxiao explained the whole story in detail. The entire hall immediately burst into an uproar. All sorts of shock and excitement caused many people to speak incoherently. After all, the news was too shocking. If they had not felt the pressure from the spirit force, they would not have believed it at all. Mi Jihan also said with a trembling voice, Lord Feiyang, where is the place where the 10 directions rules are released? Please give us the coordinates. Yes, please give us the coordinates. Everyone quieted down and spoke in unison. Li Yunxiao glanced at the crowd and said, I do not have the coordinates yet, but it is near Yanwu City. This is also the reason why I gathered everyone here. As I said earlier, everyone has a chance to become a god. Of course, this chance depends on whether you are willing to grasp it. Everyone was startled. Looking at the smile on Li Yunxiao's face, they all knew that he was about to make an offer. But at this time, other than their heads, they would agree to any price. Mi Jihan hurriedly said, of course. I hope that Lord Feiyang will give us a chance. She knew that she did not have much time left, and had already seen through life and death. This trip to the world of immortality was also her last hope, but she did not hold much hope. But now it was different, the chance to become a god was right in front of her, and it was not something illusory, but within her reach. As long as she stepped into the god state, she would be able to extend her lifespan by hundreds or even thousands of years. Even if Li Yunxiao wanted to take her as a concubine, she would probably agree. Li Yunxiao did not know why, but he shivered inexplicably and found a layer of goosebumps on his skin. He did not know what was going on. He said, now that the 10 directions law has reappeared in the world, it will inevitably lead to chaos. He described the current situation of the world and Yanwu City in detail, and then talked about the layout of Yanwu City and the alliance. Everyone realized that the rise of Yanwu City was already unstoppable. As one of the 7 super forces, they did not want to see the rise of other forces, but it was related to the 10 directions divine realm, so they could not care too much about it. Mi Jihan clapped her hands and praised, that's right. Now that the sanctuary and god transformation sea have long lost their responsibilities, we must establish our own alliance with Yanwu City as the center and rebuild the world's order. Everyone's heart trembled. Mi Jihan's words directly raised Yanwu City to a higher level, the center of the alliance, the center of order, but with the current power under Li Yunxiao's control, coupled with Yanwu City's current special status, it was not impossible. And looking at the relationship between the 2 sect masters and Li Yunxiao, they had most likely already planned to do so. Although many people were slightly dissatisfied, if Yanwu City could really develop to the level of the 2 sacred grounds, it could in turn increase the status of Divine Firmament Palace and the Long family. At least for now, the benefits of the 10 directions law would be enjoyed by the 2 sections. At the thought of the 10 directions law and the vast amount of spirit chi, everyone could not help but lick their lips, wishing that they could fly to Yanwu City right now. Chu Hongyan said, since there are no objections, then let's discuss. This time, the number of people entering Nephrite Heaven will be reduced, and the remaining people will go to Yanwu City to assist in the city's construction and defense. Mi Jihan said, yes, I will lead the group to Yanwu City. Those who are willing to give up the opportunity to enter Nephrite Heaven, follow me. The Divine Firmament Palace was in an uproar, and almost everyone stood behind Mi Jihan. Nephrite Heaven was no longer attractive to them. The Long family was also in a heated discussion, arguing about going to Yanwu City. Chu Hongyan and Fei and I were speechless, both looking at Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao smiled, there is no hurry to go to Yanwu City, after all, the 10 directions law is only useful to the 9 stars pinnacle powerhouses, the rest of the people there is not much point in going. Nephrite Heaven is, after all, an ancient immortal realm, there may be great opportunities there. Moreover, Yanwu City is in our hands, we can go at any time. Having said that, there were still very few people willing to go to Nephrite Heaven. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and said, since that's the case, then let's do as you wish. He took out a token, threw it to me. Jihan, and said, this is the token of Yanwu City, go with it and state your purpose. Mi Jihan hurriedly caught the token, and said excitedly, Lord Feiyang, rest assured, I will make Yanwu City an impregnable fortress. The Long family's side was also rubbing their palms in excitement. A while later, all the cultivators of the 2 sects soared into the sky, heading towards the Great Will Island's teleportation array. Only Li Yunxiao, Chu Hongyan, and Fei and I were left. After all, the cultivators that could be brought to Nephrite Heaven were the top powerhouses of the 2 sects, their attraction to spiritual chi and laws was irresistible. Chu Hongyan smiled bitterly, if it was not for me accompanying Feiyang, I would have gone to Yanwu City too. Fei and I giggled, Fei and I too. Li Yunxiao held their hands, and said, it is only a few days, we have waited for 100,000 years, can't we wait another 10 days? Let's go. The 3 of them sat on the Emperor Grade Dragon carriage, it did not feel crowded. Li Yunxiao took out the Heavenly Chasm token, the coordinates flashed non-stop, and he communicated with the dragon horses using his divine sense. The 2 dragon horses immediately understood, and with a stomp of their hooves, a fiery glow appeared, and the wind and thunder wings on their backs flapped, disappearing from the sky above the buildings. Soon, the dragon carriage left Great Will Island, heading towards the coordinates shown on the Heavenly Chasm token. Several days later, there were cultivators flying or chariots in the sky, all heading towards the coordinates. There were dragon chariots among them, but they were much smaller than Li Yunxiao's Emperor-grade chariots. The people on the dragon chariots were shocked and used their divine senses to search but found nothing. Suddenly, there was a violent fluctuation of elemental energy from 10,000 miles ahead. The dragon chariot seemed to be startled and stopped in the air with a long neigh. Chu Hongyan looked into the distance but couldn't see anything because it was too far away. She said curiously, the Emperor-grade dragon chariot of Heaven's Mode Edge is a 9th-ranked demonic beast with extraordinary strength, but it won't be frightened by ordinary things. There must be a powerful expert up ahead. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, who can come to Nephrite Heaven is a weakling. He patted the back of the dragon horses to calm them down and continued galloping forward. A moment later, 3 figures flew over from the front. All 3 of them looked pale and ugly, as if their wives had run away. When the 3 saw the dragon chariot, their eyelids twitched and they stopped in front of it. Friends. The one in front called out hurriedly and stopped the dragon chariot with a wave, I am Buzi, and these 2 are Zhou Guang and Mao Qiao. The 3 of them were also famous people who were invited to Nephrite Heaven. They thought that the other party would be surprised after they reported their names, but they were clearly disappointed. There were 1 man and 2 women in the dragon chariot, but they didn't seem to have heard of their names. Li Yunxiao glanced at the 3 and knew their cultivation like the back of his hand. He said indifferently, what do you want? Buzi was slightly unhappy, are you going to Nephrite Heaven? Li Yunxiao said, that's right. Are the 3 of you not? The 3 of them looked at each other and lowered their heads in shame. Buzi clenched his right fist and coughed a few times to hide his embarrassment. He said, of course we are the same. I wonder what the 3 of your names are. Since you are going to Nephrite Heaven as well, you must be famous people. I wonder if the three of you have the Heavenly Chasm medallion? Li Yunxiao replied, of course I have the Heavenly Chasm medallion. Otherwise, how do I get to Nephrite Heaven? Buzi's face lit up and he hurriedly said, can we take a look at your Heavenly Chasm medallions? Li Yunxiao said, why should I let you take a look? Don't you have one yourself? Buzi chuckled and signaled with his eyes. Zhou Guang and Mao Qiao immediately moved to the sides, and the three of them surrounded the dragon carriage. At the same time, the aura from their bodies spread out, locking down the surrounding space like a heavenly barrier. It was as if they were afraid that Li Yunxiao and the other two would escape. Buzi said, we did have some before, but unfortunately, they were robbed, so we hope to borrow them for a while. Robbed? Li Yunxiao was stunned for a moment and said in surprise, there are people fighting over this? Also, since he has the ability to snatch, it shows that his strength is extraordinary. Naturally, he has the qualifications to go to Nephrite Heaven. Zhou Guang reprimanded, cut the crap. Take out the Heavenly Chasm token and leave the dragon carriage behind, and I will let you go. Nephrite Heaven has already opened, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, I see that the three of your strength is passable, and this young master also has the heart of appreciating talents. Why don't the three of you be my followers, and I will bring you into Nephrite Heaven? Followers? The three were stunned, and then their expressions became strange. Buzi laughed loudly and said, ha ha ha, take us in as followers? No one in this world dares to say such big words. Mao Qiao was an old lady, and she also laughed weirdly. She stomped her feet and said mockingly, still want to bring us into Nephrite Heaven? One Heavenly Chasm token can only allow one person to enter. You don't even have this bit of knowledge, no wonder you would say stupid things like taking us in as followers. Li Yunxiao waved his hand, and instantly, 3 beams of light shot out. The three were startled, thinking that the other party had made the first move. But when they turned and retreated, they saw what was inside the light clearly. In shock, they grabbed it with their hands and looked at it. The three sucked in a cold breath and said in shock, Heavenly Chasm token. The people of Divine Firmament Palace and Long family had all returned to Yinwu City, and instead, they had 4 more tokens. Li Yunxiao said, since you have the tokens, then you are my followers. Follow behind the dragon chariot, let's go. His nonchalance had an irresistible power to it, causing the three's hearts to tremble inexplicably. Zhou Guang's eyes flashed with ferocity, as if he wanted to attack. He looked at the other two, asking for their opinion. Buzi shook his head slightly, his expression extremely solemn. To be able to sit in the Emperor-grade dragon chariot and casually give out 3 Heavenly Chasm tokens, they were definitely not ordinary people. Moreover, among the 3 people on the dragon chariot, other than the red-clothed girl on the left whom he could feel the powerful aura within, the man in the middle and the veiled woman on the right were completely unfathomable. This made him feel very uneasy. Buzi cupped his fists and said, many thanks for giving us the token, friend. But to want the 3 of us to be your followers, isn't that too much of a fantasy? Although the 3 of us are not famous figures in the world, we are still experts of a region, and are renowned overseas. In return, the 3 of us will tell you a valuable piece of information. That is, a few thousand miles ahead, there are people specifically blocking the way to steal the Heavenly Chasm tokens, and they are very powerful. The 3 of us were tricked there, and we plan to change our route and go around. Friend, you can follow the 3 of us. Zhou Guang said, why are we wasting time with them? Since we have the Heavenly Chasm tokens, let's hurry and go. The 3 of them immediately flew far away, wanting to go around the barrier in front of him. Fei and I laughed, husband, these 3 are very foolish and naive. Li Yunxiao pointed with a finger, and 36 northern sky-cold star swords instantly flew out, catching up to the 3 in an instant, forming a sword formation that descended from the sky. Instantly, a sword realm spread out, trapping Buzi and the other 2 within. The sea of swords rumbled, causing everyone's expression to change. The 3 of them could not see through Li Yunxia's strength, but they did not expect him to be so powerful. Although the sword formation did not move, they could feel that it contained an extremely powerful killing move. The 3 of them did not dare to move recklessly. Buzi exclaimed, friend, the 3 of us thank you for giving us the Heavenly Chasm tokens, but we have already repaid you with the information. Why do you have to force us? Li Yunxiao said indifferently, that information is worthless, because this young master has no intention of avoiding. The three of you can either return the heavenly chasm tokens, and break your own arms as punishment for offending me. Or you can be my follower and listen to my orders. Haha, break my own arms? Only you can think of that. Zhou Guang laughed in anger. No one in the world dares to speak to us like that. No wonder you are so arrogant. Is it because you have this sword formation? But you are still too young to trap the three of us. He roared, and his body swelled up, his veins popping out as he clenched his fists. Golden light shot out from his fists, forming two golden spears, and he threw them out. Pung! Pung! The two spears struck the sword formation, instantly creating ripples of sword will. Zhou Guang roared again, and rays of golden light spread out from his body. It was completely different from the indestructible golden body, he only had a metal attribute sacred art. His skin glowed with a golden light, and the air around him was constantly being sliced apart. Boom! Zhou Guang flashed forward, and both his hands grabbed onto the two golden spears that were stabbed into the formation light. He used force to tear them apart, wanting to break the sword formation. Buzi and Mao Qiao were surprised and delighted, and they looked over, wanting to help. Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed, and he formed a hand seal with one hand. The 36 swords instantly started to spin, and a sky full of sword talismans surged in like snowflakes, shattering the vacuum. Boom boom boom. Buzi and Mao Qiao jumped in fright, and they did not dare to move forward. They fiercely waved their weapons to defend against the sky full of sword talismans, and a series of pung-pung sounds rang out incessantly. Zhou Guang was also instantly engulfed by the sword talismans, and the golden light on his body only lasted for a moment before it was broken. Countless sword chi slashed on his body, and very quickly, blood and flesh splattered. The trio's hearts surged with immense fear, and they had never seen such a terrifying sword formation in their lives. The trio had already used their lives to defend, but they could not hold on for long. Very quickly, they were all covered in blood, and they felt that they were definitely going to die. Buzi shouted frantically, "Lord, spare us, Lord, quickly stop. The three of us are willing to be your followers." Zhou Guang and Mao Qiao were both shocked and angry, and they stared at Buzi. But now that their lives were in danger, they did not say anything. Buzi said bitterly, "We are meat on the chopping block. Furthermore, we were the ones who provoked them first, so even if they really kill us, we have nothing to say." The two of them became even more silent, and their expressions and moods were extremely bad. They were originally going to the North Domain Immortal Domain happily, and wanted to find opportunities to advance to the next level. But never in their dreams did they expect to meet a bandit, and their Heavenly Chasm medallion was stolen. They finally managed to get 3 pieces after much difficulty, but the result was even worse, and they directly became slaves. After Buzi begged for mercy, the sky-covering sword formation was finally torn apart, and the 36 swords all flew back into Li Yunxiao's body. The trio heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. At least their lives were temporarily preserved, but none of their expressions looked good. Li Yunxiao said coldly, "Since you are my followers, you must have the awareness of being a follower. If this young master is dissatisfied, I will directly take your lives." The trio's faces alternated between green and white, and their eyes were filled with rage, despair, and fear. "Let's go," Li Yunxiao said indifferently, and he could not even be bothered to look at the trio as he drove the dragon carriage forward, saying, "If you do not keep up and fall 1,000 feet, you will die." The Emperor-grade dragon carriage's speed was extremely fast, and the moment he said that, it was already 10,000 feet away. The trio jumped in fright, and did not dare to disobey. They hurriedly executed their strongest escape arts, gritted their teeth, and followed behind, not daring to fall. Zhou Guang's expression was extremely gloomy, and he transmitted to the other two, "Are we really going to become slaves? What is the point of living like that? Why not fight it out with him, and die a quick death?" Mao Qiao said solemnly, "Die a quick death? Even if we die, we will die a useless death." The trio's expressions were ugly, and when they thought of the sword formation, they felt a chill in their hearts, as though they did not have the courage to fight. Mao Qiao said, "This person is so young, and his strength is shocking. Moreover, he is sitting in the Heavenly Chasm's Emperor-grade dragon carriage, so he is definitely not an ordinary person. Do the two of you know this person's background? Buzi said bitterly, the three of us rarely move around the continent, so how would we know? If we knew, we probably wouldn't dare to offend such a terrifying malefic star. Mao Qiao's eyes flashed coldly, and she revealed a smug smile. This person is too arrogant, no matter who he is, the two of you better not forget the malefic star in front, hee. When the three of them thought of the person in front of them, their bodies trembled, and their dispirited spirits rose. They all had the same thought, hoping that the person in front of them and the person in front of them would be heavily injured, so that the three of them could escape. In the dragon carriage, Fei Yanai leaned on Li Yunxiao's shoulder and smiled, those three people don't seem to be very obedient. Aren't you afraid that bringing them along will have the opposite effect? Li Yunxiao patted her hair and said with a smile, all three of them were peak 9-star martial artists. They were heroes who could dominate a region even if they were placed on the continent. It would be a pity to kill them. If we bring them back to Yanwu City, they can still be of use. Chu Hongyan said, although the future of Yanwu City is bright, it is indeed too weak. Even with Divine Firmament Palace and Long Clan's strength, they might not be able to hold on. There are too many places to make up for, and it is indeed necessary to recruit more pinnacle experts. It's just that we don't know how to make them obedient. If they have ulterior motives, it would be a disaster instead. Li Yunxiao smiled, it's easy to make them obedient. Use absolute strength to suppress them to the point that they don't dare to resist, then use the sweetness of the 10 directional rules to make them loyal. If these two moves can't tame them, then there's no point in keeping them. I won't go easy on them. Fei Yanai said, Darling is indeed proficient in the way of using people. These three people are quite strong, but I wonder what kind of person is blocking the way to make them so fearful. Li Yunxiao smiled, we'll see it very soon. No matter who it is, there aren't many people in this world who can snatch the Heavenly Chasm medallion from us. The dragon carriage flew in the sky, and only a faint ball of fire could be seen, as well as the power of wind and lightning contained within it. Buzi and the other two turned into rays of light and followed with all their might, but they could only barely stay within 100 feet of the carriage. The three of them complained incessantly in their hearts, but there was nothing they could do. They could only brace themselves and continue running. After a while, they had traveled a few thousand miles. The Emperor Grey Dragon carriage flew above a sea region and suddenly stopped. The sea and sky were vast and boundless, but the dragon horse seemed to be extremely afraid. It neighed softly and did not dare to take another step forward. Buzi and the other two stumbled over, unable to catch their breath. Buzi said in shock, It's in this sea region, someone is trying to steal the token. He looked around in terror, still feeling a lingering fear. Li Yunxiao looked ahead and said indifferently, Since you want to snatch something, just show yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, the waves immediately surged, and a large amount of water vapor rose, covering the entire sky in a white haze. In the white steam, a large group of people gradually appeared. There were hundreds of them, those figures all had strange faces and uneven figures. The seawater was directly split apart under their monstrous aura. Demon race? Those hundreds of people were from the demon clan, and the demonic aura that came rushing over showed that their strength was not ordinary. When he saw the people in front of him clearly, Li Yunxiao was even more stunned. It's you. In front of the hundreds of demons stood a few people, and they were all actually familiar faces. Li Yunxiao read out the names one by one and said, Mr. Mo, Gu Qingqing, Young Master Yu, Duan Mutsong. The four of them stood on a patch of green light and also looked over. Duan Muyoyu smiled bitterly and waved his hand in greeting. Then, he looked at Mo and said, My lord, I calculated correctly, right? We will definitely meet Li Yunxiao here. Mo snorted coldly and stared at Li Yunxiao with cold eyes. He stretched out his hand and said, Give me the Brahma Demon Saint technique. Li Yunxiao's heart stirred slightly. He said, What is Mr. Mo saying? Why do I not understand? Buzi and the other two were shocked. They did not expect this youth to know these demons. Furthermore, after thinking about the 3 words Li Yunxiao, they immediately understood. Their faces all turned pale. So the person they had provoked was this person. Hee, little lover, you are still pretending. You have even fooled this lady. Gu Qingqing giggled and said, TSK, I did not expect the Supreme Brahma Demon Saint technique of the demon race to be with you. No wonder you could imitate it so realistically at the foot of Five Cloud Mountain. So it was with you all along. Mo said sincerely, that thing is the supreme divine ability of the demon race. It is useless for you to keep it. Why don't you give it to me as a favor? He also knew that Li Yunxiao was not someone to be trifled with, especially the beautiful Chu Hongyan beside him. Her strength was not below his. If they fought forcefully, it would be difficult for him to gain anything. It was better to think of a way to exchange for it. Li Yunxiao rubbed his chin and said in surprise, I am very curious. Why are you so sure that it is with me? Gu Qingqing smiled and said, Little lover, do you not know the Duanmu family's ability? It has been 100,000 years. Isn't it easy to calculate the location of the Brahma Demon Saint technique? 100,000 years? So it was you, Duanmu Yoyu, who betrayed me. Li Yunxiao's eyes turned cold as he stared at the Duanmu siblings. Duanmu Yoyu hurriedly explained and said bitterly, we were forced to do it. Originally, we were drinking and admiring the flowers at home. Our life was full of joy. Who knew that these two people would barge in? We were no match for them and could only be threatened. Li Yunxiao snorted and said, since you can calculate for 100,000 years, how could you not predict that someone would barge in? Duanmu Tsang smiled bitterly and said, because we predicted that there would be a calamity, we decided to stay in the eternal sky and shut ourselves in, hoping to avoid the calamity. Who knew that they would find us? Haha, this is the heavenly Tao. How can the heavenly Tao be changed? Gu Qingqing laughed. Li Yunxiao snorted and said coldly, then did you and your sister predict that you would turn into ashes or fall into the sea to be eaten by the fishes? A murderous intent flashed across his face. It was obvious that he was extremely dissatisfied. Duanmu Yoyu smiled bitterly and said, I believe that brother Yunxiao wouldn't be so heartless. We should be able to get through this safely. Let's forget about what happened previously. The divination showed that it was more daunting than dangerous. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, your divination is quite accurate. I've always been skeptical about divination before, but now, I'm mostly convinced. You and your sister will follow me from now on. From now on, you'll do divination for me every day. The Duanmu siblings were embarrassed and Duanmu Yoyu quickly said, Brother Yunxiao thinks too highly of us. This divination requires the heavenly Tao to have a glimpse of it. Moreover, it's too damaging to one's self. Just the divination of the Brahma demonic saint technique's location and Brother Yunxiao's whereabouts cost us 10 years of our lifespan. Moreover, this is because the Brahma demonic saint technique has been born for a long time. If it was just born, we might not even be able to divine its whereabouts even after losing 100 years of our lifespan. Li Yunxiao said, it's fine. I can see that you and your sister still have many years of lifespan left. It's enough for you to help me a few times. The Duanmu siblings were speechless. Duanmu Yoyu's eyes flashed and his expression changed drastically. He said in shock, Li Yunxiao, your cultivation, only then did the others react. They all looked at Li Yunxiao in shock, bewilderment in their eyes. With their knowledge, they couldn't see through Li Yunxiao's current cultivation. Li Yunxiao avoided the topic and changed the subject. Now that things have come to this, I will not deny that the sacred Brahmic demonic art is indeed in my hands. Don't you think that Mr. Mo is too much of a joke if you want to take it away so easily? Mo's body trembled. He was pleasantly surprised and said, name your condition. As long as I can fulfill it. Chu Hongyan and Fei Yanai looked at each other and smiled. This was obviously asking to be ripped off. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, there's no rush. Now that the North Region Wonderland is open, let's go have some fun there. We'll talk about this when we return. No. Mo rejected immediately. He was itching to learn the Brahma demonic saint technique's whereabouts. He couldn't wait for the Wonderland to close. Name your condition now and I'll trade with you. That's not good. The Brahma demonic saint technique is a priceless treasure. I haven't figured out how to trade for it yet. Li Yunxiao said leisurely. In reality, his mind was racing and he was thinking quickly. Although the Brahma demonic saint technique was precious, he hadn't been able to unlock its mysteries even after obtaining it for a long time. It was clear that he wasn't the owner of this treasure. Waiting for the right price was a good choice. Furthermore, Mo was very strong. If Xiaochen could get him to help Yanwu City, there would be many benefits. However, Yanwu City had the omnidirectional law, which was enough to attract Mo. He didn't need the Brahma demonic saint technique. How about this? Back at the foot of Mount Wuxia, I saw that your dual bone scale blades were very exquisite and I liked them. I'll take a loss and exchange the Brahma demonic saint technique for them. That thing was the remains of a true dragon. Its value was no less than the Brahma demonic saint technique. Mo's expression changed. He snorted and said, that thing is no longer in my hands. Li Yunxiao was shocked. What? Isn't that your destiny profound artifact? Humph. Mo's expression turned ugly. He seemed unwilling to talk about it. Anyway, don't ask. I said it's no longer in my hands. Gu Qingqing, on the other hand, covered her mouth and giggled. Haha, little firmament is angry now. Little lover, I want to ask you about someone. That person cheated little firmament's dual bone scale blades. He then recounted how Mo of Wuxia Mountain was poisoned and how he met Wu Deshang. Li Yunxiao was stunned. From the description, he knew that the person was Wu Deshang. Seeing that Li Yunxiao was deep in thought, Gu Qingqing's eyes moved. She asked tentatively, don't you know who that person is? Li Yunxiao did not answer. He asked back, don't you have 200,000-year-old experts with you? Duan Muyoyu smiled bitterly. I have indeed divined that person, but I couldn't find any clues. There are only two possibilities. Either that person doesn't exist in the heavenly way, or he is too compatible with the heavenly way that I can't find him. The former is obviously impossible. It can only be the latter. Too compatible with the heavenly way, Li Yunxiao pondered and said, that person's identity is extremely mysterious. I have fought with him several times. Last time, I was almost killed by him. Then, he told her about the saber sword sect. Yu Guangguang exploded? Gu Qingqing was shocked. Then, she said in astonishment, you're fine? As expected of the owner of the World God Monument. You're really a person of destiny. Even the heavenly way is protecting you. Mo said angrily, dragon transformation? If that's the case, my dragon bones and dragon scales have been refined by him? His face was so gloomy that it was dripping with tears. Li Yunxiao nodded, very likely. Furthermore, he seems to be searching for the remains of a true dragon. This person should be related to dragons. To be able to refine the remains of a true dragon and transform into a dragon, he is definitely not simple. He thought of Cheiyu. Who knows where he went with the dragon horn? He might also become Wu Deshang's target. Thinking of this, killing intent stirred in his heart. Wu Deshang's origins were mysterious and he was too dangerous. If they met again, he had to think of a way to capture him. Furthermore, he suddenly thought of the land of rains in the East Sea. There was still a true spirit hidden there. With his current strength, he naturally wouldn't be in such a sorry state like last time when he encountered the first dragon and almost lost his life in a single roar. However, he really didn't have the confidence to defeat a true spirit that was renowned since ancient times. Mo gritted his teeth, don't ever let me meet him again. Otherwise, I will skin him alive and extract his blood. Li Yunxiao said, let's not bother with him for now. The world is small. On the path to the peak, we will meet again one day. It's getting late. Let's hurry to Nephrite Heaven. Stop. Mo shouted. Demonic aura spread out as he pointed at Li Yunxiao. The Brahma demonic sacred art must be left behind no matter what. Li Yunxiao chuckled, after losing the dual bone scale blades, what other treasures do you have to exchange for the Brahma demonic sacred art? You should know that you shrimp soldiers and crab generals won't be able to keep us here. Buzi and the rest were shocked. They had experienced Mo's strength before. With their peak 9-star strength, they couldn't even withstand his pressure. This matter had been bottled up in their hearts and they didn't have the face to tell anyone. Furthermore, the three of them suspected that they were under an illusion. How could they not be able to withstand Mo's pressure and hand over the Heaven Chasm medallion so obediently? Now that they heard Li Yunxiao say that Mo's strength wasn't enough to fight against Li Yunxiao, the three of them were even more shocked. Mo said coldly, even if I can't stop you, I have to. If I don't obtain the Brahma Demon Saint art, I will not rest. Even if I have to go to the ends of the earth, I will hunt you down. Li Yunxiao's eyes flickered as he sneered, are you threatening me? Mo snorted, you can think of it that way. The atmosphere immediately became oppressive. The raging waves swirled below and evaporated continuously. There was silence in the sky, as if a storm was brewing. Aya, we're all acquaintances. Why do we have to fall out over such a small matter? Gu Qingqing immediately came out to smooth things over. My little lover is willing to use the Brahmic demonic saint art to exchange for the double-edged bonescale blades. That at least proves that he is willing. With little firmament's strength, it will be very easy for him to obtain all kinds of conditions. Secondly, let's just talk it out. There's really no need to fight. Duan Muyoyu also said, exactly, and this time, the opening of the realm of immortality will be a major event. We shouldn't waste our time here. Li Yunxiao said, it's not that I don't want to talk it out with him. I said we'll talk it out in Nephrite heaven. It's just that he's being too overbearing, thinking that I'm afraid. Mo said, it's also because the matter of the Brahmic demonic saint art is too important. If the other demonic races find out about it, who knows who will end up with it in the end. That's why I have to get it first. Any other conditions are negotiable. Li Yunxiao smiled, since Mr. Mo is afraid that the Brahmic demonic saint art will be taken away, then you can stay by my side and protect it. Everyone understood the meaning behind his words. The so-called guardian art, to put it bluntly, was to protect Li Yunxiao. Mo wasn't stupid either. He said, give me the saint art first and I'll guarantee your safety in Nephrite heaven. Li Yunxiao sneered, do I need your guarantee? There aren't many in this world who can kill me. Since you're so eager for it, it's not like I can't give it to you first. As long as you swear to serve me for 10 years, I'll give it to you immediately. Li Yunxiao. Mo bellowed, how dare you say something like that? I am a void extreme immortal realm cultivator, how dare you say you'll command me for 10 years? Ha ha ha, you must be crazy. Li Yunxiao said, you only have the power of a void extreme immortal realm cultivator, how dare you call yourself a god? Listen to me for 10 years and not only will I give you the Brahmic demonic saint art, I'll also allow you to truly step into the void extreme immortal realm. The true void extreme immortal realm? Everyone shuddered. Then, the sky fell into a deathly silence. Even the raging sea was silenced. Ha ha ha. Gu Qingqing's laughter broke the silence, my little lover, you're bragging too much. TSK, promising little Tsang to truly step into the void extreme immortal realm. Do you know what the true immortal realm is? It's not just a joke. She did not hide her disdain. Over the past 100,000 years, countless geniuses have been stuck in front of the immortal realm, including herself. This was the goal she's been pursuing for her entire life, the goal she's been longing for so many years, yet this man in front of her said it as if it was a meal. This infuriated Gu Qingqing and she sneered. Duan Muyoyu's body trembled, his eyes filled with shock as he stared at Li Yunxiao, seemingly deep in thought. Mo said coldly, what a joke. Li Yunxiao said, let's not talk about whether it's a joke or not. Then, do you have the guts to bet with me? Mo frowned, what bet? Li Yunxiao said, I bet that you'll step into the true void extreme immortal realm within 10 years. If I can do it, you'll be my slave for the rest of your life. If not, I'll be your slave for the rest of my life. Tisk. Once the bet was made, Gu Qingqing and the others were shocked. Buzi and the other two's expressions changed as well. Everyone thought that Li Yunxiao was up to no good. Forget about stepping into the void extreme immortal realm, it was impossible for him to step into the true immortal realm. However, Gu Qingqing seemed to have thought of something and her expression changed. She said in shock, could it be? Could it be that you found the secret to becoming a god from the universe god monument? Duan Muyoyu and the others looked at Li Yunxiao and the shock in their hearts grew deeper. Mo's heart was also beating wildly. With his power, he couldn't see through Li Yunxiao's current cultivation level. His originally unbelieving heart started to waver. After thinking for a while, he said slowly, if I can step into the void extreme immortal realm within 10 years, I'll listen to your orders for 10 years. If not, you'll have to pay with your life. Li Yunxiao said, I can pay with my life, but you're wrong about the first half. It's not that you'll have to listen to my orders for 10 years after stepping into the god realm. Instead, you'll have to submit to me from now on. Only then will I give you the chance to step into the God realm. Seeing that he was about to get angry, Li Yunxiao smiled and continued, if I can't step into the God realm within 10 years, I'll give you my life to appease the hatred in your heart. Also, you can focus on studying the Brahma demonic divine art within these 10 years. This bet is beneficial to you. Although anger appeared on Mo's face, he was deep in thought. This bet was indeed a good one. Even if he couldn't reach the God realm within 10 years, he would at least obtain the Brahma demonic divine art. By then, it wouldn't be too late to kill Li Yunxiao. Also, as long as he made the bet, Li Yunxiao would definitely think of a way to make him a god. It was said that only divine weapons contained the chance to become a god. Who knows, if he had the chance, he might really become a god. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but feel excited. However, to listen to the other party's orders now, he was in a difficult position. Seeing that Li Yunxiao didn't seem to be joking, Gu Qingqing was startled and said, can I also listen to you for 10 years and you'll make me into the God realm? Li Yunxiao's heart moved slightly. At this moment, no one knew about the rules of the 10 directions. Using becoming a god as a lure, he could trick a large number of experts to submit to him. As long as they swore an oath, they would not violate it before becoming a god. Otherwise, there would be a flaw in their will and it would be dangerous when they broke through. No one would joke about this. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, sure. Whether it's you, Gu Qingqing, the Duanmu siblings, or Bu Zi, I can give you all a chance. As long as you serve me for 10 years. For some reason, although Gu Qingqing didn't really believe it, the blood in her body couldn't help but heat up. She said, if you can't step into the God realm in 10 years, you'll also kill yourself as an apology? Li Yunxiao laughed coldly and said, I can attract a large number of rules of the 10 directions to help you become gods. If you have a body that transcends into holiness, I can guarantee you will succeed. If you don't, I can't guarantee it. If you still fail to break through under the rules of the 10 directions, then you're trash. Don't blame me. The rules of the 10 directions. Everyone's heart shook. They all thought that Li Yunxiao had discovered the power of the rules of the 10 directions in the Saint Tool. Their hearts were all burning up. Li Yunxiao said, from transcending into holiness to God realm, you only need to condense the rules. The success rate is very high. But breaking through to the peak of the 9th level is a qualitative change. I can't guarantee success. But if you all swear allegiance to me, I will do my best. Mo Shu didn't question further and said, all right. Give me the Brahma demonic sacred art now and I will bet with you. Li Yunxiao was overjoyed. If Mo could be his subordinate, then his strength would double. Avoid extreme God realm expert and hundreds of monster elites. This force wouldn't be weaker than any of the super forces. All right. The two swore to the heavens and made the bet. Li Yunxiao didn't hesitate anymore and gave the statue of the Brahma demonic sacred art to Mo, the Brahma demonic saintess. It's really her. It's really this. Ha ha ha. Mo was overjoyed and couldn't help but laugh out loud while hugging the statue. Gu Qingqing's eyes were also filled with passion. Years ago, they fought against the monster race for this item. But in the end, it was all for naught. Instead, it caused the conflict between the two races that lasted for thousands of years. But now, she no longer had any thoughts about the Brahma demonic sacred art. Instead, she focused on becoming a god. Gu Qingqing said, although I believe my little sweetheart's words, this matter is too unbelievable. Can you tell me more about it? Li Yunxiao thought to himself, if I tell you everything, you'll all run to Yanwu City. Not only will you cause trouble for Yanwu City, but no one will hang me up. He sneered, believe it or not, this young master doesn't have time to waste with you. Move aside, don't delay my trip to Nephrite Heaven. Gu Qingqing said, there's no hurry to go to Nephrite Heaven. Even if it's opened, it will take time for the passage to stabilize. We have enough time. Oh? Li Yunxiao's interest was piqued. I heard that Gu Qingqing also went to the world of immortality back then. What's the situation there? Gu Qingqing blinked and giggled. Do you want to know? You can tell me your situation in exchange. Li Yunxiao snorted and sat up straight. Hiya. The two dragon horses neighed into the sky. Fire and lightning burst out of their bodies as they were about to tear through the sky. Gu Qingqing was both angry and amused. She hurriedly stopped him. I'm telling you something serious, don't joke around. Li Yunxiao glanced at her. I'm not joking. If you want to understand the situation, sure. Return Yunxiang's body first, and we'll discuss the next step. Otherwise, there's no point in talking. As for ascending to godhood, he smiled calmly. A vast power of spirit burst out of his body and turned into a dragon. Gu Qingqing's expression changed. She didn't expect him to suddenly attack, but she didn't panic. Instead, she grabbed with her hand and spread out a power in front of her. Wang! With a light tremble, the power of spirit pressed down in front of her palm. It didn't attack. After a light crush, it scattered, leaving only specks of light floating in the air. Hiya! Li Yunxiao shouted. The dragon carriage immediately ignited fire under its feet, wind and lightning appeared on its back, and it soared into the sky. Buzi and the others looked at each other, unsure of what to do. Just as they were hesitating, the three of them suddenly shivered as they sensed the coldness coming from the dragon chariot. Feeling their bodies go cold, they hurriedly chased after the dragon chariot. Mo also shouted, "Let's go!" A red light blossomed from his body and enveloped the hundreds of Yao. They turned into a streak of blood and fled. Gu Qingqing stood in a daze. Looking at the specks of light, her expression suddenly changed. She cried out involuntarily, "Spirit radiance?" What? This is the spirit radiance? No wonder it feels so vast and divine, almost like the heavenly Tao. Duan Muyoyu was shocked as well. He hastily pinched his fingers together to calculate, but he was sweating profusely. His fingers turned into afterimages as they trembled nonstop. Brother, what's wrong? Duan Mutsong was also shocked. He rarely saw Duan Muyoyu like this. Duan Muyoyu shook his head and said, I can't. But the heavenly Tao has changed greatly, and it has something to do with Li Yunxiao, but I can't divine it no matter what. The heavenly Tao has changed. Gu Qingqing's face froze, and she suddenly transformed into a strand of azure light that chased after Li Yunxiao. Duan Mutsong exclaimed in shock, could it be the heaven-changing number that my ancestor spoke of? Duan Muyoyu's expression was solemn. He finally gave up on calculating and said, 100,000 years have passed since the Battle of the Seals. It is the time when the heavens change and anything can happen. However, Li Yunxiao definitely occupied the word Yi and obtained the good fortune of the heavenly Tao. Just now, a casual palm of his had boundless divine power, and not only can I not see through his cultivation, I can't even divine it. Duan Mutsong said, if he really obtained the good fortune of the heavenly Tao, then he is close to the Tao. With the great Tao helping him to hide his fate, it is normal that we cannot divine it. After all, those who peek at the heavenly Tao will be punished by the heavens. It is better to be careful. Duan Muyoyu said, maybe the heaven-changing number has appeared, and the world will change, and everyone will become gods. However, we don't know why it will be like this for now, but the root of all the changes lies with Li Yunxiao. Let's follow him for a while, maybe we can get a glimpse of the opportunity to become a god. The two of them discussed and immediately turned into azure light, flying towards Nephrite heaven. Several days later, the dragon chariot had traveled for tens of thousands of miles, and a mirage appeared in front of them. A divine mountain could be vaguely seen above the sea, stretching for thousands of miles, connecting to the deep sea below and the clouds above. Li Yunxiao said, we are here. The dragon chariot slowed down when it was 30,000 feet away from the mountain. Fei and I said in surprise, is Nephrite heaven a mountain? This mountain is faintly discernible, is it real or just an illusion? Inside the mountain, there were strange rocks and all kinds of strange trees, giving off all kinds of eeriness. Also, under the white fog, it seemed to be constantly changing, dazzling the eyes. Chu Hongyan said with a smile, Nephrite heaven is not a mountain, it is in the sea of clouds at the peak of this divine mountain. Whether this mountain is real or illusion, whether it is tangible or intangible, no one can say for sure. Real is also an illusion, non-existence is existence. As Li Yunxiao spoke ambiguously, he sighed and said, after so many years, it is finally here again. Under his spiritual will, the dragon chariot continued to speed up, rushing towards the divine mountain. Buzi and the other two, as well as Mo and the other demons, caught up, and they followed closely behind without a word. Soon, the dragon chariot stepped onto the mountain peak and drove into the white fog. The chariot gave off a faint light, illuminating the scene within 100 feet. The mountain peak was densely packed with people. The emperor-grade dragon chariot's appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. Li Yunxiao, it's Li Yunxiao! Someone on the mountain peak immediately exclaimed, causing an uproar. Hundreds of powerful divine senses swept over. Li Yunxiao smiled lightly, his eyes flashing with demonic light. His divine skill, Sky Flaw, swept out, and all the divine senses seemed to sink into a swamp, disappearing without a trace. Is that woman in the fog the #1 beauty in the world, Divine Firmament Palace Lord Chu Hongyan? All kinds of exclamations sounded. The divine senses were swallowed up by Li Yunxiao's eye sorcery, so they could only use their eyes to look. In the faint moonlight, they could vaguely see the veiled woman, her temperament penetrating, breathtaking. And that beauty in red, I heard that she is the Long family's youngest family head, Fei and I. She has the bloodline of the ancient heavenly phoenix. So she is the family head of the Long family. Among all kinds of exclamations, there were many jealousy. Why does he have such a good life? The dragon chariot floated in the air and did not land. It just stood there quietly, causing everyone to look up at it. Buzi and the other two, as well as Mo and the other demons, also arrived in an instant. They all stood around the dragon chariot, and suddenly, a monstrous demonic aura filled the sky. What, it's the demons! Someone immediately exclaimed, and a commotion broke out on the mountain peak. All kinds of divine senses locked onto the area in a radius of 100 feet, all with hostility. The battle at Mount 5 Cloud had spread throughout the world, and the relationship between the two races became increasingly tense. However, after the battle at Mount 5 Cloud, the demons seemed to have disappeared without a trace, as if they were biding their time. Now that they saw hundreds of demons, they could not help but look at them with hostility. Gradually, their killing intent condensed and spread out on the mountain peak. Pujuan Emperor Wu has arrived, I have been waiting for a long time. Amidst the tense atmosphere, an old man in a luxurious robe walked out from the crowd. It was Nanxiu Yu. He took a few steps in the air and said with a smile, Lord Pujuan, Palace Master Hong Yan, Lord Fei and I, Brother Buzi, Brother Zhou Guang, and Lord Mao Qiao, please descend. Buzi and the other two frowned as they looked at Li Yunxiao and the dragon chariot. Chu Hongyan and Fei and I also did not say a word. It was obvious that Li Yunxiao was the leader. Li Yunxiao stretched and said indifferently, it's too crowded down there. I will stay in this chariot. It's comfortable. There were many familiar faces below, and he used his divine senses to greet them one by one. However, he found that many important people were not present, and he could not help but look into the depths of the sea of clouds and confusion. There was a faint red light flashing in the clouds, but it was thin and not thick, as if there were faint traces of blood swimming in it. Li Yunxiao's indifferent attitude immediately caused dissatisfaction among the people on the mountain peak. Cold gazes and muffled groans sounded continuously. Which one of these people was not an overlord of a region? Among the strongest in the world, none of them put on airs like this. Before Nanxiu you could speak, someone mocked, you sure are comfortable. Such a huge chariot in the clouds makes everyone uncomfortable. Do you think Nephrite Heaven is your home? Li Yunxiao looked over, and his pupils suddenly constricted. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he said coldly, so, it is Lord Yingji of Jade Drop Sect. It is none of your business whether Nephrite Heaven is my home or not. As for making you uncomfortable, you can go and die. That person was Yingji. He laughed angrily and said, haha, impudent. Why do I have to die? Why are you not the one who dies? Li Yunxiao looked over. Only Yingji of the Heaven Alliance was on the mountain peak. Jingqi and Xiaohong were nowhere to be seen. Even the Mu clan was nowhere to be seen. Sect Master Yin, you have become capable. I see that your body is full of essence power. When your pores open, you can absorb and spit out energy. You must have become much stronger. Li Yunxiao said calmly, I remember now. There was an intangible wonder book in the true dragon's secret trove. Heaven seemed to have given it to you. Could it be the effect of that divine technique? Yinji was startled, and he clenched his fists. He had cultivated the intangible wonder book, and his strength had improved greatly. That was why he dared to provoke Li Yunxiao. He did not expect the other party to see through him at first glance. He immediately felt fearful. Humph, so what if it is? Yinji snorted. Li Yunxiao said, nothing much. I was just asking. Oh, where are Heaven and Jingqi? Nanqiu saw that the two were at loggerheads. Afraid that a conflict would break out, he quickly tried to smooth things over. Heaven and Jingqi have already entered the sea of clouds. Around the mountain peak, there was a boundless sea of white clouds. Colorful lights could be vaguely seen spitting out and spinning around before disappearing. Li Yunxiao said, the passage to the celestial realm hasn't stabilized yet, and you're already impatient. Is it because you think you're the best in the world? Nanqiu laughed. Hee, maybe. Many people have already gone down. I'm timid, so I want to wait for the passage to stabilize. Where is Lord defeating armies? Li Yunxiao said, fate is about arriving at the right time, not early. I'm also afraid of death, so I'll wait a little longer. Moreover, Heaven and Jingqi are not here, so I can make a move and kill Lord Yinji first. Why not? An intense murderous aura shot down from the dragon carriage and locked onto Yinji. Yinji shuddered as if he was being stared at by a venomous snake. He hurriedly retreated dozens of feet away and stood on a large rock. The entire mountain was filled with people, but there were very few places to stand. Yinji's movement immediately caused a commotion. Nanqiu hurriedly said, Lord defeating armies, please don't joke around. Fighting is strictly forbidden here, or you'll be making an enemy out of Heaven's moat cliffs, or even all of us. Li Yunxiao retracted his murderous aura and said indifferently, if that's the case, then I'll let Lord Yinji live a little longer. I'll take his life later in Longhuan Heaven. Nanqiu frowned. He was well informed and knew that the battle between Li Yunxiao and the Heaven Alliance was earth-shattering. News of it had already spread throughout the secluded aristocratic families. He knew that the enmity between the two would be difficult to resolve. Yinji snorted, Li Yunxiao, you're dreaming if you think you can kill me alone. Now that you've brought a few hundred demons here, are you planning to become enemies with the human race? Everyone's gazes were fixed on Mo and the hundreds of demons. They were all hostile, including Li Yunxiao. Mo ignored the hostility and sneered, a bunch of frogs in a well. Do you really think that I care about Nephrite Heaven? I'm just following Li Yunxiao. Nanqiu said, Lord Pijuan, although the Heaven's Moat Cliff does not participate in the War of Continents, given the current relationship between us and the demons, it doesn't seem appropriate for them to enter. Moreover, they can't enter without the Heaven's Moat Medallion. With so many demons here, it might cause a misunderstanding. Li Yunxiao said, I have extra Heaven's Moat Medallions. I can give one to Mr. Mo. As for these subordinates, he looked at Mo and asked, can you let them enter my saint artifact? Mo vetoed, absolutely not. Once they enter your saint artifact, their life and death are up to you. How can I put my subordinates in such a dangerous situation? Li Yunxiao said, then I'll have to trouble Mr. Mo to disperse them. Don't stay on the mountain peak and cause a conflict with my people. It won't be good for anyone. The two races had suffered too many casualties in the Battle of Five Cloud Mountain. The accumulated hatred was too deep. If something happened now, it would be unnecessary. Mo pondered for a moment and said something to the demons behind him. They bowed in unison and flew away in an orderly manner. Yinji's gaze shifted and he said coldly, this demon is not allowed to enter either. All of us from the other races must be excluded. Mo's face darkened and he sneered with a murderous aura. Li Yunxiao asked, are you the one who set the rules? Yinji snorted, I'm not the one who set the rules, but, if it's not your decision, then shut up. No matter how good-tempered Li Yunxiao was, he was enraged at this moment. He said coldly, since there is no such rule, no one has the right to interfere. If Lord Yinji refused to accept it, then he would use the simplest method to settle it, martial arts would do. You fly, let's see who's still chirping after this young master kills you. Yinji said furiously, don't think that you can look down on all the heroes in the world just because your strength is extraordinary. Which one of us here isn't an outstanding powerhouse? Who would be afraid of you? Li Yunxiao sneered, I'm not looking down on the heroes of the world, I'm only looking down on you. I don't care if others are afraid or not, but if you're not afraid, then come out and fight to the death. If you don't dare, then you're a coward, a coward. If you really don't have the guts to do so, then shut your mouth and pretend to be a coward. Otherwise, you won't be able to enter the Nephrite sky if you say another word. Yingji was furious. Just as he was about to explode with vulgarities, a patch of multicolored light suddenly rose above the sea of clouds. It was as if the morning sun had dispersed, and the entire sea of clouds was dyed red. There were also lights of various colors rising from the clouds, like a 9-colored ring of light, clearly layered. It's open. The celestial realm is completely open. Exclamations came from the mountain peak. Instantly, a figure flew into the air and shot the heavenly mote token into the sea of clouds. Instantly, a red light shot out and wrapped around that person, teleporting him in. This time, no one cared about them anymore. Hundreds of figures flew up, and a large number of heavenly mote tokens fell into the sea of clouds like gravel. Countless red lights shot up into the sky, and every light wrapped around a person, causing them to disappear in an instant. At this moment, array patterns appeared on the sea of clouds, as if a huge door had been opened. Li Yunxiao had previously felt that the entrance to the secret realm was like the sect's protective array, but he didn't take a closer look. Now that he took a closer look, those tiny array patterns formed a line that traversed through the sea of clouds. It was indeed an array formation. Nanqiu Yu hurriedly said, Lord Pajun, Lord Yingji, let's stop arguing and enter the celestial realm. He also flew into the air, and a heavenly mote token shot into the sea of clouds. A red light shot up, wrapped around Nanqiu Yu, and disappeared. The rest of the people from the heavenly mote horizon entered one after another. When Yingji saw this, he also hurriedly took out the heavenly mote token and threw it into the sea of clouds. Suddenly, a sharp white sword light shot down, and with a bang, it shattered the heavenly mote token, causing a huge wave in the sea of clouds. What? Yingji was shocked. The person who attacked was Li Yunxiao, and an extremely strong killing intent locked onto him. You, what do you want to do? Li Yunxiao sneered, what do I want to do? Didn't Lord Yingji have a lot of fun targeting me previously? Let's have a good talk. Yingji's face turned pale, and he took a few steps back. He said sternly, outside of clear mirror heaven, you are not allowed to act so presumptuously. Li Yunxiao sneered, Nanqiu Yu and the people from the heavenly mote horizon have already left, who are you trying to scare? It's time for us to settle old and new grudges. He made a grabbing motion with his 5 fingers, and a wave of lightning spread out from his palm, falling towards Yingji. Then, he himself disappeared from the dragon carriage. Yingji's eyes flashed with shock. If he encountered Li Yunxiao alone, even if he couldn't defeat him, he would at least be able to escape. But this person had many experts in the Saint Artifact. Not to mention the Saint Artifact, Chu Hongyan and Mo were people that he could contend with. Most of the experts on the mountain peak had entered the sea of clouds, and the rest didn't want to get into trouble. They were all trying their best to avoid them, heading towards the sea of clouds. Crackle, crackle. A wave of lightning circled in the sky, turning into several lightning dragons that descended, enveloping Yingji within. Yingji shouted angrily, and his palms continuously struck out in all directions. Boom, boom. The lightning was dispersed, and he was about to break out. Suddenly, a sword light came from the front, sealing off all his escape routes, and forced him back. Within the sky full of lightning, Li Yunxiao appeared in a flash. His hands grabbed at the air, and countless lightning bolts rubbed together in his hands, forming 2 huge flood dragons that coiled towards Yingji. Boom! Yingji's palms struck out, clashing with the lightning flood dragons. Countless lightning bolts flowed up his body, jolted into his body, and tore it apart like razor blades. Li Yunxiao's corporeal body and cultivation had both stepped into the true god realm. Under such a head-on confrontation, how could Yingji be a match for him? Under the pain, he let out a howl and hurriedly escaped. Li Yunxiao sneered, and chased after him, sweeping out with his sword. The sword light and the heart flame struck out, and with a boom, it slashed onto Yingji's body, causing it to explode. But within the flames, a blurry shadow suddenly flashed forward, and actually transformed into Yingji's appearance, rushing towards the sea of clouds. What? Li Yunxiao was shocked, and saw that Yingji's face was deathly pale. It was obvious that he was heavily injured, and in a panic, he threw out another Heaven's Chasm medallion, which was swept into the sea of clouds by the red light. Chu Hongyan and Fei and I also flashed to the side of Li Yunxiao, and both of them were equally shocked. Chu Hongyan said solemnly, "There's no reason for him to survive that sword strike just now." What happened? Li Yunxiao muttered, "Intangible wonder book, intangible wonder book. Maybe it really is some amazing divine art, to actually be able to deceive my eyes." Whatever, Yingji was hit by that sword, even if he didn't die, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. He better pray that he doesn't meet us in Nephrite heaven. Chu Hongyan said, "After entering Nephrite heaven, we will randomly appear in different places. Let's just enter the World God Monument." In a flash, the two of them were instantly sucked into the World God Monument by Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao looked at Mo, Buzi, and Fei and I, and said, "How about the four of you?" Mo's face was solemn, and he said, "No matter what, I will not enter your saint weapon. With this blood bead, I will be able to find you very quickly." He condensed a drop of blood bead from his finger, and flicked it towards Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao caught the blood bead in his palm, glanced at it, and kept it. Buzi and the other two's faces turned pale. They knew of Yingji's strength. He was a transcendent and saintly expert, yet he was so easily injured and escaped. The three of them had no way of resisting Li Yunxiao's strength. Li Yunxiao said, "To be honest, I admire your strength. But even if you don't follow me, I won't lose anything. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to consider. If you follow me, you will listen to my orders for 10 years. If you don't, I won't force you. Leave the Heaven Chasm medallion and scram." Buzi and the other two thought for a moment, and Nua said, "Then the chance to become a god." Li Yunxiao said, "Of course you can enjoy it." The three looked at each other, and revealed a determined expression, and said, "All right, the 3 of us will follow young Master Yunxiao." Li Yunxiao nodded. A white light flashed, and the 3 of them were taken into the divine monument. Only then did he throw out the Heaven Chasm medallion. A red light shot out from the sea of clouds, and wrapped around his body. He felt the space around him being torn apart, and his body became sluggish. He forcefully teleported down. The entire process happened in an instant, and Li Yunxiao appeared in a world. The spiritual energy inside was dense, and it was filled with an ancient aura. It was like a space that had been separated from the heavenly martial arts realm in ancient times. A white light flashed between his eyebrows, and Chu Hongyan and the other 4 were released from it. Chu Hongyan's divine sense swept out, and she frowned. "What is this place? I don't remember this place. I don't know where in Nephrite heaven we were teleported to." Li Yunxiao said, "Nephrite heaven is hard to measure, and it's normal to have unfamiliar places. I'm just afraid that we were teleported too far away, and we won't be able to find the immortal realm in the end. That would have been a wasted trip." Chu Hongyan said, "No matter what, with the few of us together, we have a high chance of winning." Fei and I was a little confused, and she said, "This feeling is so strange. Why do I feel like this place is so familiar?" Familiar? The few of them looked at her. At their level, they wouldn't have such strange feelings. There must be a reason. Fei and I nodded, and said, "It's very familiar. It's like I've been living here for a long time. It's like I've returned to my hometown, but it's full of unfamiliarity." Li Yunxiao said in surprise, "Is it because of the blood of the celestial phoenix?" It said that the immortal realm was evolved from the feathers of the celestial phoenix. Maybe there used to be an ancient celestial phoenix in Nephrite heaven. The rest of them were all shocked. Fei Ni's eyes lit up, and she said excitedly, "Yes, that must be it. There's a familiar aura in the sky." Chu Hongyan said happily, "Then can Sister Fei and I feel the location of the immortal world?" Fei and I pondered for a moment and shook her head. "The aura of the heavenly phoenix is scattered in the sky and earth, there is no exact location. This is troublesome, we may have deviated too much." Chu Hongyan took out a silver plate that looked like an astrolabe. It was covered with light spots, and after a few hand seals, it was projected in the air and dispersed evenly. Li Yunxiao's expression also changed slightly as he said, "Energy testing device?" Chu Hongyan revealed a worried expression. "This detector can detect the energy distribution within 1,000 miles, as well as energy abnormalities. Now it seems to be evenly distributed, and there is no abnormality. This means that the flow of spiritual qi within 1,000 miles is smooth, and there are no warriors or demonic beasts. Li Yunxiao crossed his arms in front of his chest and propped up his chin, deep in thought. The range of 1,000 miles is too small. It's hard to give us a direction. If we go the wrong way, we'll be heading in the opposite direction. Try to enlarge the range as much as you can. Okay, I will try. Chu Hongyan made a hand seal with her right hand, and a few golden lights appeared on her fingertips, turning into seals and entering the silver astrolabe. Immediately, the projected light spots dispersed, and the distance between them increased by more than 10 times. Some of the light spots in the distance began to jump slightly. There is an abnormality. Chu Hongyan was overjoyed, and began to calculate, about 9,000 miles southeast, there is an abnormally strong energy, maybe it is warriors or demonic beasts, or maybe it is a mine or some kind of treasure. It is the same in the southwest, but the feeling in the southeast is stronger. Li Yunxiao said, okay, then let's go southeast. 10,000 miles is not too far, we must hurry. And find the entrance to the immortal world as soon as possible. The few of them immediately turned into evasive lights and shot toward the southeast direction. After a cup of tea's time, above a hillside, the few of them did not look too good. They saw that the hillside had a huge pit, and the rock layer inside was like a starry sky, and there was a green fluorescence everywhere. Looking closely, it was an extremely clear crystal material. The pit emitted an astonishing amount of spiritual qi, and the three of them were surprised and happy. Zhou Guang's eyes suddenly widened, and he exclaimed, "It is aquamarine jade." Heavens, so much aquamarine jade, it is a jade mine. Aquamarine jade was an extremely precious mineral material. Normally, Li Yunxiao would also like it, but now he was expressionless. Let's go to the next target. A few hours later, the loud rumble of battle came from a lake. Then, everything quieted down. A giant corpse of a water monster lay on the lake, its blood flowing out, dyeing the lake red. Li Yunxiao and the rest watched from the sky, retracting their killing intent. Fei and I said gloomily, "This is the 5th target, and we haven't even seen a shadow. Just how big is Nephrite Sky? How did my husband and sister Hongyan play?" Li Yunxiao and Chu Hongyan looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. They seemed to be confirming something. Li Qianli and I, Li Qi, Li and I, and said. The Liang Phoenix QS clan, and said. The last time we came here, it was not as vast and boundless as it is now. Qian Hongyan was worried, and she agreed, I feel the same. It has been a few hours, and we have not seen a single person. Also, the last time Liang Phoenix QS clan opened, there were not as many people here. Maybe the appearance of the world of immortality caused the Liang Phoenix QS clan to change? Li Yunxiao said, we can only speculate like this, but it does not help the current situation. How are we going to find the entrance to the world of immortality? If we continue like this, we will not find it until the celestial realm closes. Fei and I was optimistic, and she said, if we can't find it, others can't either. There is nothing to worry about. At worst, we can just cultivate here for a few months until the celestial realm closes. It is not a waste of time. Not only was the spirit qi in Nephrite heaven rich, but there was also the aura of the heavenly phoenix, which made Fei and I feel very comfortable. She could even vaguely feel the barrier of the martial Tao. If she calmed down and cultivated diligently, she might be able to break through the barrier and step into the realm of transcendence and sainthood. Chu Hongyan sighed, what a silly girl. Whether others can find it or not has nothing to do with us, but if we can't find it, it will be a loss. In terms of cultivation, even if there is the heavenly phoenix QS here, how can it compare to Yanwu City, which is full of rules? Li Yunxiao said, there is no other way now. How many targets are there on the detector? Let's find them one by one. It seems that this trip to Liang Phoenix QS clan will depend on luck. Suddenly, Li Yunxiao's heart stirred. A white light flashed from between his eyebrows, and a golden light shot out. A figure appeared in front of him. It was a slim young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. It was Yi Fan. He opened his mouth and called, Big Brother Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao was shocked, and said, Yi Fan? Yi Fan's repeated strange behavior made him a little uncertain about the identity of the person in front of him, but the voice and appearance seemed to be Yi Fan. Yi Fan nodded and said, "It's me." Li Yunxiao glanced at him with his divine sense and found that the other party already had the cultivation of 7 stars Emperor Wu. This speed could be considered amazing. However, there seemed to be something unclear about Yi Fan, which was related to Yinan Tian and Noah's Arkansas. Back then, both Gu Qingqing and Yinan Tian eventually went to the immortal realm. Now that Gu Qingqing appeared, Yi Fan came out of seclusion at this moment. It was probably also because of Yinan Tian's influence. Moreover, looking at Yi Fan's appearance, it seemed that he was completely unaware of the last spatial storm that led him to the land of sealed devils. If this was the case, it should be Yinan Tian himself who used Noah's Ark to cross over. When he was on Mount Wuxia, he heard Gu Qingqing say that Yinan Tian was able to hold on for 6 hours in the divine realm of Void Extreme for 100,000 years. It could be seen that his strength was extremely strong. "You came out of seclusion?" Li Yunxiao asked tentatively. Yi Fan's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion, and he nodded and said, "I don't know why, I suddenly had something in my heart, so I came out of seclusion." Sure enough. Li Yunxiao sighed in his heart. It seemed that since the appearance of Noah's Ark, Yi Fan and even his own fate had changed under the vague guidance of Yinan Tian. He asked, "Something? What is it?" Yi Fan shook his head and said in confusion, "I don't know, it's like there's something I can't let go of, and I have to go there." He stretched out his hand and pointed to the northwest. Li Yunxiao was delighted, knowing that the direction was most likely related to the immortal realm. He smiled and said, "You should have been thinking about it for a long time, let's go." Yi Fan was stunned, and the rest of the people didn't quite understand, but they didn't ask much. Instead, several escape lights flew up and followed behind Li Yunxiao. "Big brother Yunxiao, wait, take my Noah's Ark." Yi Fan released the divine ark, and suddenly everyone entered, turning into a stream of light and disappeared in place. A few days later, on a vast sea, there was no end, but in the middle of the sea stood a floating island, like a star fixed in the sky. High mountains rose from the ground on the island, full of ancient trees, lush and green, giant leaves covered the sky and the earth, wandering in the spirit liquid, like a fairyland. Noah's Ark stopped over the island. "Is this the immortal realm?" Fei Ni's eyes flashed with a look of surprise. Through the giant leaves on the island, they could see that the island was full of strange flowers, 5 petals, and the stamens were silk, overflowing with fragrance. Yi Fan's eyes were full of confusion, and he said in a daze, "I don't know, but the concern in my heart led me to this place." Li Yunxiao said, "Whether it is the immortal realm or not, at least we are no longer alone, I have seen several old friends." Everyone was surprised. The ancient trees on the island seemed to have the effect of blocking divine sense, although not completely blocked, but greatly reduced. They could only vaguely see the 5-petal flowers blooming all over the island. "Come with me." Li Yunxiao rose into the air and flew to the center of the island. The rest of the people followed closely, and Yi Fan also hurriedly put away Noah's Ark and followed the crowd. Flying under the leaves that covered the sky, they found that there were ruins of buildings on the island, but only broken walls remained. Who knew how many years had passed? Chu Hongyan and the others also quickly found that there were people in front of them. In a large ruins, there were several figures flashing, seemingly looking for something. "Who is it?" The figures in the ruins also sensed that someone was coming, and immediately gathered together, vigilant. "Brother Xianxia, it's me." Li Yunxiao landed in the ruins first, his eyes flashing as he looked at the men in front of him. The one in front was the owner of the 10,000 Treasures Tower, Wan Xianxian, and a few others were not unfamiliar: the owner of the Dragon Teeth Villa, Zhu Tianhan, the owner of the Mu family, Mu Zhuang, Elder Mu Zhao, and a few others were also experts of the 2 sects. "I didn't expect Master Mu Zhuang, Elder Mu Zhao, and Master Zhu Tianhan to also be here." Li Yunxiao politely greeted them one by one. He had also seen most of the experts of the Dragon Teeth Villa and the Mu family. He smiled and nodded. "Feiyong." Wan Xianxian was stunned. He never dreamed that he would meet Li Yunxiao here. At the same time, when he saw Chu Hongyan and the others, his expression changed imperceptibly, and then he laughed. "Haha, what a coincidence, how did you come here?" Mu Zhuang was also surprised. "Why, Child Yunxiao was not invited by Master Xianxian, but came here by accident." Li Yunxiao saw the expression on Wan Xianxian's face, but he pretended not to see it, and said with a smile, "Yes, I didn't expect that I would have such a fate with you." Wan Xianxian obviously did not believe it. He frowned and said, "Isn't that too much of a coincidence?" He looked at the people behind him, but could not find any clues. Li Yunxiao said with a faint smile, "As the saying goes, there is no story without coincidences. By the way, what are Brother Qianqian, Master Mu Zhuang, and the others doing on this island? Apart from the abundance of spiritual qi, there seems to be nothing special here." Wan Qianqian's mind was racing. Although he did not believe that Li Yunxiao had come here by chance, since he had appeared, his plan could not be concealed, so he laughed and said, "Haha, what a coincidence, I also need Brother Fei Yang's help." "Oh? Brother Qianqian must be joking. With the dragon teeth matter and the Mu family around, there are very few things in this world that can't be done," Li Yunxiao said without batting an eyelid. He didn't know what was going on yet, so he couldn't just agree. Wan Qianqian was the head of the merchant union back in the day, and his calculations weren't simple at all. The entire overseas families were now tied to his ship. "Hee, of course it's a good thing." Wan Qianqian smiled mysteriously and said in a deliberately mystifying manner, "Does Fei Yang remember the Jade Pavilion?" Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. The Jade Pavilion contained tens of thousands of books and arts. Back then, his sky-peering technique was one of them, so how could he not remember? Chu Hongyan said, "The Jade Pavilion seems to have its own spirituality. Although it's in Nephrite heaven, not everyone can meet it. Even if you're lucky enough to meet it, you might not be able to learn any arts from it." Sir Qianqian mentioned the Jade Pavilion. "Could it be on this island?" Wan Qianqian smiled. Anyone would be in a good mood when they saw Chu Hongyan. He said, "The Jade Pavilion isn't on this island, but there's something on the same level as it." "Something on the same level as the Jade Pavilion? That's impossible." Li Yunxiao's expression was solemn, but he didn't believe it. The existence of the Jade Pavilion had always been on his mind, as if it contained inexhaustible arts. It would be great if he could go to the world of immortality in Nephrite heaven, but even if he couldn't, it would be a great opportunity to enter the Jade Pavilion again. Chu Hongyan also frowned. Although she didn't say it explicitly, she obviously didn't believe it either. Wan Qianqian laughed and said, "Brother Fei Yang, do you know the origin of the Jade Pavilion?" Li Yunxiao was shocked. Does Brother Qianqian know? There were very few records about Nephrite heaven. He had read through the ancient books of various sections. Even the Divine Firmament Palace and the Divine Transformation Sea Realm were only short of the Divine Firmament Realm. However, it was difficult to find any clues, not to mention the mysterious Jade Pavilion. Zhu Tianhan, Mu Zhuang, and the others also pricked up their ears and listened attentively. Wan Qianqian spread his sleeves and chuckled, then explained with a pleased expression, "The Jade Pavilion's full name is the Jade Library, and there is a divine item sealed here called the Emperor Pill Pavilion." Emperor Dan Pavilion. Everyone's heart tightened. As the name suggested, if it was on par with the Jade Library. Li Yunxiao was startled and said, "Could it be a pavilion with countless medicinal pills?" Wan Qianqian stroked his beard and said slowly, "According to the words, this Nephrite heaven is a land of treasures. People only know of the Jade Library, but they don't know of the Imperial Pill Pavilion, Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, and Treasure Tower." This was the first time the few of them had heard of these things, but their hearts were beating rapidly as they listened. Chu Hongyan narrowed her eyes and asked doubtfully, "These things have never been recorded in the scriptures. How did you know?" Wan Qianqian smiled and said, "The scriptures are just a kind of inheritance, but how much can they really record? To be honest, other than the Heaven's Mode Horizon, the Myriads Pagoda has the most comprehensive information on Nephrite heaven. Since its establishment, it has never stopped researching Nephrite heaven." Li Yunxiao was moved and said, "Can you share the results of your research with everyone?" Wan Qianqian was very proud and said, "I believe everyone has guessed that Nephrite heaven was indeed a sect a long time ago, extremely glorious and all-inclusive." Li Yunxiao was shocked and said, "Is it really a sect? Such a grand undertaking should have shocked the world even in ancient times. Why are there so few records?" Chu Hongyan suddenly said, "Heaven and earth are born, the great Tao is invisible, but the truly powerful existence is Hope Voice. I'm afraid Nephrite heaven is like that." Wan Qianqian praised, "Palace Mistress Hongyan is right. I have also searched through the scriptures and couldn't find any description of Nephrite heaven. But everything in this paradise shows the tyrannical power of this sect in the past. Let me tell everyone another secret. To open the world of immortality, we must break the 4 seals, which are the Jade Library, Imperial Elixir Pavilion, Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, and Heavy Equipment Pagoda. Everyone has only seen the Jade Library because the other 3 places are still sealed. Zhu Tianhan said, "Don't worry about it. Since we found the Imperial Elixir Pavilion, let's open it first. Who knows, we might be able to obtain 10 million supreme-grade elixirs." Li Yunxiao was skeptical and said, "Even if the Imperial Elixir Pavilion appears, it will be difficult for us to obtain all of them. Just like the Jade Library, there are also layers of seals inside. If we are fated to obtain one, we will be teleported out. Haha, these things belong to those who are fated to obtain them. Brother Feiyong, don't be too greedy." Wan Xianxian seemed to be quite open-minded. He looked around at the ruins around him and said, "I've also made an appointment with the other members of the hidden families. Brother Feiyong, you and them." A look of worry appeared on his face. Li Yunxiao frowned and said coldly, "Yin Ji and Jing Qi?" Cough, cough, cough. Wan Xianxian coughed awkwardly and said, "I hope brother can let go of old grudges and look forward together." Haha. Li Yunxiao smiled indifferently, but it was extremely cold, causing Wan Xianxian's heart to sink. Li Yunxiao said, "Brother Xianxian, how about letting you and Ding Shan bury the hatchet and take charge of the merchant union together?" Wan Xianxian's expression changed slightly. He couldn't answer. This was obviously impossible. How could he swallow the anger in his chest? He said worriedly, "Then, for brother's sake, how about we temporarily put this old grudge aside and settle it after the trip to Nephrite heaven is over?" Li Yunxiao was extremely displeased and said coldly, "Brother, aren't you being too nosy? You." Wan Xianxian was also depressed. Li Yunxiao had never brushed his face like this before. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. The island, on the other hand, quieted down. No one made a sound. Musu said, "Young Master Yunxiao, you injured Yin Ji before he entered the island. It's unknown whether he can make it to the island or not. Even if he can, it can only be Jing Qi." Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "Jing Qi is already here." What? Everyone was shocked and spread out their divine senses in all directions. They couldn't find any clues at all and all looked doubtful. Li Yunxiao raised his head and a cold light gathered in his eyes. He snorted and said, "Jing Qi, since you're already here, don't even think about leaving this island alive." Whoosh whoosh. The towering ancient trees around them suddenly turned deathly white and turned to dust when the wind blew. The sun shone down and the entire ruin became brightly lit. The 5-petal flowers on the ground also withered under the white poison, turning into mud in an instant. The corpse poison was still spreading on the ancient trees. With Li Yunxiao and the others as the center, it spread for hundreds of miles before stopping. The appearance of the entire island changed drastically in just a few breaths. From a bird's eye view, it looked like a bald patch had been shaved off. Wan Xianxian and the others were shocked and finally believed that Jing Qi was nearby. They couldn't help but be more wary of Li Yunxiao. Under the illumination of the sun, the sky was somewhat dazzling. It was as if they were in a trance for a moment. Then, a figure appeared in the sky, carrying a long golden coffin on his back. Li Yunxiao sneered and said, "Where is Celestial Dyi?" Jing Qi's expression was ugly and sallow. He glared at Li Yunxiao with resentment for a while before slowly suppressing his anger. He said, "The name of Celestial is Red." "Li Yunxiao, are you running away from something?" Li Yunxiao's pupils contracted and shot out a cold light that was as sharp as a blade, almost piercing through Jing Qi's body. But Jing Qi was like a dried corpse. He stood there expressionlessly and didn't fear his gaze at all. Instead, he sneered and said, "Ha ha, you still don't want to acknowledge Celestial Darren's identity." Li Yunxiao withdrew his murderous aura and secretly blamed himself for being too impulsive and exposing his emotions. After calming himself down, he said indifferently, "No matter who Celestial Darren is, we will have to settle this." Jing Qi said, "If I meet Celestial Darren, I will definitely tell him this." Murderous intent flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes as he sneered, "Unfortunately, you won't be able to meet him again." Lightning surged out of his body as his hands rapidly formed seals. Lightning energy flickered on his body like a curtain of water and leaped in the air like flames. Xianxia took a stance and didn't dare to be careless. Suddenly, his heart trembled, and he abruptly turned around and exclaimed. A lightning giant had appeared behind him at some point. It grabbed a heavenly hammer with one hand and smashed it down. The clear sky instantly turned into a sea of lightning, and countless lightning energy poured down along with the hammer. Damn it! That hammer was dangerous, but it couldn't hurt Xianxia. But he didn't want to waste his energy, so he turned into a streak of light and fled. Boom! The lightning giant's hammer missed. That terrifying lightning energy fell on the ground and spread in all directions, burning all the plants on the island to ashes. Xianxian exclaimed, "Brother Feiyong, stop quickly. Don't destroy the ruins." Xianxia wouldn't listen. Lightning flashed and he appeared in front of Xianxia, slashing down with the sword/red. Boom! The sky was cut open, and Xianxia couldn't dodge in time. His fists carried a white light as he attacked. Rumble! The two powers collided, and Xianxia was instantly swallowed by the sword energy. His entire body was burned by the ice fiend heart flame, and he gave a painful and low groan. Xianxia, you. He was slightly panicked. After 3 days, the difference had become so great that he couldn't even take one blow from the other. He hurriedly opened the coffin on his back and let out the soul fiend corpse puppet. The corpse puppet's face was ruddy, and it looked more like a living person. Its eyes turned, and it repeatedly struck out with its palm. Corpse energy rolled like waves, battering against the heart flame on Xianxia's body, but it couldn't be extinguished no matter what. Xianxia, this fire, Xianxia was panicking. The ice fiend heart flame didn't just burn his body, it also burned his energy and penetrated his soul. Xianxia said coldly, "For an evil thing like you, burning to ashes in this fire is the best ending." Xianxia was sweating all over. That fire was too dangerous, and it was very difficult to block. The corpse puppet seemed to be affected by the pain in Xianxia's heart. With a long howl, it flew into the sky, and its palm slammed down. Xianxia's eyes were cold as he said indifferently, "Rotten things should have returned to nothingness long ago. I will use this fire to send you to the other side." Under the infusion of demonic yuan, flames leaped out of the sword, trying to condense into lotus flowers. However, no matter how hard it tried, the flames weakened. Although Xianxia's expression didn't change, his brows furrowed. Back when he was sealed by the 33 heavens, Mopu took away his true devil body. 90% of the demonic yuan in his body was used up. That sword attack just now also used up all the demonic yuan in his body. This was the first time something like this had happened in years. Without demonic yuan, it was hard to activate the fiend heart flame's power. Xianxia snorted gloomily and channeled his spirit strength into his sword. Instantly, a brilliant sword light shone out and the sky was filled with sword intent. Demon Slayer. Chi. The moment the sword art was used, a white light shot into the sky and pierced through the giant palm of the corpse puppet. Countless astral winds and sword intent wreaked havoc, widening the wound. Boom! The palm energy landed around Xianxia, destroying most of the plants on the island and creating a huge crater. The entire island shook from that palm. A roar came from the bottom, like the roar of the sea. Xianxian's forehead was full of cold sweat. He was on the verge of tears and shouted, "Stop! You too, please stop." He paced around anxiously and said, "Quickly think of a way to stop them. Otherwise, this island will be finished. Emperor Pill Pavilion will also be finished." Mu Zhuang and Zhu Tianhan were also worried. However, since Xianxia had already made his move, it would be hard to persuade him. Chu Hongyan was indifferent and smiled, "Lord Qianqian, don't worry. Xianxia won't last much longer." Xianxian, Mu Zhuang, and the others were shocked. They were well aware of Xianxia's strength. With the divine corpse puppet, it would be very difficult to defeat him. However, Xianxia had managed to suppress him in just a few moves. He seemed to be at ease. How long had it been since the hidden families fought for the Heaven Chasm medallion? This improvement was too frightening. Mu Zhuang and the others all had their own thoughts. They looked at the sky with serious expressions. If Jingqi was killed, it would be a great shock to the hidden aristocratic families. Suddenly, everyone shuddered and looked in a certain direction. After the divine fiend corpse puppet's palm was pierced by Li Yunxiao, it let out a mournful cry. It no longer attacked and returned to Jingqi's side in a flash. The ice fiendish heart flame on Jingqi's body was gradually extinguished, but his entire body was smoking and much more charred. Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted and his expression turned cold. He held the sword of decapitation crimson horizontally in front of him, watching warily. A person slowly walked out from behind Jingqi. There was a bright red flower embroidered on her long white dress. Xiaohong's face lost a lot of its childishness and became brighter and more radiant. Big brother Yunxiao. She opened her mouth and called out with a little girl's childishness. Jingqi hurriedly turned around and said, "Thank you, Sir Heaven, for your help." Xiaohong waved her hand and gestured for Jingqi to retreat. Jingqi hurriedly put the corpse puppet back into the coffin and landed on the island. He placed the golden coffin on the ground and sat cross-legged to heal his injuries. Xiaohong looked at Li Yunxiao and said faintly, "Big brother Yunxiao still can't forget what happened last time? I really don't want to be enemies with Big brother. I hope Big brother can stand on my side." Li Yunxiao stood with his sword and said calmly, "Sure. As long as you stay by my side and let me kill Di in your body, you will no longer be my enemy. You will be Xiaohong." Xiaohong shook her head in disappointment. Xiaohong has always been Xiaohong. Di has never changed anything. From Ocean Sky Town until now, I am me. It's just that Big brother has never understood me. She looked a little sad. She caressed her hair and showed the attitude of a girl. Mu Zhuang and the others felt strange. They felt that this heaven in front of them was a completely different face from the one they were familiar with. Actually, everyone had a different face that corresponded to different people. Li Yunxiao stared at her for a while before saying coldly, "Since that's the case, there's nothing to talk about between us." Xiaohong looked somewhat angry. Then, "Big brother, do you still want to go against the Heavenly Alliance?" Li Yunxiao thought for a while and said, "As long as the Heavenly Alliance doesn't go against me, we'll go our separate ways from today on." After saying that, he let go of the grudge from the battle on the sea. After all, the Heavenly Alliance was powerful. Even in a life-and-death situation, he might not be able to kill Xiaohong. On the other hand, Xiaohong frowned as if she could not make up her mind. Seeing her expression, Li Yunxiao smiled coldly. "What? You're not satisfied with this result?" Xiaohong sighed. "It's not that I'm not satisfied. It's just that, Big brother's demon stone sword is very important to me. Can you give it to me with conditions?" Li Yunxiao's face darkened. He reprimanded, "If you still have such thoughts, the Heavenly Alliance will be in danger." Xiaohong put her hands behind her back and acted like a superior. "Everything in the world has a price. I believe there must be something more precious than the demon stone sword that Big brother doesn't have. Maybe I can find it to trade." Li Yunxiao said, "At least I can't think of it now. Let's talk about it when I think of it." Sigh. Xiaohong sighed deeply. She seemed very lonely. Her face was full of maturity that was not expected of her age. If Big brother still refuses to give it to me, maybe Xiaohong can only take the risk and return to the demon realm. What? Li Yunxiao's body trembled. A murderous aura immediately burst out from his body. With a chi sound, the sword pierced through the air and pierced towards Xiaohong's throat. Clang! Xiaohong calmly raised her hand. She pinched the tip of the sword between her fingers. She frowned deeply and said with sadness, "Big brother still wants to kill me?" Li Yunxiao's eyes emitted a fierce glint. He coldly said, "This sword is called Beheading Red. Its existence is to kill you." Anger flashed across Xiaohong's face. She tapped the sword with her finger. The sword let out a wing sound and trembled a few times. However, Li Yunxiao's strength was very stable. Sword chi surged out and instantly formed a sea of swords. Countless sword shadows enveloped Xiaohong. Rumble! The sea of swords suddenly exploded. The sword waves were shaken several thousand feet away. A white light soared into the sky. The dress embroidered with bright red flowers fluttered in the air. Xiaohong's expression was cold. She looked at Li Yunxiao and said, "Didn't Big Brother say to let bygones be bygones?" Li Yunxiao sternly said, "The gate to the demon realm must not be opened." Xiao Hong pondered for a moment and sneered. "This is not up to Big Brother to decide. Even if I don't tear open the crack, someone will do it sooner or later." Xiao Hong can already feel the power of the demon realm. It is very close. It won't take long. Li Yunxiao was shocked. Xiao Hong didn't look like she was lying. Wan Qian hurriedly said, "Brother Feiyong, you are too nosy. Since we have let bygones be bygones, don't make trouble anymore. Let's peacefully dig out the Emperor Pill Pavilion. We don't want the people from Heaven's Mode Horizon to get ahead of us." Xiao Hong stood in the sky and stared at Li Yunxiao. Her dress fluttered in the wind. The red flower was bright and beautiful. The two didn't move at all. They only felt that they were getting further and further away. "Forget it. From now on, you are on your own." Li Yunxiao thought of the ancient demon well, the heaven-shaking mountain range, and the southern mountain range. His heart was in a mess. He turned around and flew down. The sword in his hand flashed and disappeared. He didn't want to fight anymore. Xiao Hong bit her lower lip and nodded cautiously. "Big Brother, don't worry. Xiao Hong will take care of herself." "Oh, that's right. There are no eternal enemies in the world. We are friends on this island." Wan Qian continued to mediate. He flicked his finger and a golden light landed on the ground. It turned into a chariot with a little golden man leading the way. "Stop it. Anyone who attacks me on this island is not giving me face. Let's attack together," he said to himself, but he knew that no one would listen to him. At least, no one would dare to offend Li Yunxiao and the others. Wan Qian cast a few hand seals into the chariot. The little golden man turned half a circle on the chariot and waved his arm left and right. The chariot moved forward. Everyone followed the chariot silently. After the battle just now, no one made a sound. The atmosphere was a little tense. Chu Hongyan and Fei Yanai looked at each other and saw something unusual in each other's eyes. They smiled bitterly and shook their heads slightly. After the divine fiend corpse puppet's attack, almost half of the island was bare. The chariot flew over the mountains. After a while, the chariot suddenly stopped and spun on the spot, making a rumble sound. "Got it. It must be here." Wan Qian was overjoyed. He put away the chariot and threw out a cone-shaped Xian artifact. It fell on the ground like a top and drilled into the soil below. It was an item used to detect spiritual veins. However, the one Wan Qian had just thrown out was much more advanced. Everyone felt the spiritual force under their feet fluctuating. Bang! Suddenly, the ground exploded and a hole the size of a washbasin appeared. The Xian artifact that had drilled into the ground jumped out and broke into 4 or 5 pieces. There is indeed a secret down there. Wan Qian walked around the hole. It was so deep that he couldn't see the bottom. He took out a sword and threw it down. Bang! In a breath's time, the sound of something breaking came from below. Then, several fragments shot out from different places. Wan Qian looked at everyone and said, "What do you think?" Zhu Tianhan touched his chin and said, "There is obviously a restriction, and it is very powerful. But it won't be a problem for us. I suggest we split the ground and expose the restriction. That way, we can find a way to break it." Wan Qian paced a few steps and asked, "What does Fei Yang think?" Li Yunxiao said, "The restriction is very deep. It is not impossible to split the island, but we are afraid that the Imperial Elixir Pavilion will be damaged. I suggest the Mu family use the puppets to go down and check out the situation before making a decision." Wan Qian's eyes lit up. He said happily, "This is a good idea. What does Lord Mu Zhuang think?" Mu Zhuang also agreed, "Indeed, we should be careful. After all, Nephrite Heaven is not simple." He called over an elder of the Mu family. Without saying a word, the elder stretched out his right palm and flipped it over, dragging a small bronze figure in his palm and throwing it directly into the hole. Then, the elder formed a seal with both hands and pointed forward. Immediately, a screen of water appeared. It was pitch black, but it constantly changed. It was the image that the bronze person saw. This was the first time Chu Hongyan, Fei and Buzi had seen a puppet. They could not help but be amazed and full of curiosity. Thump. Everyone could feel the vibrations coming from the small bronze man down below. The scene on the water curtain stopped moving, but a red light flashed, and in a flash, the water curtain shattered with a crash. The elder's expression changed slightly. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "The puppet is destroyed. That red light is too powerful. I'm afraid that the barrier won't be damaged even if the island is split open." Zhu Tianhan laughed, "Haha, that's easy. Just split the island and save us the trouble." As soon as he said this, the earth suddenly shook. The entire island trembled violently. Everyone was swaying, but they were all experts. Their feet did not leave the ground, and they all stood firmly. Rumble. The earth was instantly torn open. A red light shot up into the sky and directly turned into a large hand that grabbed at Zhu Tianhan. Boom. Zhu Tianhan could not dodge in time and was caught. His whole body was pressed down by the red light. His hair stood on end as if he had been electrocuted. Everyone was startled and instantly dispersed into the sky, looking down from thousands of feet high in the sky. Ah! Zhu Tianhan roared to the sky. A violent power surged out of his body to resist the red light. However, he was extremely shocked. The blood vessels on the surface of his body had already burst, and in a short while, he was half covered in blood. "What's with that hand?" Wan Qianqian cried out in fear. Zhu Tianhan began to tremble under the pressure of the red light. He raised his head with difficulty and opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. Li Yunxiao said, "Brother Qianqian, Lord Zhu Tianhan is asking you for help." "Huh, what? Of course not." Wan Qianqian shivered, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he said, "With Lord Zhu Tianhan's strength, he will definitely be able to withstand it and escape safely. If he really wanted to ask for help, he would definitely call for help." He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and looked down. He couldn't help but fly several hundred meters higher, afraid that the red light would rush up. Zhu Tianhan's strength was not inferior to his. If he rashly went down to save them, it would be too dangerous. Fei Yanai exclaimed, "My lord, it looks like he really can't take it anymore. He's not screaming because he can't speak anymore. Look at his pleading eyes." Wan Qianqi's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. He glanced at the group and asked, "Should we go down and save him?" There were also a few elders of the Dragon Tooth Villa who were extremely shocked and hurriedly begged, "Sirs, please save our sect master." The blood on Zhu Tianhan's body had already soaked his clothes. He looked like a bloody man. Veins bulged on his forehead, he was already at his limit. Fei Yanai rolled her eyes at Wan Qianqian and said in surprise, "You were the one who invited him. We don't even know him. Why would he risk his life to save him? The one who has the best relationship with him here is you, Lord Wan Qianqian." Wan Qianqian became embarrassed. He looked awkwardly at Mu Zhuang, Jing Qi, and Xiao Hong. Mu Zhuang turned his head and said, "Although my Mu clan and Dragon Tooth Villa are not enemies, we are not on good terms either. Are you sure Lord Wan Qianqian is not joking with me by asking me to risk my life to save him?" Jing Qi directly placed the golden coffin in the air and sat on it to meditate. He had not recovered from his injuries yet. Xiao Hong's eyes flashed with ridicule and coldness. She looked down mockingly and said, "I asked him to join the Heavenly Alliance, but he refused. TSK. Good for him to die. Good for him to die." Wan Qianqian, the Dragon Tooth Villa's elders were confused. They begged, "Lord Wan Qianqian, only you can save Sect Master now. Furthermore, you were the one who invited us here. You can't just watch him die." Wan Qianqian's expression changed several times. He said, "Don't worry. If anyone is in danger, I won't just watch. However, there is one thing you must be clear about." "What do you mean I invited you here? I can't just watch him die. Everyone came here to seek benefits from the Imperial Pill Pavilion. Since it is a risk, there is naturally a risk. You must take responsibility for your actions. You can't push the blame to me. Even if I have 10,000 heads, I can't bear this responsibility. Don't you think so?" "Yes. Lord Wan Qianqian is right. The Dragon Tooth Villa's elders were sweating profusely. They hurriedly said, "Lord, please save our sect master quickly." Wan Xianxian answered vaguely. He looked at the strange scene below. The red light that condensed into a giant hand came from several places in the ground. It was impossible to cut off the source. He rubbed his chin and thought for a while. He asked, "Brother Feiyong, how do you think we should save him?" Li Yunxiao cursed in his heart. Wan Xianxian didn't seem to have any intention of saving Zhu Tianhan. Moreover, Zhu Tianhan wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Under his gaze, the blood flowing out of Zhu Tianhan's body became less and less. It was proof that he was almost completely drained. Furthermore, his eyes were starting to become dull and lifeless. It was proof that his internal organs had suffered severe injuries. This red light must be condensed from a restriction. We can only continue to attack and destroy it. Only then can we save Zhu Tianhan. Otherwise, there is no other way. Li Yunxiao carefully analyzed. Pa. Wan Xianxian suddenly clapped his hands and praised, exactly as Big Brother thought. It should be like this. He pointed at the Dragon Tooth Villa's elders and said, "All of you go down and attack that red light." Ah? Me, us? The elders were stunned. They looked at each other and finally looked at Wan Xianxian. Wan Xianxian's face immediately darkened. He shouted, "What? Your sect master is in trouble and you're not even willing to help? Are you hoping for outsiders to help? Of course, I will definitely help you. You guys go and test the power of that red light first. We will act according to the situation." The elders looked at each other and cursed Wan Xianxian's ancestors in their hearts. Then, they braced themselves and swooped down from the sky. Boom! Boom! They all took out their profound artifacts and didn't dare to get too close to the red light. They all attacked from afar. Ripples appeared on the surface of the red light, and the entire hand started to become unstable, shaking violently. At that moment, Zhu Tianhan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He opened his mouth and shouted with all his might, "Save me!" Boom! The hand finally pressed down and instantly crushed Zhu Tianhan into countless pieces of flesh and blood. Ah? Although everyone was mentally prepared, seeing Zhu Tianhan die still couldn't help but be moved. The elders of the Dragon Tooth Manor were stunned. Then, they saw the hand suddenly turn and grab them. They were scared out of their wits. They didn't care about Zhu Tianhan's death anymore and suddenly rushed up into the sky. Bang! The hand suddenly exploded in the sky and turned into 7 or 8 hands. The elders couldn't dodge in time and were all caught. Bang! 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 They were crushed one by one and exploded into countless pieces of flesh and blood. Li Yunxiao and the others were astonished. When the hand split apart, they instantly charged up into the sky, rising another few thousand feet before stopping. After the 7 or 8 hands crushed the elders of the Dragon Tooth Manor, they flew a few circles in the sky and then returned to the ground. High up in the sky, everyone felt a strong astral wind blowing, causing their bodies to feel cold. Wan Xianxian stared blankly. They're all dead? He still couldn't react. Li Yunxiao's expression was grave as he said, "What a powerful restriction. I'm afraid it has already formed a spirit." He immediately thought of the formation spirit sealed in the 33 heavens. It was so strong that it couldn't contend with it. Although the formation spirit in this island wasn't as strong, it was still an existence that could crush a divine transcendence with one move. What should we do? Should we split the island open? Wan Xianxian didn't know what to do. After he finished speaking, he looked down vigilantly. Zhu Tianhan had said he wanted to split the island, but he was caught by the formation spirit's hand. Li Yunxiao said, "Naturally, we have to split it open. Otherwise, it would be nonsense to think that we can see through the restriction. However, we have to be careful. I think that the range of the restriction spirit's attack is also limited. It is about 2,000 zhang. As long as we don't cross that distance, we should be fine." 2,000 feet? So far. Not only Wan Xianxian, but the others were also shocked. Li Yunxiao muttered, "Perhaps even farther, but an effective attack range should be 2,000 feet at most." With our strength, splitting the island 2,000 feet away shouldn't be a problem, right? Xianxia chuckled, of course. Brother Feiyang's swordsmanship is unparalleled. Even from 2,000 feet away, it shouldn't be a problem. Li Yunxiao wanted to refuse. Xianxia's behavior just now disgusted him. No one was willing to take the risk. They might as well just be whores. Only he wanted to maintain his chastity. But on second thought, it was just a matter of a sword. There was no need to argue with him. After all, the two of them were still friendly on the surface. Moreover, time was limited. It wasn't worth wasting time. All right, let me do it. Li Yunxiao raised his sword, stared at the island, and slashed down with a sword art. He estimated the strength based on the texture of the island's rock formation. The white sword light fell directly into the ground. Rumble. A huge gap was instantly cut open on the ground, spreading in two directions. The island was being torn apart at a speed visible to the naked eye. Suddenly, a red light rushed out from the gap, emitting an even more intense sound. It broke through all the sword chi and shot into the sky. Rumble. Rumble, the earth-shattering tremors lasted for a while before gradually subsiding. The red light reached 4,000 to 5,000 feet, but its energy was extremely weak. The effective attack range was about 2,000 feet. The tremors lasted for a moment before quieting down. A huge crack appeared in the center of the island, as if a piece of jade had been cracked open, revealing the heart within. Rays of light flickered and dyed the surrounding seawater red. Li Yunxiao used his mystic spell Spirit Eyes to look down and saw Chonglu swaying within the red rays. He could vaguely see it, but it wasn't real. His heart started to burn with passion and he licked his dry lips. If there really were elixirs left, there was a high possibility that there was a 10th level elixir, which would greatly benefit his current cultivation. Mu Zhuang said solemnly, "The red rays are still here. How do we break the seal and enter? This red ray reminds me of something. Has anyone heard of Xian Gui Liyan?" Chu Hongyan had been silent the whole time, slowly speaking out her inner thoughts. Li Yunxiao was surprised. One of the most suitable types of fire for refining elixirs, Xian Gui Liyan? He immediately understood and said, "This red light is the blazing light formed by Xian Gui's Liyan true fire." Chu Hongyan glanced at Li Yunxiao and smiled, "That's my guess, but I can't be sure. If Fei Yang thinks so too, then I'm right." Li Yunxiao muttered, "No wonder it's so powerful. It's actually a mutated fire that has cultivated into a blazing light. I can vaguely see Chonglu in the light, but it's beyond my reach." Chu Hongyan said that Chonglu has been nurtured in the blazing light for countless years. If there really is an elixir, then its effect will be heaven-defying. Her words immediately ignited everyone's heart and made them want to make a move. Xianxian swallowed his saliva and asked eagerly, "Does Palace Master Hongyan have a way to break the blazing light?" Chu Hongyan smiled and shook her head. "I'm afraid we'll have to ask Fei Yang about refining elixirs." Everyone looked at Li Yunxiao, only to see him holding his chin and pondering silently. Everyone was getting impatient. Xianxian said anxiously, "Brother Fei Yang, quickly think of something. The cooked duck is right in front of us. If the people from the Heaven's Mode horizon rush over, even if they don't get all the benefits, they will at least have to split it in half." Little Red, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "In the end, that blazing light is only a type of fire of the 5 elements. Big Brother has the Ice Fiend Heart Flame, so no fire can harm you. Why don't you release the Heart Flame and use the pressure of the spiritual object to break that damn fire?" Li Yunxiao bitterly smiled and said, "Most of the demonic yuan in my body has been forcibly taken away by someone. Right now, the power of the Heart Flame I control is too little. This Dan fire and Chong Lu have been complementing each other for countless years. It has long gained sentience. This little heart flame is not enough." "What? Who is it?" Lil Red cried out involuntarily. Her sharp voice pierced through the sky, and her face was filled with shock and anger. "Who has such strength to actually be able to steal Big Brother's demonic essence?" Li Yunxiao waved his hand, not wanting to talk about it too much. He said, "It's a long story. You'll find out sooner or later." Lil Red's expression became fierce, and she coldly said, "In this world, apart from me, no one else has the right to steal Big Brother's demonic essence. I will definitely find out who that person is and make him beg for death." Li Yunxiao didn't like it when he heard this, but he couldn't be bothered to argue with her anymore. He looked down and said, "Speaking of grade pressure, I have thought of a way to break it, but I don't know if it will work. I have to first verify my thoughts." Wan Xianxian impatiently said, Quickly verify it." Li Yunxiao turned around and said, "Fei and I, try using the heavenly phoenix fire." "Okay." Fei and I agreed. When Lil Red mentioned grade pressure earlier, she was already eager to try it. A red light flashed in front of everyone. Fei and I spread her arms and activated the true fire in her body. Instantly, half of the sky turned into a sea of fire, turning the blue sky red. An ancient sound rang out in the fire, and the true shadow of a heavenly phoenix gradually condensed above the sea of fire. It flapped its 9-colored tail wings and swooped down toward the island. With the arrival of the heavenly phoenix true fire, the blazing light on the island seemed to become a little restless. The whole island also rumbled as if it was about to be crushed by the blazing light. Boom! Finally, a red light rushed out from the crack. Xianxia's flame spun and turned into a giant shadow of a fist, trying to break through the suppression of the heavenly phoenix's sea of fire. Boom! The fist light hit the true shadow of the heavenly phoenix, and the two flames exploded at the same time, turning into a terrifying vortex. Light and fire intertwined and rushed up, shattering the sea of fire. Countless light and fire collapsed from the sky, like meteors falling into the sea, but they were not extinguished, and the whole sea was set on fire. Li Yunxiao's figure moved, and he actually teleported downwards, heading towards the crack. "Be careful." Chu Hongyan was startled by his movement, but she knew that Li Yunxiao must have a sense of propriety, so she could only call out to him with concern. Wan Qianqi's eyelids twitched, and he hurriedly shouted, "Brother Feiyong, you can't have it alone." The pupils of the Heaven Alliance's members also shrank, and they locked their divine senses on Li Yunxiao, wanting to see what he was doing. Li Yunxiao's skin was covered with a faint layer of water, which was the water essence of heaven and earth. It protected him from the scorching flames, and he rushed into the crack, heading toward the heavenly tower. With his wondrous spell spirit eyes, he saw that the heavenly tower was like an exquisite pagoda. It was not tall, only 3 floors, and it was extremely exquisite. At the top, there was a golden ancient character emperor, and it was constantly flashing red. Sure enough, he was overjoyed. His guess was right. It was not the Xianxia's flames that had spirituality, but the imperial elixir building. Suddenly, the sky full of light and fire exploded. The Xianxia's flames and the heavenly phoenix true fire separated in an instant, and the sky full of red light rapidly descended, gathering toward the crack. The scarlet flames condensed in the sky, turning into Fei Ni's true body. Her face was somewhat pale, and she vomited a large mouthful of blood. She had actually injured her true essence. "Sister Fei and I, how are you?" Chu Hongyan was worried about the crack, but she was also worried about Fei Ni's injuries. She flew to her side and asked with concern. Fei and I shook her head, saying, "My injuries are manageable, and it's not a big deal. It's just that the flames were really powerful." Fear flashed in her eyes, and she still felt some lingering fear, saying, "If it wasn't for the heavenly phoenix true fire's grade being higher than it, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to hold on." Chu Hongyan took out a jade box, and after opening it, there was a jasper spirit pill inside. She handed it to Fei and I, saying, "It's good that you're fine. Take this pill, and your injuries will be completely healed in 6 hours." That spirit pill was obviously an extraordinary item, not to mention that it could heal injuries in 6 hours. This effect not only shocked Fei and I, but the people of the Heaven Alliance also looked over, their eyes extremely red. Especially Jing Qi, his face was deathly pale, and he couldn't help but swallow. A fanatical look appeared in his eyes, but it was only for a moment. At this time, who would dare to touch Li Yunxiao's woman? Not to mention Li Yunxiao, even if it was Chu Hongyan, among the people present, who would dare to say that they could win. Fei and I was especially touched, and she hurriedly refused, saying, "This item is too precious. Sister, quickly put it away. Don't waste it on me." Chu Hongyan smiled lightly, and said, "Look at what you're saying, how is it a waste? Since you're not willing to use it now, then keep it. Perhaps there will be a time when it's useful." Divine Firmament Palace's accumulation is quite deep, and even if I eat spirit pills like rice, I won't be able to finish them in my lifetime. Fei Yan'ai was amused by her words, and she knew that this was Chu Hongyan's kind intention, so she didn't refuse any more. She put it away, and bowed, saying, "Thank you, sister." Chu Hongyan smiled. In her opinion, since Fei Yan'ai was Li Yunxia's woman, she had the responsibility to take care of her. Fei Yan'ai adjusted her breathing, and her injury stabilized. She looked down worriedly, and said, "That flame is extremely powerful. If my husband continues like this, will he?" Chu Hongyan put a finger to her lips, and shook her head slightly. She smiled, and said, "Fei Yang never does stupid things. If he really encounters an insurmountable danger, he will definitely come up first." She said it with a relaxed expression, and this made Fei Yan'ai feel more at ease. However, when she turned around and looked down, her eyes were full of worry. Mu Zhuang turned around and said, "Elder Lan, can you see the situation down there?" Mu Lan's eyes turned dark green, and they shone with a strange light. They were even more powerful than when he was in the Black Tortoise Star Palace in the Two-World Mountain. After a while, a tinge of red appeared in the dark green eyeball. Mu Lan closed his eyes, and after adjusting his breathing, he opened them again, and said bitterly, "The flame is too strong, and it burned away the power of my spiritual eye. If I didn't have a fake eye, I might have been blinded by force." Mu Zhuang was shocked, and said, "It's that powerful? Then we can only wait, and hope that Li Yunxiao is fine." Wan Qian was a little restless, and he also sighed, and said, "I hope that Brother Fei Yang doesn't take the Emperor Pill dispensary for himself." Hearing this, Chu Hongyan and Fei Ni's eyes narrowed, and anger and coldness flashed in their eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that this place wasn't suitable for fighting, they would have already turned hostile and beaten Wan Qian up. Inside the crack, the Emperor Pill dispensary's spirit sensed someone approaching, and in a flash, it flew into the depths of the crack. At the same time, countless flames fell back into the crack like a waterfall, and condensed into a ball, and shot towards Li Yunxiao. The heaven and earth water yuan that covered the surface of his skin became thinner, and it almost dried up. Li Yunxiao chased after the Emperor Pill dispensary, and strode into the abyss. At the same time, he formed a hand seal, and shouted, "Come out." Strong astral winds burst out from his body, and formed a wind barrier. The crocodile turned into a miniature form, and it lay on Li Yunxiao's right shoulder, and its eyes were scarlet red. Although the scorching air was blocked, the red light was still the light of the fire spirit, and even the immemorial astral wind could not block it completely. Many of the red light passed through, and in a trance, it turned into countless red illusory blades. "Humph, useless." Li Yunxiao sneered. He clenched his fists, and a wave of golden fist shadows struck the illusory blades, and exploded them one by one. The crocodile on his right shoulder suddenly dashed out, and turned into a huge wind blade. It pierced through his own barrier, and slashed forward. Chi! The new Guili flame was split apart, and a vacuum passage was slashed open in the crack. In an instant, Li Yunxiao turned into lightning, and in a flash, he followed the passage, and caught up to the Emperor Pill dispensary, and a powerful pressure came rolling out. The Emperor Pill dispensary had 8 small holes, and they were constantly spitting out flames. It was the Emperor Pill True Fire, the new Guili flame. Hoo-hoo! The Emperor Pill pavilion flashed with a red light, and immediately, 8 small holes spewed out true fire, condensing into a ferocious beast in the sky. It was as sturdy as an ox, with a back like a toad, and its entire body protruded. It opened its mouth and spat out a line of fire. Li Yunxiao patted the crocodile, and immediately transformed into a tall and mighty giant spirit. With a loud roar, it spat out astral winds and whizzed upwards. Boom! Wind and fire clashed together, the two elemental powers corroded each other. Under the bombardment of the astral winds, the flames scattered like fireworks, and the entire abyss immediately became a mess. The flaming beast roared, and with a flash, it rushed down from the Emperor Pill pavilion. Its body expanded in the wind and pounced towards the giant spirit. Bang! The astral wind giant spirit was scattered by the beast, but it did not disappear. Instead, it condensed into countless crescent-shaped wind blades, like a wind net. it landed on the beast's body, emitting chi-chi sounds, and slashed out countless flames. Roar! The beast roared again and again. Too much of its body had been cut off, and its body was reduced by half. Its two front paws continuously slapped the surroundings, scattering the wind blades. The moment the astral wind attacked, Li Yunxiao flew up in a flash and landed in front of the Emperor Pill Pavilion. Looking at the exquisite pavilion, he happily stepped over. Rumble! The Emperor Pill Pavilion suddenly spun, and once again spat out countless flames, like millions of spears piercing out. Humph, it's just a pill furnace, to actually be so mischievous. Li Yunxiao did not avoid the flames, but extended his hand, and a white light flew out from his palm. Following that, the mountain and river cauldron broke through the air, and became bigger in the wind. The rivers, mountains, sun, moon, stars, insects, fish, birds, and beasts engraved on the cauldron all came to life, and released the power of the world. The millions of Xian Goeli flames suddenly became dazed, as if space was compressed, causing all the light to distort, and flew towards the mountain and river cauldron, and actually shot into the cauldron, disappearing in a flash. Li Yunxiao was overjoyed. Although the Xian Goeli flames were a variant fire element, it had been nurtured by the Emperor Pill Pavilion for countless years, and now it was directly absorbed by the mountain and river cauldron. Furthermore, Li Yunxiao could clearly feel the mountain and river cauldron's happy and thirsty voice, as if it had not absorbed enough. How much you can eat depends on yourself. Go! Li Yunxiao lifted up the cauldron and let it fly out on its own, spinning as it flew towards the Emperor Dam building. That Emperor Pill Pavilion was originally just a pill refining cauldron. After many years, it had gained sentience and immediately felt the pressure of the mountain river cauldron. It was so scared that it hurriedly escaped and went down the abyss. That bull-shaped monster seemed to have sensed the Emperor Pill building's fear, and no longer cared about fighting with the astral winds. It transformed into a long line of fire and charged over. Just in time. Li Yunxiao teleported to the top of the mountain and river cauldron. Countless hand seals entered the body of the cauldron, and the power of the world spun out, emitting a bright light that shone on the line of fire. It actually trapped the line of fire, and after it transformed into its true form, it was unable to move. TSK, a 10,000 years pill fire. Even if the Emperor Pill Pavilion ran away, this trip was worth it. He suddenly opened the lid of the cauldron, and the power of the world suddenly spun. The monster was directly compressed into a line of fire, and was sucked into the cauldron. Haha! Bang! Li Yunxiao closed the lid back, and countless hand seals entered the cauldron. Instantly, all the light was absorbed into the body of the cauldron, and he began to refine the Xian Goeli flame. The crocodile also turned back into its mini form, lying on his shoulder, and looked at the cauldron with its scarlet eyes. After the flames in the cauldron calmed down, Li Yunxiao put the mountain river cauldron back into his body, but the Emperor Pill Pavilion was already gone. Below this abyss was endless seawater, and the Emperor Pill Pavilion had already sunk into it, and had long disappeared without a trace. This Xian Goeli flame has been with the Pill Pavilion for 10,000 years, and their aura has long been connected. I want to refine this flame, and I will definitely be able to sense the location of the Emperor Pill Pavilion. Li Yunxiao muttered to himself, I wonder if I can make it in time. The Nephrite sky would be open for a few months, but this time, the space was extremely vast, and even after a few months, it would be difficult to find the end. Everything depends on fate. He was also indifferent. At least after taking the Xian Goeli flame, this trip was not in vain. Although the Xian Goeli flame was one of the most suitable true fires for alchemy, and it was extremely rare, Li Yunxiao would not value it so much. This was because the Xian Goeli flame this time not only had gained spirituality, but it was also an existence that the Emperor Pill Pavilion had nurtured for tens of thousands of years, and its integration with the cauldron would be seamless. At this moment, the roar of the seawater came from the abyss, and the water level began to rise at an extremely fast speed. Not only that, the entire island suddenly became fragile, and the thick rock layer began to crack, and a large number of rocks fell. Due to the impact of the seawater, the cracks grew larger, and it seemed like it was about to collapse. Chu Hongyan and the others were waiting impatiently in the air, and they wanted to go down to investigate a few times. Suddenly, the red light and the cracks seemed to have disappeared, and everyone was shocked. More than 10 divine senses went down, and immediately found that the Emperor Pill Pavilion and the true fire were all gone, and there was only the rising seawater and the island that was beginning to collapse. While everyone was still in shock, Li Yunxiao turned into a ray of light, and appeared next to Fei and I. He looked at her with concern, and said, "You're injured." Fei Ni's heart warmed, and there were faint tears in the corner of her eyes. She hurriedly shook her head, and said, "I'm already fine. Sister Hong Yan even gave me a spirit pill." She took out the spirit pill and shook it, not hiding her happiness at all. Li Yunxiao smiled and nodded at Chu Hongyan, and said, "Thank you." Chu Hongyan's eyes were smiling, and there was also a trace of resentment, and she said quietly, "It's what I should do." How could the surrounding people be in the mood to watch them show off their love? They were all burning with anxiety. Wan Xianxian hurriedly said, "Brother Feiyong, what about the Emperor Pill Pavilion?" Li Yunxiao let out a long sigh, and shook his head helplessly, and said, "AI, it ran away." What? It ran away? Wan Xianxian screamed, and her eyes widened like copper bells, and revealed a look of disbelief. How is that possible? It's just a profound artifact, how could it run away from Brother Feiyong's hands? Brother, don't you dare lie to me. Mu Zhuang and the others also revealed doubtful expressions. Li Yunxiao did not explain, and said coldly, "What, brother doesn't believe me?" Wan Xianxian's heart sank, and he hurriedly said, "It's not that I don't believe you, but this matter is of great importance, and we must clarify it." Li Yunxiao flung his sleeves, and said indifferently, "What do I do to clarify it?" The Emperor Pill Pavilion sank into the sea, and disappeared without a trace. As for what happened, I don't know. Wan Qian did not speak, and became silent. However, his expression kept changing, and his eyes flickered. He was obviously skeptical of Li Yunxiao's words, but what could he do even if he didn't believe it? AI, to think that it was all for naught. Zhu Tianhan's life was at stake. Mu Zhuang sighed, and also shook his head, as if feeling that it was not worth it. However, he did not have too many emotions. After all, this was just an external wealth. It would be good if he could get it, but it did not matter if he couldn't. Li Yunxiao's eyes flickered a few times, and he said leisurely, "Everyone has their own fate. I am also very sad about Lord Zhu Tianhan's death." Mu Zhuang glanced at Wan Qian, intentionally or unintentionally, with a cold expression, and said meaningfully, "This matter will definitely cause a huge uproar in the secluded sections. Lord Qian, don't blame yourself too much. It's all that Xian Gui Li Huanguang's fault, and Lord Qian did not have time to rescue him." What? Wan Qian had been thinking about the Emperor Pill Pavilion, and did not pay attention to their words. He only reacted when he was mentioned, and his expression changed drastically. Mu Zhuang's words were very clear. He had delayed and not rescued him. Once it was spread out, the entire secluded aristocratic family's opinion of him would be very bad, and it would be very difficult to maintain the current relationship of using each other. The competition between Myriad Gem Tower and Heavenly Yuan Commerce was still in a stalemate, and once they lost the support of the secluded aristocratic family, they would definitely collapse like a landslide. He was so scared that cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he said in a trembling voice, "Lord Mu Zhuang, you really can't blame me for this. It's everyone's fault for letting down their guard, and being killed unprepared." I think so too. Why is Lord Qian's forehead covered in sweat? Mu Zhuang glanced at him indifferently, his eyes full of contempt. Wan Qian carefully wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, and said with a smile, "It's a bit hot, the weather is a bit hot." He paused, and then said, "I wonder what Lord Mu Zhuang thinks about Lord Zhu Tianhan's death." Mu Zhuang glanced at Little Red and Jing Qi, and seeing that they did not say a word, as if they did not care about Zhu Tianhan's life or future, he said lazily, "With Zhu Tianhan's death, the Dragon Tooth Manor will definitely be in a mess. We are both secluded sects, and after living together for so many years, I really can't bear to see the Dragon Tooth Manor in chaos. Why not let my Mu family temporarily take care of the manor for Zhu Tianhan, and when someone capable appears in the manor, my Mu family will then return to Tongtian Island." Lord Mu Zhuang is indeed righteous. Wan Qian immediately gave 2 thumbs up, and praised, "If Zhu Tianhan knew that Lord Mu Zhuang is so righteous, he can die in peace. I will definitely support Lord on this matter." The Mu family people all revealed knowing smiles, and Mu Zhuang also chuckled, seeming to be in a very good mood, and said, I will support Lord Xianxia in developing the myriad treasure tower as always, and hope that the friendship between our two sects will last forever. Friendship will last forever, that's only natural. Wan Qianqian patted his chest and laughed loudly. It was just that under his warm gaze, there was a stretch of coldness and resentment. The Mu family took advantage of the situation, and at the same time threatened him. He did nothing, and actually picked up such a great bargain. Even if the Mu family supported him as always, the price they would pay would probably be even greater. Clap, clap, clap. Li Yunxiao clapped his hands in praise, and said, truly touching, to be able to witness the friendship between the Mu family and the myriad treasure tower, it really broadens my horizons, and this trip was not in vain. His eyes revealed undisguised ridicule. Ha ha ha. Fei and I could not help but laugh, but felt that it was very inappropriate, and hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand and turned around. Chu Hongyan was much more mature than her, so she didn't feel surprised and just smiled. The so-called friendship between sects had always been a kind of balance of interests, which also meant that there were no eternal friends in the world, and no eternal enemies. Anyone could hear the sarcasm in Li Yunxiao's words. Wan Qian was thick-skinned and pretended not to know. Mu Zhuang, on the other hand, blushed slightly, but it was fine. He smiled and said, young Master Yunxiao, you flatter me. Li Yunxiao put his hands behind his back and said, friends, don't forget that you are still in Nephrite heaven. Going to the realm of eternal life is the right thing to do. Brother Qian, what should we do next? Wan Qian pondered, the realm of eternal life will only open when all 4 seals are opened. The Jade Library has already unsealed itself and we just released the Emperor Pill Pavilion, Heavenly Treasure Pavilion and Heavy Equipment Pagoda. As far as I know, the other 2 seals are also in the hands of Heaven's Mode Horizon. Li Yunxiao said, Brother Qian, do you have the coordinates of these 2 places? Wan Qian's eyes turned and he didn't answer, as if thinking about something. It wasn't easy to find the Emperor Pill Pavilion, but it escaped. Wan Qian was still skeptical. With Li Yunxiao's ability, he wouldn't let a building escape, but it was also impossible to hide it from everyone. So he was wondering if he should take Li Yunxiao to the next 2 places. If he brought it along, what would he do if it was swallowed up by him again? If he didn't bring it along, if he met something like Xian Gui Li Yan that he couldn't deal with, or if he met someone from Heaven's Mode Horizon, it would be difficult for him to get a share. Sigh, what a dilemma, Wan Qian couldn't help but sigh. What did Brother Qian say? Li Yunxiao blinked and looked at him strangely. Wan Qian was a little embarrassed and hurriedly covered it up, no, nothing. Brother said where to go. I have some clues about the 2 sealed places. After thinking it through, he still had to take Li Yunxiao there. At least his safety could be guaranteed. His friendship with Li Yunxiao was far better than Zhu Tianhan's. With his understanding of Li Yunxiao, if something happened to him, he wouldn't stand idly by. Li Yunxiao said, everything depends on fate. Let's go to the nearest seal. Recently. Let me see, Wan Qianqian pinched his fingers together and began to calculate, his eyes constantly looking into the distance. Yi Fan, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, is it over there? He stretched out his hand and pointed in the direction of the sea. Heavy Equipment Pagoda. Wan Qianqi's expression changed. His fingers moved even faster as he exclaimed, Heavy Equipment Pagoda. He looked at Yi Fan in shock and began to size him up. He was originally the most inconspicuous kid. Even though he was considered to be extremely talented to have such a cultivation base at such a young age, for them to be able to step into transcendence and sainthood, which one of them wasn't a genius that was 1 in a million? Thus, they didn't pay too much attention to him. Wan Qianqi's face darkened as he stared at Yi Fan and asked, Little brother, may I know your name? How do you know the location of the treasure pagoda? Yi Fan was a little embarrassed by his stare. He smiled shyly and said, I just have a feeling in my heart that we should go there. Feeling something? Wan Qianqian was taken aback. His eyes flashed as he asked, Sire's name is? Yi Fan was about to answer but was interrupted by Li Yunxiao's laughter. Haha, elder brother is really thinking too much. He's just a little brother that I took in. Even if I said it, elder brother wouldn't have heard of him. Wan Qianqian was skeptical, but no matter how he looked at Yi Fan, he couldn't find any clues. So, he gave up and said, "This direction leads to the treasure pagoda. It's the closest to us. I hope the people from Heaven's Mode Horizon haven't gotten it yet. Then let's go." Li Yunxiao waved his hand and immediately wrapped everyone in a green lightning escape light. Then, they flew in the direction Yi Fan had pointed. Since Yi Fan could sense the direction, it didn't matter if he had won Xianxia or not. Moreover, his curiosity towards the immortal world was getting weaker and weaker. Compared to the Emperor Pill Pavilion and the Treasure Pagoda, if he could obtain a large number of pills and profound tools, he could raise the overall strength of Yanwu City by several levels. And even if the immortal world really had the opportunity to become a god, it was far from Yanwu City. Moreover, he was now a true god realm expert, so it didn't matter. Just as they flew in the direction of the Treasure Pagoda, in a desert far away, there were countless pyramid-like buildings of different sizes. There were more than 10,000 of them, covering the earth. At a glance, it was vast and boundless, majestic and magnificent, giving people a feeling of supernatural craftsmanship. Boom! Suddenly, the largest pagoda collapsed. The originally sturdy stone layer was like a decaying tree, instantly turning into dust. It rolled in all directions, stirring up a cloud of dust that covered the sky and covered the sun. Boom! Boom! With the collapse of the largest tower, there seemed to be a chain reaction in the entire desert, and the rest of the towers also began to collapse gradually. For a time, there was a boom-boom sound of collapse everywhere. The dust carried a very strong smell of decay, and one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. One by one, the towers fell down like dominoes, disappearing into the barren land. Dozens of light rays soared into the sky from the dust, flying straight up to a height of 10,000 zhang, only to escape the dust and see the blue sky. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion has been opened, and the reserves inside are really amazing. Even if we can't enter the immortal world this time, everyone didn't come in vain. A sage-like old man wearing a brocade robe, embroidered with silver threads full of white plum blossoms, like frost and snow, and the old man's silver hair and beard complemented each other. The old man stroked his beard, revealing a satisfied look, but still showing regret. He sighed, "It's a pity that the restriction is too powerful. I didn't expect the entire heaven's altar to collapse, and only half of the treasures were taken out. If only I had more time." Hee, Lord Morong Ping Ping, don't be too greedy. Beside the old man stood a person with a red face. It was Nanqiu, and his eyes were full of smiles. "Fortunately, we have many people, and we can stabilize all the heaven's altar at the same time, so we can calmly take out a large number of treasures. Otherwise, it would be lucky to take one or two." Morong Ping Ping sighed softly, relieved, and said with a wry smile, "After all, watching such a huge treasure disappear in front of us is more or less a little disappointing. TSK, I really look forward to the next destination. I wonder if we will go to the Imperial Pill Pavilion or the Heavy Equipment Tower." Nanqiu said, "Let's go with the nearest principal. We will go whichever is closer. We won't be able to escape anyway." He smiled at an old man not far away, and said, "Lord Earth Venerable, please take that ancient path soul." Just 10 zhang away, there were Geng Jingqi, Kangwu Qiong, and dozens of sanctuary experts. There were experts like Finance Minister Ming Ji and Shadow Minister Shintui Xiao. There was also an old man leaning on an iron crutch. His expression was unruly, be it in status or strength. Behind the old man stood a young man in coarse clothes, his face wide and ugly. Standing in the crowd, he did not attract attention at all. Although the old man and the young man stood among the sanctuary experts, they seemed a little isolated, as if they did not fit in. Geng Jingqi flipped his hand and took out an item. It was yellowish-brown in color, made of neither gold nor jade. It was unknown what material it was made of, but it was shaped like a soup ladle, simple and unremarkable. If it was placed among the treasures, it would not attract attention, it would not even make people take a second look. TSK, if we knew that this ancient path soul is in the hands of a sanctuary expert, we wouldn't have waited for so many years. Nanqiu was quite emotional, and received the yellow soup ladle from Geng Jingqi with both hands, his expression extremely serious. Then, he took out a green scroll, and slowly unfolded it in the air, on which was drawn an endless landscape of mountains and rivers, looking very vast. The moment the scroll unfolded, the originally lifeless ancient path soul shone brightly, and the ladle's handle seemed to vibrate, flying into the scroll, and began to spin. Finally, the ladle stopped, and the handle pointed at a certain spot on the scroll. Everyone's gaze gathered, staring at that spot a few times, memorizing it. Haha, this should be the tower of heavy equipment. Xianxia was in an extremely good mood, laughing loudly. He formed a seal with both hands, keeping the scroll, and handed the ladle back to Gengxingqi. Morong Pingping said, "How do you know it's the tower of heavy equipment, and not the imperial pill dispensary?" Xianxia laughed softly, and explained, "The coordinates just now are flat, and as far as I know, the imperial pill dispensary is located in the deep sea in order to nurture its elixir fire." Morong Pingping sighed, "This nephrite heavens is really amazing. If not for Lord Gung's Four Spirits diagram and Lord Gung's ancient past soul formation, I'm afraid that we would be lost the moment we came in." Xianxia stroked his beard, and couldn't help but sigh. The Four Spirits diagram has been in the heavens mode horizon for many years, and generations of horizon lords have tried to figure it out, but to no avail. It's precisely because of the lack of the most crucial key, the ancient past soul formation. Only when the two are gathered will the space of nephrite heavens be completely opened, and once the four seals are broken, the world of immortality will appear. Morong Pingping said, "No wonder Lord Gung relaxed the restrictions this time, greatly lowering the conditions for those who can enter nephrite heavens. It's to break the four seals, right?" Xianxia smiled, and frankly said, "They don't have the Four Spirits diagram or the ancient past soul formation, so they're only here to make up the numbers. I'm indeed doing this as a precaution, fearing that we won't have enough manpower if something happens. Let a large number of people in first, just in case." Lord Gung is underestimating the heroes of the world. Perhaps there will be all kinds of unexpected situations. Gengxingqi, who had been silent all this while, suddenly snorted, as if he was extremely disdainful of Xianxia's scheme. "Oh?" Xianxia's expression changed, and after a moment of hesitation, he said, "Lord Gung would never speak without thinking, so there must be a basis for such a statement. May I know what it is?" Gengxingqi glanced at him lazily, then stood in the air with his hands behind his back, and said expressionlessly, "I don't know what it is exactly, but I have a feeling that it's not that simple." Tisk. Many from the secluded sects laughed involuntarily, their faces full of disdain and mockery. They all thought that Gengxingqi was going to say something grand, but it turned out to be a feeling. He was clearly showing off his existence. Gengxingqi heard the mockery around him, but he did not get angry, and only said leisurely, "Has Lord Gung heard of the name Guqingqing?" The faces of everyone from the sanctuary changed drastically, and they immediately thought of the mysterious woman who called herself Guqingqing in the Battle of Mount Pentacloud. Xianxia's expression also turned solemn, and he said solemnly, "I've also heard that the Divine Firmament Palace's palace lord, Guqingqing, who sealed the demons in Five Cloud Mountain, seems to have reappeared during the war between the two races." That's not the point. The point is that I've read a lot of records about Guqingqing. She did go in search of the realm of immortality and never came out after entering nephrite heaven. Now, thousands of years later, she has come to possess a little girl's body. It's really strange. Xianxia. Yu was also a clear-minded person, and he immediately understood what Gong Yangjingqi was referring to. He said in surprise, "Lord Gong Yang means that Guqingqing came out of the realm of immortality?" As soon as this statement came out, everyone was shocked and whispered, most of them did not believe it. Gong Yangjingqi said solemnly, "Apart from the realm of immortality, who can live for thousands of years?" Moreover, she appeared at this point in time. If this is a coincidence, then it's too much of a coincidence. Morong Pingping said, "I've also heard of the rumors about Guqingqing, but it's a bit too mysterious." "How can you be so sure?" "Maybe it's someone who came out to play tricks." Xianxia shook his head with a solemn expression, "I've also investigated this matter, and Guqingqing's identity is most likely not fake." Even he admitted it, everyone was even more shocked, and whispers were endless, all of them speculating. Xianxia ignored everyone's whispers and continued, "Even if Guqingqing really came out of the realm of immortality, it doesn't mean anything. The seal of the Jade Library inexplicably opened in the early years, perhaps it has something to do with it. Everything is just a hypothesis before we have definite information. We just need to follow the plan step by step. And it's not just Guqingqing, there may be many unexpected variables." I think that Li Yunxiao will be a key figure in the future. Entering Nephrite heaven this time may also bring unexpected changes, catching us off guard. Yes, that Li Yunxiao is by no means a good person. Why don't we join forces and kill him? A person said angrily, as if there was an irreconcilable hatred between them. Everyone looked over, and the speaker was the Blue Heaven sect master, Xianxia. Everyone noticed him along the way. For some reason, he gave off a feeling of weakness, as if he had suffered a serious injury. Only a few people knew that Xianxia had been injured by Li Yunxiao and that he had narrowly escaped into Nephrite heaven. Nanqiu's brows furrowed slightly. However, he soon recovered his composure and said calmly, wanting to kill Li Yunxiao right now is extremely unrealistic. This person possesses the mandate of heaven. Not only is his strength unfathomable, there are also countless experts within the saint artifact. He is no weaker than any sect in the world. Sir Xianxia, I advise you to recognize the situation and stop going against Li Yunxiao. It would be best if you could find an opportunity to bury the hatchet. That would be the best choice. Xianxia's expression changed several times, and anger appeared on his brows as he snorted coldly, even if you don't agree with this method, there is no need to criticize me like this. What do you mean by recognizing the situation? That Li Yunxiao is too arrogant, and he has offended many people. There are many who want to take his life, and he will die sooner or later. I'm joining forces with everyone to deal with him. This is what I'm doing, and I'm recognizing the situation. Nanqiu sighed and shook his head, knowing that it was useless to say anything more, so he said, let's not talk about this anymore. Master Xianxia, you're on your own. Let's hurry and find the tower of heavy equipment. In his opinion, Xianxia's stubbornness would only lead to his own destruction, but the relationship between the two of them was just so. He had already done his best to advise Xianxia, and it was none of his business whether Xianxia would listen to his advice or not. The people of Heaven's Moat Horizon immediately took out a huge warship, and everyone flew inside. Countless formation lights revolved around the warship, and it turned into a stream of light that disappeared into the sky above the desert. Several days later, above a seemingly endless basin, several streaks of light were flying at high speed. There were large and small streaks of light, and they were divided into several groups. It was Li Yunxiao's group. Suddenly, Yi Fan called out softly, "We're here." Everyone immediately stopped. Standing tens of thousands of feet in the air, there were no buildings as far as the eye could see. Wan Qianqi counted on his fingers and looked at Yi Fan suspiciously, "Are you sure?" Yi Fan was also a little lost, and he shook his head, "I don't have any basis, but I'm concerned about this place." Concerned? Wan Qianqi's face darkened, and he said unhappily, "Isn't this too much of a joke?" Yi Fan was a little embarrassed, and his face immediately turned red. Li Yunxiao smiled and countered with a question, "Then what's Brother Qianqi's judgment?" Wan Qianqi's eyes flashed, and he looked around for a while before saying, "I'm calculating according to the method left behind by my ancestor, so I can't accurately calculate the location. Only the Four Spirits diagram of the heavenly moat can accurately point out the coordinates. Previously, the Emperor Pill Pavilion just happened to be on an island, and there's only one island in the entire ocean, so it's naturally easy to find." Li Yunxiao said calmly, "Since Brother Qianqi can't accurately calculate the location, then let's search around here. I believe in Yi Fan's intuition." Yi Fan? Wan Qianqi's heart shook, and he suddenly exclaimed, "Could it be that he's the descendant of Yinan Tian, the youth who's rumored to have obtained Noah's Ark?" Li Yunxiao smiled lightly, and he said, "Brother Qianqi's information network is still very fast, and there are very few people who know about this." Wan Qianqi was shocked, and his eyes flickered. He sized up Yi Fan a few more times, and he said with some envy, "There's no such thing as an impenetrable wall. Moreover, it's not easy to hide from the myriad treasure pavilion. Since he's the descendant of Yinan Tian, maybe his intuition is right. Let's search around here." After knowing Yi Fan's identity, Wan Qianqi seemed to be convinced, which made Li Yunxiao feel a little strange. Chu Hongyan took out the testing device, and she made a hand sign. Immediately, fluorescent dots were transmitted around, and they began to crawl like ants. It seemed that they were too dense, and the testing device let out a low whine, and it trembled a little. "What's going on?" Chu Hongyan was shocked, and she suddenly looked down. Her divine sense swept across the earth like the wind, and there was actually a faint layer of energy blocking it, and it couldn't go deeper. Everyone saw the abnormality on the testing device, and Xianxia was overjoyed, and he said, "Haha, there's really something wrong with this place." Musu's eyes were dark green, and he stared at the earth for a while. He only felt that there were strange shadows, but he couldn't see them clearly. He raised his head and looked at Li Yunxiao, and said, "Young Master Yunxiao, what do you see?" Li Yunxiao withdrew his gaze, and said, "This earth seems to be a world of its own, and there are many underground creatures of extremely high levels. If the tower of heavy equipment is below, then it's going to be troublesome." "Haha, it must be below." Xianxia was excited, and his eyes lit up, and he shouted, "Brother Feiyong, this time, we can't let the tower of heavy equipment escape." Li Yunxiao smiled slightly, and said nothing. Inside the world god Steel, his doppelganger was sitting cross-legged in front of the mountain and river cauldron, refining the Xianxia flame. As long as he could find the Emperor Elixir Pavilion, he was willing to give up the immortal world. Feiyan did not have a good impression of Xianxia, and he sneered, "Master Xianxia, be careful, don't be like Zhu Tianhan, and die because of carelessness." Xianxia's heart trembled, and he flew a lot higher. Although this was a bit embarrassing, there were too many dangers in Nephrite heaven, and nothing was more important than staying alive. It would be a big joke if he lost his life just to save face. As expected, everyone looked at him with a trace of disdain, but Xianxia was still calm, and acted as if he didn't know anything. Mu Zhuang sternly said, "Everyone, be careful, but don't worry too much. With our strength, as long as we don't let our guard down, it's extremely difficult to hurt us." Li Yunxiao nodded in agreement, and said, "Master Mu Zhuang, should we send another puppet down to split open the earth to test the waters?" "All right." Mu Zhuangqin pointed at an elder, and a gray halo suddenly appeared behind the elder, and it directly turned into a large puppet the height of two people. It held a sword in one hand, and it landed on the ground. Boom! The puppet was extremely heavy, and as soon as it landed on the ground, it immediately sank into the ground. The elder formed a seal with both hands, and with a light shout, he pointed at the puppet. The puppet sensed the seal, and it raised the sword in its hand, opened its mouth, and let out a bestial roar, and slashed the ground. Boom! The sword essence slashed the ground, and waves of air rippled out. The entire ground, with the tip of the sword as the starting point, was torn open infinitely. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of something tearing through the air rang out, and there seemed to be a green light rolling on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the puppet's entire body was entangled by the green vines, and it was tightly bound. The elder of the Mu family's expression changed drastically, and he desperately formed a seal to point at the green vines. The puppet seemed to be struggling, but it couldn't break free from the green vines, and it let out a creak sound. Chu Hongyan suddenly exclaimed, and she shouted, "Look at the ground!" The sword of the puppet had split open the ground, and the crack was thousands of feet long. At this moment, it was slowly healing. Although the speed was not fast, it was indeed healing. What the hell is this? Everyone was stunned. An earth that could heal itself? No one had ever heard of such a thing. Under Li Yunxiao's wondrous spell Spirit Eyes, he saw a layer of faint green light on the ground, which had an extremely strong restorative effect. The green vines that entangled the puppet also came from the ground. Coldness flashed in Little Red's eyes, and she was extremely dissatisfied. She snorted and said, "So troublesome, wasting everyone's time. Why don't we just directly smash the ground into pieces? I don't believe that it can still heal after being smashed into pieces." A flash of white light appeared on her fist, and she raised her arm to accumulate power. The entire sky was distorted by the power of her fist. The curvature of the space kept increasing, and Li Yunxiao and the others looked as if the space had been deformed. Boom! Little Red's figure flashed, and she directly stepped on the ground, and suddenly punched down. The tender fist directly pierced into the ground, and countless gravel and soil flew up into the sky. With the fist as the center, everything within a radius of thousands of feet broke open, and the entire ground suddenly shattered like a mirror. Then, everything fell to the ground. That's... Li Yunxiao was taken aback. His eyes flashed as a beam of light shot out from the ground, swallowing Lil Red and the puppet. Ah? Everyone in the sky was shocked, and they hurriedly flew up into the sky to avoid being affected by the unknown thing. Li Yunxiao, Chu Hongyan, and Fei Yan'ai stood where they were without moving. They quietly looked at the huge beam of light, which slowly became smaller and smaller, disappearing into the sky. There was a hole in the ground that was about half an acre in size, and inside it was a cave that was hundreds of feet deep. Chu Hongyan and Fei Yan'ai suddenly screamed, their faces turning pale. They saw a giant toad squatting at the entrance of the cave. It was as tall as a person, and it was staring at them with its lantern-sized eyes. Chu Hongyan calmed herself down. Although the toad's aura was terrifying, it was not as terrifying as its appearance. To women, its appearance was extremely lethal. Fei Ni's face paled as she hid behind Li Yunxiao and said with a trembling voice, "That Lil Red just now was eaten by this thing." When the beam of light shot out, everyone retreated in shock. Only the three of them did not move, so they saw it clearly. That beam of light came from the toad's mouth. Everything that was sucked into the beam, including the puppet, was swallowed by the toad. Li Yunxiao and the toad stared at each other for a while before saying, "This thing is definitely an ancient mutated species. There's most likely another space in its stomach. Otherwise, when it swallowed just now, not only did it swallow Lil Red and the puppet, but it also swallowed a large amount of soil and rocks." Then is Lil Red dead? Fei Yan'ai asked in a daze. She gathered her courage and walked out from behind Li Yunxiao. She had the bloodline of the heavenly phoenix, and even in the ancient times, she was one of the strongest. There was no reason for her to be afraid of a toad. Li Yunxiao laughed, "It's not like you don't know Lil Red's situation. How could a mere ancient species kill her? I think this toad is most likely out of luck." After a brief moment of shock, Xianxia and the others quickly understood the situation and flew down. Xianxia asked, "Brother Feiyong, is the celestial venerable well?" Li Yunxiao glared at him and said angrily, "How can he be well after being eaten?" Hee hee. Xianxia awkwardly smiled. He knew that his cowardice had displeased Li Yunxiao, so he let out a long sigh and said, "Brother Feiyong, do you think we should enter the cave?" Musu used his magical eyes to check for a while and said with amazement, "This is not a cave. It's just a cave, and a hole has been blown out." The aura within this toad's body was extremely ferocious. It was indeed an ancient species. Even if it wasn't a true spirit, it wasn't far from it. The worst thing is, I'm afraid there's more than one of these beasts. Chu Hongyan took out the detector and saw countless light spots flashing on it, all pointing to the underground. Even Li Yunxia's face changed. If all the beasts were as strong as this toad, they would be lucky to leave this place alive, let alone find the heavy equipment tower. What should we do? Not only was Xianxia stunned, but everyone else also fell silent. This underground space was obviously an ancient world full of ferocious beasts. Gulp. Suddenly, a sound came from the stomach of the toad below. In an instant, it expanded to twice its original size, and its entire body became round and bulging. Gua! 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 The toad's body expanded like a balloon, and in a few blinks, it was about to block the entrance of the cave. The toad's eyes were filled with ferocity. It suddenly opened its mouth and shot out beams of light. Boom! Boom! Beams of light shot out one after another. It was not a deliberate attack. It seemed that the toad was venting its anger. Its round body kept changing shape. Black ripples spread out from its snow-white belly. Bang! Bang! The sound made the toad tremble. The black demonic pattern seemed to have washed the toad's entire body. The cysts on its back began to crack, and green liquid flowed out. The liquid splashed around and made a sizzling sound. The solid rock layer was melted. Blarg! The toad's body was shaking, and a large amount of white liquid flowed out of its mouth. The elder of the Mu family fixed his eyes on the liquid and showed a pained expression. The liquid contained the remains of the puppets. Gulp, gulp. The white belly kept expanding with the ripples of the demonic patterns. Finally, the toad was too round and fell backward. Immediately, its belly was facing the sky. Poochie! Suddenly, a spark appeared on the white belly. It was invisible and invisible. It was the evil ice heart flame. The whole belly was burning like a piece of paper. The 4. Limbs of the toad twitched and stopped moving completely. In a blink of an eye, it was burned to ashes. A beam of white light shot out, and Little Red appeared in front of everyone. She was wearing a white dress with a bright red flower printed on it, fluttering in the wind. "Damn toad, how dare you swallow this seat?" Little Red's expression was extremely gloomy. Being swallowed by the toad caused her to be extremely furious, and it seemed as if burning the toad to ashes wasn't enough to vent her hatred. She suddenly punched down from the sky, and with a bang, a large hole was blasted open where the toad stood. Only then did she snort angrily and stand to the side. Everyone stared at the deep crater in silence. Xianxia said in a daze, "What should we do now? Does anyone have an idea? We can't just stand here and watch, can we?" Xianxia propped up his chin and pondered. "Why don't we wait for the people from Heaven's Smoke Cliff to come and let them lead the way?" Xianxia was shocked and hurriedly said, "We can't do that. When the people from Heaven's Smoke Cliff arrive, how much share will we have?" Xianxia asked nonchalantly, "Then does Brother Xianxia have an idea?" Xianxia pretended to think for a while before saying, "In Brother's humble opinion, although this underground grotto heaven is dangerous, it won't stump us." That toad's ferocious aura just now was still easily obliterated by the venerable sky. "We only need to choose a leader to scout ahead, and everyone else will follow behind him carefully. We'll cover him and take care of him. That way, we'll be absolutely safe." Xianxia's eyes flashed and he hurriedly cupped his fists. Brother Xianxia is indeed wise. Then the leader will be none other than Brother Xianxia. Xianxia cursed Xianxiao 100 times in his heart before declining. "Brother Feiyang thinks too highly of my methods. It's not that I'm unwilling, it's that I don't have the ability." "Oh, so Brother Xianxia didn't propose this plan to take the lead yourself, but to let someone else take the lead?" Xianxia's expression turned cold as he said indifferently, "Then in Brother Xianxia's opinion, who should be the leader?" Xianxia swept his gaze over everyone and chuckled. "In Brother Xianxia's opinion, the two strongest among us are none other than the venerable Sky and Palace Master Hong." Lil Red's expression changed and she sneered. "I'm not interested in this grotto heaven. It's full of disgusting monsters. If you want to go, you can go." Thinking about how she had been swallowed by the toad, she still felt nauseous and her face turned green. Lil Red said again, "Jing Qi, after you find the heavy equipment pagoda, send a signal and I'll come back." Jing Qi immediately bowed and replied, "Yes." Xianxiao also sneered. "Brother Xianxia, do you mean to let the women lead the way? How could a dozen men do such a thing?" Everyone's face turned red. Xianxia was also a little embarrassed. "Then who does Brother Xianxia think should be the leader? In short, I can't bear such a heavy responsibility." Xianxia was used to being thick-skinned, so everyone was used to it. Although it was embarrassing to be thick-skinned, at least he could keep his life. Everyone thought to themselves that the myriad treasures pagoda had stood strong for so many years. At the very least, they wouldn't put themselves in danger. Mu Zhuang said, "How about this? I have a method that I'm not sure will work. All the men come over to draw lots. Those who win will lead the way. How about that?" "Yes, that's a great idea." Xianxiao immediately agreed. The Mu family had the most people, so their chances of winning were also the highest. Moreover, this was the fairest method. Those who won could only blame their bad luck. Xianxia thought about it and readily agreed. He also thought that his chances of winning were too small. Mu Zhuang smiled and immediately waved his hand. More than a dozen swords shot out, all of them stabbing into the ground and trembling brightly. Among these swords, one of them has a red tip. Everyone frowned. There was an unusual flow of energy on the ground that interfered with divine sense. They really couldn't find out which sword had a red tip. Everyone secretly blamed themselves for being careless. They couldn't keep a close eye on Mu Zhuang when he made his move. "Haha." Xianxiao smiled inexplicably and said, "Lord Mu Zhuang is indeed smart." Then, he pointed in the air and a sword immediately flew up. He grabbed it in his hand. The tip was bright and colorless. Obviously, it didn't win. The others were quite disappointed. Many braced themselves and grabbed the sword in the air as well. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of swords rang out continuously. Haha, you didn't win. Great. Most people were excited that they didn't win. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. He immediately felt the pressure. After scanning with his divine sense, he grabbed with his 5 fingers. Whoosh! A sword flew up and landed in his hand. Ah! Xianxian sucked in a breath of cold air. His entire person was stunned. The tip of the sword was half a finger wide. It was scarlet and stained with blood. No, that's impossible. He didn't believe it. He shouted angrily and swung his sleeve. All the swords stabbed into the ground flew into the air. The tips of all the swords were colorless. Bang! 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 Xianxian's face turned ashen. The swords immediately fell to the ground and scattered like garbage, as if they were worthless. He stared at the sword in his hand. The scarlet dot was particularly glaring. Li Yunxiao clapped his hands in praise. He smiled and said, Lord Mu Zhuang is indeed skillful. The moment the sword fell, it just happened to stab a mouse to death. That's why it was stained with blood. TSK, Brother Ichin just happened to get it. Xianxian's expression changed and he threw his sword to the ground. Brother Feiyong, you actually saw it? Is this drawing fair? Li Yunxiao rolled his eyes and said helplessly, Brother, don't be impatient. Look at the sword pit, I just saw it. Xianxian followed his finger and saw that there was indeed a dead rat in the pit where he had retrieved his sword. It had been cut into 2. He was speechless. Mu Zhuang stroked his beard and smiled. Don't worry, Lord Xianxian. With our strength, we won't encounter any real danger. We'll be on our guard and cover for you. Xianxian struggled for a moment and sighed. If there's any danger, please help me. Xianxian will reward you handsomely. Everyone had a look of don't worry on their faces and many even patted their chests. Only then did Xianxian relax. Flowing light appeared on his body and gradually condensed into a small and exquisite armor. At the same time, he grabbed a golden iron crutch with his hand and took out a cloak and hung it over his shoulder. It was a picture of 100 birds bowing to the phoenix. He was fully armed. Li Yunxiao was both angry and amused. He felt that Xianxian had completely turned into a craven old man. He couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. As the head of the merchant union in the past, he was heroic and could be considered a hegemon of a generation, a great figure who influenced the world. Otherwise, Gu Feiyang wouldn't have been so close to Myriad Treasure Tower that their friendship continued to this day. But ever since he lost a large part of the merchant union's territory and was forced away by Ding Shan, Xianxian seemed to have become a completely different person. He was eager for quick success, greedy for life, and afraid of death. He couldn't even be considered a hero, let alone a hegemon. Perhaps it was because he fell from such a high position and lost so many things that he became stingy. He was stingy with everything he had and even more stingy with his life. Li Yunxiao knew that Xianxian's path had come to an end. With such a mentality, he didn't know how far the merchant union could develop, but at least his path of cultivation was completely cut off unless he could find his lost heart of martial arts. But Xianxian clearly didn't think about this. He only wanted to fight for fame and profit, so he dug his head into a dead end and became more and more afraid of death. After Xianxia was fully armed, he felt much safer. He chuckled and said, My lords, remember to cover me. Fei's face was full of disdain as he said sarcastically, Don't worry, we will not leave your side. We will watch over you at all times. Wan-Yiqian did not find it ironic at all. Instead, he said, That's how it should be, that's how it should be. After he was ready, he jumped into the cave and walked deeper into it. Li Yunxiao then turned around and looked at Mu Zhuang with a smile, as if he knew what was going on. Hee. Mu Zhuang was taken aback for a moment before he laughed. He understood that Li Yunxiao had already seen through his tricks. The rats were not stabbed to death by the falling swords. Instead, they had long been controlled by him in the ground. After Li Yunxiao had chosen one, he would rush up and kill himself, dyeing the tip of the sword red with his blood. It was also thanks to the strange terrain that interfered with divine sense that he had been able to set up this trap. In truth, he didn't care who was leading the way. He was just playing a prank on Xianxian. Everyone immediately followed behind Xianxia and entered in a line, keeping a certain distance from him. Even Little Red pondered for a moment before following. The cave was 100 zhang below the ground. It was very deep, but it was not oppressive at all. Instead, it was very wide. Inside was an ordinary mountainous area, but there were low shrubs and some moss everywhere. The only strange thing was that the moss all emitted a fluorescent light, illuminating the cave. Vicious beasts occasionally appeared in the shrubs, but most of them looked from afar, not daring to approach. Some of them attacked, but Xianxia easily killed them. After walking for an hour and not encountering any powerful vicious beasts, Xianxia's courage grew, and he began to relax his guard. Not long after, they came across a lake. Under the illumination of the surrounding moss, the lake seemed to shimmer. This really is a different world. Aside from the lack of sunlight, this underground place is no different from the surface. Xianxia sighed, squinting his eyes as he looked around. I wonder how big this cave is, and where the treasure tower is. Yi Fan, do you feel anything? Yi Fan shook his head. No, after coming to this place, the worries in my heart disappeared. Worries disappeared? Xianxia thought for a moment, then said seriously, then it must be this place. Let's keep looking. Xianxia suddenly shouted, careful. From the moment the lake appeared, his eyes had never left its surface. The sparkling waves were not the reflection of light, but some insects floating on the surface. These insects' legs were very thin, so they wouldn't sink even if they stepped on the water. Moreover, they had wings on their backs, and suddenly, they all flew up. Like a silver blanket, they floated in the air and quickly flew toward Xianxia. What? Xianxia was shocked to find that there were at least millions of these insects, if not tens of millions. When they gathered together, they emitted a very violent aura, like locusts, or even more horrifying. Ha, go to hell. The golden crutch flew up, and several hand seals were inserted into it. Immediately, it turned into a roaring dragon. Roar. The golden dragon rushed into the swarm of insects, and immediately killed a large number of them. But in a moment, the entire dragon form was covered with insects, and it turned back into a crutch. Not only that, the crutch form only lasted for a moment before it was eaten up by countless silver insects. Ah? Xianxia was scared out of his wits. He turned around and ran, shouting, save me. Xianxia and the others were also shocked. Although Xianxia's crutch was not as good as the Crimson Dragon crutch, it was still a rare 9th-rank Xin artifact. Yet, it was eaten up in the blink of an eye. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Chu Hongyan made a prompt decision, shouting, these insects are troublesome, retreat first. Yes. Xianxia also agreed. The underground was full of dangers, and it was not worth the risk if they were not sure. They turned around and were about to go back the way they came. Suddenly, the earth trembled, and it seemed that a large number of ferocious beasts were coming from the direction they came from. The horrible evil Qi was one step ahead of them, pressing down on them. What's going on? There weren't so many ferocious beasts when we came here. What should we do? Should we advance or retreat? Everyone was a little flustered. Not only were they attacked from the front and the back, but suddenly, a large number of shadows of bats appeared in the sky, as if they had appeared out of thin air. Those bats let out horrible sound waves that made people deaf, and even shook their brains, affecting their divine sense. Why are all the ferocious beasts coming out all of a sudden? It seems that someone is commanding them. Xianxia looked around in shock. There was really no way out, and the ground under their feet suddenly changed. A large amount of soil became loose, and it crawled toward them like liquid. Someone must be commanding them from behind the scenes. Xianxia shouted, join hands and set up a barrier to block all the ferocious beasts. Blue light flashed on his body, and the soil was shaken away. Then, 36 Northsky Froststar swords flew out, covering the surroundings. Suddenly, the sword realm opened up, and thousands of swords appeared, isolating the bat's sound waves. At the same time, the ground was also suppressed by the sword chi. Although the soil rumbled and trembled, it could not break through. Everyone hurriedly took the opportunity to shake off the soil on their legs, and only then did they break free. Only then did Xianxia arrive, and he shouted anxiously, "Brother Feiyong, open the sword realm and let me in." Behind him, countless silver insects chased after him, and he was scared out of his wits. He hit the sword realm with all his might. Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed, and he shouted, "Everyone, be careful." He put two fingers together, and one of the Northsky Frost Star swords closest to Xianxia flew up, turning into countless sword shadows that rained down on the silver insects. At the same time, a gap appeared in the sword realm, and Xianxia rushed in. He let out a long sigh, and was so scared that he almost cried. But still, a large number of silver insects flew in. Fei Ni's figure flashed, and she turned into a fire phoenix, and a 10th level true fire spewed out. Whoosh! The fire burned all the silver insects inside, and the sound of burning could be heard. Li Yunxiao's hands kept forming sword seals, and the Northsky Frost Star swords that had been flying in the air immediately flew back down after one attack, and guarded the sword formation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, a large number of silver insects rushed out of the sword formation, gnawing at the swords and formation light with all their might. Not good. What kind of insects are these? They can't be burned to death. Fei and I was suddenly shocked. Only a few of the silver insects that were burned by her divine fire had fallen to the ground, but they were still alive. As if they were injured, they struggled on the ground, and after a few jumps, they flew up again. How is this possible? Chu Hongyan was also shocked, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. Suddenly, two of her fingers turned into a sword, and with a chi sound, a small sword chi slashed out, and several insects were cut in half. They fell to the ground, and after struggling for a long time, they completely died. What a tenacious life force! The rest of the people turned pale with fright. Looking at the millions of insects outside the formation, they almost covered the entire sword realm, and they couldn't help but gasp, feeling numb in the head. How dare you chase after me, go to hell! Xianxia, who had survived a disaster, was burning with anger. She suddenly pulled out a sword and slashed at the silver insects that had chased in. The sword cut the insects, and there was a sound of metal colliding, and a series of sparks. They are so strong. Everyone's expression changed, and their understanding of these silver insects deepened. Chu Hongyan shouted, "Don't just stand there, kill these insects first. They don't seem to have the 5 elements of water and fire, so we can only kill them." As she spoke, many more silver insects died in her hands. Oh? Are they really so powerful? Xiaohong sneered, full of disbelief. She raised her right hand and snapped her fingers, and with a caw sound, a cluster of ice fiend heart flame appeared, and with a whoosh, it burned the insects. Whoosh whoosh. The ice fiend heart flame swept past the silver bugs like a gust of wind, burning them with a crackling sound. Each bug could hold on for 2 to 3 breaths before completely exploding and turning into ashes. Bang! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, especially Li Yunxiao and Little Red. There was no need to mention how shocked they were. They were the clearest about how terrifying the ice fiendish heart flame was. The ferocious toad from before was completely burned, but these bugs could actually hold on for a few breaths. It was simply too terrifying. This sword formation must hold on. Fei Yanai said with a pale face, her eyes filled with fear. She possessed the heavenly phoenix true fire and was extremely sensitive to flames. She could vaguely feel that the level of the ice fiend heart flame was even higher than her heavenly phoenix true fire, so she was even more afraid of these bugs. Bang! Suddenly, the entire sword formation began to tremble. A large number of ferocious beasts rushed in from the direction of the entrance. Although there were different species, they were all green-faced and ferocious beasts. At first glance, it was obvious that they were extremely evil. They desperately attacked the sword formation with their divine abilities. With just the first wave of attack, the 36 northern sky cold star swords began to buzz and tremble. Li Yunxiao's entire body trembled and he immediately spat out blood. Feiyong! Husband! Brother Yunxiao! All sorts of exclamations were heard. Chu Hongyan and Fei Yanai flew to Li Yunxiao's side, their faces filled with anxiety. Fei Yanai even took out the elixir given to her by Chu Hongyan and handed it over. Li Yunxiao shook his head and said with a horrified expression, "Everyone, quickly think of a way. My sword formation can't hold on any longer. I'm afraid it will be destroyed by the second wave of attack. As he spoke, the ground began to shake and protrude. The rocks and soil began to explode, as if something was causing trouble below. The 36 swords continued to tremble and were about to collapse at any time. Chu Hongyan's expression became serious. She immediately stabbed out with her purple firmament sword. A burst of light blossomed and turned into an earth sword formation that spread out and resonated with the 36 northern sky-cold star swords. Only then did the chaos below be suppressed. The sword realm instantly stabilized, and everyone heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. However, they were still worried because everyone knew that this formation wouldn't last for long. At this moment, he was truly surrounded by enemies from all sides. There were silver worms in front of him, vicious beasts behind him, and countless black bats circling in the sky. There were even other strange birds among them. There was a strange bird with 8 wings and 6 claws. Each time it swooped down, the sword realm would shake. It was extremely ferocious. Mu Zhuang said in a deep voice, "There must be a mastermind behind this attack. Is it a human, a ghost, or some spiritual being? If we want to resolve the crisis, we'll have to find the mastermind." Li Yunxiao's face was gloomy as he looked around with his wondrous spell spirit eyes. Aside from the ominous aura filling the air, he found nothing. He said with some pessimism, "Finding the mastermind is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In my opinion, we might as well kill our way out of here." He raised his head to look at the sky. At this moment, the sky was filled with bats and birds, and a large number of sound waves were vibrating chaotically, making it impossible to probe above. According to the previous judgment from the entrance, this place is only a few hundred zhang above ground. If we attack with all our might, we'll definitely be able to blast a way out. I'm guessing that as long as we escape to the surface, we'll be safe. Mu Zhuang's eyes flickered as he said, "But are you sure that after withdrawing the sword realm, we'll have enough time to make a move and break through the dome? If the plan fails, I'm afraid we won't even have time to set up the barrier. We'll be devoured by these birds, beasts, and insects." Wan Qian also shuddered. Thinking of being devoured by these things, he couldn't help but feel afraid. Even his voice trembled as he said, "Yes, yes, so many vicious beasts." Li Yunxiao looked at him coldly and said, "Then does anyone have a better idea? If there's a safe plan, I naturally won't take the risk." Mu Zhuang said solemnly, "I heard that during the Battle of Mount Wuxia, young Master Yunxiao displayed a shocking ultimate technique that turned the tide of the battle between the two races. The attack's area of effect was extremely large, killing thousands of demonic elites in one go." Li Yunxiao's heart stirred. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of using the cool spinning yo-yo, but it would take too long. Moreover, the vicious beasts, birds, and insects outside the formation were all ancient species, so it might not have the desired effect. Back in the seal of the 33 skies, the countless crystal beetles formed by the formation spirit were almost immune to this move. He pondered for a moment, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, and said in a low voice, "This move isn't effective against all monsters. I'm afraid that if it fails, the consequences will be dangerous. In order to be safe, I hope that everyone can work together and attack together with me. That way, our chances of success will be greater." Mu Zhuang said, "We're already at a time like this, so we naturally have to work together. Tell us what you want to do, and the Mu family will do our best to cooperate with you." Li Yunxiao's gaze fell on Lil Red, and he said expressionlessly, "What about the Venerable One?" Lil Red's body trembled imperceptibly, and anger appeared on its face. Clearly, it was extremely dissatisfied with the way Li Yunxiao addressed it. It snorted heavily, then said, "Jing Qi and I will also do our best to cooperate with you." "Me too, I will also do my best to cooperate." Wan Qian also hurriedly said. Although Li Yunxiao didn't ask him, he was also a divine transcendence expert and could hold up half the sky. Moreover, there was a flash of light in his hand, and a small purple umbrella appeared. He chuckled and lovingly stroked it, saying, "This umbrella is called the Mysterious Fish, and its defense is far stronger than ordinary armor. In a moment, I will open this umbrella to provide support. Everyone, immediately return to the umbrella after attacking, and we can buy some time." Everyone cursed inwardly. "So you're not going to fucking attack, and you're just hiding in the back. But this is also good, having someone to provide support is not only not bad, but also capable." This is a good idea. Li Yunxiao said, this is very good. Brother Qian will provide support in the center, and the rest of you will attack with me, and try to use as many wide-range attacks as possible. Especially the venerable one's baleful heart flame and demonic arts, venerable Jing Qi's corpse poison, Fei's heavenly phoenix true fire, and Mu Yitong's bean soldiers. As for the task of cutting open the dome, I'll leave it to you, Han Yan. In terms of single-target attacks, the strongest among the people present were Lil Red, Chu Hongyan, and Li Yunxiao. Lil Red and Li Yunxiao each had their own tasks, so Chu Hongyan was the only one left. Chu Hongyan nodded solemnly, and said, Fei Yang, be careful. At this moment, the attacks outside the sword realm were unceasing, and Chu Hongyan could clearly feel the blood and qi in Li Yunxiao's body shaking, as if his injuries were worsening. Although the dual sword formation of heavenly spirits and earthly fiends was combined, it was still made up of 36 northern cold swords, and most of the attacks were borne by Li Yunxiao alone. Even with the indestructible golden body and light glazed body, it was still very difficult for him. Li Yunxiao smiled at her, and said, don't worry, these beasts will have to cultivate for tens of thousands of years to hurt me. Chu Hongyan responded softly, knowing that Li Yunxiao didn't want her to worry, so he pretended to be relaxed. She held the sword in her hand tighter, and in addition to maintaining the earthly fiend sword formation, she was also secretly accumulating power, ready to break the dome at any time. Only then did Li Yunxiao look at Mu Zhuang, and said, My lord, please keep an eye on the ground. We still don't know what's under the ground, but it's not simple. Are you confident, my lord? Mu Zhuang looked down, raised his eyelids, and nodded, don't worry, leave it to me. I'll make sure nothing goes wrong. Li Yunxiao was stunned, and he was a little surprised. He didn't understand where Mu Zhuang got his confidence from. To be able to stand alone, he must have a very strong trump card. Since he said so, he would most likely be able to withstand it. All right, thank you, my lord. As for the rest, try to attack the stronger ones. Although these birds, beasts, and insects are ferocious, they aren't very strong, so they are definitely not your match. Li Yunxiao looked around, and his face became cold, and he said, do you understand? Be careful, I'm going to withdraw the sword formation. Understood. Everyone shouted in unison, and held all the Xian weapons in their hands, ready to attack at any time. Bei Chunnan came out of the universe god steel, and started to accumulate green poison in his palm. Jing Qi's pupils suddenly contracted, and he also released the divine fiend corpse puppet. Both of them were covered with white spots. Little Red also held her right hand in front of her body, and the colorless icy fiend heart flame was flickering on it, and her face was also cold. Li Yunxiao and Chu Hongyan looked at each other, and they nodded at the same time, and shouted, retreat. All the sword lights disappeared instantly, and the whole underground seemed to stop for a moment. Then, there was an earth-shattering explosion, and terrifying power shot out from everyone's body, and blasted in all directions. Boom! All kinds of flames and attacks rushed out, and all the beasts, insects, and birds were the first to be hit, especially the first few rows. They were almost instantly destroyed. At the same time, an extremely sharp sword light broke through the sky, and wherever it passed, a large number of bats and birds were killed by the sword essence. Boom! The sword hit the dome, and the whole sky shook, and was continuously torn apart by the sword light. Large pieces of earth and stones fell down, and the dome was like a wave, and it shook in circles, intertwining with the sword light. Chu Hongyan was shocked, and she shouted, what's going on? The dome that should have been split open, the earth layer surged towards the center like waves, and kept fighting against the sword light. In the end, all the cracks were filled, and not only did it not break through, but it also protruded down like a stalactite. This time everyone was dumbfounded, and their brains instantly stopped working. What they didn't know was that right above their dome, a large amount of earth and stones were piled up, and a tall mountain was pulled out from the sky, and it was impossible to split it open. Bang! 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 Just when everyone was in a daze and didn't know what to do, the earth layer below them started to break open, and something was ejecting up like marbles, and there was a rustling sound. Mu Zhuang, who had been paying attention to what was happening below, suddenly narrowed his eyes, and stared at those marbles, and shouted in surprise, ants? Those marbles were round and as black as a fist. They were actually giant ants, and their mouths were letting out hissing sounds as they charged toward Wang Zhong. Mu Zhuang's expression became serious, but he didn't retreat. Instead, he raised his right arm and spread his fingers with his palm facing down. A formation appeared in the center of his palm, emitting an azure light. Then a figure seemed to separate from his body. It was a humanoid puppet of the same height as him. It also reached out its right hand and placed it on top of Mu Zhuang's arm. The two arms were pressed tightly together, but the puppet's palm was facing up, and its 5 fingers were forming a seal. A wisp of azure light spread out from the puppet seal. It was the same size as the seal on Mu Zhuang's palm. The two appeared at the same time, and countless runes danced on it, shattering all. Mu Zhuang's expression was grave, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. A terrifying power spread out from his palm, covering an area of several acres and bombarding down with an earth-shattering force. Boom boom boom. All the ants that had been shot up were shattered by the light. The power of this move crashed into the ground, creating countless waves of light. The ground was completely shattered, and even the insects, birds, and beasts in the sky were affected, with many casualties. Everyone was shocked. Even Xianxia, who was also from a hidden family, had rarely seen Mu Zhuang in action. He only knew that he had hidden his strength, but they didn't expect him to have such earth-shattering power. Xianxia was also surprised and delighted. No wonder Mu Zhuang dared to boast that he could suppress the people below. That attack just now was definitely at the peak of power. If his own cultivation was already this terrifying, then with the addition of the puppet, it would be difficult to estimate his power. The Mu family clapped and laughed wildly when they saw the patriarch's power. They were all very excited. Mu Zhuang, on the other hand, was the calmest one. After the attack, the mysterious puppet disappeared. His face was pale, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. His figure flashed, and he returned to the sky, hiding in the mystic fish umbrella. Wan Qian had already opened the umbrella, covering an area of 20 to 30 feet. It was filled with a hazy purple light. Everyone retreated back into the umbrella, forming a circle and attacking the enemies in all directions. Wan Qian hurriedly went forward to congratulate him, cupping his hands. Lord Mu Zhuang, good move. He overturned the earth with a single move, wiping out all of the black ants, killing them all. Mu Zhuang's aura was greatly weakened. That move just now had consumed too much of his energy. He only managed to stabilize himself after swallowing a few medicinal pills. He coldly glared at Wan Qian and said, "Enough nonsense. Quickly kill the enemy." Wan Qian felt his chest tighten. He awkwardly chuckled and didn't say a word. He simply stood in place, holding the mystic fish umbrella. It wasn't that he didn't want to make a move, but controlling the profound fish consumed a large amount of essence power. Especially when it withstood the massive attacks from all directions, Wan Qian also exerted a lot of strength. Not long after, his expression became unsightly, and he couldn't hold on any longer. Large amounts of symbols surged within the purple light released by the umbrella, but they continuously scattered, unable to continue. Brother Feiyong, are you done? Xianxia was nervously adjusting his coordination with Bei Nan. One of them was covered with lightning, while the other was covered with poison. Both of them were making gestures to control the green ball in front of them. The people in the mystic fish umbrella could feel the terror of this move, and they could not help but try to avoid it. Yes, I'm done. The two of them made their last hand gesture, and with their combined attack, they struck the ball of poison lightning into the swarm of silver insects. Crazy cool. Eternal autumn. With a boom, it exploded, and the entire sky was spread within the thunder world. The poison also instantly covered the grotto heaven, and all the birds, beasts, insects, and ants turned green. It was unknown whether they were poisoned or illuminated by the lightning. However, the insects, fishes, birds, and beasts that bore the brunt of the attack all slowed down, and they fell from the sky, their bodies starting to fester. The poison was like a contagious disease, and there were countless casualties, especially the bats and birds, who fell in large numbers. Although during the battle at Mount Wuxia, Xianxia's move was said to be miraculous, everyone was only skeptical about it. Now that they saw it, they were astonished. Xianxia was even more dumbfounded. The 7 illusion green nightmare and his Jiuxia mystic feather were both part of the 5 poisons of annihilation. This move stimulated him, and many ideas immediately popped up in his mind. Roar! Roar! The group of beasts behind him roared in pain, and a large number of them died. The remaining ones did not dare to move forward rashly. Only the silver insects were still flapping their wings. Although a small portion of them had been killed, the poison at the back was very light, and they did not seem to have any fear. They continued to charge forward. When will these damn things end? Little Red's eyes were red from killing, and she was enraged. Her face was covered in demonic patterns, and her left hand flickered with demonic light, while her right hand was leaping with heart flames. Every move killed a large number of silver insects, but there were too many of them, and she could not kill them all. With the silver insects leading the attack, the bats that were still alive screamed even more miserably, and their squeaking sounded incessantly. Although it did not cause direct harm to people, it disturbed their minds and stimulated their nerves, causing them to be constantly irritated. Xianxia was also in great pain. His hands holding onto the mystic fish umbrella began to tremble, and his body was already drenched in cold sweat. He shouted, "Brother Feiyong, that poison lightning seemed to be quite effective. Can you use it a few more times?" Li Yunxiao and Bei Zenan were almost exhausted, especially Li Yunxiao, who had used the sword formation earlier and was still injured. He was panting with a pale face and could not be bothered with Xianxia. Chu Hongyan scolded, "Use it again? Do you think it's a meal? You have to wait half a day for your meals. Damn it, let's fight it out with them." Li Yunxiao was filled with rage, and he raised his sword and rushed forward to slash again. These silver insects could actually not hurt him. The sword decapitation red slash killed quite a number of them, but there were too many of them, and they would be exhausted to death. Some charged through the sword light and landed on his body, and he was bitten painfully. Fortunately, he had the indestructible golden body and the 5 elements spiritual body. Lightning shot out from his body and electrocuted the insects that landed on his body. However, the others were not so lucky. Yifan had already hidden into the Universe God Monument, and Buzi and the other 2 were also struggling. Their bodies were bitten by the insects, and they bled from time to time. Ah! Suddenly, a member of the Mu clan screamed. As his attack stopped, he was instantly surrounded by the silver insects, and not even ashes were left. The insects were instantly stained with blood, and they flew towards the others. It was a ghastly sight. These insects, Mu Yitong suddenly screamed, and his eyes were filled with terror. His ultimate skill, transforming beings into soldiers, and hundreds of puppets had rushed over to fight. Now, they were all covered in silver insects, and their bodies were full of holes from being bitten. Some of them were even eaten cleanly, and they were completely gone. Not only the puppets, but many people's profound level weapons also had such silver insects crawling on them. In the beginning, they could still use the Emperor's chi to shake them off, but as their essence force was depleted, they just let it be. Now, they realized that the weapons were full of holes, and the power of the profound level weapon was greatly reduced. The expressions of the members of the Mu clan changed greatly. Many of them used various kinds of puppets, and they were also covered in insects, and they were constantly being bitten. Only Li Yunxiao's sword decapitation red slash was still glowing brightly. The insects crawled on it, and as they bit, they died, and then fell off the sword. "Retreat to the entrance!" Li Yunxiao shouted decisively. Although they were surrounded by enemies from all sides, it was obvious that these silver insects were the most terrifying existence, followed by the ferocious beasts behind them, and the bats and birds in the sky were the weakest. However, Chu Hongyan's all-out attack couldn't split open the dome, and it was almost impossible for them to rush to the ground, so they could only choose to charge at the ferocious beasts and retreat. Moreover, the ferocious beasts' intelligence was obviously higher than the silver insects. After more than half of them were poisoned, they became cautious, and didn't dare to move forward casually. "We'll cover the rear, the rest of you, retreat, retreat." Li Yunxiao's sword danced in an airtight manner, but the momentum of his sword was getting weaker and weaker. More and more silver insects fell on him, and all of them were shattered by the thunder and lightning. Chu Hongyan also found that he was exhausted, and hurriedly expanded the sword chi, shielding Li Yunxiao behind her, and said, "Feiyong, you also retreat first." Li Yunxiao gritted his teeth, knowing that he had indeed forced himself to cover the rear, so he didn't argue and turned around to leave. Suddenly, a light flashed in front of them and a scream came. They saw a sword pierced through the body of an elder of the Mu family, and he died on the spot. The long sword didn't lose its momentum and continued to cut down, and in front of it was Li Yunxiao. How could there be a sword? Everyone was confused, but they didn't have time to think about it. Li Yunxiao shouted, and his 5 fingers grabbed at the sword like an eagle's claw. Bang! The upstanding chi in his 5 fingers was like a knife, pinching the body of the sword, and the vibration numbed his arm. The artifact connotation on the sword kept swinging, and the sword swept over his hand, stirring up a wave of golden light. Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed, and he stared at the sword, which was full of ferocious chi and emitted a heavy ancient charm. Bang! Bang! The ground shook from the entrance in front of them, as if there was a huge existence walking forward. The beasts all let out low howls, and they were full of fear. Then, all their hair stood on end, and they roared crazily as they charged at Li Yunxiao and the others. The main character is here. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they felt an extremely strong pressure not far away, fierce and ferocious. In the space, not only were the beasts trembling, but the bats, birds, and even the silver bugs were also becoming irritable, as if the ruler of this place was about to descend. Everyone, be careful! Mu Zhuang shouted in a low voice, and he killed a few beasts that charged at him, but he didn't dare to advance any further. At this moment, they really had no way to advance or retreat, and they could only calm down and fight. The key was that those silver bugs were difficult to deal with, and the bird beasts' strength and numbers were limited, so there would come a time when they were all killed. And there were at least 1 million of those silver bugs, and they came down in a group. Water and fire were impervious to the 5 elements, and only fierce swords could kill them, but the number of annihilated each time was too small. Ah! Another disciple of the Mu clan screamed, and his body was covered with silver bugs. Then, a strange bird swooped down and grabbed the disciple into the sky. Suddenly, 7 or 8 strange birds rushed over and tore the disciple into pieces. But even the pieces were eaten by the silver bugs in front of everyone's eyes, and nothing was left. Ah! The other disciples of the Mu family were so scared that their teeth were chattering and tears were coming out of their eyes. Mu Zhuang was both shocked and angry. The disciples who followed him to Nephrite heaven were either elders or elites that had been specially trained. Although not all of them were here, each of them had suffered a great loss. Mr. Yunxiao. Mu Zhuang said in a low voice, I have a presumptuous request. Li Yunxiao frowned and immediately understood what he meant. He nodded and said, You want these disciples to hide in my universe god steel. All right. He put away his sword and the universe god steel flew out from between his eyebrows and landed in his hand. A ray of light flew out and covered the disciples. Don't resist. Let this power drag you away. The disciples were overjoyed. How could they resist? They quickly jumped into the light. The universe god steel spun and sucked them in. Now, only Mu Zhuang and 5 elders were left in the Mu family. They were all powerful and at least at the peak of martial arts. Even if they wanted to hide, they would be too embarrassed to ask. Wan Qian swallowed his saliva. No matter how shameless he was, he would be too embarrassed to ask to hide. Most importantly, he didn't think Li Yunxiao would agree. Just as the universe god steel appeared, a loud roar came from ahead. The earth shook and the mountains shook. The whole cave seemed to be collapsing. Then, a terrifying aura came quickly. Everyone felt the huge pressure. Even the birds, beasts, and insects stopped their attacks. They seemed to feel fear under the pressure and didn't dare to move. Feiyang, be careful. Chu Hongyan shouted. Her power at the peak of perfection exploded. The purple cloud sword was filled with murderous intent and she stabbed out. A huge shadow suddenly appeared in front of Li Yunxiao and slapped down with its open hand. Li Yunxiao's body trembled. His aura was weak and he couldn't resist the huge pressure. However, his pupils shrank slightly and he was a little surprised. The shadow's appearance was completely revealed in front of him. It was a monster with a cold face and a metallic body. It wasn't human. Moreover, the reason why he had suddenly charged over was not to kill him. The target of that huge hand was the World God Monument, the monster's hand suddenly stopped. Feeling the power of Chu Hongyan's sword, he didn't dare to be careless. He clenched his fist and punched out. Bang! The punch landed on the tip of the sword, stirring up an intense sword light that scattered in all directions. It was as if a sun had risen from the dark underground. Li Yunxiao, who was the closest to the explosion, couldn't help but be thrown back several feet by the shockwave of energy. Only then did he stabilize his body. Chu Hongyan was shocked. She had used all her strength to attack, but she couldn't hurt her opponent. Furthermore, her opponent was barehanded. Bang! The monster threw another punch and shook the purple knight sword away. Its figure then flew down fiercely and grabbed Li Yunxiao, as if it had locked onto the universe god monument. Only then did everyone see the appearance of the monster clearly. It was no different from an ordinary person, except that its entire body was made of metal and its face was cold. It was like a small King Kong from a gourd, except that its face was slightly more handsome. Li Yunxiao didn't have time to think about this. He flipped his hand and kept the universe god monument, then teleported away. The monster felt the fluctuation of space and let out a loud roar. Its body emitted an extremely strong pressure that suppressed the entire space. Li Yunxiao's figure that had just disappeared reappeared at his original spot. The monster threw a punch at him. The air kept on exploding and burning. The terrifying fist power was like a falling meteorite, shattering the space. Li Yunxiao was shocked. He flipped his hand and took out the Great Sorrow Twilight Cloud Mirror and shone it at the sky. The mirror light flickered and shone on the fist power. It actually became dim and the light was shattered. Bang! The monster's fist hit the surface of the mirror, causing a huge tremor. Then, the entire space was filled with countless chaotic light flows. It was extremely chaotic. Bang! The Great Sorrow Twilight Cloud Mirror couldn't withstand the blow and shattered completely. Bang! After the fist power shattered the Great Sorrow Twilight Cloud Mirror, it hit Li Yunxiao's body fiercely. His chest was instantly shattered, and his whole body exploded. However, the exploded body wasn't flesh and blood, but countless lightning. He retreated hundreds of feet away and condensed his real body again. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Bang! Everyone's expression changed. The monster's strength was too strong. Moreover, it attacked decisively without any hesitation. Li Yunxiao's face was abnormally pale. His body's functions were severely damaged. The glazed light flickered and he was still coughing up blood. Die! Chu Hongyan was furious. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent. The purple cloud sword slashed forward recklessly. All the power was gathered in that sword. She wouldn't stop until she killed the person who came. The monster originally wanted to chase after Li Yunxiao. At this moment, its face turned slightly. A cold light flashed in its eyes. It performed the dragon capturing art with both hands and grabbed the sword. Bang! Several sharp auras were entangled in the monster's hands. Its 10 fingers fell down and cleverly pinched the body of the sword, locking the purple cloud sword. Chu Hongyan was shocked and anxious. The force that locked the sword was so strong that she couldn't move it at all. She could only use her left hand to slap it. Who would have thought that the monster would not dodge or give way, allowing the palm to fall and land on his shoulder? Bang! The monster was shaken and took 2 steps back. Chu Hongyan was even more shocked now. Even the monolith age metal would be shattered by her palm strike with all her strength. But the monster in front of her was completely fine. Not only that, she only felt that the vast palm force shook on the incomparably solid metal. Her palm hurt slightly, and her 5-finger bones were about to break. Is this thing a puppet? This thought flashed in her mind. She felt a huge force coming from her right hand. The monster's hand spun, and she almost lost her grip on the sword. Her whole body was thrown out by the force. She hurriedly performed the 1,000 catty fall. But she still couldn't stop her body. She flew for dozens of feet before she could stabilize her body. Her body flashed. She didn't have time to adjust her spiritual force and slashed again with the sword. Because after the monster shook her off, it went after Li Yunxiao again. With Li Yunxiao's current condition, it would be hard for him to take another hit. Suddenly, 3 rays of light flashed and appeared in front of Li Yunxiao, facing the monster. The one in the middle was Little Red. It sneered and said, "You think you can do it? Back off." On the left was Mu Zhuang. His expression was serious, but he didn't say anything. He obediently moved to the side. On the right was Fei Yanai. He didn't back off. Instead, he took out the elixir and handed it to Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao shook his head and pushed Fei Ni's hand back. He said, "This elixir is useless to me. Try to protect me. Mo will be here soon." His body was full of spirit power. Normal elixirs were useless to him. Even the top treasures would have little effect. He could only rely on his body to recover. Plus, just now, through the blood bead that Mo gave him, he already knew that Mo was on his way. With Mo's strength, he should be able to suppress the monster in front of him. With that, he closed his eyes and began to recuperate in peace. Fei Yanai acted as if she was facing a great enemy. The shadow of a heavenly phoenix appeared behind her and quietly guarded in front of Li Yunxiao. She didn't dare to relax for even a second. She knew that if she charged forward with her abilities, she would also end up dead. However, as long as the monster charged forward, she would at least be able to buy some time for Li Yunxiao by risking her life. Her cold and determined eyes and her quiet body showed her determination to protect him with her life. The monster rushed in front of Little Red. Its cold face seemed to frown. Without saying anything, it formed a knife with its 5 fingers and chopped down. Bang! A strong gust of wind dispersed. Little Red's right hand clenched into a fist. The fiendish ice heart flame danced in her palm. 2 waves of energy collided. The monster's hand knife broke through the fist wind and chopped into Little Red's palm. Dark red blood flowed down that slender jade-like hand and then dripped down like pearls. "It's actually injured." Everyone was shocked. Little Red was a celestial venerable. Her strength was obvious to all, but she couldn't block a single punch from the monster. The fiendish ice heart flame was still burning in her palm, engulfing the monster's fist. The monster seemed to feel some pain and tried to pull his arm back. However, it was tightly held by Little Red's 5 fingers. After struggling a few times, it couldn't break free. "You actually dare to hurt me? Do your parents know that you are so powerful?" Little Red screeched, as if she was abnormally angry. Her long hair stood up, and her entire body emitted raging flames. The fiendish ice heart flame swept out like a wave. Boom! Half the sky was ignited by the flames. The monster's entire body was being roasted by the heart flame. The metal surface of its body began to glow, resisting the flames. Gua gua! A large number of birds were also killed by the sudden attack of the sea of fire. The silver bugs also became more violent, their wings flapping wildly as they desperately flew into the distance. Many of them were burned and exploded along the way, then turned into smoke and disappeared. Fei Yanai, who was closest to the monster, was startled. However, the flames split apart and surrounded her and Li Yunxiao in the middle. Mu Zhuang and Chu Hongyan, who were slightly further away, weren't so lucky. The flames completely ignored their existence and whizzed away. The 2 of them frowned and teleported to the ground to avoid the sea of flames. "You actually dare to hurt me? Why don't you go to heaven?" Little Red was still in a state of extreme rage. Fine demonic patterns began to crawl over her face. She raised her left arm and punched out. "Go to hell." The monster's body trembled under the pressure of the fist. It also raised its left arm, and its entire forearm directly transformed into a golden trident. Chi! The trident met the fist light and fiercely stabbed forward. Boom! Another intense explosion of light. Even the sea of flames that filled the sky was shaken dozens of feet away, creating a vacuum. The 2 people in the center were almost glued together. "Ah?" Jingqi couldn't help but exclaim. The rest of the people also trembled. The golden trident pierced through Little Red's left arm. Blood flowed down along the edge of the trident. At this moment, both of Little Red's arms were stained with blood. Especially her left arm, which was pierced by the trident's sharp blade. She couldn't even move. At this moment, Little Red's white dress gradually turned black. The incomparably bright red flower turned white. The sky of flames continued to turn black. The true demon image slowly appeared behind her. The true demonic giant spirit's eyes widened in anger. He drew out the raising bone cleaver and swung it down. The monster shuddered, its eyes filled with shock. It let out a howl that shook Little Red away, then flew back. Boom! The raising bone cleaver missed, but the blade ray tore through the ground and locked onto the monster. The monster could no longer retreat. It swung its arm and punched out. Bang! The blade's aura was shattered by the punch, but the monster was also shaken. It staggered back several steps, its body a little wretched. The Sky Venerable is having a hard time alone. Let's attack together. Mu Zhuang's eyes flashed coldly. He joined the fray and attacked the monster. Chu Hongyan also charged forward with her sword. At this moment, the silver insects once again flapped their wings and flew in circles. They were like a field of silver light, pleasing to the eye but deadly to the eye. Xianxia and the others panicked, but they could only grit their teeth and fight with all their might. The birds were basically all dead. Only a few strong beasts were left. They roared and charged at the crowd. At this moment, a crimson ray of light shot down from the underground space where the crowd was. It landed on the mountain peak and turned into Mo's figure. He looked around and frowned. The blood bead seemed to be nearby, but his divine sense swept through the surrounding area. There was no sign of Li Yunxiao. Suddenly, countless rays of light appeared in the sky like a meteor shower. In an instant, they appeared in front of the mountain peak. Mo's expression changed. There were hundreds of people in front of him, and all of them were human experts. Other than the Master of the Heavens Mode Horizon, Nanqiu Yu, there were many other sanctuary powerhouses. Most of them had met in Pentacolor Mountain. HM? Stranger of the Ashy Demon Tribe. Gong Yangjingqi's eyes narrowed. His divine sense locked onto Mo. The people of the sacred domain were shocked and angry. With a wall of sound, they spread out and surrounded the entire mountain peak. More than 100 divine senses fell on Mo's body. Among the sanctuary powerhouses, the arrogant old man with the iron crutch was shocked. He didn't seem to be paying attention to Mo. He only exchanged a glance with the young man behind him. The young man's eyes also flashed with a bright light. When the old man saw this, his emotions seemed to stabilize a little, but his eyes still flickered, and his mind was full of thoughts. Mo crossed his arms in front of his chest and stood at the top of the mountain. He looked around and said coldly, "I don't have time to fight with you today. Let's go our separate ways. Do what you need to do. Don't provoke me." Humph. A cold glint flashed across his eyes as he sneered, "Do you think you can decide whether to fight or not?" Mo was not afraid at all. His lips curled into a mocking smile. In the Battle of Five Cloud Mountain, he had sucked the blood of tens of thousands of people and stepped into the void extreme divine realm. In this world, there was almost no one who could force him to stay. You can decide whether to fight or not, but you can't decide whether to live or die. Gong Yangjingqi, do you really want to shed blood here? Huh? Do you think you're a demon emperor? A murderous aura emanated from Gong Yangjingqi's body. He grabbed the spear in his hand and pointed it at Mo. At this moment, the human race had the absolute advantage. No matter how powerful the other party was, he would still die here. It was just a matter of how much he would have to pay. Mo's pupils shrank, and a murderous aura burst out. He had always considered himself a demon emperor, and now that he had obtained the Brahma demonic saint art, he was even confident that he could become a peerless great demon. Hearing what Gong Yangjingqi said, his murderous intent was immediately aroused. Demonic aura immediately erupted on the mountain peak, shaking in all directions and shaking the entire mountain peak. Stop. Nanqiu Yu immediately stopped and said, "This is the hiding place of the Tower of Heavy Equipment. If you fight, I don't care if people die or time is wasted. But if the Tower of Heavy Equipment is affected, I won't be polite anymore." Gong Yangjingqi said, "Lord, you can join us in taking down this demon. Then, the casualties and time lost will be minimized." Nanqiu Yu's expression was cold as he said bluntly, "Since the Heaven's Moat Cliff is a hidden sect, we will not interfere in the continent's conflicts, whether it's between the human race or the foreign races. I advise Lord Gongyang, if you have any personal grudges, you can wait until Nephrite Heaven is sealed." Gong Yangjingqi was rather displeased and snorted, "Once we leave Nephrite Heaven, I'm afraid we won't have a chance to attack this person. Nanqiu flicked his sleeves and said indifferently, then it's up to you, Lord. I'm not interested in participating. I hope to use Gusi Ling. The rest is up to you. Gongyang Jingqi waved his spear in front of him and said, you've waited for so long. Can't you wait a little longer? Without waiting for Nanqiu's reply, his figure flickered and his spear attacked Mo. All the martial artists of the sanctuary immediately moved, surrounding Mo and attacking. Boom! The mountain peak immediately collapsed. Mo formed a hand seal with both hands, and a bloody light surrounded his body, blocking all the attacks. Nanqiu was so angry that he retreated thousands of feet away. He stood with his hands behind his back and coldly watched the battle. The people of the hidden sects also retreated. Today, I will use your blood to pay tribute to the heroes of 5 Sunset Mountain. Gongyang Jingqi swept his spear horizontally, creating countless spear lights. Mo was rather depressed. Although the spear couldn't hurt him, his weapon, ancient scale dual blades, had been taken by Wu Deshang. Now, he could only fight with his bare hands. The wind from his fists collided with the spear and kept repelling the attacks. As for the others, they couldn't interfere in the fierce battle between the two. They could only circle around the two, looking for an opening to attack. From afar, Nanqiu took a few glances at the battle and said unhappily, ignore them. Let's continue looking for the Tower of Heavy Equipment. It should be nearby. Tianqianye's elder, Yu Qinfei, pointed at the terrain below and said doubtfully, Ya Lord, look at the terrain below. It's undulating like waves, surrounding that mountain peak. It seems a little strange. Nanqiu stroked his beard and looked down. He said, I noticed it long ago, which is why I don't like them fighting here. This land is a little strange. My consciousness can't penetrate it, and the 4 spirits diagram shows that there are no mountains in this area. How did a mountain suddenly appear out of nowhere? Nanqiu pointed to the front. The mountain was almost completely collapsed under the attacks of Geng Jingqi and the others. All kinds of astral energy shook the earth and the mountains. Suddenly, there was a loud rumble, and the entire ground caved in. It was as if there was a vacuum below, and a large area collapsed several hundred feet deep. Rumble. Broken rocks and soil filled the sky. Nanqiu said in shock, stop, something's wrong. He was afraid that the Tower of Heavy Equipment would appear and be affected by the battle. Geng Jingqi and the others were also shocked, and they quickly stopped and retreated. Right in the middle of the collapsed crater, a terrifying power suddenly exploded, and several rays of light shot up into the sky. What's going on? Everyone was shocked, and they quickly used their movement skills to retreat again and again. Young Master Yunxiao. Nanqiu had been carefully observing the situation below, and he immediately saw the people below. He was the first to exclaim. At this moment, the metal monster, Chu Hongyan, Lil Red, Mu Zhuang, and the others were locked in a fierce battle. Even though it was 1 against 3, it wasn't at a disadvantage. The rest of the warriors were still fighting hard to kill the silver worms, and a Mu family elder's defense was broken, and he was devoured by the silver worms. The situation was clear to the people in the sky, and they were all shocked. What on earth was that strange metal man? Li Yunxiao also saw the hundreds of people clearly, and he immediately understood. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. If there were no reinforcements, he would probably have to use the 12 divine beings killing formation to suppress the metal monster. The looting Liujia was his biggest trump card, but it came from the Mu family, and the Mu family patriarch and the elders were all here. Once it appeared, it would definitely cause endless trouble. Although he was not afraid of the Mu family, they were still on good terms, and he did not want to become enemies because of this matter. It's Li Yunxiao. Yin Ji's face instantly turned pale, but when he saw that Lil Red and Jing Qi were also here, he was relieved, and his eyes shone with joy. After all, with his eyesight, he could see that Li Yunxiao was seriously injured, and he could not help but be overjoyed. Li Yunxiao immediately shouted, Lord Nanqiu, take down this monster, it has something to do with the Tower of Heavy Equipment. The people from Heaven's Abyss Horizon and the sanctuary trembled, and looked down in shock. They thought that the location of the 4 spirits was extremely secretive, and only they knew about it, but someone else had beaten them to it. Although the metal monster shocked him greatly, he could not help but ask first, how did young Master Yunxiao know about the Tower of Heavy Equipment and find this place? Li Yunxiao sneered in his heart, and then lied, I accidentally obtained a map, and on it, the location of the Tower of Heavy Equipment is marked, so I came here. The people from Heaven's Abyss Horizon and the sanctuary were stunned for a long time, as if they could not accept this answer. However, the situation was urgent, and there was no time for them to think too much. Nanqiu Yu ordered, take down that monster. He also teleported down, and his 5 fingers formed a palm, and slapped towards the monster. The people from the sanctuary stood in the air without moving, and only looked at the people on the battlefield, calculating in their hearts. They were not worried that the metal monster would escape, as more than a quarter of the world's strongest cultivators were gathered here, and if the metal monster was allowed to escape, it would really be strange. Suddenly, Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat, and he raised his head to look, and his eyes met with the young man behind the old man with the iron crutch. The other party also happened to look down, and both of them revealed a look of shock and astonishment. The young man looked at each other, and then shifted his gaze to the metal monster and Little Red on the battlefield. His eyes narrowed, and a faint light shot out from them. Li Yunxiao immediately understood that this young man was Di Jia, but as for why he was together with the people from the sanctuary, he could not guess. However, when they parted ways at Fixed Sky City, Di Jia sensed that the last demon lord's clone was in the sanctuary, and so he went to the sanctuary alone. Could it be that he had already succeeded? From the exchange of glances just now, Yi Futian could feel a pure and boundless demonic energy, and the demon lord's clone was most likely in his possession. It did not take many people to surround and attack the metal monster, and a large number of Heaven's Abyss experts descended to kill the silver worms, freeing Wan Qianni and the people from the Mu family. Suddenly, there was a loud shout, die! Yingji had stealthily moved to Li Yunxiao's side, and with his palms condensed, he suddenly slammed them down. The appearance of the heavens mode horizon and the sanctuary made everyone heave a sigh of relief. They did not notice Yingji's movements, and when they sensed that something was amiss, they were all shocked. Husband. Fei and I was the closest to Li Yunxiao. By the time she realized what was happening, her palms had already landed on Li Yunxiao's chest. She felt her mind go blank, and with a scream, she charged forward. Bam! Li Yunxiao's body exploded into pieces, and his blood splattered all over the place. Ah! Everyone's body trembled, and they were completely dumbstruck. Ha 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 ha! Yingji's eyes lit up, and he could not help but laugh wildly. However, his injuries were too severe, and he had not fully recovered yet. He laughed so hard that he coughed, and there were even traces of blood seeping out. Ha ha ha! There was silence, and the sky was filled with his crazy laughter. After laughing for a while, Yingji suddenly stopped. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. It was too quiet. Other than his laughter, there was no other sound. It was frighteningly quiet. Ah! He suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air, and said in shock, illusion. Bam! He felt a pain in his chest, and then it exploded. A white sword had pierced through, and there was a faint flame on the sword, burning him in extreme pain. It was as if his soul had been set ablaze. Ah! Li Yunxiao, you! The scene in front of him began to ripple, and the real scene appeared. Only then did he start to hear noises in his ears. Not far away, Nanqiu Yu and the others were still fighting with the metal monster. Li Yunxiao, you killed someone from the Sky Alliance. Jingqi rushed forward, glaring angrily. Didn't you and Lord Sky Venerable agree to bury the hatchet? Yingji opened his mouth slightly, wanting to say something, but could not. Bury the hatchet. He felt bitter and helpless, as if he was an idiot. Chi. Li Yunxiao slowly pulled out his sword. His face was pale, and there were beads of sweat on his forehead. His eyes were flickering. He had just recovered from the injuries inflicted by the metal monster, and he had forcefully activated his eye technique to restore his physical condition to its lowest point. If it weren't for the fact that Yingji was also heavily injured, he might not have been able to use his eye technique in such a hurry. You've let bygones be bygones, yet you still ambushed me? I don't want to explain anything to you clowns. If you don't like it, you can make your move too. Li Yunxiao's face was filled with killing intent. He put away the sword decapitation crimson and closed his eyes to meditate again. Xianxia watched as the tip of the sword was withdrawn from his chest. Fresh blood spurted out continuously, and the wound was being burned by the nameless flame. He was in pain and fear. He knew how powerful the fire was, but he couldn't shout it out. His body continued to tremble, and when he heard Li Yunxiao's words, he let out a miserable ah, and fell to the ground. He had completely given up resisting, and felt that he had died a wrongful death. Hoo-hoo! The ice fiend heart flame immediately ignited, and Xianxia's body was instantly burned to ashes. Jingqi's expression was ugly. He naturally didn't want to attack Li Yunxiao for a dead Xianxia. Although Li Yunxiao seemed to be defeated in one blow, there were too many people here. God knows what would happen. Soon, those walking beasts were all killed, and more than half of the silver worms were dead and injured. Their numbers were still decreasing. The metal monster was besieged. Although it hadn't been defeated yet, it was no match for them. It was hit many times, but its body was strong, and it hadn't been injured yet. Everyone thought it was strange, or maybe this monster couldn't be injured. Suddenly, a woman's voice came and sighed, "What are you still resisting for? The time has come, and it's time to open the realm of immortality." The woman's voice clearly reached everyone's ears. Everyone looked over, not knowing when she had appeared. Chu Hongyan and the others were all surprised. The woman was Gu Qingqing. Gong Yangxingqi also recognized her. He stepped forward and said, "Your Excellency, are you really Master Gu Qingqing?" As soon as this statement came out, there was an uproar. Only the experts who had experienced the Battle of Mount Wuxia knew her. The others had just heard the secret of Gu Qingqing. They didn't expect to see her in person so soon. Gu Qingqing didn't say anything. Instead, she said to the metal monster, "Stop it. Although you are strong, you are not a match for so many people. The way of heaven is irreversible. If you obey it, you can still live. Otherwise, if everyone attacks together, you will definitely die." The metal monster seemed to be moved. It withdrew its palm, flew away, and stood quietly. Everyone was afraid that it would escape, so they all surrounded it. Although Chu Hongyan felt a little awkward, after all, Gu Qingqing descended on Luo Yunshang. But after a long time, she didn't have any evil intentions, so she slowly accepted it. She asked, "What is the origin of this monster?" Gu Qingqing said with a smile, "It is the heavy equipment tower you have been looking for. It has just turned into a spirit. Don't you recognize it?" Ah? Everyone was stunned. They looked at the metal monster. No wonder its body was so hard and it could transform into weapons at any time. Gu Qingqing said, "The Jade Library, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, and the Imperial Elixir Building have all been opened. The Heavy Equipment Tower is the last seal of the world of immortality. It is also the most difficult one. But many experts of the realm of heaven martial arts have gathered here. It is only a matter of time before we open the tower." The Heavy Equipment Tower stared at Gu Qingqing for a while. It seemed that it knew who she was. The hostility in its body disappeared, and it became quiet. Then a golden light flickered on the Heavy Equipment Tower. The light expanded in the wind like a blooming flower. It covered an area of several acres, and it was still spreading. Everyone was startled. They started to guard against it, but they soon found that the light didn't have any destructive power. It was just spreading endlessly. Then a solemn pure land appeared in front of them. It was no longer a muddy ground under their feet. Instead, it was a road made of golden bricks. It extended in all directions. A palace was in front of them. Is this an illusory realm? Several hundred people were startled. They looked around vigilantly. But what kind of illusory realm could be used in front of several hundred experts? No one felt that it was inappropriate. This isn't an illusory realm. It is the metal monster's body. This is the inside of the Heavy Equipment Tower. Nan Xiaoyu was overjoyed. When he saw the buildings around him, he couldn't help but laugh. The inside of the Heavy Equipment Tower? Everyone gazed into the distance. This wasn't a tower at all. It was obviously a city or a mountain gate. It was very spacious. Li Yunxiao also opened his eyes from his meditative state, revealing a look of joy. He had been to the Jade Library. He knew at first glance that this was the inside of the heavy equipment tower. Suddenly, a figure landed. Gu Qingqing lowered her head and whispered into his ear, "Follow me later." Li Yunxiao understood and nodded. The quiet crowd suddenly became restless. They flew toward the buildings in groups of 3 to 5. Soon, they disappeared. These people had come from the Heaven Treasure Pavilion. They had tasted the sweetness. When they saw that someone was moving, they rushed in like crazy. Nan Xiaoyu said goodbye to Li Yunxiao, Chu Hongyan, and the others, and then left. Wan Qian didn't even say goodbye to anyone. He rushed into the buildings immediately. Soon, only a dozen or so people were left standing where they were. Li Yunxiao immediately sensed the tension in the atmosphere. Half of Little Red's body was covered in blood. She stood there coldly, staring at Dijia not far away. The two had already sensed each other. They looked at each other coldly and didn't move. The old man with the iron crutch was the owner of the Soul Flower Wonderland, Ren Shimin. He was the protector of the sanctuary and had been subdued by Dijia. In the eyes of outsiders, Dijia appeared as Ren Shimin's disciple, but was actually his master. Li Yunxiao was also shocked. If the two were to fight, and one of them was devoured by the other, they would be in big trouble. He tried to mediate, "Gentlemen, this is not a good place to fight. Why don't we wait until we get out of Nephrite Heaven?" Now, other than Dijia, Ren Shimin, Little Red, and Jing Qi, only Li Yunxiao's people were left. Nephrite Heaven? Dijia smirked. His eyes flickered as he licked his lips. "How can I miss such an opportunity? Who knows where she can run to once we get out of Nephrite Heaven? Li Yunxiao, bring your people in to search for treasures. Stay out of this." Demonic chi surged around the plain-looking man that Dijia had transformed into. His face immediately changed, returning to his sinister appearance. Ren Shimin also shuddered and looked down anxiously. Dijia said coldly, "I'll leave the mummy to you." Ren Shimin hurriedly said, "Yes, please don't worry." Li Yunxiao glanced at Little Red. Although half of his body was covered in blood, he still stood coldly and proudly. He said in a low voice, "Dijia, I'm sorry. I'm going to interfere in this." "What?" Dijia was furious and shouted, "Li Yunxiao, how dare you interfere in my business? Are you out of your mind?" Little Red was surprised as well. She turned around and looked confused, but soon understood. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "The heavy equipment pagoda wanted to kill me just now, and Little Red helped me block it. Now that you're going to kill her, I have to return the favor." Little Red snorted and said, "I won't bother you. He alone can't kill me, and I can take back some of my power." Li Yunxiao shook his head and said, "You're injured. You're no match for him. If you're at your peak, you might be able to fight him." Dijia's face was extremely gloomy and he said coldly, "Do you know the consequences of doing this? You'll become my mortal enemy." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "There is no such thing as an eternal enemy in this world. Back then, I accidentally let you out in Mount Meru, so you can be considered to be indebted to me. However, you chased after me several times. That year, you helped me on the North Sea. We had a good talk in Dingtian City, and we became friends. Are we going to become enemies again today?" Dijia was furious. He couldn't grasp such a good opportunity. He glanced around and saw that the rest were all Li Yunxiao's helpers. Mo, Gu Qingqing, and Chu Hongyan were all powerful. If they interfered, he wouldn't stand a chance. "Fine, I'll let her go this time for your sake. However, after we leave Langluo Heaven, you can't interfere in our business." He had to lower his head when he was under someone else's roof. Dijia weighed the pros and cons and could only swallow the humiliation. He pointed at Li Yunxiao and shouted. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Let's talk about the future in the future. It's not good for anyone to fight now. If we destroy this tower of heavy equipment, we will incur the wrath of everyone. Let's see what's going on in the world of immortality first." Dijia was only interested in the world of immortality. Now that he had met Little Red, he was in no mood to think about it. He snorted and flew into the tower of heavy equipment with Ren Shimin. Chu Hongyan, Gu Qingqing, and the others didn't know Dijia's identity. They were all shocked when they asked. Little Red looked gloomy. She looked in the direction where Dijia disappeared and said, he has obtained the power of the last doppelganger. Li Yunxiao said, don't worry. I won't let him devour you. Little Red was stunned. She seemed to be touched. But then her face darkened and she sneered, I know what you are thinking. But you won't help me devour him, will you? Li Yunxiao smiled and looked at Little Red, you two are born from the same body. Isn't it good to be friends? Why do you have to hurt each other? You. Little Red scolded angrily and left angrily. She didn't want to see Li Yunxiao anymore. Gu Qingqing blinked his eyes and said with a smile, hee, interesting. Let's go, sweetheart. The rest of the people had already entered the building complex and were nowhere to be seen. It seemed to be even bigger than what they saw in front of them. It was full of golden light and cold metal aura. As soon as they entered, they felt cold. Gu Qingqing led the way alone, and soon, they arrived in front of a large hall. She took a few glances and said, it should be here. The hall was cold and quiet. It was not much different from the surrounding buildings except that it was slightly bigger. There was a spacious space in front of the hall, which was paved with silver metal. Li Yunxiao said, could it be that the best profound level weapons are stored in this hall? Everyone's faces were filled with joy and anticipation. Gu Qingqing giggled, haha, you are thinking too much. There are no profound level weapons in this hall. What? Then why did you bring us here? Li Yunxiao was stunned, not understanding what was going on. Gu Qingqing smiled and said, although there are no profound level weapons here, it is one of the most important places in the entire heavy equipment tower, because the restriction inside is the key to opening the immortal realm. As for profound weapons, you have the universe god steel in your hands. What profound weapon in the world would you be interested in? You can't say that. Li Yunxiao was displeased and said, didn't you come all the way to Nephrite Heaven just to get some benefits? Gu Qingqing smiled and said, you will benefit from it. She walked straight up and touched the door with her hand. There were 81 copper nails on it, as if she was looking for something. Finally, he grabbed one of the copper nails and pressed it down. Rumble, a rumbling sound came from the door and it trembled continuously. The 81 copper nails also trembled, and several streams of light flashed, forming various patterns. Gu Qingqing looked at it with a smile, as if she had a well-thought-out plan. Suddenly, her smile froze inexplicably. Looking at the runes formed by the copper nails, she was stunned for a moment. Then, she exclaimed, oh no, and quickly retreated. However, the runes on the door flashed and immediately shot out a golden light, slashing at her. Gu Qingqing was shocked and angry. She realized that she was locked on by the golden light and had nowhere to run. She immediately turned around and slapped. Bang! The golden light shot through her palm energy, and a bloody hole appeared on the back of her hand. She fell from the sky. She staggered a few steps before she managed to stabilize her body. She ignored the injury on her hand and looked at the iron door in shock, her eyes filled with doubt. Li Yunxiao also knew that something had happened. It must be something unexpected to Gu Qingqing. He asked, what's going on? Gu Qingqing was stunned for a moment before looking at his palm. Although it had been pierced, it could be considered a small injury. Fortunately, he had reacted in time and escaped in an instant, giving him time to circulate his energy and attack with his palm. If her reaction was a little slower, this body would probably be scrapped here. Originally, she didn't care much about this body. If it was destroyed, then it was destroyed. But now, this body was directly related to the relationship between Li Yunxiao and even the Divine Firmament Palace, so she had to be careful. After slightly dealing with the injury on her palm, she said, I also want to know what's going on. Li Yunxiao snorted and said, you came from the immortal realm? What's going on inside? Chu Hongyan and others immediately pricked up their ears to listen. After all, the immortal realm was a great secret. It had been very mysterious for generations. There were very few people who knew about it. It was only rumored that it was related to stepping into the god realm. Gu Qingqing thought for a while and seemed to hesitate whether to say it or not. After a moment of contemplation, she said, it's not as magical as the outside world says. It's just a closed space. Li Yunxiao asked, since it's a closed space, how did you come out? Can you really become a god inside? Gu Qingqing looked at him and sighed, it's true that I became a god, but I can't leave the immortal realm. Otherwise, the power of the god realm will disappear. After all, the outside world can't feel the rules of the 10 directions. It's hard to continue. Hard to continue? Li Yunxiao furrowed his brows. Although the outside world didn't have the 10 directional rules, but after stepping into the true god stage, the spirity power in his body could circulate freely, growing and multiplying endlessly. He could directly absorb spiritual qi and yuan power to replenish himself, so he didn't feel like it was difficult to continue. Gu Qingqing looked at him and smiled bitterly, you really became a god, right? Li Yunxiao nodded without denying it. Mo and Buzi were shocked. Although they had guessed it, when they heard Li Yunxiao admit it himself, they couldn't help but exclaim. Gu Qingqing was the same. Her face turned pale and her eyes were filled with complicated emotions. She pondered for a long time before saying, could it be that the demon sealing land has opened? Li Yunxiao didn't change his expression and asked tentatively, you also know about the demon sealing land? Humph. Gu Qingqing snorted unhappily, even you know about it, how can I not know? Just now, both of the Monogatari's clones were there. Coupled with the changes of the heavenly Tao, it's not surprising that Mo Pu appeared. Li Yunxiao smiled, then why are you so surprised that I became a god? Gu Qingqing glared at him and snorted, I'm just depressed, that's all. I didn't expect such a good thing to happen to you. But since the heavenly Tao has changed, according to that person's speculation, the 10 rules will return to the realm of heaven martial arts. Everyone can become a god, so there's nothing to be surprised about. Who is that person? Li Yunxiao was startled. He couldn't help but ask. How could someone predict it? Heh, I'm going to take you to see that person. This is the benefit I told you about. Gu Qingqing smiled and deliberately kept him guessing. Li Yunxiao pondered and said, you mean that person is also in the immortal realm? You still haven't answered me. Since the immortal realm is sealed, how did you enter it and how did you come out? Also, what did you mean when you said that you've become a god? Gu Qingqing said, I can answer these 3 questions. First, that person is indeed in the immortal realm. Second, I also entered it through the Jade Library. But if my body left, it would be affected by the realm of heaven martial arts. My body wouldn't be able to bear it. It would age rapidly, and it might even die. So I could only use a wisp of my soul to descend on this girl. She looked at Li Yunxiao strangely and said, the descendant of the Yi family in the divine steel was also possessed by Yi Nanshan's soul, right? Li Yunxiao was slightly surprised. He had already guessed this, but he didn't expect that Gu Qingqing had also discovered it. Gu Qingqing continued, as for becoming a god in the immortal realm, we have to talk about it from the structure of the immortal realm. The whole Nephrite heaven is actually the nest of the ancient celestial phoenix. Everyone was shocked, but they didn't show much emotion. Only Faye and I couldn't help but feel a little excited. She seemed to feel her blood become warm. Gu Qingqing had already seen through her bloodline power. He couldn't help but look at Faye and I a few more times before continuing, the world of immortality is in the nest of the heavenly phoenix. It is made from the most precious feather of the heavenly phoenix, which contains more than half of the heavenly phoenix's power. Only then can it evolve into a world of its own, allowing the people inside to step into the immortal realm. They can use all kinds of great divine abilities to preserve their lives and bodies. I see. Li Yunxiao suddenly understood and said, your so-called divine realm power must be maintained by the power of the celestial phoenix, so it's difficult to leave. Gu Qingqing nodded and said, exactly. This is also a way for the peerless experts to struggle at death's door after the 10 directions rules disappeared. But these years, although the immortal realm has been completely closed by the power of the 4 spirits seal, the power of the celestial phoenix has been weakening. Fortunately, we've finally waited for the day when the 10 directions rules return to the world. Her body trembled imperceptibly. After all, it had been so many years. At this moment, it was really hard to describe her emotions as excitement. Li Yunxiao pondered and said, how many people are in the immortal realm? Gu Qingqing thought for a while, then shook her head and said, I don't know. Although the space inside is not big, it's not small either. Everyone has their own domain and rarely communicates with others. Speaking of which, it's quite lifeless inside. Because of the long passage of time, the only way to maintain one's life is to sleep. Even my main body is in deep slumber within it. Li Yunxiao thought of Bei Jinghong. After he was brought into the world god steel by the listening Moody, he didn't know the situation. Although he could perceive everything inside the steel if he wanted to, he had to respect the privacy of the listening Moody, so he never peeped into the situation inside the domain. Fei and I couldn't help but say, can I understand that once the immortal realm opens, there will be a large number of people who have passed away? Gu Qingqing giggled, blinked her eyes playfully and said, do I count? Li Yunxiao glared at her and said, Granny, what do you think? Go to hell. Gu Qingqing flew into a rage and fiercely slapped Li Yunxiao with her palm, shattering his afterimage with a bang. Li Yunxiao's real body appeared 100 feet away. He frowned and said, what's wrong with you? Gu Qingqing furrowed her eyebrows and rebuked, how dare you say I'm wrong? Fei and I hurriedly flew between the two of them and tried to smooth things over. She said fawningly, it's all because my husband doesn't know how to speak. Lady Gu Qingqing, this is called eternal youth. Humph, this little girl is sensible. Gu Qingqing's anger subsided and she said, I will never grow old. Li Yunxiao was speechless. This old woman was really scary. It seemed that he had to be careful with his words, lest he offended her and hurt Luo Yunsheng's body. In order to ease the atmosphere, Fei and I walked forward with a smile and held Gu Qingqing's arm. She said, Lady Gu Qingqing, can the power of the heavenly phoenix be extracted from the immortal world? Gu Qingqing seemed to feel the bloodline of the heavenly phoenix in Fei Ni's body. She was a little surprised and said, it should be possible. The bloodline of the heavenly phoenix is very rare, and only 1 in 10,000 can reach your level. With the power of the heavenly phoenix in the immortal world, maybe you can complete the 9 changes body. Even if you are not as good as the ancient heavenly phoenix, you are almost immortal. Li Yunxiao said angrily, immortal? The real ancient heavenly phoenix has disappeared. How can it be immortal? Gu Qingqing said angrily, brat, you are deliberately looking for trouble with me, aren't you? Li Yunxiao frowned and said, my lord, you've misunderstood. I'm telling the truth. Why did the primordial true spirit lineage suddenly disappear without a trace? Even powerful existences like the true dragon and heavenly phoenix have disappeared. I wonder what the seniors in the immortal world think about it. Even listening Moody didn't have an answer to this. It was indeed a great mystery in the heavenly martial arts realm. Gu Qingqing pondered and said, this is indeed strange. I've asked that person before, and he seems to know something. He's just pretending to be mysterious and won't say anything. If you see that person later, you can ask him yourself. Li Yunxiao asked curiously, who is that person? Even Lord Gu Qingqing couldn't get anything out of him, so how could I? Gu Qingqing looked at him and suddenly smiled. She said, you can do it, because you are the owner of the Universe God Monument. Li Yunxiao did not say anything else. The World Divine Monument seemed to be of great importance. He was also becoming more and more aware that it was definitely not simple. After a moment of silence, he asked, since that person is so powerful, does he have any understanding of the current situation? Gu Qingqing said again, I don't know if he knows about the future. But even if he knows, you are the only one who is willing to tell him. That's why I want to take you to see him, because I'm also very interested in many things. Fei and I said with a smile, I also want to know. Lord Gu Qingqing, please open the door quickly. Don't waste time. Gu Qingqing grunted in acknowledgement before shifting her gaze back to the main hall. She stared at the 81 copper nails and began to ponder. After the change just now, the 81 bronze nails returned to their previous state, as if nothing had happened. Mo said, I think this palace is a bit strange. If we can't open it, we'll break the door by force. Gu Qingqing said hurriedly, no, I'm afraid that if we break the restriction inside, it will lead to unpredictable consequences. Let me try again. This time, she became more careful. She was not as confident as before. She put all kinds of seals on the bronze door from a distance of more than 30 meters. Flowing light appeared on the 81 copper nails once again. Just like before, they condensed into a spell and fiercely shot out. How can this be? Gu Qingqing was very surprised. Fortunately, he was already prepared. He took out a sword and slashed it. With a ping sound, the golden light was extinguished. However, the sword trembled and one of his arms went numb. Li Yunxiao said in a serious tone, I think this restriction is not simple. Do you really remember the way to break it? Unless we find the only way, we won't be able to open it. Nonsense. The restriction-breaking method was told to me by the refiner of this heavy equipment tower. How can it be wrong? Gu Qingqing snorted unhappily. She looked confident, but her eyes looked down as if she was also very confused. Li Yunxiao said non-committally, that's strange. Gu Qingqing swung her sleeves and snorted, let's go. We'll go to another place to find the refiner. What? The refiner of the heavy equipment tower? Everyone was stunned and a bit absent-minded. Li Yunxiao also touched his forehead and said, is that person still inside the tower? Gu Qingqing snorted, of course. Then, she turned into a ray of light and flew away. No one dared to stay any longer. They hurriedly followed her and flew into the distance. A moment later, they landed in front of a pagoda-shaped building. The pagoda only had 3 floors. It was very short and inconspicuous among the other buildings. Gu Qingqing led everyone and kicked open the pagoda's door. Inside was the first floor's hall. It was very spacious. But everyone instantly froze and became vigilant. There were 5 corpses lying in the hall. Blood was still flowing. It was obvious that they had died not long ago. It's people from this sanctuary, Li Yunxiao said in a low voice. He would not forget the 200 to 300 people who appeared just now. These 5 people were sanctuary's powerhouses. Each of them had a weapon stuck in their body. They died miserably. Gu Qingqing said in shock, how could this be? Could it be that he killed them? Mo walked forward and grabbed a long spear. He pulled it out from one of the corpses. The spear was shining with golden light, but it was still dripping with blood. This spear is not bad. I just happen to be lacking a handy weapon. Mo wiped off the blood on the spear. Then, he grabbed with his 5 fingers. The 5 corpses burst out a ball of blood. It spun in the air and finally formed into 5 cherry-sized beads. He sucked and swallowed them. Hee, recycling waste. Tastes good. He even licked his scarlet tongue in satisfaction. Fei and I and the other girls felt nauseous and disgusted. Li Yunxiao walked forward and observed carefully. On both sides of the main hall, there were weapon racks. On top of the racks, there were various types of profound weapons. With a glance, he could tell that they were all 9th grade and had a threatening aura. The weapons stuck in the corpses were obviously taken from the weapon racks. Whoosh! Suddenly, a spear light flashed in the air. Mo stabbed his spear at Li Yunxiao's back. There was no struggle. Chi! The spear pierced right through his back. However, Li Yunxiao instantly transformed into lightning, and the entire spear immediately began to flow with lightning. It even emitted crackling sounds. What are you doing? The rest of the people cried out in alarm. They rushed forward and surrounded Mo's face was filled with astonishment. He said in a daze, the spear suddenly bent on its own. The originally hard metal became soft. The spearhead turned around and stabbed at Li Yunxiao again. Pa! A golden light appeared on Li Yunxiao's arm. He grabbed the spearhead and shouted, everyone be careful. There's something wrong with these weapons. As soon as he finished speaking, the weapons on the 4 corpses flew up. There were sabers and swords. Without any warning, they suddenly slashed at Li Yunxiao. What a joke! Li Yunxiao put 2 fingers together and turned them into a sword. He struck the 4 weapons and shook them off. Then he leaped forward and pierced the spear through his body. He turned around and hit the spear with his palm. The spear flew out of Mo's hand. A clanging sound came from the hall. The 2 rows of weapon racks trembled. Dozens of rank 9 Xian artifacts were activated. The powerful weapon essence rippled in the hall. Chu Hongyan stood beside Li Yunxiao. She asked with concern, Fei Yong, are you okay? Li Yunxiao shook his head. I'm fine. He was somewhat speechless in his heart. Ever since he displayed the cool yo-yo-yo, his essence force had been greatly weakened. Then, he was ambushed by the heavy equipment pagoda and suffered serious injuries. Then, he was ambushed by Ji and got shot just now. The internal injury that he had painstakingly healed was torn open again. He was like a sick cat. Although it was not fatal, it could not be cured. Gu Qingqing exclaimed, "Old man Mu Xing, what the hell are you doing? Come out." Her voice was very sharp. It penetrated the sound of metal and surged to the upper floor. But there was no echo. There was only the sound of the weapons on both sides. Rays of light spread out. The whole hall was immediately filled with murderous intent. Mu Xing? Li Yunxiao was surprised. He seemed to think of something. He exclaimed, "Is he from the Mu family?" Gu Qingqing was shocked and angry. She scolded a few more times. But there seemed to be no response. The weapons on both sides had all turned into flowing lights and flew toward them. Damn it! Be careful! Gu Qingqing was furious. He struck out with both of his palms and used his astral energy to send the weapons flying. Chu Hongyan slashed with her purple cloud sword. It immediately turned into a sword aura, covering herself and Li Yunxiao. No weapon could hurt them. The others also performed all kinds of ultimate skills to protect themselves under the countless sword lights. The whole hall was filled with dazzling light. There was also the sound of metal clashing. The rhythm of the weapons turned into tangible sound waves, rippling like spring water, airtight. Fei Enai said in surprise, "Lady Gu Qingqing, how is it? These weapons are neither alive nor dead. How can we fight against them?" Gu Qingqing was also depressed. She said angrily, "How would I know? The best way is to rush forward, drag Mu Xing out and beat him to death." Her eyes were full of hatred. But deep down, she was a little worried. It seemed that the situation was not right. Suddenly, a white light rose in the middle of the crowd. Li Yunxiao threw out the universe god steel. Countless flowing lights flew around. The great realm divine skill turned into ancient Maha characters. They shone around the jade steel. The vast artifact aura spread out. Gu Qingqing's pupils shrank. She was shocked. It was her first time seeing the power of the universe god steel. That kind of sacred feeling made people look up to it. The weapons that filled the sky suddenly stopped moving, as if they had been frozen in place. They completely lost their sharpness and quietly floated in the air. Everyone knew that this was the pressure of the level of the weapons. Those rank 9 weapons were shocked by the artifact aura of the universe god steel. In the hall, the golden sword lights and the colorful steel inscriptions mixed together. Li Yunxiao made a gesture with both hands and slapped on the universe god steel. Suddenly, a suction force surged out. Those rank 9 Xian weapons trembled, as if they wanted to escape, but they couldn't control themselves. They lost their resistance in the light of the boundary god steel and flew into it. "Wow, my husband is the best." Fei Enai clapped her hands and jumped up, so many rank 9 Xian weapons of such high quality. "We're going to be rich." "Young man, you're dreaming if you think you can steal my life's work." Suddenly, a shout was heard. A golden light flashed on the dome, and a golden puppet appeared. It flew down and struck with its palm. The shape of the golden puppet was similar to that of the heavy weapons tower, but it was much smaller and more agile. Mu Xing. Gu Qingqing was infuriated. As soon as he saw the golden puppet, he couldn't restrain his anger from burning madly. At the same time, he flew up, and his hands were constantly changing hand seals in the air as he attacked. Bang! Their palms collided and both of them were shaken off. Gu Qingqing was at a disadvantage and spat out blood. She couldn't stand steadily and fell to the ground after taking a few steps back. After the attack, the golden puppet grabbed the saber that was spinning beside it and slashed it down. Chu Hongyan's face turned cold. The purple cloud sword flew up to the sky and blocked the saber radiance. At the same time, 3 figures appeared and stabbed at the puppet from both sides. Bang! Bang! The golden puppet was more human-like than the heavy weapons tower. It retreated quickly and waved its saber to block the sword chi. At that moment, the surrounding weapons had completely lost their ability to resist and they were all absorbed into the universe god monument. The hall became quiet. Gu Qingqing stared at the puppet and scolded, "Mu Xing, you're crazy." The puppet's face was gloomy. It was the only weapon left, and it was suppressed by the boundary god steel. It almost lost its spirituality. It scolded, "You've ruined my life's work, and you say I'm crazy? I'll kill you all." He raised his hand and roared. His body swayed a few times. Then, the entire pagoda began to tremble. Rays of light emerged from all directions and shot toward the center. Gu Qingqing said angrily, "Let's beat him up. You don't need to give me face." Everyone attacked in all directions. Boundless spiritual pressure appeared, blocking the power of the entire pagoda. No matter what Mu Xing did, he was unable to do anything. "Humph, just wait and see." Mu Xing was extremely gloomy, and after uttering these harsh words, he transformed into a streak of golden light and flew out of the palace. It's so hard to meet a living person. It's such a pity if you leave. Stay. Li Yunxiao's eyes flickered with cold light as he raised his hand and smashed it into the grand hall outside of the Tusida Heavenly Peak. Boom. The entire hall trembled and instantly crumbled into countless specks of golden light. Not only the first floor, but the entire small tower also collapsed, turning into countless metal fragments that flew in all directions. TSK. What? Mu Xing had only just left the palace when he felt an extremely powerful gust of qi rushing towards him from behind, and it was accompanied by a ferocious metallic aura. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that the small tower would be smashed into smithereens. When he turned around, he was completely stunned. He stood rooted to the ground, dumbfounded. Gu Qingqing and the others immediately surrounded him, cutting off his escape route. Li Yunxiao put away the Tusida Heavenly Peak and walked forward, saying, "Your name is Mu Xing?" Mu Xing recovered after a long while, and said, "What treasure did you use to smash my tower?" Li Yunxiao said coldly, "I'm the knife now, and you're the meat on the chopping block. Do you have the right to ask questions?" Mu Xing sized him up a few times, and laughed, "Haha, arrogant. Do you really think that just because you have the boundary god steel, you're really the one chosen by the boundary god steel? How dare you speak to me in such a tone, childish?" Gu Qingqing was still angry, and said, "Beat him up first. The reason why he dared to be arrogant is because a wisp of his divine soul has descended. Even if this body of his is destroyed, it will be difficult to harm his true body." Mu Xing angrily rebuked, "Gu Qingqing, as someone from the immortal realm, how dare you bring outsiders to open the seal? Are you trying to cause public anger?" Public anger? Now that the heavenly Tao has changed, everyone is eager to come out of the immortal realm, and you still forcibly block the passage. The person who will cause public anger is you, right? Gu Qingqing argued back, and sneered. Mu Xing snorted, and said, "When I was sent to guard this place, I didn't say that I can let people in now." Gu Qingqing impatiently rebuked, and said, "I won't argue with you, quickly follow me to open the seal." In your dreams. Mu Xing crossed his arms in front of his chest. Although he couldn't beat these people in front of him, they couldn't do anything to him, so he shamelessly stayed still. Chu Hongyan said, "Fei Yang, although this person descended on the puppet, and it is difficult to destroy, your mountain and river cauldron is also a divine tool. If you refine him, his divine soul will be destroyed, and his body will be directly injured, right?" What? Mountain and river cauldron. Mu Xing's whole body shook, and his eyeballs exploded. "The mountain and river cauldron is in your hands?" Li Yunxiao said, "When I was in the Emperor Dan Pavilion, I have already subdued the Xianxia flame light, and I have already refined it, so I will use this puppet to test the power of the mountain and river cauldron and the Dan fire." A white light flew out from his palm, and the mountain and river cauldron slowly appeared. All kinds of patterns danced on it, and there was a faint red light, like a fire dragon sticking out its tongue. Mountain and river cauldron. Xianxia flame. Mu Xing screamed, and finally, he was afraid, and suddenly rushed into the sky, wanting to escape. But how could he do as he wished? Gu Qingqing and Chu Hongyan attacked at the same time, from left and right, and fiercely shook him to the ground, directly smashing a hole in the hard ground. "Stop." Mu Xing saw the mountain and river cauldron spitting out Xianxia flames and was scared out of his wits. He hastily said, "Stop, let's talk this out. I was wrong before, I offended everyone. I'll admit my mistake and apologize." Fei and I couldn't help but laugh. Hee, this puppet is quite clever. Li Yunxiao also didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and stopped the mountain and river cauldron, and then flew back to his hand, and said, Mr. Mu Xing, it is not easy to live until now, you are really smart, and you know how to take advantage of the situation. Mu Xing was quite angry, and after a muffled humph, he didn't say anything. Gu Qingqing said coldly, don't show off in front of me, or else, even if Li Yunxiao doesn't kill you, I will. And I know where your real body is, believe it or not, I will go and chop off your head right now. Mu Xing's expression changed greatly, and he was a little scared, and his unyielding spirit was gone, and he became much more obedient. Only then did Li Yunxiao said, let me ask you, are you from the Mu family? Mu Xing frowned, what are you talking about? My surname is Mu, of course, I am from the Mu family, are you from the Li family or the Zhang family? Li Yunxiao thought for a while, this Mu Xing must be an antique, and only God knows what era he is from, but anyone who can survive until now can't be simple. I am talking about the puppet family, living in seclusion on the Tong Tian Island overseas, Li Yunxiao said in detail. Puppet family, Tong Tian Island? Mu Xing's eyes flashed with confusion, and he said, I have hidden in the world of immortality tens of thousands of years ago, and my previous family is indeed specialized in puppets and equipment forging. I wonder if it is the current Mu family, how is the Mu family now? He still looked very concerned. Li Yunxiao said, this time, there are people from the Mu family who entered the heavy equipment tower, then do you know the puppet master Mu Chen? Mu Chen. Mu Xing suddenly screamed as if he heard a ghost, and his face twisted, and his eyes burst out with a fierce light, and a violent aura and emotion spread from his body. Be careful. Chu Hongyan was slightly startled, and she guarded in front of Li Yunxiao with her sword. Gu Qingqing and the others also moved their divine sense, and locked on to Mu Xing. As long as he made the slightest movement, they would immediately attack and kill him. After a while, Mu Xing gradually restrained his emotions, but his face was still very gloomy, and he stared at Li Yunxiao, is Mu Chen still alive? It has been tens of thousands of years, and he still hasn't come to the world of immortality, how is he still alive? Li Yunxiao was stunned for a moment, and he was very puzzled, and then he laughed. So, he is dead? Mu Xing was slightly taken aback, and he felt very strange, and he was stunned. Li Yunxiao only felt that these words were very awkward, and he thought for a while, and then said, should, probably, guess, definitely dead? Mu Xing said angrily, what are you saying, dead is dead, not dead is not dead, is he dead or not? Li Yunxiao stroked his chin, and said, how do you want me to answer this? I am not a member of the Mu clan, and I don't know much about it. But people from tens of thousands of years ago are mostly dead, unless they sealed themselves with great divine power and secret techniques like you guys. But this is only limited to my guess, if you want to know the specific details, the Mu clan master is also in this tower of heavy equipment, and you can ask him personally if there is a chance. Mu clan master? Mu Xing was shocked, and then he said with great joy, who is it? Take me to see him quickly. Gu Qingqing scolded, this tower of heavy equipment is so big, and there are so many people, how would we know where he is? Li Yunxiao said, I have a few disciples of the Mu clan in the divine steel, you can ask them. His eyebrows flashed, and a few disciples of the Mu clan who were taken into the divine steel immediately appeared, but they looked confused, and they didn't know where they were. One of them cupped his fists, and said politely, Mr. Yunxiao, where is this, and where is our clan master? Li Yunxiao waved his hand, pointed at Mu Xing, and said, this man is your ancestor, and he has something to ask you. What? Ancestor, ancestor. Those people were stunned, and the young leader was displeased, and said angrily, Mr. Yunxiao is a good friend of the Mu clan, and even had a good story with junior sister Wanshan, how could you tease us like this? A good story? Chu Hongyan's eyes flashed, and she immediately looked at Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao's forehead was sweating, and he said hurriedly, what nonsense are you talking about, this man is really your ancestor. That young man was furious, and he scolded, enough. We respect your outstanding strength, and everyone in the Mu clan is polite to you, but you are your ancestor. Finally, the disciples of the Mu clan couldn't help but curse, and they immediately took out their weapons, afraid that Li Yunxiao would attack them in anger. Haha. Mu Xing laughed happily, and said, it seems that my juniors are quite unyielding, haha, but this guy is right, I am indeed your ancestor. I'm your ancestor. The Mu family's disciples were enraged again. They glared at Mu Xing and drew their swords, ready to fight to the death. Mu Xing was stunned. The smile on his face gradually froze. He snorted, "Looks like you won't know your place if I don't teach you a lesson. How dare you yell at me?" His figure flashed and he immediately made his move. Then, there were a few screams. The Mu family's disciples lay on the ground with their bones dislocated, wailing in pain. "What trash?" Mu Xing was very displeased. He scolded, "Is the Mu family full of trash now?" Li Yunxiao said, "Not really." Quite a few powerful young disciples of the Mu family came in as well. It's just that the teleportation in Nephrite heaven is too chaotic. They probably couldn't gather together. Mu Xing's expression became better. However, he didn't seem to have calmed down. He kicked the disciples a few more times before revealing his identity. The disciples of the Mu clan were dumbfounded when they heard this. Looking at Li Yunxiao and the others again, they knew that they would not lie to them like this. Only then did they believe him. One by one, they hurriedly knelt on the ground and called out, "Ancestor." Mu Xing snorted, "Let me ask you. Is Puppet Master Mu Chen dead?" "Ah?" The disciples were stunned and looked at each other. Only then did the leading disciple say respectfully, "Taoist Master Mu Chen was the strongest puppet master in the history of the Mu clan. He was a figure from tens of thousands of years ago and has long passed away." Mu Xing frowned, "Are you sure?" The disciple was stunned again. He said, "Of course. How can someone from tens of thousands of years ago still be alive?" Mu Xing was very dissatisfied with the answer. It was almost the same as Li Yunxiao's. He scolded, "I've lived for tens of thousands of years. How can he still be alive? Mu Chen's abilities are not inferior to mine. Why are you sure he's dead?" The disciples were stunned. Their heads were dizzy and they couldn't answer. They didn't know if Mu Chen was really dead. They deduced it based on common sense. Li Yunxiao said, "Don't worry. The Mu family's master is also in the heavy equipment tower. There must be some clues." Mu Xing sighed. "I hope so, but it's hard to say. For example, the current clan head doesn't know that I'm still alive. Since you're so concerned about Mu Chen's life and death, could it be that there's something going on between the two of you?" Li Yunxiao asked curiously. "Pooh." Although Mu Xing was a puppet, he still spat out a mouthful of blood and roared furiously, "You're the one who King had an affair with him. He is this old man's blood brother and also this old man's mortal enemy." "Ah?" The Mu clan's disciples were completely dumbfounded. The person in front of them was actually the Mu clan's strongest puppet master, the younger brother of puppet master Mu Chen. Li Yunxiao was also stunned as he took a few more glances at Mu Xing. However, Mu Xing was just a puppet, so he couldn't tell anything. "Mu Chen is your elder brother?" Mu Xing snorted coldly. "What? Is there a problem?" Li Yunxiao shook his head and said, "No problem. If that's the case, it's even better." "Better?" Before Mu Xing could react, Li Yunxiao took out the Universe God Steel and shouted, "Follow me." Li Yunxiao stepped forward and grabbed Mu Xing. Then he flew into the Universe God Steel. Mu Xing originally wanted to resist, but there were too many experts here, so resisting was equivalent to courting death. Secondly, he also wanted to see the Universe God Steel, so he flew into it immediately. Mu Xing looked around, but he couldn't see anything. He was quite discontented. He said, "It's said that the Universe God Steel is not only a world, but it's also connected to the realm of heaven martial arts. Why is there nothing here?" Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "Connected to the realm of heaven martial arts? Why do you say that?" Mu Xing was stunned. He said, "You don't know?" After that, he revealed a mocking expression and said, "It's no wonder. You merely obtained the Universe God Steel and you are not the true owner of the Universe God Steel." Seeing Li Yunxiao's unkind expression, Mu Xing was scared. He said hurriedly, "It's okay to tell you. The Universe God Steel is a heavenly saint artifact. It's a peerless saint artifact that has existed since the realm of heaven martial arts was born. It's inextricably linked to this world." Li Yunxiao already knew about this. Seeing that there was nothing new, he didn't bother to ask. He said, "Do you know that the Mu family has 3 great puppet magical powers?" Mu Xing sneered and said, the Mu family's puppet magical powers are like the stars in the Milky Way. There are more than 3 of them. Li Yunxiao was stunned. It seemed the Mu family's arrogance had existed since ancient times. He didn't bother to answer. He continued, the first one is transforming beans into soldiers. Transforming beans into soldiers? Mu Xing frowned slightly and said, it's very difficult to practice this magical power. It requires a certain amount of talent and luck. Not everyone can practice it. Li Yunxiao nodded and revealed a look of admiration. It seemed that this Mu Xing was indeed quite capable. In the whole Mu family, only Mu Yitong had learned this magical power. It was very impressive when he used it. He continued, the second one is the 12 divine beings killing formation. Have you heard of it? Mu Xing's expression changed greatly. His eyes emitted a sharp light as he stared at Li Yunxiao and said, have you seen the 12 heavens divine killing formation? Li Yunxiao said, don't look at me so fiercely. Don't forget that I'm the meat on your chopping block. You don't seem to understand the situation. If you offend me again, the mountain and river cauldron and Xian Guili flame will be waiting for you to taste. Mu Xing almost fainted from anger, but he didn't dare to be too presumptuous. He could only answer honestly, of course I do. Because the person who refined the 12 divine fiend formation into a puppet was me. What? It was Li Yunxiao's turn to be completely dumbfounded. He stared at Mu Xing in a daze. It took him a while to collect his thoughts and said, I'm not well educated. Don't lie to me. Mu Xing humphed, what's there to lie about? The 12 puppets you saw were transformed into the 6 Ding and 6 Jia according to the heavenly stems and earthly branches? Li Yunxiao finally believed him. He was overjoyed and his attitude became humble. He cupped his fists and said, I've offended you before. Master Mu Xing's puppetry is unparalleled in the world. It's truly shocking. Hee hee. Mu Xing couldn't help but laugh when he heard someone praising him. However, he soon thought of something and frowned unhappily. Li Yunxiao was curious when he saw Mu Xing's expression. He asked, Master, did you think of something? Mu Xing waved his hand and said in annoyance, it's nothing. Go on. Didn't you say there were 3 types of puppets? What's the last one? Li Yunxiao shook his head. I don't know the last one either. It's said that only the Mu family's patriarch knows. I see. It's so mysterious. It looks like it's even more powerful than the magic beans and the 12 divine killing formation. But that's not right. Mu Xing fell into deep thought. My 12 divine killing formation wasn't completed back then, but its power was already earth-shattering. It's hard to imagine anything that surpasses it. It's one of the 3 most ferocious formations in the ancient times. Once it's integrated into a formation, it can bring the formation back to life. It's truly invincible. What? It's not completed? Li Yunxiao was a little dizzy. How can you be so irresponsible, Master? You passed down a half-finished product? Aren't you harming future generations? Mu Xing glared at him. Do you think I don't want to? If I can completely integrate the 12 divine killing formation into the puppets, then my achievements will surpass Mu Chen's, and I won't be suppressed by him for the rest of my life. It's too difficult. I want to pluck the stars from the sky, but I need to have the ability to do so. Li Yunxiao was speechless. He helplessly said, fine, if it's not complete, then it's not complete. It's fine even if I can control the incomplete formation. The Luding and Liujia are with me. There are still many key points that I don't understand. I hope Master can enlighten me. The Luding and Liujia are with you? Mu Xing was shocked. He then became sluggish. Such a coincidence. Is there really fate in this world? With a thought from Li Yunxiao, the Luding and Liujia flew out. They landed around Mu Xing and turned into the size of a normal person. They had already come out of the stone box. As expected, Mu Xing was filled with emotion. He looked at the puppets with affection. He couldn't help but reach out and hug one of them. Tears flowed down his face. Li Yunxiao coughed and said, Master, please don't be sad. It's rare for me to meet the puppet masters. It's my honor. I hope you can enlighten me. Mu Xing sighed for a while. He then said, if there's Anything you don't understand, just ask. We are fated. Since you obtained the looting and Liujia, I will teach you all the secrets of the formation. The only regret is that the formation is not complete. Sigh. I don't know if I will have the chance to complete it in this life. Unfortunately, even after tens of thousands of years, my body is still sealed in the realm of immortality. Master is too modest. Be careful, Master. I'm going to make a move. Li Yunxiao immediately sent out hand seals, which immediately split into 12 seals that landed on the puppets' bodies. 4 of the puppets suddenly became enormous, revealing their true forms, and their aura surged into the sky. Not only did their aura change, but their appearance also changed from gentle to ferocious. Mu Xing's heart seemed to jolt as she suddenly yelled, "Wait!" He looked at the 4 giant spirit puppets in surprise. His eyes flashed with shock. It was as if he had seen something unbelievable. Li Yunxiao formed a hand seal in front of him. He frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" Mu Xing rubbed his eyes. He looked at the 4 puppets again. He was convinced. He said, "The looting and Liujia were tampered with. They were modified from my original version." Oh? Is that so? Li Yunxiao was stunned. He also felt strange. He immediately formed a hand seal. The 4 giant spirit puppets also returned to the size of ordinary people. Mu Xing held the puppets and carefully observed them. The surprise and solemnity on his face became deeper and deeper. Finally, he had a lifeless expression. Li Yunxiao looked at his dazed expression. He was puzzled. "Master, what's going on?" Mu Xing did not reply, but continued to circle around looting Liujia. After a long time, he said with a grave expression, "This looting Liujia's heart cultivation technique has been completed by someone." His voice was filled with extreme disappointment, helplessness, and even a kind of despair. Although Mu Xing was a puppet, it was obvious that he was dejected and disappointed. Li Yunxiao, on the other hand, was overjoyed and said, "Haha, isn't it better that it has been completed by someone?" Mu Xing raised his head to look at him and said weakly, "This technique was completed by Mu Chen." Li Yunxiao was also a refiner, so he could easily understand Mu Xing's disappointment. He patted Mu Xing's shoulder and comforted him, "It's been tens of thousands of years, all emotions should be gone by now. You've survived longer than him, so you've won. At least you still have a chance to improve further, but he doesn't." Mu Xing was stunned for a moment. He felt that it was true, and his mood became slightly better. Li Yunxiao looked at the 12 puppets that exuded an ancient aura. They were majestic and lifelike, and he also felt emotional. Mu Xing adjusted his emotions and said, "I was the one who created the foundation of this 12 divine fiend formation. I'll now pass all the heart cultivation technique to you, and you'll know all the secrets of this formation." Li Yunxiao was shocked, and he suddenly felt flattered. However, Mu Xing had already stretched out a hand. He hesitated for a moment, but he also placed his palm on it. He immediately felt a wave of soul power slowly sticking to his palm, and information slowly came to him. It was like a trickle at first, then like a surging river, and in the end, like 100 rivers flowing into the ocean. The massive heart cultivation technique and the formation's changes turned into a sky full of memory runes, and all of them surged into his mind. Several hours later, the 2 of them slowly separated their palms. Mu Xing also seemed extremely tired. He let out a breath and said, "There's too much information. You can slowly digest it yourself." Li Yunxiao's expression was solemn. He formed a seal with one hand, and a part of his soul body instantly sat cross-legged, and slowly digested the information. His main body and Mu Xing turned into a flash of white light and exited the world god monument. Both of them appeared to be quite exhausted. Li Yunxiao had split up his soul body, while Mu Xing had been dealt a heavy blow, and he had expended too much soul power, so he was also extremely dejected. Seeing his expression, Chu Hongyan thought that he didn't gain anything, so she comforted him, "Don't be impatient, you can slowly understand it in the future." Holding her hand, Li Yunxiao said with a smile, "The divine fiend array was created by Mr. Mu Xing, ah?" The rest of the people didn't understand what he meant, but Chu Hongyan was taken aback and looked at Mu Xing with reverence. Gu Qingqing laughed and said, "Haha, old man Mu Xing is the refiner of this heavy equipment pagoda." Although it wasn't his own strength, he was the one who took the lead in the entire process. He is a truly capable master. Mu Xing let out a long sigh and cheered himself up a little. He said, "Let me take you to open the restriction. Fate will change, and to be honest, I am also looking forward to it. After all, if we stay here for too long, we will be buried in the dust like rotten wood. There is no point in living anymore." He took the lead and headed towards the hall from before. At the same time, in Nephrite Heaven, a million miles away from the heavy equipment pagoda, a building with a warm luster floated in the void, emitting a strong scholarly aura, giving people a sense of peace and tranquility. There was a plaque hanging on the building, with 2 big golden words on it, Jade Pavilion. The Jade Pavilion emitted a green light, illuminating the surrounding 10 miles. Every now and then, some light would fly over and land on the stairs in front of the building, and then run inside with great joy. Inside was a huge main hall, surrounded by flickering jade slips. However, when one approached, there would be a water-like ripple of barrier power, which would shake them away, making it impossible for them to get it. Warriors who entered for the first time would try to grab those jade slips, but all of them ended in failure. They could only step into the teleportation array in the center of the main hall and disappear from the hall. It was said that this teleportation array led to 108 different book spaces. According to everyone's luck, they could obtain some inheritance. Outside the Jade Pavilion, within a few thousand feet, more than 10 figures suddenly appeared. Their powerful aura twisted the flowing light of the Jade Pavilion, making it bend. "We're finally here." One of the men looked at the Jade Pavilion without much expression, but he was extraordinarily handsome. It was Wei Qing. Wei Wuya was also in the crowd. His eyes flashed as he looked at the Jade Pavilion, seeming to be in deep thought. The others were more or less happy. It was the first time for some of them to come to Nephrite Heaven, so they were all very curious about this place. "Shouldn't we go in and have a look?" A young man couldn't help but be curious. However, his divine sense and gaze were blocked by a force, and he couldn't see anything. "Hee, look? Look at your shabby appearance. With the 2 lords here, this Jade Pavilion will soon be in our bag. At that time, won't we be able to look at it however we want? I really don't understand how you are qualified to be the city lord with your intelligence." A person beside the young man ridiculed. That person held his sword in front of his chest, and his face was covered with foundation, making him look fair and tender. He had a demonic aura as he spoke in a strange voice. Wei Wuya said indifferently, "Li Yi is right. Don't be anxious, Qing Yun. This Jade Pavilion is all-encompassing, and there must be a secret technique that you want inside. The most important thing now is to subdue it." The young man was the city lord of Scarlet Moon City, Luo Qingyun. After hearing this, he didn't comment and only said, "This Jade Pavilion has stood for tens of thousands of years, and I have never heard of anyone being able to subdue it. Countless experts have appeared in these tens of thousands of years, and none of them were weaker than you or me. I don't understand where the lords get their confidence from." Li Yi immediately scolded, "Luo Qingyun, you are truly impudent. Since the 2 lords are confident, then they are naturally very confident. How can they allow you to question them?" Luo Qingyun glanced at him with disdain, his face full of mockery as he sneered, "Isn't it normal to question them? If they don't have absolute confidence, in my opinion, we should first go in and try our luck. After we come out, we can think of a way to subdue this pavilion, so that we don't end up with nothing." Li Yi sneered, "In these tens of thousands of years, how many people are as wise and powerful as the 2 lords, able to see through everything? You are really thinking too much." Luo Qingyun was somewhat angered by his words. He pointed at Li Yi and shouted, "Sh*T licking thing, scram. You." Li Yi was furious, and his emotions exploded. With a clang, he drew his sword and was about to slash. Wei Wuya frowned and shouted, "All of you, stop." Suddenly, a wave of pressure spread out, intimidating Li Yi and making him unable to move. Li Yi struggled a few times and said angrily, "My lord, this person is disloyal and should be punished." Wei Qing turned around and looked at the 2 coldly, saying, "What are you arguing about all day? Leaving Crimson Moon City in your hands is getting worse and worse." Li Yi snorted, "If it wasn't for him holding me back, Crimson Moon City would have flourished a long time ago." Wei Qing said, "After the matter in Nephrite Heaven is settled, I can consider leaving Crimson Moon City to you alone. However, if you can't achieve the results I want, I won't let you off easily. Li Yi was surprised and overjoyed when he heard this. He hurriedly said, "Thank you, my lord. With my talent, it's more than enough to control Crimson Moon City." Luo Qingyun frowned slightly, but he didn't show much of an expression. As for the men behind them, they were extremely shocked and exchanged glances with each other. Wei Qing looked at Luo Qingyun and said, "I know your ambitions are not in the city. This jade repository is indeed mysterious and unfathomable, but there are records of it in the holy domain. It was once the scripture repository of a great sect, and it was forcibly moved to the Nephrite heaven. The explanations are very detailed, and I have at least a 60% chance of taking it." 60%, Luo Qingyun pondered for a moment and didn't say anything. A 60% chance was already extremely high, and it was a profitable matter. Even if he couldn't subdue it, he wouldn't lose anything. Wei Wuya said, "However, according to my observations, this Nephrite heaven is likely to be the base of that sect back then, and the layout is not simple. No matter what, after so many years, this item has become ownerless. Naturally, it will be obtained by the capable." He raised his hand, and several rays of light shot out, forming a large flag thousands of feet away from the jade repository. The flag swelled and fluttered in the wind. Very soon, different pictures appeared on each flag, but they were all lifelike birds and beasts that rolled in the strong wind as if they were attached to the flags. Wei Wuya said, "These are the 10 banners refined according to the records. Using this formation to suppress the jade repository is a feasible method that the senior in the records researched. Once it is used, there should be no problem. But for safety's sake, according to the previous arrangements, each of you will be in charge of one flag in case of any changes." "Yes." The people behind him immediately spread out and ran towards the flags, each guarding one side. Only Wei Wuya and his son, Luo Qingyun, Li Yi, and Nanfeng Xian were left. Nanfeng Xian didn't say a word, standing quietly beside them in a blue cotton jacket with an expressionless face. Luo Qingyun said, "Don't we need to wait for everyone inside to come out?" Wei Qing snorted, "How can we have that much time? When we suppress the Jade Library Pavilion later, they will naturally feel uncomfortable and come out." Luo Qingyun immediately fell silent and watched quietly. Li looked around and said, "Why isn't Divine Command Emperor Wu here yet? Is he lost? This Nephrite heaven is really big. Why don't we wait and make our move first?" Wei Qing said indifferently, "If we wait for him, we will have a better chance. That burial cloud beast can sense our aura, so it can't be lost. Perhaps it encountered something along the way." Suddenly, 2 rays of light flew over from the distance, forming figures in the air above the 10 banners. One was tall and one was short, and their auras were extremely powerful. However, they were also stunned by the situation before them. They looked down in shock and then at the jade repository. The tall man cupped his fists and asked, "May I ask what is the purpose of this?" The 2 men were extremely strong, but when they looked at Wei Wuya and the others, they sucked in a breath of cold air, shocked. The shorter man shuddered and exclaimed, "Why, your Lord Wei Qing." The taller man also came to his senses. He found this person very familiar but couldn't remember who he was at first. Now that he was reminded, his mind cleared up. This person was Wei Qing of the Sacred Realm. "Greetings, Lord Wei Qing." The 2 bowed in unison with great respect. "Xiang Liang of the Xiang clan and Miqing of the Calm Water Manor. Long time no see. How nostalgic." Wei Qing revealed their identities with an indifferent expression. He didn't look nostalgic at all. The 2 knew he was just being polite and hurriedly said, "Same here. Lord Wei Qing is still as elegant as ever." Wei Qing's eyes flashed as he reminisced, "After the heaven and earth ranking battle, the 2 of you disappeared. You must have gone into seclusion to cultivate. Now that you've reappeared on the continent, your strength is indeed extraordinary." The 2 of them quickly became modest and said, "Sir, you must be joking. You're flattering us." Wei Qing smiled. "I see that the 2 of you are only a step away from transcending mortality and entering sainthood. There's a high chance you'll break through during this trip to Nephrite heaven. Thank you for your kind words, Lord." The 2 were delighted. Being stuck at the pinnacle of martial arts was the biggest knot in their hearts and the reason they came to Nephrite heaven. The taller man was Xianxia. He asked tentatively, Lord, the Jade Repository should be up ahead, right? What are you doing here? You're going to the Jade Repository? Xianxia hurriedly said, since we're here, of course we have to go take a look. Wei Qing sighed and shook his head. That's too bad. I'm planning to take the Jade Library into my pocket and am setting up the formation. The two of you are late, please go somewhere else to play. Ah? Take it? Both of them were shocked and looked at each other. The Jade Library was famous in Nephrite Heaven. It was a place that attracted countless geniuses to enter Nephrite Heaven. Wei Qing actually wanted to take it away. Both of them had strange expressions on their faces as they wondered if the Jade Library Pavilion would accept them. If it could, why hadn't anyone succeeded in the past tens of thousands of years? Wei Qing said, This won't be easy, will it? Wei Qing said, the odds are 50-50. If you fail, it's not too late for you to go in. Half? The two of them were shocked once again. A 50% chance of winning was already very high. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. The two of them stood there, not knowing whether to advance or retreat. Since they were already here, how could they be willing to turn back just like that? However, if they were to enter, putting aside the other party's status, just their strength alone was not something they could contend against. Moreover, the people around them were not to be trifled with. Wei Qing had long seen through their thoughts. He smiled and said, You two don't have to feel troubled. I'm taking this Jade Library for the benefit of the world. Xianxia said in shock, Could it be that you're willing to open it to the world after you collect it? Wei Qing laughed and said, The divine ability secret manuals inside the Jade Library are mostly high-grade martial arts. How can anyone have the qualifications to learn them? Have the two of you heard the news of the reopening of the Heaven and Earth reputation list? The two's expressions changed slightly, and they hesitated for a moment. Wei Qing pondered and said, I've heard of it, but I can't tell if it's true or not. Since Lord Wei Qing said it, then it must be true? Wei Qing nodded and said, It's naturally true. At that time, the people on the list will have the right to enter and choose their divine ability manuals. People on the list. The two's expressions became somewhat ugly. Putting aside whether it was worth it to enter the Jade Library to participate in the Heaven and Earth Wind Cloud list, even if they participated, wanting to enter the top 10 was harder than ascending to heaven. The last Wind Cloud list martial contest, the two of them had participated too. Furthermore, their rankings were extremely high. But the powerhouses that participated back then were not many. Firstly, there were no benefits. There was only a title, it was very hard to attract powerhouses. Secondly, the various sect leaders cared about their status and face and rarely participated. If this time, with the Jade Library as the bait, and supplemented with other rewards, the competition would probably be abnormally intense. The top 10 rankings practically didn't need to be thought about. Wei Qing saw through the two's thoughts and smiled faintly, saying, If I didn't remember wrongly, the two of you were ranked 17th and 18th last time. But with the two of your current cultivation, entering the top 10 is also extremely possible. And this time, the Jade Library's qualifications will be set at the top 100. As for the super powerhouses in the top 10, there will be other heavy rewards. Top 100? Xianxia said in shock, the list's quota is so broad? I'm afraid that the martial artists that come will be a mix of good and bad. After all, with the Jade Library as bait, everyone will want to come and try their luck. Wei Qing said, luck is also a part of strength. The two of them were silent, but their minds were racing. They knew that the sanctuary would definitely not be so generous to make the Jade Library public for no reason. Furthermore, with such a large-scale martial contest, they most likely had some ulterior motives. It was just that the Jade Library's attraction was too great. If it was the top 100, they might really participate. But at this moment, they still hoped that Wei Qing failed to collect it. That way, they wouldn't have to participate in the Wind Cloud list competition and be controlled by the sanctuary. After a while, a few more figures flew over. They wanted to enter the Jade Library, but were blocked by the light of the 10 ominous flags. They couldn't enter at all. What's going on? Those few people exclaimed in shock. Then, they glared angrily and shouted, What the hell are you all doing? Why did you seal the Jade Library? Without waiting for Wei Qing to reply, Li shouted, this place has already been marked as a forbidden area. Everyone, leave immediately. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. What kind of F***king joke is this? The Jade Library has been turned into a forbidden area by you all? F***ck. All kinds of curses were instantly heard. However, those people could also see that Wei Qing and the others were not ordinary. They only cursed from afar and didn't dare to go forward. Li Yi was furious. He picked up his sword and was about to go forward to kill. Wei Qing's expression changed. He stretched out his hand to stop him and said, there's no need for you to do anything. He's here. Suddenly, a ferocious beast's roar shook the sky. Then, a strange laughter could be heard. A terrifying white light flashed through the crowd and sliced the sky into several pieces. Ah! All kinds of screams could be heard. Most of those people were sliced into several pieces. Blood and broken limbs were everywhere. Those who were lucky enough to survive were so scared that they turned into light and fled. They didn't even know what was going on. The only thing they knew was that an incredible expert had arrived. He killed them like ants. These people weren't stupid. When they realized that the situation wasn't right, they immediately fled. However, a terrifying pressure came from the sky. The entire space was rapidly compressed. Then, a blade light swept past like a hurricane. Countless screams could be heard. Not a single person was left alive. Broken limbs fell from the sky like rain. The air was filled with the thick smell of blood. The entire world was deathly silent. At the place where the martial artists were standing, a man in purple stood. He was carrying a giant ghost carp cutter. Beside him was a furry beast. The demonic energy on its body was boiling, almost condensing into flames. Xiang Liang and Mi Qing trembled. They looked at Yao Jinliang in fear and cried out, Divine Command Emperor Wu. The two of them clenched their fists at the same time. He killed so many people the moment he arrived. It's too bloody. Wei Qing was quite dissatisfied. He frowned. After all, the sanctuary was the leader of the world. They had to be righteous and not evil. Even if they wanted to kill, they had to have a reason. Hee, these people's chatter is making me irritated. They're not in a good mood the moment they arrived. How can they not kill? Yao Jinliang chuckled. He put away the ghost carp cutter and walked over with the burial cloud beast. Xiang Liang and Mi Qing hurriedly retreated in fear. They were afraid that this demon would suddenly attack and kill for no reason. Kiki, Xiang Liang, Mi Qing, I didn't expect the two of you to be here. Did Wei Qing invite you out of seclusion? Yao Jinliang looked at the two of them. He licked his lips and chuckled. Mi Qing's face paled. He quickly cupped his fists and said, Greetings, Lord Divine Command. The two of us were just passing by and wanted to go to the Jade Library. Since this place has been turned into a forbidden land, the two of us will go somewhere else to try our luck. We won't disturb the lords from their business. We'll take our leave now. Wei Qing did not stop them. He waved his hand and said, Then do as you please. However, I will send you an invitation. I hope I can see the two of you at the honor list. The two of them were shocked. But when they saw Wei Qing's clear eyes, they could not help but feel a chill. They hurriedly answered, Of course, of course. After that, they did not dare to stay any longer. They turned into light and flew away. Yao Jinliang watched the two of them disappear into the horizon. He then said, Those two are quite strong. They have improved a lot these years. Wei Qing said, If I didn't want to recruit them, I wouldn't have wasted so much time talking. Why did you come so late? The opening of Nephrite Heaven this time is not simple. After taking the Jade Library, we still have other business to attend to. Yao Jinliang chuckled and said, I was indeed delayed. This time, he turned around and cupped his fists at Wei Wuya. He said respectfully, Greetings, Lord Wuya. Wei Wuya waved his hand as a greeting. Wei Qing is in charge. I'm just a follower. Yao Jinliang retracted his gaze and swept it over Luo Qingyun. His pupils constricted and emitted a cold intent. He snorted and said, Who is this brat? He looks like he's going to explode the heavens. It's irritating to look at him. Li Yi and Luo Qingyun stood together. When Yao Jinliang's gaze swept over them, they bowed and smiled obsequiously. Luo Qingyun, on the other hand, stood with his hands behind his back. His expression was neither haughty nor humble, which made Yao Jinliang rather unhappy. He's always like this. He's always arrogant and looks down on everyone. Li Yi saw that Yao Jinliang was up to no good. He was overjoyed and hurriedly tried to sow discord. Oh? He doesn't put anyone in his eyes. He's really awesome. Yao Jinliang's expression turned cold. He took a step toward Luo Qingyun, and a violent killing intent immediately swept out. Luo Qingyun took 2 steps back and clenched his hand into a fist. A dragon's roar spun out and slapped toward the surging killing intent. Bang! A green light exploded in the center of his palm, causing the surging killing intent on Yao Jinliang's body to collapse and disappear without a trace. Yao Jinliang's expression sank. At the same time, he was shocked. He also knew Luo Qingyun's identity and background. Brat, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The burial cloud beast opened its mouth and roared. Its demonic energy turned into a sharp astral wind that shot out like snowflakes. Enough. Wei Qing was displeased. He growled and clawed at the air, shattering all the astral winds like snow. You're already late to begin with. How much longer do you want to make a fuss? Yao Jinliang's eyes glinted coldly as he stared at Luo Qingyun. I'll let you off this time. You won't be so lucky next time. Luo Qingyun didn't make a sound. He merely grunted and regained his previous expression. Wei Qing said, let's attack together. Let's not waste any more time. With that, he walked toward the Jade Library. After taking a few steps, he seemed to sense something. Turning around, he saw that Yao Jinliang was still standing in place. He frowned and asked, what is it? Yao Jinliang hesitated. I'll help you this time. Don't forget to fulfill your promise. Wei Qing's expression darkened. What nonsense are you spouting? When have I ever failed to keep my promise? You stupid dog, if I hadn't gone all out to save you, would you still be alive and kicking by your side? The burial cloud beast let out a low growl and swayed its body. Yao Jinliang patted the burial cloud beast's forehead and nodded. After all, this is a rare opportunity. If I can't break through this time, then with my talent, I'm afraid I'll be stuck at the peak for the rest of my life. The pupils of Luo Qingyun and the others shrank, and their eyes shone. Even Nanfeng Xian, who had been calm all this time, seemed moved. Wei Qing said, don't worry. This matter doesn't just concern everyone's futures. It concerns my own as well. I won't joke about it. As long as we're all united, we'll be invincible among the forces entering Nephrite Major. All right. Wei Qing's words seemed to give them great encouragement. They all took a deep breath and slowly exhaled to boost their spirits. Let's begin. Wei Qing took the lead and walked toward the Jade Library. The others followed behind. A powerful aura surged out from the few of them, almost condensing into a solid substance, rumbling and pressing forward. The Jade Library seemed to have sensed something, and the green light that filled the sky began to converge. The surroundings became blurry, as if it was about to break through the void. Just at this moment, the 10 flags in the vicinity of 1,000 feet suddenly fluttered in the wind, transforming into 10 giant beasts that roared as they rushed over. It was as if they had returned to the primordial times. Powerful demonic chi coiled about, suppressing the Jade Library. Boom! The green light on the Jade Library suddenly shone brightly, scattering the 10 vicious beasts that had taken human form. The light on the building flickered incessantly as it soared into the heavens. Attack! Wei Qing bellowed and formed a seal with both hands. Suddenly, a huge golden seal appeared in the void and fell down like a mountain. The spiritual light above the Jade Library rippled like water. The great seal created ripples on the surface of the water, but it couldn't get within 1,000 feet of the building. Yao Jinliang also made a move. The Dace Devil Twist was unsealed in the air and he slashed down. The blade energy turned into a ferocious beast that charged at the spirit light on the Jade Library. Boom! A large amount of spirit light exploded under the attack, turning into snowflakes that floated down. Everyone looked at this strange scene and felt that it was a bit strange, but they didn't have time to think too much. Luo Qingyun, Li Yi, Nanfeng Xian, and the burial cloud beast also attacked at the same time. The powerful force was like a volcanic eruption, turning into a hurricane that swept out. Wave after wave surged into the spirit light, causing the Jade Library to tremble back and forth. Only Wei Wuya was still standing with his hands behind his back. Under this terrifying spiritual pressure, his expression was calm as he calmly watched. Under their joint efforts, the spirit light on the Jade Library was continuously scattered, causing the entire building to sway in the wind and rain. Suddenly, the green light inside the building scattered, and dozens of martial artists flew out as if they were forcefully spat out. What's going on? These martial artists were originally studying martial arts inside the building when they suddenly felt a huge tremor. Then, they were forcefully thrown out by a force. Boom! The powerful attacks continued to come from outside, crashing into the spirit light. At the same time, these martial artists' bodies were shaken, and some even vomited blood on the spot. What are you all doing? Someone immediately understood the situation and shouted in shock and anger. Not good, they seem to want to destroy the Jade Library. We will also die. Oh my, it's the sacred region's Lord Wei Qing. That is Qi. God-controlled Emperor Wu. And the Crimson Moon City Lord, stop, what are you all doing? Under all kinds of shocked and angry voices, everyone immediately knew the identity of the people who came. Their faces turned deathly pale, and they didn't understand why they were attacking the Jade Library. Bang! One of the weaker martial artists could no longer withstand the attacks from the outside and exploded on the spot. Everyone immediately became clear-headed. If they let this continue, they would die without a doubt. Quickly attack and kill this group of bastards, they want to kill us. Someone immediately roared, and several powerful forces burst out, and several tyrannical sword lights slashed out. In the face of death, these people who didn't know each other became unprecedentedly united. All kinds of swords, sabers, fists, and palms attacked the spirit light. For a moment, not only did the spirit light of the Jade Library recover by more than half, but it also broke through, catching Wei Qing and the others off guard. They didn't expect that there would be so many experts in the Jade Library, and their expressions changed greatly. Moreover, among these experts, there were several sacred region people. If they stopped, the Jade Library would definitely take the opportunity to escape, and suppressing it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. Wei Qing's expression became cold, and he decisively said, "Kill them all." A surging killing intent spread out from his body, and his right hand grasped at the air. A white light spun in his palm, and it became stronger and stronger. Nanfeng Xian's heart trembled, and her eyes revealed a perplexed expression. In order to take the Jade Library, was it right to kill everyone in front of them? She asked herself, but she didn't dare to think of the answer. She was afraid that if she thought of the answer, it would be difficult for her to attack, and difficult for her to continue. She forced herself to be numb, and there was only one word left in her mind: kill, 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 kill. Nanfeng Xian's eyes turned scarlet, and she let out a hoarse shout. A jade bracelet flew out from her hands and directly rushed into the spirit light, striking a cultivator. She formed a seal with one hand and the jade bracelet exploded, turning into countless jade blades that slashed in all directions. Immediately, several people lost their lives. At this moment, the 10 vicious banners fluttered, and 10 flying beasts circled in the sky, bringing with them a thick gray fog. Soon, everything became hazy, and nothing could be seen. However, everyone's hearts trembled, as if there was a stone pressing down on their chests, making it difficult for them to relax. Wei Wuya raised his head, and his gaze seemed to pierce through the fog, directly looking at the scene inside. Suddenly, a loud beast roar echoed, causing the world to tremble. The burial cloud beast also felt a great pressure, and its body prostrated, shivering. What is going on? This astonishing pressure. It wasn't just Yao Jinliang's group, but the people around the Jade Library also raised their heads in alarm. The fog gradually dispersed, revealing a huge monster blocking the sunlight as it swooped down from the sky. This monster was humanoid, and its entire body was brown. It looked like a ghost, and it was abnormally fierce. Boom! The monster landed on the spirit light, causing the jade library to tremble unceasingly. Then, the monster slowly merged with the spirit light and penetrated through. Pung! Everyone inside turned pale with fright, and their faces were as white as paper. Roar! After the monster rushed in, it directly swung its fists at those cultivators, taking their lives in an instant. Wei Qing's expression was solemn as he shouted, "Follow me in, kill everyone, leave no one alive." Since they had already started killing, they couldn't leave anyone alive. If this matter were to spread out, it would have a great impact on him and the sanctuary. The few of them followed the monster and slowly tore apart the spirit light barrier, rushing in and killing those cultivators. A moment later, the sky was filled with the smell of blood, and not a single person was left alive. Nanfeng Xian's face turned pale, and she couldn't help but vomiting in large mouthfuls. The monster howled a few times towards the sky, and its body instantly turned into a giant. It grabbed the jade library with both hands, and directly opened its mouth to swallow it. Rumble! Rumbling sounds came from the jade library, and the green light kept flashing, but it was useless. It couldn't struggle free from the monster's hand, and was slowly swallowed by the monster. Wei Qing's face was filled with joy, and he stretched out his hand and shouted, "Flag!" The 10 people 3,000 zhang away trembled, and suddenly threw out the vicious banners in their hands. 10 rays of light landed in Wei Qing's hand, and turned into a large flag. He grabbed it and waved it in the air. Countless runes flickered on the flag, and the monster's body moved, turning into a brown ray of light, and flew into the flag. Its image was imprinted on the surface of the flag vividly. Haha! Wei Qing couldn't help but laugh, and with a flip of his hand, he kept the vicious 10 banners in his storage artifact. Not bad. To be able to successfully obtain this item, everyone's contribution is not small. Wei Qing was very satisfied, and praised everyone. Looking at Nanfeng Xian's pale face, he comforted her. In this world, there are gains and losses. It is difficult to have everything. If you don't kill them, you will lose even more in the future. Nanfeng Xian's face was ashen, and she remained silent. Humph. Yao Jinliang sneered disdainfully, and put the ghost carp on his back, and said, "Can we go find that phoenix feather now?" Wei Qing nodded with a smile. "Of course, the heavenly phoenix feather is my most important goal." TSK, TSK, TSK. So you are here for the phoenix feather. That thing is not so easy to obtain. A strange mocking voice rang in the air, and it was clicking its tongue. Everyone's expression changed drastically. With their strength, they actually didn't notice someone approaching. Wei Wuya turned pale with fright. His strength was the strongest among them, but he didn't notice anyone at all. "Who is it?" he suddenly shouted, and opened his hand to grab the source of the voice. Bang! The void instantly exploded under his claw, and not only that, the crack also tore in all directions, and in an instant, an area of several acres was torn open, but that mocking voice came from behind everyone again, and it said with a chuckle, "Good strength, I wonder if I have chosen the right person?" The space turned, and a figure gradually appeared. He was slightly fat, and had a rough appearance, like a country bumpkin, but he was dressed in gorgeous clothes. "Who are you?" Wei Qing shouted with a dark expression. Although Nephrite Heaven was full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons, he didn't expect there to be such a powerhouse. The bumpkin chuckled and said, "I'm Li Yunxiao." "Nonsense, who exactly are you?" Wei Qing almost spat out a mouthful of blood as he shouted angrily. Seems like you all know Li Yunxiao. Alright, you can call me Wu Desheng." The bumpkin rubbed his belly and grinned. This name was extremely unfamiliar to Wei Qing and the rest. They all frowned and couldn't recall it no matter how hard they searched their memories. Luo Qingyun frowned and said, "It's a fake name, right?" Hee, haha, Wu Desheng couldn't help but laugh. After a while, he said, "No one in the world remembers my name anymore. What's the difference between a real name and a fake one?" Wei Qing said coldly, "Scoundrel, you don't even dare to reveal your real name." Wu Desheng looked at him in disdain and said slowly, "I heard that Wei Qing is quite a figure in this generation. Why would you use such a childish method of provocation?" Wei Qing snorted coldly and said without batting an eyelid, "Since you don't want to say it, then forget it. Why did you mention Feng Yu just now?" Wu Desheng looked at him with a smile and whistled. He said, don't you want to find Fengyu? You want to use the power of the heavenly phoenix to advance to the next level, right? Wei Qing knew that their conversation had been heard by this person, so there was nothing to hide. He said, that's right. Is there a problem? Hee, no problem. However, what makes you think you can find Fengyu? Wu Desheng put on an unfathomable look. Wei Qing immediately mocked him and said, although you hide your name and are a scoundrel, you should be someone with your strength. Why would you use such a lowly method of provocation? Haha, interesting. Then I won't beat around the bush with you. I'm also here to find Fengyu. We have the same goal, so we can help each other, Wu Desheng said honestly. What a joke. Since we have the same goal, we're mortal enemies. How can we help each other? Is there something wrong with your head? Wei Qing was angry and amused at the same time. He felt that the person in front of him was really baffling. Wu Desheng didn't get angry. Instead, he chuckled and said, so you don't even know how many feathers a heavenly phoenix has, yet you're boasting that you're looking for phoenix feathers. Isn't that a joke? Wei Qing's expression changed, and the others were also shocked. They seemed to have heard some clues. Yao Jinliang said, you mean the celestial phoenix has more than one feather? When he said this, even he himself was stunned. Since it was a bird, how could it only have one feather? Wei Wuya said solemnly, the ancient heavenly phoenix is the strongest existence in the phoenix race. No one in the world has seen it, so who knows how many feathers it has? Moreover, even if there are quite a few, how many of them can be preserved? It's already good enough to find a few. Wu Desheng smiled and said, this old man is quite practical. Even so, I happen to know the number of phoenix feathers in Nephrite heaven. What? That's impossible. Wei Qing exclaimed. After calming down, he said, who knows how many tens of thousands of years Nephrite heaven has existed, and the situation inside is constantly changing. Even if you have some scattered clues, it might not be accurate. Wu Desheng sneered. You're saying so much just to cheat me of the information in my hands. Just tell me if you want to cooperate or not. If you're not willing, then I'll just leave. Wait. Wei Qing shouted coldly. You can come and go as you please. How can there be such a good thing in the world? Tell us your proposal first, and we'll consider it if it's feasible. If not, you'll have to leave something behind before you leave. TSK, are you threatening me? Do you want me to make the proposal as broad as possible under your tyranny? TSK, what a pity that I've never been afraid of anyone since ancient times. Wu Desheng sneered. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and said, the plan is very simple. There are 27 feathers on a heavenly phoenix, and the most precious are its tail feathers. Among the 9 tail feathers, the 3 main feathers are the most valuable. There's at least one main tail feather left in Nephrite heaven. My condition is very simple. That main tail feather belongs to me, and the rest is up to you. Wei Qing couldn't help but laugh angrily. Haha, are you sure you're not stupid? Only the most important main tail feather belongs to you, and the rest of the miscellaneous feathers belong to us? Wu Desheng nodded. Yes. Wei Qing raised his middle finger and said disdainfully, you can scram now. I can't be bothered to make you leave anything behind. Scram. Wu Desheng said unhurriedly, although the distribution seems very unfair, without me, you might not even get a single strand of the miscellaneous feathers. Wei Qing said mockingly, you don't have to worry about whether you can get it or not. Do you know what scram means? Wu Desheng was about to say something when the sky suddenly changed, and it darkened in an instant. In the silent sky, specks of fire began to appear. They were like tiny fireflies, trying their best to emit light. They were also like lanterns, illuminating a limited area around them. However, there were more and more of them, and they were arranged in an orderly manner, filling the sky. Between the fire, the light floated erratically, seemingly illusory and real. There seemed to be a palace in the ethereal space, which didn't look like a scene of the human world. Wei Qing was shocked and suddenly looked up at the sky. Everyone was shocked at the same time. They didn't know what had happened. Wu Desheng's face also changed slightly, but then he returned to normal and said in a deep voice, the space formed by the true feathers of the heavenly phoenix, which is also the immortal world you call, has finally appeared. He took a long breath, and his eyes flickered with a complicated look. Immortal world? Wei Qing and the others all changed their expressions and said in surprise, could it be that the immortal world is formed by the 3 true feathers of the heavenly phoenix? The number of fire in the sky was still increasing, and they began to form various patterns, gorgeous and dazzling, bright like stars. All the patterns of different sizes gathered together, like a stunning tail feather, lying across the sky. Then the pattern of the tail feather began to disperse and become scattered, but soon it turned into a pattern of a phoenix, like a heavenly phoenix in the sky, like a star since ancient times, fixed in the eternal sky. Everyone was dumbstruck by this scene, and they were awed by this vast and extraordinary scene while their hearts surged with excitement. At the same time, in the heavy equipment tower, hundreds of experts rushed up, flew into the air, and looked at the strange scene in the sky in horror. Is this the immortal world? It looks like a phoenix. What a beautiful scene, is it really the immortal world? The opportunity to become a god, after so many years, has finally appeared. All kinds of discussions came from the air and entered the ears of Li Yunxiao and the others, but everyone looked at the sky, and no one impulsively flew over. Gu Qingqing and Mu Xing also looked on in silence, and both of their eyes were filled with astonishment. Gu Qingqing let out a long sigh and said, I didn't expect the immortal world to be so beautiful from the outside. Mu Xing said calmly, the true dragon and heavenly phoenix are the existences closest to the heavenly Tao, and they have extreme beauty in themselves. It's just that we have stayed here for too long and didn't notice it. Li Yunxiao said, isn't it beautiful inside? Inside? Gu Qingqing's expression was a little strange, and she looked at Mu Xing, then giggled and said, you will know after you go in. In that case, let's go, they can't wait anymore. In the sky, figures began to fly into the sky one after another. Li Yunxiao was much calmer, after all, he was already in the immortal state, and he didn't expect to get any benefits. Suddenly, he found that Fei Yan'ai was a little strange. She was originally wearing a red robe, but at this moment, she looked even more bright, almost burning. Fei Yan'ai, are you okay? Li Yunxiao asked concernedly. However, looking at Fei Ni's appearance, flames were continuously bursting out from his body. His forehead and cheeks were covered in sweat. Furthermore, the sweat was as red as blood. It was somewhat frightening. I am so hot, and my chest is a little stuffy. In contrast to the red body, Fei Ni's lips were white, and her face was very ugly. Gu Qingqing was shocked, is it the suppression of the heavenly phoenix? Li Yunxiao was very worried, and said in a low voice, it must be, that immortal world is condensed by the power of the heavenly phoenix, it is natural that Fei Yan'ai is suppressed by this power. How about you don't go to this immortal world, just stay in this tower of heavy equipment and cultivate? No, I want to go. Fei Ni's tone was very firm, and there was a somewhat pleading look in her eyes. Husband, I think this is my biggest chance. If I lose this opportunity, I don't know when I will be able to step into the true immortal state. Li Yunxiao said, now that the 10 Directions law has reappeared, with your talent, it is not difficult to enter the immortal state. The heavenly phoenix true power is indeed very beneficial to you, but if you can't bear it, I'm afraid it will backfire. I'm worried about your body. Fei Yan'ai shook her head, and gritted her teeth, I can definitely bear it. The bloodline of the heavenly phoenix is very rare in history, not to mention the heavenly phoenix true power, I'm afraid there will not be a second chance. Let her go, with everyone taking care of her, I think there will be no problem. Chu Hongyan muttered, looking at Fei Ni's determined look, she also could not bear to let her stay. Fei Yan'ai immediately cast a grateful look. Chu Hongyan smiled slightly, and nodded lightly to show encouragement. Li Yunxiao said, all right, since you have decided, then let's go together. If there is a situation, you must listen to the command, do not be willful. He remembered that he still had the boundary god steel. If there was no other way, he could keep Fei Yan'ai in the boundary god steel. Although the heavenly phoenix true power was strong, it was probably impossible to pass through a world to exert pressure. Yes, husband. Thank you, husband. Although Fei Yan'ai was very uncomfortable being suppressed, she still jumped up happily, and almost pounced on it. After the agreement, everyone also flew up into the sky, rushing towards the huge heavenly phoenix true shadow. Under that vast and majestic scene, everyone was filled with respect, and a kind of blood surged in their hearts. Gu Qingqing said, "Follow me. If you are not familiar with the immortal world, it will be difficult to determine the direction. Don't get lost, I won't be able to find you." After a while, Li Yunxiao and the others flew tens of thousands of miles high in the sky. Only then did they realize that the heavenly phoenix true image was so huge that they couldn't see it clearly. Inside it was a sea of fluorescent light, like the Milky Way, but they couldn't see it clearly. Li Yunxiao's eyes flickered, directly penetrating the heavenly phoenix true power, peeking into the immortal world. Inside it was actually a vast continent, but there was no sunlight. Fiery red fluorescent light could be seen everywhere, becoming the only source of light. It seemed a little dark. And the entire continent didn't have the slightest aura of life. It was all bare rocks, and there were undulating mountains, as if the heaven and earth had just been born. There were no living things. It was completely a barren land. While they were hesitating, their bodies had already touched the phoenix true power, but they easily penetrated it. The true power didn't have any offensive power. It was like a layer of seawater, tens of kilometers long, completely separating the two worlds. Fanny's body slightly trembled, then she felt the warmth of the sun, the suppressed discomfort disappeared, and she became spirited. Li Yunxiao and the others also discovered the abnormality. The heavenly phoenix true power condensed into tiny beads on her skin, like the fluorescent light, but continuously penetrated into her body. Fei and I saw everyone's concern, and hurriedly said, "I'm fine, this power is like sweet dew. It makes me feel very comfortable and warm, like I've returned home. I'm afraid that if I continue to stay, I won't want to leave anymore." Only then did Li Yunxiao relax, and said, "That's good, you can find a safe place to concentrate on cultivation and breakthrough." Gu Qingqing said, "Let's go to that person's seclusion place. The immortal world only has this kind of phoenix fire phosphor energy, which is also the origin of this tens of kilometers long sky-protecting river. Everyone will find an abundant phoenix fire scale stone vein to seclude." The phoenix fire scale stone Gu Qingqing mentioned was the red fiery fluorescent light that Li Yunxiao saw. The phosphor light could be seen everywhere on this barren land, scattered all over the land, but not concentrated. In this sky-protecting river condensed by heavenly phoenix true power, divine sense couldn't be spread out. Even the wondrous spell Spirit Eye's visibility was very low. After a cup of tea time, they finally penetrated this layer of energy river. The vast and boundless land appeared in front of them. So beautiful. Fanny's heart suddenly palpitated, and let out a heartfelt praise. Although the others also felt that it was grand and magnificent, the darkness between heaven and earth made this world a little more oppressive and uncomfortable. Fortunately, the light of the phoenix fire scale stone would flicker from time to time in the rock formation on the land, creating a different kind of beauty. Li Yunxiao's divine sense spread out, and the other experts within a 1,000-mile radius also entered. The moment they set foot on the continent, they began to run around like headless flies. However, most of the time, they were using their abilities to excavate the phoenix fire phosphorus stone. After all, this thing contained the true power of the heavenly phoenix, and it was indeed a rare treasure. Gu 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 also noticed, and Soft Gu Qing Qing have also noticed. Of fire. She put her hands in front of her, and a cyan light appeared slowly. A tiny pointer was floating in the cyan light. It trembled constantly, and finally pointed in a certain direction. "Follow me." In the immortal realm, the terrain is not only difficult to recognize, but also changes frequently. Even if I have fixed the pointer, I have to use it many times, in case the terrain changes, and finally go in the wrong direction. Gu Qingqing put her hands high, and the cyan light wrapped around the pointer and flew forward, as if it had intelligence. She led the others to follow it. Li Yunxiao looked down at the phoenix fire phosphor light stone, which was shining everywhere, and couldn't help but ask. According to legend, the immortal realm was created by the feathers of the heavenly phoenix. How much power does it take to create such a vast land, and it contains such powerful heavenly phoenix true power? Gu Qingqing smiled, and explained, "When I first came here, I also had the same question. Only the 3 real tail feathers of the heavenly phoenix are the most precious, and this land was created from them. And the birth of these phoenix fire phosphor is slowly nurtured by absorbing the spiritual energy of the phoenix nest and the realm of heaven martial arts. The sky-protecting river, which is dozens of kilometers long, is used to lock the spiritual energy in it, and the Jade Library, the heavy equipment tower, the heavenly treasure pavilion, and the imperial elixir building, in addition to sealing the real body of the immortal realm, have another function, which is to continuously absorb the spiritual energy of the outside world and fill it into the sky, so it can be maintained for a long time, and the consumption of spiritual energy is very slow. It's really a big deal, but I wonder who built the immortal realm and set up so many arrangements. Li Yunxiao asked the key point in his mind, and said, since the immortal realm is said to be the place to become a god, it must have appeared after the demon was sealed, right? In the past 100,000 years, there have been countless powerful people, but I wonder who did it. Gu Qingqing thought for a while, and said, it doesn't matter who did it. When you see that person, you can ask him anything you don't understand. As long as he is willing to tell you. Everyone was very curious about the person mentioned by Gu Qingqing, and they even couldn't wait to see it. They followed the pointer in the cyan light, and sure enough, as Gu Qingqing said, the direction of the pointer was constantly changing, adjusted several times, and sometimes even in the opposite direction. On the way, they also met some warriors, most of them alone, and at most in groups of 3 or 5. They didn't have a strong purpose, and they were all absorbing the true power of Celestial Phoenix to practice. When these warriors saw Li Yunxiao and the others, they all showed great fear and hid far away. Several hours later, they flew over a barren mountain, and Gu Qingqing suddenly stopped and looked down with a serious face. Li Yunxiao also saw that the ground below was scattered with broken limbs. Obviously, some people were killed here, and more than one. It's strange, there is nothing strange here, and there are no natural treasures, how could it lead to bloody murder? Chu Hongyan frowned, and the corpses on the ground made her feel a little nauseous. Li Yunxiao sneered, there are many reasons to kill, and most of the time it's just because they don't like the look of it. Chu Hongyan said, but, those who can come to clear sky heaven are mostly powerful or have a certain background, and no one would kill for no reason. Li Yunxiao thought for a while, and then said, if that's the case, it might be a family feud, and they just happened to run into each other. Gu Qingqing didn't say anything, and stared at the cyan light in front of him. Suddenly, she said, it's not that simple, look at the pointer. Everyone looked over, and only then did they realize that the pointer in the cyan light was pointing downward. Ah? They were all dumbfounded, and couldn't react. Fei and I said, is there something wrong with the pointer? Gu Qingqing crossed her arms in front of her chest, and was also deep in thought. She said, the pointer can't be wrong, only the direction is wrong. Let's go down and take a look, but be careful. At this time, there was no other way. The pointer was pointing downward, and even if they wanted to leave this place, they didn't know which direction to go. Moreover, everyone was skilled and daring, so they flew down without hesitation. As soon as their feet touched the ground, they immediately felt something strange. A circle of energy slowly spread out under their feet, as if they were stepping on water. Mu Xing suddenly pointed to the ground in front of them and shouted, look. Not far away from them, a blue seal inexplicably appeared on the ground, and it was flickering on the ground, as if it had suddenly appeared. Gu Qingqing's expression also changed slightly, and she was a little panicked. Li Yunxiao asked, what is this? Gu Qingqing said, the seal of the forbidden area. In the immortal world, no one knows how many old monsters there are, but everyone has their own territory. In order to prevent others from disturbing them, they will leave this seal on their territory to tell others that this place is theirs, and no one is allowed to trespass. The consequences of trespassing someone else's forbidden area are very serious. Chu Hongyan said, could it be that the previous corpses were killed because they trespassed into this forbidden area? Gu Qingqing's expression suddenly changed, and she nodded solemnly, and said, very likely, everyone be careful. She glanced at the green light in front of her, and suddenly froze. The pointer inside suddenly stood straight, pointing to the sky. It pointed back again? Mu Xing also became suspicious, and said, although the spatial coordinates often change, it is still very rare to see such a strange thing. Perhaps the abnormality of this place affected the pointer's direction. Gu Qingqing said, this possibility is very high, no matter what, first follow the pointer, and since this is a forbidden area, it is not suitable to stay for a long time, before the owner of this place shows up, we should quickly leave. Just when they were about to fly away, suddenly the space became blurry, and the surrounding scenery changed, leaving only themselves in a vast expanse of whiteness. Gu Qingqing was shocked, and hurriedly cupped her fists, and said, I don't know which lord is here, we inadvertently trespassed, please forgive us for offending you. She shouted several times, but there was no response, and couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Suddenly, Li Yunxiao's voice rang out. It was cold and mocking as he said, why are you wasting your breath on him? We were just fine flying in the sky. It was clearly the owner of this place who harbored ill intentions towards us. That's why he deliberately tricked us into coming down here. Now that we have fallen into the trap, do you think he will let us go? As his voice fell, a deafening rumble sounded, and the sound of rumbling was endless. The illusory world in front of them suddenly collapsed, and the scenery shattered like glass, and finally disappeared between heaven and earth. Everyone returned to the original place, and saw that Li Yunxiao was holding the Tusita heavenly peak in his hand, and the six-colored light circled around the peak, then shrank back, and became simple and unadorned. It was obvious that he had destroyed all the illusory world with a single blow. Chu Hongyan said coldly, Fei Yang is right, it must be the work of the owner of this place, and somehow our pointer has deviated. Fei and I said in surprise, I see, then what should we do now? What else can we do? Li Yunxiao sneered, and looked around, and said coldly, since this old fool dares to plot against us, we naturally have to dig him out and beat him up. No. Gu Qingqing exclaimed. Those who could live in seclusion here were all top powerhouses of their respective eras. No one knew what level they were at. However, Li Yunxiao didn't listen to her. Instead, he tossed the Tusita heavenly peak toward the blue ceiling mark. Boom! The sky fell and the earth cracked. A huge crater was created in front of them. The entire mountain was flattened in an instant. The earth was torn apart and a huge tremor spread far and wide. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light rose up from the ground like a sun. A man sat cross-legged inside with a jade-like complexion. He formed a seal with one hand and slowly opened his eyes. They were filled with anger as he shouted, Little rascal, how dare you destroy my forbidden ground? His eyes were fixed on the Tusita heavenly peak. He was shocked and full of dread. You're still pretending. Li Yunxiao sneered. He urged the Tusita heavenly peak to roll forward and crush the golden light. The man formed a seal with both hands. A golden light appeared in his palm and he pushed it forward. Boom! The moment the golden light touched the Tusita heavenly peak, it shattered. The man was horrified. He quickly flew away and retreated hundreds of feet. Wherever the Tusita heavenly mountain passed, the space around it would distort, making the onlookers feel dizzy. What kind of profound artifact is that? The man shouted in horror. His face became gloomy. He glanced at Li Yunxiao and the others. He knew he had met a tough nut to crack. Gu Qingqing stepped forward and said, Friend, I'm also in the immortal realm. I was just passing by and had a small misunderstanding. We won't disturb your cultivation. Goodbye. She didn't want to cause too much trouble. The man's pupils shrank. You're also from the immortal realm. Could it be? He said in surprise. Gu Qingqing nodded. Yes. The realm gate is open. We can go in and out at will. The man's face was filled with shock, and it took him a while to recover. He said, This day has finally come. He raised his head and looked at the others. Since it's a misunderstanding, I won't pursue it. I see that this little girl and I have a good relationship, so I'll leave her here for the time being. The rest of you may leave. He raised his hand and pointed at Fei and I as a strange look flashed across his eyes. Everyone's expressions changed slightly and became strange. Even Gu Qingqing didn't say anything. Haha, what a joke. Actually, we all have quite a bit of history with you. We won't be leaving. Come, let's get together. Li Yunxiao couldn't help but laugh as he waved at the man. What's your name? Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have a good Xian weapon in your hand. This immortal world is not a place for you to behave atrociously. The man's eyes flickered, and his expression became ferocious. He said in a cold voice, When I moved unhindered in the heavenly martial arts realm, you were still unknown. You dare to act arrogantly in front of me? Yes, you're awesome, and we're afraid of you, okay? Your excellency is high above us, and we can't even look up to you. We can only beat you up first, and then we can talk nicely. Li Yunxiao waved his hand and took back the Tusita heavenly peak. Suddenly, a murderous aura burst out. The rest of the people immediately understood and attacked. Buzi and the other two hesitated for a moment, but they also attacked helplessly. They took out their Xian weapons and rushed forward. Only Gu Qingqing and Mu Xing were left, watching with their hands crossed in front of their chests. Damn it! You really dared to attack me. The man flew into a rage. In the era when he was all-powerful, he could kill anyone who stood in his way. He could walk unhindered in the whole world, and no one dared to say anything. But just as he was getting angry, hundreds of sword lights suddenly appeared around him. They were full of murderous intent and emitted a dazzling white light. A beautiful figure flashed in front of him. Chu Hongyan held her sword and slashed forward. The surrounding sword lights moved with the purple cloud sword and turned into a powerful sword force. At the same time, Li Yunxiao grabbed with both hands, and a large amount of lightning turned into a ball of lightning in his palms. With a crackling sound, he bombarded the man. Although the lightning was not strong, it was so powerful that the man was startled. He was caught off guard and was stabbed in the shoulder by the purple cloud sword. A sword light pierced through his shoulder, and blood burst out. Damn it! The man roared furiously. A circle of golden light appeared in front of him, and turned into 5 human skulls. The skulls' eyes were flashing with ghost fire, and they rotated under the gesture of his hands. The skulls opened their mouths, and a large amount of sword lights and lightning were sucked into them. They were swallowed. Go! The man pinched his fingers and pointed. The ghost fire in the eyes of the 5 skulls immediately expanded, and the whole skulls were burned. The skulls turned into huge faces, flew into the sky, and pounced on the crowd with a roar. Clang! Chu Hongyan raised her sword and slashed. The purple cloud sword pierced into the ghost fire and into the skulls' mouths. The gem on the sword flashed, and thousands of sword chi emerged from the skulls to fight against the ghost fire. Bang! The purple cloud sword trembled, and the sword light penetrated the body. The huge skulls exploded in an instant, and countless ghost fire scattered. What? The man was shocked. He gasped and said in horror, You can kill my ghosts. I can kill ghosts, and I can kill you. Chu Hongyan stepped out, and the space under her feet shrank. She appeared directly in front of the man and slashed with her sword. The man's face became calm. He knew that he had met a strong opponent, but he didn't panic. He stretched out 2 fingers and pinched the sword. His 2 fingers turned golden, and there were small talismans looming on his fingertips. At the same time, he waved his left hand, and 2 of the remaining 4 ghosts flew over and bit Chu Hongyan. Suddenly, the space above them rotated, and the Tushita heavenly peak in the vortex slowly descended, pressing directly on the man. Bang! It's this kind of gravity magical weapon. The man was shocked. He didn't have time to deal with Chu Hongyan. He hurriedly withdrew his 2 fingers, and his body flashed backward. Chu Hongyan also withdrew her sword. She took a step back, and then swept out with her sword. Several sword lights hit the 2 ghosts, knocking them down to the bottom of the Tushita heavenly peak, and then she turned around and fled. Boom! The 6-colored whirlwind above the Tushita heavenly peak was like a meat grinder. Under the pressure, the 2 ghosts screamed miserably, and then they were crushed. On the other side, Mo happened to pierce a long spear through the ghost's head, and then he slapped the ghost with his palm, smashing it into pieces. The man was stunned, and he felt that the scene in front of him was a bit unreal. Out of the 5 ghosts that he had used to dominate the world, 4 of them were destroyed the moment he threw them out. The last one was trapped in a bitter battle under the combined attacks of Buzi and the others. Mo's body flashed, and he appeared behind the man, pointing his spear at the man's back. The man hurriedly turned around, and 2 of his fingers turned golden, pointing at the spear. Bang! The spear was knocked away, and then he pressed his 2 fingers together like a sword, pointing at Mo's heart. Bang! Mo's heart was shot by the sharp golden light, and then it exploded, leaving a bloody hole. The man's ecstasy fell to the bottom in an instant. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Mo's mouth. Instead of retreating, he moved forward, and his body turned into a bloody shadow. Gu Qingqing pondered, those 5 ghosts and the golden finger. Could this man be the infamous Peng Yun who loved to slaughter people in cities? In the bloody light, the golden finger pierced through the bloody light, but it was useless. The bloody light became thicker and thicker, and finally, the man was completely wrapped up. Chi. A dazzling golden light pierced through the sky from the bloody sea, and a ray of light flashed out, turning into the man's figure. He was staggering, for the attack just now had consumed too much of his strength. At this moment, his face was pale, and he wanted to turn around and leave. But a sword light flashed in front of him. Chu Hongyan had been waiting for a long time, and the purple firmament sword turned into hundreds of sword shadows that surrounded him like a fence, cutting off all his escape routes. Mo also turned back from the bloody light, and stood coldly in the sky, looking at the man mockingly. "Who are you? Why are you forcing us?" The man finally panicked. He looked around, not knowing who was in charge, and finally, his eyes fell on Gu Qingqing. Gu Qingqing snappily smiled and said, "Bulsh *T, who was the one who forced us first?" The man said, "Since it is a misunderstanding, there is no point in continuing the fight. You should leave quickly." Li Yunxiao sneered, "Now that you know you don't want to fight, don't you think it is a little too late? Let me ask you, why did you plot against us?" The man's face changed slightly, and he denied, "I didn't plot against you. You broke into my forbidden area by accident, okay?" Li Yunxiao waved his hand and shouted, "Continue the fight." The lightning on his body soared into the sky, turning into a lightning dragon that rushed forward. Mo also attacked again, and a bloody light slashed down like a blade. The last ghost was finally defeated under the combined efforts of Fei Ni and the others. A big hole appeared on its head, and all the green ghost flames disappeared, falling to the ground. "Stop fighting." The man turned pale with fright. He was not afraid of Li Yunxiao's lightning, but Mo's bloody light frightened him. Moreover, there was a prison of sword chi around, and once trapped, he could not hide even if he wanted to. He could only take the attacks. Boom! Several attacks landed on his body, and he immediately vomited blood. He could no longer stand up, and he quickly begged for mercy. Li Yunxiao stopped everyone, and then asked, "Are you clear-headed now?" "Yes, I'm clear-headed." The man's face was full of bitterness. People under the eaves had to lower their heads, but he was extremely unwilling. He did not think that he would become a fish on the chopping block, waiting to be slaughtered. Li Yunxiao snorted, "Don't think that you are so great in the past. The times have changed, and the new generation replaces the old. This young master has seen many old fools like you who think they are infallible, and show off their qualifications. I have seen many of them, and I will beat them up if they are not convinced. Since we have lived to this era, we must abide by the rules of this era, and we must obediently lower our heads." The man was stunned, and he felt that Mo's words made some sense. However, he still felt that something was wrong, but he could not tell what was wrong. Li Yunxiao scolded him, and then said, "Why did you plot against us?" The man said honestly, "That little girl should have the heavenly phoenix nirvana physique. TSK, this is a good thing. If I can obtain it and use the heavenly phoenix's power to cultivate, my strength can break through to an unimaginable realm." When Li Yunxiao heard that he wanted to seize the heavenly phoenix nirvana, his killing intent burst out and he said coldly, "Sacrificing others in order to improve your own cultivation, it seems that you are not a good person." Gu Qingqing said, "I've heard of a murderous demon called Peng Yun, whose specialty is to control 5 ghosts. It seems that it's you." The man was stunned for a moment, then immediately admitted it. He was quite emotional and proud. "I didn't expect someone to remember my name. As for sacrificing others, isn't this a normal thing? It's indeed not very rare. Let me ask you another question. How did you sense the heavenly phoenix nirvana from afar?" Li Yunxiao asked the biggest doubt in his heart. He stared at Peng Yun. Under his gaze, no one could lie. Peng Yun's heart trembled inexplicably. He felt as if his soul was being peeped at. He didn't dare to hide anything amidst his shock. This immortal world is formed by the wind feather. The power we have absorbed for so many years is related to the heavenly phoenix. With such a powerful heavenly phoenix power flying over my territory, I naturally noticed it." Li Yunxiao frowned, "That's it?" Peng Yun thought for a while and said, "That's it? Or is it because I have a stronger insight into all kinds of strange powers?" Li Yunxiao knew that Peng Yun wasn't lying, but he still turned to look at Gu Qingqing and Mu Xing. Mu Xing said, I didn't think of this before. Peng Yan is right. When this little girl stepped into the heavy equipment tower, I sensed an extremely strong heavenly phoenix power. Gu Qingqing's expression changed slightly. If that's the case, it's troublesome. The place where that person lives is still very far from here. God knows how many people will sense the heavenly phoenix nirvana and come out to cause trouble. Why don't you let her enter your Universe God Monument? Universe God Monument. Peng Yan's expression changed greatly. He stared at Li Yunxiao in shock and said, You have the Universe God Monument? Although the Universe God Monument was the top secret of the continent, everyone who lived in the immortal world was once at the peak of the continent. No. Fei Ni objected resolutely. She looked at Li Yunxiao pleadingly and said, Husband, this place gives me a very good feeling. Fei Ni feels that I have already touched the barrier of the martial path. If I stay a little longer, I will definitely break through. Li Yunxiao thought for a moment, then said, All right, you stay outside. We'll be more careful. The people here are not to be trifled with, but how can we do so? As Peng Yan, what do you think? Peng Yan's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly said, Naturally, he let me off. There is no enmity between us. It was just a misunderstanding. Peng Yan said, Peng Yanxiao's and said. Peng God's Emperor Shan, Yan's to Li. Peng Yan was taken aback and became extremely vigilant. He said angrily, I was also an all-powerful figure back then. How could I allow myself to be trampled upon by you? At most, we'll fight to the death. I don't believe that I won't be able to drag a few of you down with me if I fight to the death. His eyes revealed an ominous glint, and his expression was extremely repulsive. He was indeed an experienced killer. Gu Qingqing knew that he was trying to be brave, but she still said, Let him go. There's no need to waste time here. If the shockwaves from the battle are too great, I'm afraid that other old monsters will be attracted. The gains do not make up for the losses. Yes, this young lady is right. Peng Yan immediately said, As long as you let me go, I can give you a spatial coordinate. With your strength, you might be able to obtain that thing. What is it? Gu Qingqing was also curious. Peng Yan chuckled, This world of immortality is formed from the feathers of the heavenly phoenix. Do you know how many feathers the heavenly phoenix has and which ones are the most precious? Gu Qingqing scolded angrily, Aren't you ashamed of using this kind of common sense to test us? The heavenly phoenix had 9 feathers on each of its wings and 9 feathers on its tail, but the 3 true feathers on its tail were the most precious. They contained almost half of the heavenly phoenix's power. Rumor has it that this immortal world was transformed from one of the true tail feathers. Peng Yan's eyes lit up and he said, That's right. Then do you know where the 3 true tail feathers went after the heavenly phoenix died? Gu Qingqing's expression changed greatly, and even Mu Xing's expression changed. Even they didn't know this kind of secret. Peng Yan chuckled and said with a bit of smugness, One of them was refined by that lord and turned into the world of immortality. The whereabouts of the other is unknown. Rumor has it that it was lost when the heavenly phoenix died. As for the last one, it is in the hands of a big shot in the inner realm. Who is it? Gu Qingqing and Mu Xing asked at almost the same time. Even I don't dare to casually mention that person's name, but I have the spatial coordinates of his hiding place. Peng Yan waved his hand and an exquisite square box appeared in his hand. After opening it, there was a thumb-sized golden spoon quietly sitting on the square plate. Peng Yan turned the square box a few times, and the spoon still pointed in the same direction. Gu Qingqing's expression was a bit serious. She said, How do I know if you're telling the truth? Haha, so what if it's true? Why would I lie to you? Peng Yan smiled. If you're confident, you can give it a try. If you're not, then don't bother. This pointer is just a gift from me. After all, this thing is of little value to me, but to you, especially this little girl, it's a great opportunity. If you can get your hands on that heavenly phoenix true tail feather, not to mention breaking through to the true immortal realm, you can even reach the sovereign realm. His words moved Li Yunxiao, and Fei Ni's blood surged. The yearning for power and the strong made her tremble with excitement. She looked at Li Yunxiao with hope. Chu Hongyan smiled. Fei Yang, let's go take a look. We have nothing to do anyway. If Sister Fei and I can step into the sovereign realm, it'll be a great help to us. Gu Qingqing looked in the direction of Sinan, and her expression suddenly changed. She said sternly, "The person you're talking about, could it be the one in the north?" Even Mu Xing's expression changed when she heard that. Peng Yan looked at her with a smile and nodded. "So you know." Gu Qingqing's eyes were cold. She said coldly, "You're up to no good. You want us to die." "Die? What are you saying?" Peng Yan's eyes flickered, and he sneered. "I didn't say that you'll definitely get the true tail feather. If there's such a good thing, it won't be your turn." Li Yunxiao said, "The one in the north? Is he very powerful?" Gu Qingqing thought for a while and said, "Of course he's very powerful. Besides, the one in the north isn't a human. He's the emperor of all demons during the demon sealing war 100,000 years ago." She glanced at Emma. "What?" Emma was shocked, and he shook his head frantically. "Impossible. 100,000 years ago, if it was the emperor of all demons, wouldn't it be?" Gu Qingqing nodded. "It's the Brahma demon, known as the strongest tribe among all demons." Emma was stunned. The saint art that Li Yunxiao had given him was still there. It was the strongest art of the Brahman demon race. Along the way, he had already started to comprehend it. Although he didn't gain much, he was gradually getting into a good state. He was in a good mood. As long as he had enough time, he would definitely comprehend it completely and improve his cultivation. But now, he suddenly heard that the Brahma demon ancestor was still here. It was like a bolt from the blue. Peng Yan looked at Mo and said with a smile, "There's still hope. That Brahma demon is only rumored to be very powerful. No one knows the truth. Moreover, it's been 100,000 years, and she's still maintaining her original body. Her strength will definitely not improve. Maybe you'll take advantage of her." Gu Qingqing snorted and said snappily, "Don't listen to his nonsense. Although there are many old monsters in the immortal world, I'm not afraid of many. It's just that there are a few publicly recognized forbidden areas that no one dares to go to. The land of Brahma demon is one of them. No matter what, follow me to see that lord first. Whether you want to snatch the phoenix plume from the Brahma demon, you can also listen to that lord's suggestion." Peng Yan frowned and said, "Where are you going now?" Gu Qingqing glared at him and reprimanded, "What does it have to do with you?" Peng Yan immediately shut his mouth, but his heart relaxed. He could feel that the people in front of him were very calm. There was no killing intent. His life was saved. Li Yunxiao said, "All right, then I'll follow you first." Without Peng Yan's interference, the needle immediately returned to normal. The few of them turned into rays of light and followed the direction of the needle. Peng Yan quietly watched them disappear before his eyes. Then, his expression gradually turned solemn. "World God Monument, True Tail Plume, TSK, how interesting." The corner of his mouth curled into a sinister smile. He rubbed his chin and muttered to himself, "Since that person has the World God Monument, he must be a person of destiny. There's a high possibility that he will go to the north to find the true tail plume of the heavenly phoenix. If that's the case, I can sneak in and take a look. Maybe I can get some benefits. If that kid is killed by the Brahma demon, I might have a chance to get the World God Monument." Thinking of this, Peng Yan only felt his heart heat up. His eyes emitted a bright light. He turned around and also turned into rays of light and left. Li Yunxiao and the others flew for a while. Suddenly, Li Yunxiao's heart moved. He seemed to have sensed something and said, "Fei and I, what's wrong?" I seem to have touched the barrier of the martial way. I always want to break through that barrier, but it's faintly discernible. Every time I use my strength, it's as if I hit the void." Fei and I was a little anxious. Agitation appeared on his face. Li Yunxiao said, "Don't be anxious. You're only touching it now. The accumulation of power has yet to reach the level of a qualitative change. Calm down and slowly absorb the heavenly phoenix true power here. When the time comes, success will follow naturally." Fei and I grunted softly and slowly calmed herself down. Gu Qingqing was a little worried and said, "The heavenly phoenix true power on Fei and I is indeed too eye-catching. When we flew past two places earlier, I faintly felt that someone was probing us." Li Yunxiao said, "Focus on the journey. Don't think too much. If Fei and I reaches the bottleneck and breaks through, we'll stop and protect him. We'll leave after he breaks through. And, from the looks of it, everything is fine. After all, not everyone is as greedy as Peng Yun. Furthermore, those who are able to enter the immortal world are all afraid of each other, and will not easily make a move if they are not confident. Gu Qingqing also relaxed, and continued to follow the direction of the needle. Along the way, other than encountering a few energy storms, there were no other dangers. What made Li Yunxiao interested was that the energy storms were formed by the heavenly phoenix true power after a long period of time, and when it was blown by the astral winds, it formed a kind of astronomical phenomenon. The crocodile was very interested in the storm, and Li Yunxiao released it. After swallowing a few energy storms, its body swelled up, and it actually half closed its eyes, looking drowsy. Fei and I did not know whether to laugh or cry, and scolded, "This stupid thing swallowed a few storms, and absorbed more heavenly phoenix true power than me." The crocodile raised its head, burped, and continued to lie on Li Yunxiao's shoulder, squinting its eyes, appearing to be half asleep. Li Yunxiao was secretly shocked. He could feel the vigorous power in the crocodile's body. After swallowing the storms, its body's absorption power had reached its limit, and only then was it able to stretch its body. Actually, the crocodile had the astral wind body, and the elephant was formless. No matter how much it swallowed, it would not be full, and now it was obviously going to change, and that was why it became half dead, and weak. Li Yunxiao patted the crocodile's head, smiled, and continued to fly forward. After a few days, the group arrived at a dark place. It was all gray rock formations, and there were almost no phosphorus stones. Gu Qingqing was happy, and said, "We're here, it's nearby." The group landed on a low mountain, but it was already the highest mountain peak. The terrain was rugged, and the spiritual energy was sparse. Li Yunxiao asked suspiciously, "The person you're looking for, are you sure he's nearby? Along the way, there are many more suitable places for secluded cultivation. Why did you pick this desolate place?" Gu Qingqing shook her head. "I don't know about that, but Master has his reasons. Follow me." The few of them leaped across the land and soon arrived in front of a low and narrow valley. There was a huge boulder in front of them with a golden rune flashing on it before disappearing again. Gu Qingqing was overjoyed. It was the sign of the forbidden area. She quickened her steps and was about to enter the valley. Suddenly, his body froze, as if he had sensed something. His raised leg stopped in midair. "Who is it?" Gu Qingqing bellowed and retracted her leg. Her eyes were filled with fierceness. A leisurely voice came from the front of the valley. "Are you also here to look for Kurumi?" As soon as he finished speaking, a piercingly cold figure appeared beside the boulder in front of the valley. He wore an azure battle suit and a golden crown, and his hands were clasped in front of him. Only then did Li Yunxiao know that the person they were looking for was called Yui Haruyan. It was a very strange name. Mu Xing seemed to have realized something and exclaimed, "Helix of 100 wheels? No, this is impossible." Although he was a puppet, his eyes were filled with shock. He cried out, "This person is already dead. How could he still be in the world of immortality?" Gu Qingqing's face turned ugly. She stared at the man in the battle suit and shouted, "Who the hell are you?" Her eyes were filled with anxiety. She looked into the valley, fearing that something might happen. But this valley was strange. As soon as her divine sense entered, it disappeared without a trace. The man's eyes were like water. He glanced at everyone without any expression and said indifferently, "First come, first served. You guys wait outside the valley." Gu Qingqing was shocked. "There's someone else inside?" The man didn't answer. Instead, he stretched out his hand in front of him and spread his fingers. Suddenly, a blue light bloomed from his palm. It swayed in front of him like water ripples and turned into a barrier, sealing the entrance of the valley. Gu Qingqing was so angry that she laughed. Finally, she lost her patience and shouted, "Get out of here." Her body exploded. She operated the Taiyu mortal art. Her hands kept forming seals in the air and slapped the barrier. A fierce look shot out from the eyes of the man in battle robes. His body moved as well, and a palm shot out from the enchantment towards the Taiyu mortal art. Boom! The Taiyu mortal art was immediately shattered. A ray of light flickered up and shot towards Gu Qingqing. "Hurry up and make a move." Why are you all just watching? Gu Qingqing glared at Li Yunxiao and the others and scolded, don't tell me you want a weak woman like me to take the lead. Don't you feel embarrassed? After saying that, the ray of light shot towards her. She didn't dare to take it head-on. Her body flashed in the air and she used several movement techniques to avoid the ray of light. After dodging, Gu Qingqing gently flew in front of the barrier and looked at the man in the battle suit coldly. Li Yunxiao chuckled. You have always been a tough woman. When did you become a weak woman? Gu Qingqing's face was full of worry. She said, I'm not in the mood to joke with you. Hurry up and break this barrier with me. Master Bailuan Jie never interacts with outsiders. There must be something wrong with the people inside. Only then did Li Yunxiao stop smiling. The others also gave off various energy fluctuations. The pupils of the man in the battle suit shrank. He seemed to be afraid. You all came from the outside world? Li Yunxiao looked at him and said, can people from the outside world go in? The man in the battle suit flatly refused. Of course not. Li Yunxiao asked again, then what about people from the inside world? The man in the battle suit still said, they can't. Li Yunxiao snorted and sneered. Then why should I tell you the answer? The man in the battle suit, Gu Qingqing said, don't talk nonsense. The longer we delay, the more danger Master Bailuan will face. She formed a seal with both hands and used the Taiyu secular world technique again. Li Yunxiao also grabbed a piece of lightning with both hands. With a crackling sound, it changed into various forms in his hands. It was extremely spiritual. In the end, it condensed into 2 lightning dragons and fiercely charged forward. He shouted, attack! The lightning dragons roared and immediately exploded on the barrier. However, they did not dissipate. Instead, they formed countless small lightning snakes that attached themselves to the barrier and drilled into it. The others also attacked in an instant. Buzi and the other 2 had followed Li Yunxiao for a period of time. Now, they were almost dead set on him. They took out their Xian artifacts and attacked. Chu Hongyan, Mo, and even Mu Xing also attacked. 7 or 8 kinds of extremely powerful forces bombarded the barrier at the same time. How could the barrier withstand it? It instantly shattered and continued to smash forward like a ferocious beast. The man in the battle suit's expression changed greatly. In an instant, he turned into a shadow and retreated a few steps. He stretched out his hand and with a flash of silver light, a large amount of spiritual qi gathered and was all absorbed by the silver light. This valley had very little spiritual qi, and there were only a few phoenix fire phosphorus stones. The silver light seemed to be unsatisfied and swayed a few times, dazzling everyone's eyes. Only then did Li Yunxiao see clearly that inside the silver light was a large shining silver seal. Below it was carved a simple character. It was the ancient Maha language. Boom! The silver seal hand suddenly burst out with the sound of wind and thunder. A huge force swallowed and spat out, as if the world was turning upside down. Boom! The force suddenly hit the man in the battle suit, blocking everyone's combined force. It turned into a huge pillar of light that shot into the clouds. A huge pit appeared in front of the whole valley, and the ground cracked dozens of feet in all directions. Li Yunxiao was shocked to find that the rock stratum here was extremely hard. If they were in the realm of heaven martial arts, the whole valley would have been turned into ashes under the joint attack of everyone. The man in the battle suit was also forced to retreat because of the shock. His eyes were full of shock. Suddenly, he launched a seal. The silver seal in the sky flew up and emitted a brilliant silver light, which covered an area of several acres and directly pressed down on them. The ancient Maha language broke apart and turned into a series of characters. Before the seal fell, the characters landed on the ground and formed a vast ancient formation, which wrapped everyone inside. They couldn't escape and could only wait for the seal to smash them into meat paste. Damn! What kind of Xian artifact is this? I've never heard of it. Li Yunxiao was shocked. Although he didn't recognize this Xian artifact, the seal formed a circle in all directions, which was in line with the rules of heaven and earth, and contained infinite power of heaven and earth. Oh no! This is the earth-overturning seal. Mu Xing suddenly realized something, and he let out a cry of shock as he stared at the boundless silver light descending upon them. The massive seal was about to completely crush them into mud. Gu Qingqing was also dumbfounded. She said in surprise, the most powerful seals in ancient times, sky overturning and earth overturning? She felt a little regretful. The man in front of her was so slovenly that he only wore a suit of armor. The style of the suit was obviously very ancient. Only God knew which era this old monster came from. In the boundless golden light circle formation, everyone was restricted by the formation and couldn't move forward. Suddenly, a rumbling sound was heard. Li Yunxiao took out the Tusita heavenly mountain. The six-colored strong light immediately pushed the sword light away. The mountain grew with the wind and soared into the sky like a bamboo shoot after the rain. Boom! The earth-overturning seal bombarded the Tusita heavenly mountain. Heaven and earth twisted, and the space around it started to spin rapidly. Li Yunxiao and the others only felt dizzy. The world changed, and they were sucked into the space storm. After a few seconds, the surroundings became clear again, and they were back in the same place. Pfft! After Li Yunxiao regained his balance, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he hadn't fully refined the Tusita heavenly mountain, it was connected to his mind. The huge backlash from the attack was transmitted to his body through the mountain, and the injury that hadn't healed before was torn apart again. Damn, this world of immortality is really my nemesis. I'm afraid I won't be able to recover before I leave this place. Li Yunxiao complained in his heart. The worst thing is that I might not even be able to leave this place. The Tusita heavenly mountain was smashed into the ground, and half of the mountain had sunk into the ground. Li Yunxiao had never seen such a terrifying scene since the Tusita heavenly mountain was born. In the distance, the man in the battle suit stretched out his right hand and grabbed the earth-overturning seal with his 5 fingers. He was unmoving, and his face was abnormally pale. Pfft! The man finally suffered a blow and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He stiffly retracted his arm and put away the earth-overturning seal. His eyes were filled with fear. Li Yunxiao slapped the Tusita heavenly peak and put it away. He smiled bitterly. Big brother, I should have known you were so powerful. If I had known you were so powerful, I wouldn't have fought you. Let's have a good talk. The man also felt bitter. Although the earth-overturning seal was powerful, it took a long time to recover spiritual energy. Every time it was used, it would take a long time to refine. The attack just now had consumed almost a third of the earth-overturning seal's power, but it only injured one person. Mu Xing was still immersed in the power of the attack. It took him a long time to recover. Since you have the earth-overturning seal, what about the heaven-overturning seal? The man forcibly gathered his inner energy. His bones crackled as he made a defensive posture. He didn't seem to want to speak, but he also didn't want to let them enter the valley. Mu Xing frowned at his silence and asked, "May I know your name?" Only then did the man spit out 2 words. Warrior. The name was unfamiliar. No one seemed to have heard of it. Mu Xing and Gu Qingqing looked at each other and shook their heads. Gu Qingqing said, "Since you've never heard of it, there's no need to be polite. Li Yunxiao, use your Tusita heavenly peak and smash it. I don't believe he won't leave that position." All right. Li Yunxiao took a deep breath and healed his injuries. He slowly held the Tusita heavenly peak in his palm, which emitted a soft 6-colored light. The battler was shocked and couldn't help but take a step back. Suddenly, a golden light flashed beside him. A man appeared out of thin air. He was also wearing a battle robe. No one knew when he had appeared, but he looked at the crowd coldly. Big brother. The battler was shocked. He looked at the man beside him with joy. Is it done? The man was the battler's brother, Xianxia. He shook his head. That old fool refused to calculate. No matter how I threatened or tempted him, he was still dead. Gu Qingqing was shocked and said furiously, "What did you do to master?" The battler frowned. Then what should we do? Xianxia said coldly, "Since the realm of immortality has reopened, then it must be the time when the laws return to the earth. We don't need to seal ourselves anymore, and we can return to the heavenly martial arts realm. As for this old fart, I plan to take him along with me. I don't believe that we can't do anything to him." He looked coldly at the people in front of him and said harshly, "What? You can't even deal with a bunch of ants? How did you become such trash?" The Battle King lowered his head in shame and said, "Big brother, we can't underestimate their strength. Furthermore, the mountain peak in that kid's hand seems to have condensed the earth of the world's 5 elements. I wonder how he managed to refine it to become so powerful that even my earth-overturning seal can't suppress it." "Oh?" Zhang Yu's eyes narrowed as he looked at the mountain in Xianxia's hand. Suddenly, his eyes flashed and he said solemnly, "This is an ancient refinement method that combines different earth elements to create it. I seem to remember that this treasure is called the 7-colored Tusita Heaven?" Xianxia's body shook, and he was extremely shocked. The listening flute was refined according to the ancient refining method, and he didn't expect that this person in front of him could recognize it at first glance. The Battle King was also surprised, and he said, "Refining using the ancient refining method? Isn't it the same as our earth-overturning seal?" Tisk, things are getting interesting. Not only does she have the 7-colored Tusita Heaven, but if I'm not mistaken, this little girl should have the heavenly phoenix nirvana body. Zhang Yu smiled ferociously, and his eyes shone brightly as he stared at Fei and I. Apparently, although he found the 7-colored Tusita Heaven interesting, it was far less interesting than Fei and I. Heavenly phoenix nirvana body. The Battle King was also surprised. Now he carefully observed Fei and I, and he indeed sensed the vast power of the phoenix element in her body. Ha, what a lucky break. God unexpectedly sent me the heavenly phoenix nirvana body at this time. Zhang Yu stared at Fei and I, and the more he looked at her, the more he liked her, and he couldn't help but laugh. Li Yunxiao said coldly, "Are you so confident that it's your lucky break? Are you sure that God didn't send you the king of hell?" Zhang Yu's eyes were full of mockery as he said, "The complete Tusita Heaven should have 7 colors, but there are only 6 colors on your palm. It's obvious that you haven't refined it yet. Besides, your complexion is very poor, and you don't have the strength to fight at all. The remaining people are troublesome, but I'm confident that I can take them down." With a flash of his body, he boldly dashed forward in an extremely arrogant manner. With a move of his body technique, he appeared above Fei and I and reached down with his hand. As he reached out with his 5 fingers, 5 giant pillars immediately formed between the heaven and the earth, turning into a golden cage that covered Fei and I. His arrogant behavior, as if he was treating Fei and I as if she was already in his pocket, immediately angered everyone. Fei and I was also furious. Her body burned, and she transformed into the form of a heavenly phoenix, spreading her wings and soaring into the sky. As soon as the boundless sea of fire spread, it was pierced by the 5 golden pillars, causing 5 vacuum zones to appear. The heavenly phoenix fire burned fiercely, but it could not get close to the cage. The 5 light pillars penetrated the sea of fire and directly shot into the ground, then Zhang Yu grabbed with his 5 fingers. The light pillars instantly squeezed toward the center, tearing the ground and the sea of fire apart, and gravel kept falling from the ground. This move was earth-shattering. The phoenix that Fei and I transformed into was forced to reveal its true form, and it began to panic under the imprisonment of the 5 light pillars. All of a sudden, the space behind Zhang Yu twisted, and Li Yunxiao teleported out and slapped down with his palm. The Tusita Heaven peak spun in his palm and grew bigger in the sky. "You're courting death!" Zhang Yu shouted and raised his other hand. A dazzling golden light flickered, and countless formation patterns appeared, but they were difficult to identify under the piercing golden light. An ordinary golden seal rose from his palm and blasted towards the incoming attack. Boom! The sky and earth turned upside down, and the wind and clouds changed. Time and space seemed to have frozen at this moment. A white colt flashed past a crack, and a drop in the ocean. Pfft! Li Yunxiao vomited another mouthful of blood, and his body turned golden. A glazed light flickered from his body, and he fell from the sky. "Husband!" Fei Yang. Fei and I and Chu Hongyan exclaimed at the same time. Fei and I was very anxious. No matter how she used her skills, she couldn't break out of the cage, and the cage was getting smaller and smaller, and it was about to trap her completely. Chu Hongyan flashed up and held Li Yunxiao back, and with another flash, she landed on the ground and gently put him down. After the attack, Zhang Yu didn't feel proud. Instead, his expression changed drastically, and he stared at Li Yunxiao with flickering eyes. He said in a shocked voice, "Could that be the light-glazed body of the king of the southern region, Dawn Wind Remnant? You should think about your future first." Several rays of light shot up into the sky, and attacked at the same time. Xianxia frowned. He almost ignored Buzi and the other two. With a flick of his sleeve, a golden light shot out, and the three of them were pushed back. But Gu Qingqing, Mu Xing, and Mo made him wary. He flipped his left hand again, and the golden seal appeared in his palm, and he pressed it down. Boom! A huge ancient Maha character flew out from the sky-turning seal, crushing the space like it was dry weeds. Under the attack, the three of them were pushed back again and again. Gu Qingqing was the weakest, and like Li Yunxiao, she spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Mu Xing's body was dented by the sky-turning seal, and he was sent flying thousands of feet away. Only Mo was still standing where he was, and his body shone with a bloody light. After retreating for thousands of feet, he completely absorbed the power of the seal. Oh? The Void Extreme Divine Realm. You're indeed capable. Warrior, I'll leave this person to you. Xianxu's expression changed slightly, and he immediately sensed Mo's aura. But he had only entered the Void Extreme Divine Realm for a few breaths, and after removing the sky-turning seal's power, he returned to the Sovereign Realm. Therefore, Xianxu immediately determined that Mo couldn't stay in the Void Extreme Divine Realm for a long time. He clenched his fist, and the 5 rays of golden light suddenly separated and shrunk. The sky full of heavenly phoenix fire was destroyed at once, and the 5 rays of golden light bound Fei and I like ropes. Ah! Fei and I screamed in pain, and the golden light penetrated her body, cutting into her flesh, and fresh blood oozed out. She still had phoenix fire on her, and it was hard to tell if it was fire or blood. Zing! Chu Hongyan's sword flew over, and a purple firmament sword struck the 5 pillars of light. Countless earth malevolent sword chi rushed up, and 2 of the pillars were cut. Then, she struck out with her sword, trying to cut the other 3. Stop! Xianxu shouted, and his fingers flicked. Instantly, several rays of golden light shot down, as sharp as swords, and each ray easily shattered the void. Bam! 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 Chu Hongyan was shocked, and she hurriedly retracted her sword to defend. Several rays of golden light hit her sword, and she was pushed back several times. Xianxu's expression darkened, and he could tell that Chu Hongyan was a difficult person to deal with. Now that he had the heavenly phoenix nirvana body, he did not want to waste any more time. The remaining 3 golden threads bound Fei and I even tighter, and blood spurted out. Fei and I was in great pain, and she was sent flying toward him. Hey! Suddenly, a voice sounded in Xianxu's ear, as if it was whispering into his ear. Who is it? Xianxu was shocked, and he hurriedly turned around. There was no one behind him, but there was only a huge eye staring at him with a strange light. Tsutsumi? Xianxu was shocked, but he did not panic. His eyes narrowed, and a wave of psychic energy rushed over. Boom! The image of Tsutsumi was dazed for a moment, and it instantly shattered. However, the moment the scene collapsed, 12 gigantic figures stood up from all directions. They stood 1,000 feet away, and a vast and mighty aura immediately descended upon them. Array? Xianxu saw through it, and he was slightly shocked. Although he could not tell what kind of array it was obvious that the aura was extraordinary. But he did not panic. Instead, he looked at the side of a huge puppet in front of him, and Li Yunxiao stood with his hands in a seal. There were still traces of blood on his body, and his right eye seemed to have been seriously injured, and blood was flowing out. TSK, using the eye sorcery to buy some time to form the array. Looks like you guys are also at your wits' end. Xianxu sneered, and the 4 golden threads had already lifted Fei and I up, and he grabbed her in his hand, carrying her like a cargo. At this moment, Fei and I seemed to have fainted, and the heavenly phoenix blood flowed out from the marks on her body, dripping continuously. Chu Hongyan also appeared beside Li Yunxiao, and she looked at Li Yunxiao with trepidation. She called out softly, Fei Yang. Li Yunxiao's current appearance was extremely terrifying. There was not a single ripple on his calm face. His right eye was occupied by Tsutsumi. His veins were bulging and bleeding. Fei Yang, are you all right? Chu Hongyan was frightened. Li Yunxiao's injuries were too severe, and he was so calm that it was frightening. I'm fine. Li Yunxiao uttered these 3 words and his hand seals began to change. Rumbling sounds came from within the formation. Suddenly, the clouds changed, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Xianxia looked at it carefully, and the more he looked, the more shocked he was. This formation was filled with endless killing intent, and even he, who was experienced and knowledgeable, could not see any clues. It was as if the entire formation was flawless. "What kind of formation is this?" Xianxia asked in a low voice. But Xianxia didn't answer. His hands kept forming seals, and different celestial phenomena condensed in the sky. The people outside the formation were also alarmed. The battle pillar and Mo began to fight. The two of them exchanged several moves and were evenly matched. The earth-overturning seal only had 2/3 of its original power left. Against an expert like Mo, he could only use it twice at most. He didn't dare to use it carelessly. Gu Qingqing looked at the 12 Heavens Divine Termination formation in shock. The aura it emitted made her heart tremble. Suddenly, a ray of light flew over. It was Mu Xing. He flew to Gu Qingqing's side and looked at the formation with surprise and joy. He had personally refined the Luding Liujia, so he knew its power like the back of his hand. Now that it had been perfected by Mu Chen, it was even more powerful. If it was used to its fullest, it would be the same as recreating an ancient ominous formation. The only thing he was worried about was how much power Xianxia could unleash from the array formation. Inside the divine termination formation, Xianxia put his palms together and suddenly stretched out his hand. He formed a seal and slapped forward. Suddenly, a layer of green light appeared in the sky. A puppet in front of Xianxia also formed a seal and slapped forward. The puppet had yet to transform into a giant, but it was still as tall as 2 or 3 people. The puppet's expression was vivid and lifelike, just like a real person. It glared angrily at Xianxia, looking extremely beautiful. Under that palm, the lines on the center of the palm could be clearly seen. Green light flowed on the entire array, as if all of it had gathered together and was compressed by that palm. Then, it slapped forward. Boom! The puppet's palm strike instantly blasted the air apart, creating countless pockets of vacuum that released ear-piercing whistling sounds that gave everyone a splitting headache. Xianxia was shocked in his heart. Even though the might of this palm strike wasn't enough to defeat him, he didn't want to go head-on against the puppet, as that would be no different than using his body to receive the puppet's weapon. With a flash of golden light, he immediately moved away from where he was, wanting to avoid that attack. However, to everyone's surprise, the puppet suddenly changed its stance and changed its attack in midair. It grabbed at the air with its palm, and energy exploded in its palm with a bang, transforming into a vortex. The puppet's figure flashed and actually vanished on the spot. In the next moment, it directly teleported before Xianxia and suddenly struck the vortex. What? Xianxia's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. How could it be so quick-witted? Was this still a puppet? Moreover, after the puppet struck the vortex in its palm, the corners of its mouth seemed to curl up slightly, revealing a cold smile. Is this really a puppet? Xianxia was stunned once again, and his heart almost collapsed. However, the situation didn't allow him to think too much. With a fierce shout, he formed a seal with one hand and fiercely struck forward. Boom! The vortex was immediately shattered by the force of his palm, and the force penetrated through it and landed on the puppet's body, causing it to buzz continuously. However, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. After the puppet suffered that attack, it didn't even take half a step back. The force of the force had caused a palm-sized depression. Suddenly, a large amount of lightning appeared all over the puppet's body and converged toward the depression. Under the crackling sound of thunder and lightning, the depression continuously recovered. Lightning refinement. Xianxia's expression didn't change, but his eyes flickered. A large amount of information appeared in his mind, all of which had been imparted to him by Mu Xing. He had already digested half of it, and there was still half that he hadn't digested. Not only did these puppets contain the self-recovery memory origin gold, but they also contained a large amount of thunder stone powder, which could convert spirit chi into lightning energy. Together with the memory origin gold's refinement, they could rapidly recover their original body. Moreover, when the power of lightning was activated, the entire spell formation would sense it, and an endless stream of power would be channeled into the puppet's body to replenish the energy it had expended. As the spell formation operated, it would also absorb energy from the surroundings. Thus, as long as the spell formation was in place, it was almost impossible to break. The puppet took Xianyu's attack head-on. After the depression in its chest recovered, it once again formed two palms and slammed forward. This time, it was even more powerful than before. Xianyu was greatly shocked in his heart. With his experience, he naturally noticed how extraordinary this puppet was, and he immediately understood the situation he was in. He'd already fallen into a matchlessly powerful formation, and even the might he saw before him was only an illusion on the surface. Before he had a clear understanding of the situation, he didn't want to expend too much energy. He used his movement technique and flew within the spell formation, forming many afterimages in an instant to avoid the puppet's attack. Pung! Pung! The puppet's palms shattered all the afterimages, but it still pursued relentlessly. The entire spell formation was filled with afterimages. Originally, the longer the battle dragged on, the more advantageous it would be for Xianxia, because the operation of the spell formation could automatically absorb the spirit chi of heaven and earth, and even the sky full of heavenly phoenix true force could be converted for use. However, his injuries were too severe. The golden glazed light kept flickering, but it could only prevent his injuries from worsening. He had to end the battle quickly. Chu Hongyan also understood the key, and said, "I'll go and help the puppet to save Sister Fei and I." "No need." Xianxia's expression was calm. After uttering these two words, his two hands began to form hand seals. His eyes flashed across the 12 puppets one by one, and he memorized the changes of these puppets, cross-referencing with what he had learned in his mind. Suddenly, 3 more puppets moved and left their original positions, attacking Xianyu in the spell formation. The 3 puppets used the same martial arts technique, and with a wave of their hands, a golden halo shot out. In an instant, it became half an acre wide, covering all the afterimages in the spell formation. Pung, pung, pung. Under the encirclement of the golden light, dozens of afterimages all exploded. Moreover, after the halo destroyed the afterimages, it expanded and slashed towards Xianyu. Xianyu's expression was extremely ugly, but his eyes were shining brightly. His gaze was like water, and there were no negative emotions appearing. It was obvious that he was still very calm. His movement technique was very ingenious, and every step he took was almost impossible to detect. Although the 4 puppets attacked, they rarely forced him to fight back. The 4 puppets made hundreds of moves, and Xianyu only made a total of 10 moves. Moreover, they were all on point, and he didn't want to fight them head-on. As he dodged and dodged, he observed the weakness of the spell formation. However, his expression was getting uglier and uglier. In his eyes, this spell formation seemed to be invulnerable. Impossible. Every spell formation must have a weakness. Unless it is a spell formation formed by the rules of the heavenly Tao, which itself is formed by the Tao, then it is invulnerable. Under the rules of the Tao, there must be a weakness. Xianyu carried Fei and I and walked in the spell formation, but he still couldn't find a weakness. Then, there was only one possibility. Even if this spell formation had a weakness, it was beyond his understanding, and he couldn't break it. Outside the deity-killing spell, Gu Qingqing's eyes were full of surprise, and she said, "The 2 seals overturn the sky and overturn the earth were famous in the ancient times, but this Xianyu and the Zhanbo brothers are not famous, but their strength is frighteningly strong. Look at Zhanyu's movement technique, it's unbelievable, and it's close to the Tao." Mu Xing also muttered, "This footwork should be the legendary Tao footwork. It's a footwork created by the ancient Almighty, who observed the movement of the stars in the sky and imitated the path of the heavenly Tao. When it is performed, it has the shadow of the heavenly Tao. It's an unparalleled technique." Gu Qingqing was extremely shocked. She stared at the footwork and tried to memorize it, hoping to learn a thing or two. However, she suddenly realized that every step she memorized was instantly forgotten, and she couldn't memorize it at all. Don't waste your effort. Since it's the Tao footwork, it's not something a human sea of consciousness can memorize. Mu Xing saw her embarrassment, and he lightly snorted, "Although it's the Tao footwork, under my 12 heavenly deity killing spell, there's no way out. It's just that Li Yunxiao has some misgivings. He's afraid of hurting the heavenly phoenix nirvana physique, so he doesn't dare to use those tyrannical and powerful moves." I'm afraid this battle will drag on for a long time. The two didn't conceal their conversation, and the Zhanbo who was fighting with Mo heard it clearly. He couldn't help but shiver, and he exclaimed in shock, 3 great killing spells of the ancient times, 12 heavenly deity killing spell. The Zhanbo's face darkened, and his firm heart began to waver. No matter how strong the enemy was, he was confident that Zhan Yu could win. However, what appeared before him was one of the 3 great killing spells of the ancient times. Since the beginning of the world, all living beings were born, and countless living beings were born. Wars and massacres never stopped. In this long period of time, only these 3 spells were famous, and the number of living beings that died under them was uncountable. Thus, their resentment soared to the heavens, and the heavenly Tao was merciful. The heavenly punishment was sent down, and the inheritance of these 3 ominous spells was completely wiped out from the world. Even though some spell diagrams were left behind, they were incomplete, and it was difficult for them to display much of their power. Although the Zhanbo didn't believe that this was the complete 12 heavenly deity killing spell, its ominous name was well known. Seeing that Zhan Yu still couldn't escape, his confidence was shaken. Finally, he knocked Mo away with a single move. His figure flashed, and he appeared on top of the killing spell. He raised his left hand, and a silver light shone brightly. A vast expanse of silver light rose into the sky like clouds. Earth overturning seal. Boom boom boom. A large silver seal the size of a small mountain landed on top of the killing spell, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. The entire spell formation trembled incessantly. The 12 puppets opened their eyes at the same time and glared angrily. They formed different hand seals in front of them. Circles of golden light surged from the puppets' bodies, and turned into layers of spell light. They blocked the silver seal, and resisted the power of this ancient profound weapon. Zhan Yu shouted at the same time as if he had found an opportunity. This spell formation was flawless. Even if he observed it, he wouldn't be able to find any flaws. He could only break it with brute force, and the moment the earth-overturning seal landed would be the best opportunity. A golden light rose from his palm, and the huge golden seal continued to churn. It surged upwards, and struck towards the sky. The 2 seals seemed to sense each other, and their weapon essence rippled. Under the terrifying joint attack of the 2 seals, the 12 puppets cracked open as if the sky was collapsing, and they were about to be completely destroyed. Xianxia was also extremely shocked. Hundreds of bones in his body were constantly being smashed by the aftermath of the 2 seals, and large pieces of flesh on his body exploded. The might that shook the heavens and the earth stunned Wu Qingqing and the others, and they were astounded to the point of practically forgetting their own existence. Feiyang, run! Chu Hongyan was horrified. This apocalyptic scene made even someone like her feel tiny and powerless to resist. She reached out to grab Li Yunxiao, but when her fingers touched his body, they were repelled by a bolt of lightning. Feiyang, you, Chu Hongyan's heart trembled slightly, as if she had a bad premonition. I can't leave. Li Yunxiao only said these few words indifferently. The power in his body continued to condense, and his skin turned into pure gold. Glazed light shone out, and it was as dazzling as the sun. At this moment, the power in his dantian started to riot. Under the surging of the spirity power, the various types of power were like a pot of hodgepodge. After being fried and simmered, they finally erupted like a volcano, rushing into his meridians. Chu Hongyan's heart trembled violently. She only felt that Li Yunxiao was like an energy whirlpool at this moment. The terrifying pressure coming from the air made her feel a wave of fear. With Li Yunxiao's current injured body, if he used it, the consequences would be unimaginable. But she had no reason to stop him, and she knew that he would definitely not stop. 2 streams of tears flowed down, and those beautiful eyes that were like the moon were suffused with red. She could only put her hands together in front of her chest, crying and praying with all her might. Rumble. Between heaven and earth, there was still a roar. Under the earth-shattering 2 seals, the gold and silver colors rotated, almost destroying the heaven and earth. The 12 devilish gods' baleful auras were distorted by the pressure. Suddenly, behind each of the puppets, there was a flash of light, and a ball of golden energy appeared. It slowly turned into a human shape, and it grew bigger in the sky. In an instant, 12 giant golden spirits appeared in the sky, and they simultaneously attacked the 2 seals. Bang! 12 devilish gods baleful aura. Impossible. Xianyu looked at the 12 golden giant spirits and finally had a flash of inspiration. He recalled the origin of this array formation and gasped in shock. Big brother. Let's go. The battle god controlled the earth overturning seal in the air, and a silver force poured out. Previously, they thought that with the combined attack of the two seals, the array formation would definitely break. Neither of them was willing to exhaust the power of the two seals. Now that the 12 divine fiends had appeared, they could no longer care so much. Xianyu didn't dare to hold back anymore. The golden seal flipped the sky, and boundless light surged out. Boom! Finally, a crack appeared on the divine fiend array. Golden light pierced through it, pointing towards the heavens. Xianyu was overjoyed. Laughing wildly, he grabbed Fei Anai and turned into a golden light, rushing out through the crack. The battle kings also heaved a sigh of relief, but their bodies suddenly trembled, and their eyes flickered with shock. The combined attack of the 12 divine fiends did not dissipate because of the crack in the heaven-overturning seal. Instead, it became more concentrated, and an ancient aura gradually grew stronger. Above the 12 citadel divine auras, a figure slowly condensed. It was not illusory, but seemed to have a real physical body. Its entire body was covered in scales, and it grabbed a battle halberd that was condensed from golden light and stabbed forward. The heavens and earth flipped, and the heavens shattered. Xianyu and Fei Anai immediately felt the danger of death. The primordial power seemed to tear through time and space, about to devour the two completely. The battle robes on their bodies also exploded under the pressure of the halberd. Attack! Heaven overturning seal! Earth overturning seal! Xianyu and his brother were greatly shocked. The joy they had felt from escaping had completely vanished, replaced by endless fear. The heaven and earth flipping seals smashed downwards without holding back, expending all their remaining strength on this attack. Boom! The two seals combined in the air, turning into a huge pagoda, and slammed down, landing on the halberd. The heavens fell, and the earth cracked. The sun and moon lost their light, and the space within a radius of several hundred li was engulfed by this attack. It was like the end of the world. Everyone desperately circulated their yuan qi to resist the terrifying aftershock. Feiyong. In a moment of desperation, Chu Hongyan withstood the powerful impact, and used her sword light to split open a vacuum, protecting Li Yunxiao within. But the recoil was too strong. Li Yunxiao's body was torn apart, and a large amount of blood flowed out. His face was frighteningly pale, but his eyes were fierce. He grabbed Chu Hongyan. Don't worry about me, save Fei Anai. Chu Hongyan covered her mouth, trying not to cry. She knew that she had to save Fei Anai, or else this battle would be in vain. Li Yunxiao was willing to sacrifice his life for this attack, and it would be in vain. Clang! She stabbed the purple firmament sword into the ground, and formed several hand seals. Suddenly, a purple sword realm opened up, protecting Li Yunxiao within it. Only then did she turn around, turning into a ray of light, and rushed into the boundless vortex. The Zhan brothers were not in good shape after that attack. Their battle robes were torn and peeled off, and their internal organs were shaken, and they vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Big brother, let's go. The Zhan fan flew to Xianyu's side, and found that Xianyu's face was extremely pale, and he couldn't even stabilize himself in the vortex. Just now, the sky-flipping earth seal was shattered by the halberd, and Xianyu used all his strength to block in front of the Zhan fan, and even made the last attack. Only then did he suffer serious injuries, and the two of them were sucked into this terrifying vortex. The Zhan fan grabbed Xianyu, turning into a ray of light to leave. You want to leave? Go to hell. Chu Hongyan's shrill voice traveled over, and Zhan fan was shocked to find a row of sword lights in front of him. There were more than 100 of them, and they stood in the vortex, blocking his way. In front of those sword lights, a beauty that could topple cities appeared. Chu Hongyan's veil had fallen off at some point, and her beautiful face was filled with ferocious killing intent. Myriad sword art. Chu Hongyan's hands turned into sword fingers, and with a raise of her arms, thousands of swords flew around, turning into a sword diagram, and then scattered like a meteor shower, slashing down rapidly. The Zhan fan groaned inwardly. The earth-flipping earth seal had completely lost its power, and he was also injured from the previous attack, and he still had to take care of the two unconscious people. He grabbed Xianxia with one hand, and Fei and I with the other, and ran quickly in the midst of the thousands of swords, using the Tao steps. But although his movement technique was profound, it was difficult to block the power of the thousands of swords. From time to time, sword lights would pass through, and he could only kick out in frustration, destroying the sword lights. Chu Hongyan's face was covered with ice, and she stared at him coldly. Her body moved, and she also rushed into the sword formation, using her finger as a sword. The Zhan fan only felt a faint chill on his throat, and he hurriedly took a step forward, dodging the incoming sword finger, and at the same time, raised his leg and kicked behind him. Bang! The air instantly exploded, and cracks appeared on the tip of the Zhan fan's foot, all due to the power of this kick. Chu Hongyan's afterimage also exploded, but her real body had already closed in, and she slashed at Zhan fan's neck. Bang! The Zhan fan only felt a chill on his neck, and in a panic, he picked up Fei and I and used her as a shield, blocking in front of him. Chu Hongyan was shocked, and quickly turned her palm into a claw, landing on Fei Ni's shoulder, trying to grab her. How could the Zhan fan let her go? His eyes flashed, and he kicked out again, aiming for Chu Hongyan's heart. Chu Hongyan's left hand drew a circle in front of her, condensing a sword will, and her two fingers suddenly pointed at the Zhan fan's calf. Bang! The two forces were both small and delicate, and when they collided, they turned into thin strands of spiritual pressure that spread out like strands of hair. All four of them had cuts on their bodies. Chu Hongyan and the Zhan fan were both shocked, worried that their people would not be able to withstand it, and would be killed in the fierce battle. Let go! Chu Hongyan angrily rebuked. Fei and I was held tightly by the Zhan fan, and she didn't dare to use too much force. That beautiful face of hers was burning with anger, and she couldn't bear to eat her raw flesh. Xianxia was still below, and his life was uncertain, and he was anxious. How could the Zhan fan not feel the same? In all his years of dominating the world, he had never suffered such a big loss. Seeing that Mo, Gu Qingqing, and the others had also rushed over, his heart immediately sank. He knew that it was impossible to take away the heavenly phoenix nirvana physique today. This thought flashed through his mind, and he decisively let go of her hand, turning around and leaving with Xianxia. When he used his Tao steps, it was difficult to track him, and in a few flashes, he disappeared into the distance, making it impossible for Mo and the others to track him down. Chu Hongyan handed Fei and I to Gu Qingqing, who had rushed over, and then hurriedly flew down. She saw that the sword realm where she stabbed her sword had been broken, and Xianxia was nowhere to be seen, leaving only the purple firmament sword there. Ah? Fei Yong. Chu Hongyan almost fainted when she saw that there was no one around. She saw Buzi, Zhou Guang, and Mao Qiao sitting not far away, meditating. They all opened their eyes and looked at her. Where's Fei Yong? Chu Hongyan's expression became ferocious, and she stared at the three with killing intent. She thought to herself, these three are so close, and yet they don't do anything. If something happens to Fei Yong, I'll kill these three first. The three jumped in fright, feeling the killing intent from Chu Hongyan's body, and all of them trembled with fear. Buzi hurriedly pointed to the valley in front, and said, someone just came out, and we brought him in. When the three of them were attacking a battle king, they were injured in a single move by the other party. They had no power to resist at all, and could only sit there and meditate. Under the terrifying attack just now, they vomited a large mouthful of blood from the aftershock, and their injuries multiplied. They could only watch helplessly as the stranger took Xianxia away. The valley had long been destroyed, and some of the low peaks in the periphery had been completely flattened. The scene inside could be vaguely seen. Clang! Chu Hongyan pulled the purple firmament sword out of the ground, and fiercely glared at Buzi and the others. Then, she jumped up and went into the valley. Gu Qingqing, Mu Xing, and Mo also descended from the sky. Hearing the conversation between the two, Gu Qingqing was startled, and the three looked at each other before following closely behind. Kikik! Suddenly, a burst of strange laughter rang out in the sky, and the sound waves reverberated back and forth. The entire sky was filled with sound waves. The four of them stopped in their tracks, coldly looking at the sky. Before the first wave subsided, another wave arose. The fierce battle just now was too intense, and the range of the shockwaves was too large, alarming the nearby old monsters. Who is it? Show yourself. Chu Hongyan was in a bad mood, so she spoke bluntly. Her sharp eyes shone like sword light, illuminating the sky. At this moment, her whole body was like a sharp sword, shining slowly and then about to cut the void. What a beautiful girl. It's a pity that her hostility is too strong, but her strength is not bad. Tut tut, really beautiful. The voice praised a few times and slowly turned into a shadow in the air. The whole body was hidden in the black robe, like a dark star embedded in the sky. Chu Hongyan said coldly, "How I am is not something you can comment on. If you want to die, come down." Gu Qingqing knew her mood at the moment and sighed secretly. She didn't know how Li Yunxiao was at the moment, but since he was taken away by the people in the valley, it should be knots of Bailuan, which made her feel relieved. Of course not, otherwise I wouldn't be willing to live an ignoble life until now. Of course, I am afraid of death. Tut tut, who was fighting here just now? The power was so strong that it even reached me and woke me up. The person in the black robe slowly told what had happened. Chu Hongyan pointed her sword at the sky, and with a murderous aura circling around the sword, she shouted, "I have no time to listen to your nonsense. Fight or stay, it's up to you." Hee hee. The person in the black robe said fearlessly, "Is that celestial phoenix nirvana physique in her hands? Give this nirvana physique to me, and I'll leave without a second word. Although I don't know what happened just now, I can see that you have consumed a lot of your spiritual force, so you are no match for me." Chu Hongyan said coldly, "You can try." The purple cloud sword hummed, clear and melodious, and echoed into the sky. She was very depressed now, and even wanted to fight to vent her inner depression. But she was also a little anxious, for fear that the fight would affect the valley and affect Li Yunxiao's recovery. Gu Qingqing looked at her and shook her head slightly, meaning that it was better not to fight. Chu Hongyan sneered and said sarcastically, "If we don't kill this old thing, he will be arrogant and think that we can't beat him." "TSK, you speak as if you can beat me." The black-robed man said sarcastically, "Moreover, can you still guarantee the lives of your companions in this battle? I just want this heavenly phoenix nirvana physique. Why do we have to hurt our relationship over this?" Hearing that, Chu Hongyan was so angry that she almost couldn't stand it anymore. She scolded, "I just want your life. Why do you have to hurt our friendship? Old thing, you're really shameless. If you don't want to die, then scram." Gu Qingqing was also speechless. A cold light flashed in her eyes as she said coldly. The black-robed man was silent for a moment. His eyes flashed with killing intent as he said coldly, "Have you really decided to go against me? Even if I can't snatch the heavenly phoenix nirvana physique, I can still destroy it if I show off my might. No one will be able to obtain it, and there's nothing you can do to me. How shameless. What if I join too?" A woman's voice came from afar. In the blink of an eye, a graceful figure emerged from the conveyance light. She was wearing a violet robe with a rusty cloud pattern on it that trailed behind her. The woman was fresh and refined with an extraordinary temperament. However, her face was cold and there was a hint of a sneer on her face. She raised her jade-like fingers and slowly twirled them. A red light appeared as she stepped out from the void, stepping on her crescent shoes. The black-robed man immediately felt a sense of pressure. He said in shock, You are," the woman sneered. A red light flashed on her fingertips. She flicked her finger and it immediately turned into a ray of red light that shot out. Bang! The black-robed man immediately attacked. His fingers formed a tiger's claw and hit the red light, causing it to explode. However, his entire arm trembled. He was shocked to find that his fingers were cut by countless sharp lights and were densely packed with wounds. Void Extreme Divine Realm. The black-robed man's expression turned ugly. His eyes flashed with fierceness as he said, "Who are you? Why are you going against me?" The woman curled her finger and said mockingly, "If you want to fight, then stay. If you're afraid of death, then scram. Cut the crap. You." The black-robed man was furious. After a while, he calmed down and said, "Well, since you want to protect them, I'll give you face. However, the heavenly phoenix nirvana physique has appeared in the immortal realm. Hee, I'm afraid it won't be peaceful anymore." Ha ha ha. The black-robed man laughed wildly. Suddenly, the space twisted and he disappeared in a flash. Bah, you can't beat me, so you throw out sour words. Are you still a man? Scram as far as you can. The woman scolded. Then, she turned around and landed in front of Chu Hongyan and the others. They all looked at the woman in astonishment. They didn't know her, and they didn't understand why she would help them. Chu Hongyan put away the purple firmament sword and cupped her fists. Thank you for your help. You are, Gu Qingqing waved her hand and giggled. You're welcome. She's me. She's you, Chu Hongyan was stunned. She immediately understood. It turned out that the person in front of her was Gu Qingqing herself. Haha. Gu Qingqing laughed. She put her face close to Chu Hongyan and said, Why, you or my ancestor, who is more beautiful? Chu Hongyan was confused. She turned her head away. She was uncomfortable with Gu Qingqing's aggressive aura. She turned around and ran into the valley. I'm going to see Fei Yong. Ha ha ha. Gu Qingqing's true body and Luo Yunsheng both burst into laughter and rushed into the valley with Mu Xing and Mo Dao. Bu Zi and the other two were left not far away. They were still confused. But the three of them didn't have any sense of existence. Chu Hongyan and the others even forgot about their existence. They looked at each other outside the valley. Cough, cough, I say. It doesn't seem safe here. Let's go into the valley. Bu Zi clenched his right fist and coughed a few times. He stole a glance at the other two. The problem is, do you have a place in the valley? Where will you stay? Sit at the door? You'd better sit and recuperate, Zhou Guang said angrily. Zhou Guang spoke angrily. The three of them were considered top-notch experts in the heavenly martial arts realm, and wherever they went, they would receive the best treatment. Yet, in this place, they were treated like guards. I'm not worried about my reputation. There are too many old monsters in the realm of immortality. We can't deal with any one of them. To be honest, I regret coming here. But it's too late. I can only go on. But the promise of becoming a god mentioned by Li Yunxiao is really attractive. If we can become a god, this trip will not be in vain. We won't suffer with him in vain. Mao Qiao said slowly. Her injuries were aggravated by her words. She couldn't help but cough. Zhou Guang complained, I can only hope to become a god by following him. Otherwise, I would have run away long ago. Bu Zi thought for a while and said, there are so many top experts in the realm of immortality. If all of them run away, the whole realm of heaven martial arts, the other two's expressions changed slightly. When they thought of this possibility, they couldn't help but shiver. The whole realm of heaven martial arts would be reshuffled. If they didn't handle it well, there would be a reign of terror. Humph. Even if the sky falls, there are tall people to support it. We don't need to worry. Mao Qiao swallowed some elixirs. Her complexion was better. She started to meditate. The other two glanced at her and started to recover from their injuries. Chu Hongyan and the others entered the valley. After walking for a while, they saw a stone house. It was surrounded by all kinds of strange mountains and rocks. It looked like a small yard. Spiritual water flowed in front of the house. The only problem was that there were no trees. Be careful. There are restrictions. When Gu Qingqing saw Chu Hongyan heading for the house, she immediately warned her. Sure enough, a beam of light appeared in front of them and shook Chu Hongyan away. Don't worry. Since Lord Bailuan took Li Yunxiao there, it shouldn't be a big problem. When Gu Qingqing saw Chu Hongyan's anxious face, she comforted her. Let's hope so. Are we going to wait here? Chu Hongyan couldn't calm down. She couldn't sit still. Gu Qingqing giggled and said, Isn't Fei and I your good sister? She is unconscious. Can't you spare some time to treat her? Chu Hongyan remembered that Fei and I was seriously injured. She blamed herself for being careless. She asked Luo Yunsheng to put Fei and I on a big stone and started treating her. The surroundings suddenly became very quiet. Since there were no other creatures in the realm of immortality, no insects, fish, birds, or beasts, the silence was a bit strange. Mu Xing and Gu Qingqing were used to it. Mo felt uncomfortable. He paced back and forth. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, Gu Qingqing, are the Brahma demon clan still alive in the realm of immortality? What's wrong? Are you afraid? Gu Qingqing blinked and stared at him playfully. Whether I'm afraid or not is another matter. I have stepped into the void extreme divine realm and obtained the Brahma demon saint art. What's there to be afraid of? I just want to know. Mo snorted and tried to explain. But the more he explained, the more guilty he became. Even he himself noticed this. Looking at Gu Qingqing's playful smile, he felt very uncomfortable. He simply admitted it and said, it's not surprising to be afraid. After all, the Brahma demon clan is the most powerful existence among the thousands of demons. If there really is such a demon, it will definitely be a great obstacle to my ascension to the throne. Gu Qingqing also stopped smiling. She nodded and said seriously, it's most likely true. Although I haven't seen it with my own eyes, this demon is very famous in the realm of immortality. No one dares to provoke it. That's why Peng Yin told us about the true phoenix tail plume. His intention was to send us to our deaths. Mo's eyes flashed and he said seriously, then, are you going to seize the true phoenix tail plume? Gu Qingqing smiled and said, the true phoenix tail plume is not very attractive to me. I just want to become a real god as soon as possible and live a few hundred years more happily. Fighting and killing isn't something that girls like us can play around with. She blinked her eyes and folded her hands in front of her chest, giving off a pitiful and lovely appearance. Emma was irritated. He flicked his sleeves and coldly snorted, old witch, why are you pretending to be young? You are from the same generation as my ancestor. Speaking of which, I should be calling you great-great-grandmother. You call yourself a girl? Mo, you're dead. Gu Qingqing let out a sharp cry, and his face immediately became gloomy. Everything within 3 feet of her could feel the cold air pressing down. The air had condensed into snowflakes. Even though Mo was more than 10 feet away, he could still feel the cold air. If it weren't for Bailuan Yui saving people in the stone house, she would have already started killing. Mo was startled. Only now did he realize that Gu Qingqing's actual strength was above his. If he angered her, she might really kill him. Women could do anything when they went crazy. Fei and I suddenly murmured. She seemed to have woken up, but her eyes were still closed. She looked like she was in great pain. Bean-sized beads of sweat flowed down her face. Gu Qingqing hurried over and grabbed Fei Ni's hand. She saw clear red lines protruding from her wrist. She then looked at her neck. There were also several scarlet lines. Phoenix vein. Gu Qingqing said in a low voice, she's about to break through, but she lacks the heavenly phoenix essence. After saying that, she took out a pile of scarlet phoenix fire phosphorus stones. She had collected them when she was awake. There were tens of thousands of them, and they were all piled up beside Fei and I. Suddenly, those phosphorus stones seemed to be burning. They emitted sparkling flames. Red lines flew out from the flames and flew toward Fei Ni's body. The moment they touched her skin, they were absorbed. The bloody lines on Fei Ni's wrists and neck became more visible, even extending to her cheeks and covering her whole body. Her painful expression was relieved, and her whole body became calm as she sat cross-legged on the big rock. Gu Qingqing's eyes were shining. She said with jealousy, the heavenly phoenix vein is the true master of this world. It has the highest recognition of the heavenly phoenix true force. Her cultivation speed here for a day is equivalent to our cultivation speed in a year. Seeing that Fei and I was fine, Chu Hongyan heaved a sigh of relief. Hearing Gu Qingqing's words, she was also happy for her. If Fei and I could step into the realm of true immortal, with her special physique of Sky Phoenix, she would not only be a great help to Li Yunxiao, but also a great help to their alliance. It's just a few phoenix fire phosphorus stones, and this little girl is like a fish in water. If she gets the true tail plume of the heavenly phoenix, I'm afraid she can directly ascend to the heavens. Mu Xing also wore an envious and jealous expression as she crossed her arms and looked on silently. True tail feathers? Who would dare to provoke that 10,000-year-old demon? Gu Qingqing said with a smile. As long as this girl cultivates here for 8 to 10 years, directly stepping into the sovereign realm is only a matter of time. Chu Hongyan looked at Gu Qingqing's true self and felt very uncomfortable. She said in a low voice, Gu Qingqing, since your true self is here and you promised Fei Yang to return Yin Shang's body, will you keep your promise? Hee, of course. Gu Qingqing moved her face closer and blew lightly on Chu Hongyan's face. She said teasingly, who asked you to be so beautiful that I'm jealous? How about this, you sacrifice yourself for righteousness and replace your disciple to allow me to descend upon you and properly enjoy this kind of beauty. Seeing the anger on Chu Hongyan's face, Gu Qingqing hurriedly said, just descend for a year. I'll return it to you after a year. Then 1 month, 1 month is fine. Hey, don't go. Let's discuss this again. I just want to experience what it feels like to have such beauty. Clang, without saying a word, Chu Hongyan thrust her sword at Gu Qingqing, forcing her away. She scolded, if you continue to be so shameless, don't blame me for not considering our friendship as fellow disciples. For 3,000 years, the divine firmament palace had treated Gu Qingqing as a goddess and revered her greatly. Chu Hongyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry and didn't know what to do. Fine. If you don't want to play, then don't play. If you won't give it to me for a month, what friendship is there to talk about? I don't have a fellow disciple like you. Gu Qingqing puffed up her cheeks and walked to the side angrily. Luo Yunshang also followed. The two of them sat facing each other with their palms pressed against each other. Immediately, they entered a wondrous state. Luo Yunshang's body flickered with a fiery red radiance that radiated like the sun's rays. Chu Hongyan was startled and felt that the noise was too loud. Fearing that they would disturb Fei and I and them, she immediately set up a barrier between them to separate them. On Luo Yunshang's body, the rainbow stone flashed on his forehead. The red light came from the rainbow stone, which formed some kind of vibration with her body. The light was extremely hot. Mo's face was gloomy, and his eyes were full of malice. This immediately aroused Chu Hongyan's vigilance, and she slightly leaned over. After all, back at Mount Wuxia, Gu Qingqing ate the blood divine bead that Mo's ancestor sacrificed himself to refine. At this moment, she also felt the vast blood power from Luo Yunshang's body. If he suddenly betrayed her, it would be a fatal blow to everyone present. Mo sensed her thoughts and snorted, I lost the blood divine bead, but I obtained the Brahma demonic saint art, and the opportunity to become a god is right in front of me. The gains and losses are hard to weigh. But since I promised to follow Li Yunxiao for 10 years, I naturally won't go back on my word. 10 years was just a blink of an eye to him. He naturally wouldn't go back on his word over such a small matter. That's good. Chu Hongyan was slightly relieved, but she didn't let down her guard. Several hours later, Gu Qingqing suddenly withdrew her hands and retreated. Luo Yunshang, on the other hand, formed a seal with both hands and entered a meditative state again. The vast yang energy in her body spread out continuously. How is it? Chu Hongyan walked over and asked concernedly. Gu Qingqing exhaled and recovered her energy. Then, she said, I've retrieved that clone. She is now in her own body. I've also just taught her the essence of the 9 yang mantra so that she can control the rainbow stone herself. If she can't overcome this obstacle, she will suffer the backlash of the stone's power. That will be troublesome. Chu Hongyan was shocked and asked nervously, Yunshang's strength is still weak. Can she control the rainbow stone? After all, Ning Kuei's mind was still affected by the Agarine despite his cultivation. Gu Qingqing said, don't worry, I've been refining the rainbow stone while I've been controlling her body. Moreover, the Grey Fei race's blood divine bead is extremely powerful and has already begun to take effect. As long as Luo Yunshang absorbs all of it, with the divine 9 yang body and the rainbow stone's power, it's only a matter of time before she reaches the divine god realm. Chu Hongyan suddenly thought of something and asked in shock, did you purposely descend upon Yunshang to help her control the rainbow stone? Gu Qingqing glared at her and giggled, haha, do you think I'm Emperor Wu Leifeng? It's all just a coincidence. And the blood divine bead, do you think I would allow her body to swallow it if it wasn't necessary? Wouldn't I have brought it back to the world of immortality for my own consumption? Mo's heart ached when he heard this. That was supposed to be his absolute power. Chu Hongyan cupped her fists and said, no matter what, I thank you in Yunshang's place. Gu Qingqing waved her hand to cut her off and said, you are her master, and I am her grandmaster. There's no need to mention words of gratitude. Everyone has their own opportunities. Helping her is also helping myself. Chu Hongyan was confused and continued to ask, the rainbow stone is in Yunshang's body, can it be taken out in the future? Gu Qingqing said, don't worry, the rainbow stone is only a tool to support the divine nine-yang physique. When her physique is complete, or her cultivation reaches the divine god realm, the rainbow stone will be of little use. She can keep it or not, it's up to her. That's good. Only then did Chu Hongyan feel relieved. Fei Yan'ai and Luo Yunshang's complexions were gradually improving. Only the Stonehouse remained silent, causing her to be on tenterhooks. But Gu Qingqing didn't know what was going on inside and was also worried. Suddenly, all of them shuddered and took a step back in shock. An old man had appeared in front of them without them noticing. The old man had a head full of silver hair and wore a navy blue robe with a crescent moon-colored ribbon tied around his waist. His eyes were clear and he had a leisurely look on his face. His gaze shifted from Fei Yan'ai to Luo Yunshang and he lightly nodded his head. "Milord." Gu Qingqing was overjoyed and hurried to greet him. "Milord, how is Li Yunxiao?" The old man was the owner of the stone house, Jie of Bailuan. He stroked his beard and said, his life is not in danger, but his injuries are too severe and his cultivation might be damaged. His body tempering technique and radiant glass body collapsed at the same time, and his cultivation has mostly dissipated. What? Milord, you must save him. Chu Hongyan was relieved to hear that his life was not in danger, but she was shocked to hear that his cultivation had fallen. With Gu Feiyang's pride, he might not be able to accept such a reality, so she hurried to beg the old man. Gu Qingqing was also sad. Milord, you must think of a way. Jie smiled, don't worry, he is the owner of the world deity steel, I will do my best. Today's calamity is within my calculations, it is not impossible to resolve. His radiant glass body and your divine nine-yang physique are yin and yang, two extremes. If you can help him cultivate and activate the radiant glass body's power, he will recover on his own. Nonsense. Gu Qingqing's cheeks were red, and she said angrily, Milord, don't talk nonsense. What do you mean by help him cultivate? Although I don't want anything to happen to Li Yunxiao, if I have to sacrifice my chastity, then he should just die. Jie laughed and said, haha, I knew you wouldn't be willing, but the heavenly Tao has its own mysteries. However, the heavenly Tao has its own mysteries. Didn't you bring a nine-yang divine body? Luo Yunshang. They all understood and looked at Luo Yunshang. Chu Hongyan had an indescribable feeling in her heart. She naturally knew the relationship between Luo Yunshang and Li Yunxiao. After the battle on Snowfall Peak, her disciple left Divine Firmament Palace and wandered the world. Palace Master, Yunshang went down the mountain alone. The Fluxer's anxious voice came from outside the hall. On Snowfall Peak, the wind was biting cold and snow was falling. The entire Divine Firmament Palace was submerged in the cold, as if announcing that this ancient sect would return to peace like the world. The door was sealed, and Chu Hongyan sat alone inside, refusing to see anyone. I understand. She only replied indifferently, as if she was very tired, and said, let her go. The Fluxer was stunned, but, she's so young, and she's your direct disciple, Chu Hongyan said, so what if she's my direct disciple? She has her own choice, and she's always been very sensible. The Fluxer said anxiously, but Yun Shan has the nine-yang divine physique, which only appears once every few thousand years. It's precisely because she has the nine-yang divine physique that I can't restrict her because of my own decision. Everyone has their own destiny. Her leaving might be the right choice, so I can let go of all the fetters and enter seclusion and peace. From now on, if there's nothing important, don't come and disturb me. As her thoughts gradually returned from that year, Chu Hongyan looked at Luo Yunshang who was sitting cross-legged in cultivation, and all sorts of feelings welled up in her heart. It was as if everyone's fate was just a chess piece under the sky, arranged by someone long ago, and they had no control over their own fate. Gu Qingqing's words interrupted her thoughts, but Luo Yunshang is already trying hard to suppress the rainbow stone. If he dual cultivates with Li Yunxiao, won't there be a sudden change? Yui Bailuan said, don't worry, I'll watch over them. Watch, everyone's heart skipped a beat, and their expressions became strange. Yui Bailuan was stunned for a moment, then reacted, and angrily said, what are you all thinking, so dirty? He waved his hand, and a wave of energy rushed out, wrapping around Luo Yunxiang, and the two disappeared in an instant. Chu Hongyan said in shock, "They, cough cough." Gu Qingqing coughed and said embarrassedly, "So dirty. You think too much. The god bodies can sense each other. Yin and yang fuse with each other to cultivate. It's not what you think." Chu Hongyan's cheeks were also red. She stared at Gu Qingqing and said, "My lord, if you didn't think too much, then why did you react so violently just now?" Gu Qingqing rolled her eyes at her and said, "Even if it's just a mutual connection, I don't have the magnanimity to sacrifice my innocence to save him." Chu Hongyan pondered for a while and said, "Who is this Bailuan Kurumi? To think that he is worthy of your respect and trust." Mo also pricked up his ears and listened intently. Gu Qingqing thought for a moment, then said, "Lord Bailuan's name isn't well known, and only a few people know of his identity. However, all the major events in the heavenly martial arts realm over the past hundreds of thousands of years have been predicted by his branch." Deduction? Chu Hongyan was surprised. Could it be the same as the Duanmu family? "TSK, the Duanmu family's petty tricks are nothing," Gu Qingqing said sarcastically, then said, "Moreover, the ancestors of the Duanmu family indeed obtained this lord's inheritance. In other words, the Duanmu family itself is one of the inheritances of this lord's branch." Chu Hongyan was silent. On the path of pursuing the way of heaven, the further one went, the bigger the world would be, and the more one would feel insignificant. In the eyes of the secular world, only the 7 great sect lords and the 10 great emperors who were the peak of the mountain. But in the past hundreds of thousands of years, many existences that had surpassed the peak of the mountain had been infinitely close to the sky. Gu Qingqing's eyes were full of reverence. She said, "Moreover, this immortal world was refined by another lord under the suggestion of Lord Bailuan." Chu Hongyan was surprised again, and said, "Who refined the immortal world?" To be able to use phoenix feathers to refine a world, this ability was no different from refining a saint artifact. In fact, it was far superior to refining a saint artifact. Gu Qingqing pretended to be mysterious. She said with a smile, "You will know in the future." Chu Hongyan was curious, but since she didn't want to tell her, she didn't ask. After learning that Li Yunxiao's life was not in danger, she was relieved. Now she just needed to wait for the result. Then she sat down cross-legged in the air and started to adjust her breath to practice. Mo also sat down without saying a word. The two of them seemed to feel great pressure. In the realm of heaven martial arts, people who had reached the peak were invincible, but in the immortal world, they could barely protect themselves. And no one knew how many old monsters there were in this place. How many amazing geniuses could be born in hundreds of thousands of years? Although not all of them had the opportunity to enter this place, 1 or 2 of them entered every few thousand years, so the number was still very shocking. Gu Qingqing looked at Mu Xing and said, "Where's your original body? Don't you want to come here?" Mu Xing said expressionlessly, "I don't have much time left, and I can't afford to be disturbed. Just now, I learned from these people that the rules of the outside world haven't been restored yet. It seems there is still some time before the demonic tribulation arrives. I don't want to wake up now." "You know about the demonic tribulation?" Gu Qingqing looked at him in surprise. "Are you?" Mu Xing nodded and said frankly, "Since I was sent to guard the heavy equipment tower, I am a member of the Xuanli Island." Gu Qingqing sighed and said, "I should have thought of that." Mu Xing said, "What I don't understand is why you don't want to join the Xuanli Island. Except for being restricted, there is nothing wrong with it." Gu Qingqing smiled and said, "Hee, what I fear most is being restricted. I don't want to be controlled even if I have to live a few years less." Mu Xing didn't say anything and closed his eyes. Before long, Gu Qingqing also felt bored, so she closed her eyes and practiced with them. Several days later, 2 beams of light suddenly rushed out of the stone house and reached thousands of meters high in the sky. One yin and one yang, they reflected each other and lit up the entire sky like it was daytime. Such a strange scene woke everyone up from their cultivation. Seeing that the light beams were full of energy, they immediately guessed that the 2 people must have recovered and were overjoyed. Such a huge commotion lasted for half an hour before it gradually weakened. At this moment, Fei and I, who seemed to be in a deep sleep, also seemed to be startled. The cry of a phoenix came from nowhere and hovered in the sky. Everyone's heart trembled. The ancient cry of the phoenix did not come from Fanny's body. It was as if it had always existed between heaven and earth and was only being played back. Then, a giant shadow of a phoenix slowly condensed in the sky and turned into a boundless sea of fire at the same time. Ah! This? The few of them were shocked by this strange scene. The entire sky was on fire, and the flames fell from the sky like countless meteorites, smashing towards the stone house. What should we do? Gu Qingqing was also shocked. She looked around and saw that Fei and I was still sitting there with her legs crossed. The flames were obviously coming for her. Chu Hongyan and Mu Xing were also at a loss. Bu Zi and the other two had already entered the valley. They were completely petrified with their mouths wide open. Don't panic, this is just a remnant of the heavenly phoenix lingering in the world of immortality. It sensed it when the nirvana body was breaking through, so it turned into flames and came down. Bailuanjie's voice sounded. A white light flashed on the stone house and the figures of 3 people immediately appeared. Feiyang, you're fine. Chu Hongyan was overjoyed when she saw him. She could feel Li Yunxiao's aura at this moment. It was full of strength and seemed to be more refined. Luo Yunxiang's body was also different from before. There was a faint flash of red light. When she saw Chu Hongyan, she immediately knelt down and bowed respectfully. Greetings, master. Chu Hongyan waved her hand and a force lifted her up. She stepped forward and held her hands, saying, "It's been hard on you all these years." "It's not hard at all." Luo Yunxiang hurried back and stood there shyly with her head lowered. She only felt that her cheeks were red, burning all the way to the roots of her ears. At this moment, she could no longer explain to Chu Hongyan about her relationship with Li Yunxiao. Her heart was in a mess. Although she had been possessed by Gu Qingqing during this period of time, she was still very clear about everything that had happened. Chu Hongyan smiled and gently stroked her hair, comforting her. "People like us who follow the heavenly way, our lifespans can't be calculated by mortals, and our behavior can't be judged by the secular world." "You really like him. Since Master can tolerate other women, why can't I tolerate you?" Luo Yunxiang was greatly moved. Tears welled up in her eyes. Her words were choked in her throat, but she couldn't say them. Li Yunxiao, on the other hand, blamed himself. In his previous life, he was unrestrained and unrestrained. It was as if the heavenly way was toying with him and the universe was overturned. In this life, however, he was shackled by love. Looking at Chu Hongyan, Luo Yunxiang, Fei and I who was breaking through not far away, as well as Narcissus and Ding Ling the 5 women were all dragons and phoenixes among men, heaven's proud sons and daughters. They were all so affectionate to him. He thought that even if he were to die, he couldn't let them down. At this moment, the heavenly phoenix's remnant will turned into flames and fell into the valley. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The flames poured into Fanny's body. Ah! Fei and I suddenly screamed, as if she was in extreme pain. She couldn't bear the tempering of the flames. Her whole body kept melting and gradually turned into a fire phoenix. She let out a moan. Li Yunxiao said in shock, "My lord, Fei and I." Bailuanjie interrupted him and said, "This is a great opportunity. If she can't even bear this little bit of pain, how can she go further in the future? You can save her now, but the path of godhood ends here." Godhood? Li Yunxiao immediately understood. He was overjoyed. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, my lord, for the advice." Fei and I had already surpassed the shackles of the pinnacle of martial arts and stepped into the true immortal realm. Absorbing the heavenly phoenix's remnant will be of great benefit to the tempering of her body and her cultivation. The flames continued to fall for more than an hour before they slowly stopped. The whole sky was filled with fire elements. The air would burn if they weren't careful. Fei and I also turned back into her human form. She lay on the big rock and slowly propped up her body. Fei and I. Li Yunxiao was the first to step forward and slowly helped her up. Just as he touched her body, he felt unusually hot. The indestructible golden body automatically protected his body and emitted a bright golden light. Fei and I was startled. Only then did she come back to her senses. She realized that Li Yunxiao's 5 fingers were stained with flames and were slowly burning. She said in shock, "Husband, you." Li Yunxiao shook his head with a smile, "I'm fine." This fire is much stronger than before. He clenched his fist and the fire was immediately extinguished. His skin was as white as jade, without a single scar. Fei Yanai then realized that her body was full of energy. There seemed to be a phoenix circling above her dantian. Every time she moved, a pure energy flowed through her body. This realm, she was so surprised that she couldn't help but exclaim, God realm. Bailuan Jie nodded and said with a smile, it is indeed the divine realm. You have a phoenix body to begin with, and after absorbing the heavenly phoenix's remnant consciousness, you have truly reached the divine realm. You are no different from Li Yunxiao. Fei Yanai was overjoyed and quickly said, thank you for the reminder, madam. The person in front of her was very unfamiliar, but he gave off an unfathomable feeling. She had already guessed that he was most likely the person she was looking for. Jie smiled, no need to thank me. This has nothing to do with me. You should thank your husband and palace master Hong Yan. They risked their lives to save you from brother Zhanyu. Thank you husband, thank you sister Hong Yan. Fei Ni's heart was filled with emotions, even warmer than the true fire inside her. She looked at the two affectionately before her eyes landed on Li Yunxiao. She blushed. We are all sisters, no need to be so polite. Chu Hongyan smiled, we should thank Fei Yang instead. He really risked his life. If not for Madame Jie, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to see him anymore. Speaking of this, Chu Hongyan's eyes turned red as well. Fei Ni's heart trembled. She called out to Li Yunxiao and held her hand tightly, unwilling to let go. The enchanting atmosphere immediately caused Li Yunxiao to feel a little unnatural. Furthermore, there were many bystanders nearby. He immediately withdrew his hand and smiled awkwardly, it's not that serious. Don't listen to their nonsense. It's good that you're fine. Yes. Fei Yanai responded softly. With her intelligence, she knew that Chu Hongyan and Bailuan Kurumi wouldn't lie about it. The situation must have been more dangerous than what they said. She was touched. It's good that everyone is fine. I think it's a blessing in disguise for everyone. Not only have Luo Yunsheng and Fei Yanai stepped into the true god stage, Li Yunxiao's strength also seems to have improved greatly. It's just that this kid's whole body is full of spirit energy, making it hard for me to detect his true cultivation. Gu Qingqing's eyes sparkled as she stared at Li Yunxiao for a while. She could only feel that he was different from before, but she couldn't tell what was different. Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and said, Your Excellency indeed has good eyesight. He didn't say it out loud and only admitted it. Come on, follow me into the house. These few days, I've only cared about healing my injuries. Fortunately, I'm fine. It's time to tell you something. Bailuan Kurumi's smile faded and her expression became indifferent. She led everyone into the stone house. The inside was very simple. It was empty except for a stone bed. There were a few strange formations carved on the ground. No one knew what they were used for. This is a shabby and crude room. Everyone, please make do. Bailuan Kurumi made an inviting gesture and entered alone. She sat cross-legged on a small formation and put her hands together in her dantian. The formation immediately activated. A faint light flickered and was absorbed into Bailuan Kurumi's body. Her whole body glowed faintly and fused with the formation. Li Yunxiao looked over. Although he didn't know what the formation was, he could see some clues. He said in surprise, Is Your Excellency's body itching? Bailuan Kurumi smiled and said, It's fine. I'm already used to it. Speaking of which, it's heaven's mercy that this old man can drag this sick body to see you all. As soon as these words came out, the few of them were shocked. Gu Qingqing was even more sorrowful. She covered her mouth and said sorrowfully, Is Your Excellency's injury so serious that it can't be healed? There are 3,000 ways in the world. Can none of them save Your Excellency? Bailuan Kurumi was very calm. She smiled and shook her head. Maybe there is, but there's no need. Even if you can save me, my remaining lifespan won't last long. Why bother? Li Yunxiao said seriously, Your Excellency has saved my life. Please tell me the method of treatment. No matter how difficult it is, I will definitely find it. Bailuan Kurumi raised her hand and interrupted them. If you want to live a few more days, I have my own method of prolonging my life. you don't have to worry about it. It's just that there's no sorrow in life and no bitterness in death. It's not worth mentioning. Moreover, I've been suffering from this disease for a long time. It's worse than death. I'm dragging this sick body to prolong my life just so I can see the master of the world god monument. Li Yunxiao's expression was solemn. He said, "What secret does this world god monument have to make you care so much about it?" He extended his right hand. A white light slowly rose up and turned into the world god monument. It was flowing with light and looked very beautiful. Jie narrowed her eyes and stared at the tablet for a while. She seemed to be infatuated with it. A serene expression appeared on her face as she said, "In the vast universe, there are many worlds and countless planes. When a plane is born, there will be many things that are born along with it. Just like a plane, it can be said that they are condensed from the power of the world. The world god monument is formed by the power of the world. It represents the highest rule of profound artifacts. In other words, in the realm of heaven martial arts, it's impossible to make a divine artifact that surpasses the quality of the world god monument." Li Yunxiao said, "I already knew that. Even so, it's only a top-notch profound artifact. Although it's worth paying attention to, there's no need to go too far." "Hehe, you don't understand." Bailu and Kurumi smiled and said, "Since it's formed by the power of the world, apart from its own power, it also contains destiny. Unfortunately, for countless years, people's pursuit of the world god monument has been limited to its power. They've neglected the most important destiny. Even if it's obtained by someone in some eras, they can't use its power and become a person of destiny." "What's going on with the person of destiny?" "I heard that the world god monument seems to have lost its weapon spirit. That's why it can't use its full power." Li Yunxiao frowned and asked the question in his heart. Bailu and Kurumi said, "The so-called person of destiny is a person chosen by destiny in the long river of the way of heaven. They bear the responsibility of enforcing justice on behalf of heaven. They are protected by the way of heaven, so it's very difficult for them to die." Li Yunxiao was stunned. He said, "In that case, I have the protection of the way of heaven. Doesn't that mean I can do whatever I want?" "Hehe, it would be great if it were that simple." Bailu and Kurumi smiled bitterly and shook her head. "What is the way?" Li Yunxiao pondered for a moment, then answered, "The way is the rule. It's the order of all things in the world." "Not bad. Your answer is very close. You can understand it this way. Divine Cloud Palace has its own rules, and the Long family has its own rules. It's the code of conduct between the two sects, and no one can break it. Once the rules are broken, they will be punished by the rules. But if the Long family enters Divine Cloud Palace, can the rules of Divine Cloud Palace restrict the Long family?" Bailu and Kurumi suddenly threw out a question. Everyone was stunned. Fei and I said, "If the two sects are friendly, the Long family will follow the rules of Divine Cloud Palace. If they are not friendly, they will not follow the rules." Gu Qingqing seemed to understand something. "Milord, you mean that the rules will be messed up?" Bailu and Kurumi smiled. "The rules are not messed up. They are still there. The ones messed up are the people of the two sections." Li Yunxiao said, "If the rules are messed up, then what should we do?" Bailu and Kurumi said, "Even if the rules are messed up, the people of the two sects will not violate the rules set by the sacred zone, because the sacred zone is a greater way. Do you understand?" Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "Milord, I understand. The heavenly martial arts realm has its way, and the demon world has its way. Both of them have different attributes, but they are both under the vast way of heaven. They are just different evolutions of the way of heaven." "Yes, that's right." Bailu and Kurumi praised. "You are very smart. That is to say, the power of the world is only evolved from the way of the heavenly martial arts realm. It is not the supreme way of heaven in the universe. The power of the world of the heavenly martial arts realm evolves into the world god steel, the purple mansion world-destroying divine thunder, the real dragon and heavenly phoenix, and the power of the demon world evolves into the six paths demonic weapon, the ice fiend flame, and so on. They are just a manifestation of the way of heaven in the universe." Fei and I was surprised and said, "The heavenly phoenix is also condensed by the power of the world?" Bailu and Kurumi shook her head and said, "The heavenly phoenix is not completely condensed by the power of the world. It is an ancient bird that cultivated the way and understood the rules of this world. Only then did it evolve into an immortal bird and become part of the heavenly phoenix bloodline. It is not much different from the real dragon condensed by the power of the world. Li Yunxiao said, "My lord, I understand what you are saying. But what does this have to do with the will of heaven?" Bailu and Kurumi smiled and said, "Let's continue the previous topic. If the Long family invades the Divine Cloud Palace will naturally have to resist. Then, they will have to nominate a candidate to fight the enemy with the treasures of the Divine Cloud Palace. On the surface, the war between the two worlds looks like a life and death struggle between the people of the inner world. But in reality, it is a life and death struggle between the two worlds." A life and death struggle between the worlds? Everyone was shocked. They had never heard of such a thing before. Gu Qingqing said in surprise, "Does the world itself have a consciousness?" Bailu and Kurumi shook her head and said, "I don't know whether the world has a consciousness or not, but the world is like the human body. When it is invaded by external forces, it will resist. But the way of heaven is so vast that what I have seen is only the tip of the iceberg." Chu Hongyan didn't say anything and listened quietly. She said, "My lord, are you saying that Li Yunxiao is the person chosen by the realm of heaven martial arts?" Bailu and Kurumi nodded and said, "That's right. The world god Steel's will is the embodiment of the plane's will. Since the heavenly saint artifact chose him as its master, it has also obtained the approval of the plane's power. So, Li Yunxiao is protected by the will of heaven. But you must understand that even the plane's power isn't omnipotent. Otherwise, there would be no need to fear the invasion of the demon realm." Fei and I was confused. Since the plane has a will, why doesn't it just send down purple lightning to destroy all the demons and demon source in the realm of heaven martial arts? Li Yunxiao said, "The plane's will is just a self-protection rule. It can't go beyond the scope of the universe's natural law. It's not free like you and I, who can do whatever we want." Exactly. Young Master Yunxiao is so smart. It seems the divine steel didn't choose the wrong person. Jie Bailuan praised him, looking pleased. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and said, "My lord, you flatter me. Being chosen by this thing makes me feel like I've become the divine steel's slave. How about I give it to someone else? I don't want to be chosen by the plane." Haha, the chosen one might not be right. This is also a manifestation of the realm power's flaw. Many divine steel masters have died, but the price of proving the plane's choice is your death. Do you really want to try it? Jie Bailuan looked at him with a smile. You want me to pay for its mistake with my life? F***ck, forget it. Li Yunxiao cursed helplessly. Jie Bailuan sighed. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Back then, the universe god led a realm of experts to fight against the demon lord. Countless people died in exchange for 100,000 years of peace. Otherwise, this realm would have been devoured by the demon realm long ago. Li Yunxiao was startled, and he recalled Moody's words. He had said that the demon realm was a higher realm than the heavenly martial arts realm, and if the two realms fused together, the heavenly martial arts realm would be devoured. Maybe this was the so-called war between the two realms. On the surface, it seemed like a fight to the death between the two realms, but in fact, it was a fight to the death between the realm of heaven martial arts. This topic made the atmosphere in the stonehouse gloomy. Jie Bailuan smiled and said, "You don't need to worry too much. Just do your best and leave the rest to fate." Li Yunxiao said, "But according to my observation, there is still a big gap between the two realms. Back then, a demon lord descended and almost destroyed a realm. Now 100,000 years have passed. Even if the demon lord can't recover, who knows if the realm of demons still has someone as strong as the demon lord? Besides the demon lords are also very powerful. We don't know how many there are. If there are thousands or even tens of thousands of them, there will be no need to fight anymore." Bailu and Jie said, "I don't know the demon realm's current power, but the energy contained in the heavenly martial arts realm is stronger than it was 100,000 years ago. As for existences like the demon lord, only one could be born in each realm. Just like how the universe divine monument chooses its master, there can only be one master," Shuang explained. Chu Hongyan asked in confusion, "Why is the realm of heaven martial arts stronger than it was 100,000 years ago?" That was an era where deity realm powerhouses were everywhere. The others did not understand either. They only felt that this was obviously wrong. Bailuan Jie said with a smile, "Don't forget that the realm of heaven martial arts has been accumulating power for 100,000 years. Most of the apex experts of these eras have been absorbed into the eternal realm. Maybe this is the plane's intention, and it's preparing for the demonic calamity. Otherwise, a world as big as the realm of immortality wouldn't have been born." Gu Qingqing said, "But the people in the realm don't know this. They may not be united. Most of them work for their own interests." Yui Bailuan said, "That's not a big deal. Once a foreign enemy enters the country, most people will still be able to unite as one. As the saying goes, brothers outside the wall defend against their enemies." Li Yunxiao said, "How many people are in the realm of immortality? How strong are they?" Jie Bailuan said, "Xuanli Island knows this better than me. But I don't have much time left. Otherwise, I could make a divination and find out for you." "Xuanli Island?" Li Yunxiao asked. Jie Bailuan looked at Mu Xing and said with a smile, "Lord Mu Xing is from Xuanli Island. Can you help me?" They looked at Mu Xing Buzi and the other two were dumbfounded. What Jie Bailuan said was like a fairy tale. It completely subverted their understanding. Mu Xing replied in a deep voice, "I've also learned a lot from what you've said. Can I relay some of the contents of your conversation to the island lord?" Jie Bailuan said with a smile, "Of course you can. If it weren't for my inconvenience, I would go to the island and talk to Lord Yiqingyu. Xuanli Island was established to fight against the demonic tribulation. I don't know how it has developed. I don't know the situation on the island, but it should be good." Mu Xing said after thinking for a while. Jie Bailuan said, "That's good. Lord Yiqingyu is very talented. He was a key person in the Demon Sealing War. Now he controls Xuanli Island. He will be one of the leaders of the demonic tribulation in the future. I hope he can help Li Yunxiao." Mu Xing cupped his fists and said, "I'll definitely bring your message back to the island lord." Li Yunxiao asked, "Is this Xuanli Island a faction in the immortal realm?" Bailuan Jie explained, "You can say that. The original intention of opening the immortal world was for the sake of the devil tribulation 100,000 years later. But not everyone believed in it, and not everyone was willing to care about the future. Many martial artists' original intention was simply to extend their lifespan. Lord Yiqingyu is the king of the East region. He has many contacts with universe gods. He believes in the demonic tribulation. In order to gather the power of the realm of heaven martial arts, he established a floating island in the immortal realm. He gathered the essence of the power of the whole immortal realm and recruited strong people from all walks of life. The conditions to join Xuanli Island are very simple. As long as you swear loyalty to Xuanli Island and are willing to participate in the demonic tribulation, you will be qualified to enter the island and enjoy all kinds of resources on the island." Li Yunxiao said in surprise, "Yiqingyu is the king of the East region?" He thought to himself. Ling Mudi, the king of the North region, and Bei Jinghong, the king of the West region, were still in his divine steel. It seemed that some key figures in the demonic sealing war were still alive. Gu Qingqing said, "For 100,000 years, Xuanli Island sent people to recruit every strong person who entered the immortal realm and tempted them with conditions. Unfortunately, I like freedom. I had no choice but to wander around and find a place to seal myself." Mu Xing smiled. Her cold metal face flickered with a cold light. She said, "I joined Xuanli Island for the resources on the island. I don't believe in the demonic tribulation. To put it bluntly, I don't believe it even now. Secondly, even if there is a demonic tribulation, I won't be able to wait for it with my lifespan. After I die, I don't care about the flood." Jie Bailuan said with a smile, "Everyone has their own aspirations. You can't force them. But Mu Xing has already sworn to join the island. If the demonic tribulation really comes, it won't be up to you." "Humph, then let's see if my lifespan can live up to expectations." Mu Xing snorted. In fact, who didn't want to live a little longer? If he could really see the demonic tribulation, he would be happy. Jie Bailuan took out a fist-sized jade scroll. It shone with a golden light. It slowly flew up and landed in front of Li Yunxiao. she said with a smile, imprint the information in it into your mind and then destroy it. Li Yinxiao scanned it with his divine sense and found that it was empty except for a time and space coordinate. His heart stirred slightly as he said in surprise, could this be? Jie Bailuan shook her head and said, I know what you want to say, but it's not. I used most of my remaining lifespan to calculate this coordinate. It contains a key to the war between the two worlds. You will naturally understand when the time comes. Li Yinxiao was quite dissatisfied. He said, still pretending to be mysterious at this time. Can't you say it clearly? He clenched his 5 fingers, and the golden jade slip in front of him suddenly turned into golden dust with a bang, scattering into the sky. Gu Qingqing scolded, Sir, you have your reasons. Can't you be a little more patient? Jie Bailuan smiled bitterly. It's not that I want to pretend, but if this information is leaked, it will definitely cause a lot of trouble. I'm afraid of triggering fate and causing changes, so I have no choice but to be cautious. Alright, I'll remember it. When the time comes, I'll see if it's as you said and if there's a key point. Li Yinxiao was no longer dissatisfied. He changed the topic and asked, where's the monument spirit of the world deity monument? Sir, do you know? Jie Bailuan said, you are the owner of the world deity monument. You will meet it sooner or later. Li Yinxiao was speechless. Gu Qingqing said, Sir, although you can calculate the future, the closer something is to the heavenly axiom, the more damage it will cause to yourself. If I were to calculate the monument spirit for you, perhaps you would have died already. Li Yinxiao sighed and said, I understand. There's one more thing. Is the immortal world's true phoenix tail plume in Fan Yao's hands? Do we have a chance to obtain it? Jie Bailuan said, it is indeed in Fan Yao's hands. You can try. If you can really obtain it, Fanny will be able to complete the Heavenly Phoenix 9 Nirvana transformation, cultivate the true Phoenix physique, and step into the Divine Palm realm. Li Yinxiao cupped his fists and said, thank you for your advice, sir. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Jie Bailuan said, hold on, remember this item well. Jie Bailuan made a hand sign in the air, and his eyes turned golden. Runes kept flashing in his eyes, densely packed together. Li Yinxiao was shocked. He looked at the runes in shock. Those runes were actually ancient Maha characters. Although he couldn't understand a lot of the characters, he could clearly tell from the blurry characters that the runes in front of him were one of the 4 great divine arts, the true art of absolute beginning. At this moment, he couldn't completely memorize the runes with his current strength, but those runes were like golden needles, constantly piercing into his mind, and then dissipating. It was Jie Bailuan who was using a secret technique to inject the scripture into his mind. Li Yinxiao grimaced in pain, and his whole body was covered in cold sweat. Feiyong. Chu Hongyan was the first to notice his abnormality. She was about to make a move in shock, but she was immediately stopped by Gu Qingqing, who said softly, don't mess around, Sir is transmitting power into your body. Transmitting power into your body? The few of them were shocked, but they understood the profound meaning behind it. They didn't dare to move, and stood quietly to the side to guard. In the eyes of the crowd, all they could see was a layer of hazy golden light on both of them. Other than that, it was difficult to detect anything else. After a while, the golden light collapsed. Li Yinxiao couldn't help but hold his head with his hands, moaning and sweating profusely. The women hurried forward and took out handkerchiefs to wipe him. Gu Qingqing took a step forward and arrived in front of Bailuan Yui. She said in horror, My lord, you. Bailuan Yui's appearance became dejected at this moment, as if the last of her vitality had been sucked away. Her silver hair lost its luster and her eyes were turbid and lifeless. Bailuan Yui lowered her head and waved her hand, saying, Go, all of you can go. Gu Qingqing's heart was filled with grief and indignation. She said uncomfortably, My lord, why did you have to do this? But Bailuan Yui didn't answer. She still lowered her head and remained motionless. Only her nostrils emitted light and long breaths, as if she was adjusting her breathing. Li Yinxiao endured the pain and bowed to Bailuan Yui before slowly leaving the stone house. Gu Qingqing knew that Bailuan Yui wouldn't answer her anymore. She couldn't help but shed tears. She bowed again and left with the crowd. Bailuan Yui's body didn't move until a few days later. A man's voice came from outside the stone house. Look, it's the stone house. Then, a woman said, this stone house looks the same as the portrait left by the ancestors. I didn't expect to find it. I wonder if that milord is still inside. The man said in a deep voice, but his voice couldn't hide the excitement. Then, they heard a respectful greeting at the door. Is there anyone in the house? Junior Duanmuyoyu and my sister Duanmutsong are here to pay their respects to Senior. After waiting for a long time, Bailu and Yui still didn't move. Duanmuyoyu and Duanmutsong's whispers came from outside the door. Then, the two of them slowly pushed the door open. A faint light shone in and fell on Bailu and Yui's body, making her look extremely old. You're here. At this moment, Bailu and Yui raised her head slightly, her eyes still lifeless, and said weakly. Duanmuyoyu and Duanmutsong stood in front of the door. They were shocked. They looked at the old man in a daze. Duanmuyoyu stepped forward and cupped his fists. Are you Bailuan? Marumi chuckled, her face showing some luster. Her gaze swept over the two siblings, and she clicked her tongue in praise. Not bad, dragons and phoenixes among men. Duanmuchi really didn't let this old man down, cultivating such excellent descendants. The two siblings were shocked, and they immediately confirmed the identity of the old man in front of them. The two of them immediately bowed. Duanmuyoyu said respectfully, Senior is indeed ancestor Duanmuchi's teacher. Junior and my sister greet Senior. Hehe, please get up. There's no need to be so polite. For you to be able to rush over to see me for the last time at this time, it can be considered as the will of the heavens. Yui's eyes were filled with gratification, seemingly very satisfied with the arrangement of the heavenly axiom. Duanmuyoyu said, the ancestors' teachings have always mentioned Senior. Since the realm of immortality has opened, we have come here. I really didn't expect Senior to still be alive, it's really surprising. Hehe, any later and I won't be able to live. Marumi raised her left hand and slowly took off a thick black jade bracelet from her wrist. It flew in front of Duanmuyoyu and said, Duanmuchi learned 20 to 30% of our inheritance. The remaining 70 to 80% is in this jade bracelet. Now I will give it all to you. Ah? Both siblings were shocked. They had only come with curiosity. They didn't expect to see the person mentioned in the ancestors' teachings, and even more so, they didn't expect to obtain such a great opportunity. Marumi chuckled and said, your ancestor only learned 20 to 30%, it's not his fault. It's just that I myself am slow, so I only learned 50 to 60%, so my disciple didn't teach very well. Milord is too modest. Duanmuyoyu hurriedly put away the jade bracelet. After scanning it with his divine sense, he was immediately overjoyed. There was a golden staff with 9 rings in the jade bracelet. It was the divination item recorded in many of Duanmuchi's notes. It was the inheritance treasure of this lineage. Apart from that, there was also a large number of profound artifacts, medicinal pills, and various jade scrolls. Marumi said, how is your cultivation of the true Genesis tactics? The siblings were shocked and quickly responded. Duanmuyoyu said, Junior is ashamed to have only cultivated to the 5th stage, middle part. Duanmutsong's cheeks reddened and he said in shame, Junior has only cultivated to the 3rd stage, upper part. Jie Bailuan nodded slightly and said, that's not bad. The true Genesis technique has a total of 9 levels, and Duanmuchi only managed to cultivate it to the 6th level. Even I only managed to reach the 8th level. All 9 levels are recorded in the 9 brilliant star staff. If you're fated, you can learn it. Thank you, Senior. The siblings were overjoyed and grateful. Marumi smiled and said, I should be the one thanking you. Otherwise, the inheritance of our true Genesis bloodline wouldn't have been destroyed in my hands. Duanmuyoyu said seriously, Junior will not be able to thank Senior for your great kindness. If Senior has anything to tell me, I will help you complete it even if I have to go through fire and water. With his eyesight, he naturally knew that Marumi did not have much time left to live. Divination masters were often punished by the heavens by prying into the heavenly way, and no medicine could cure them. Hence, he was interested in divining small matters, but when it came to matters related to the heavens, he would not dare to do it carelessly. Marumi smiled and said, there's nothing important. If there is, it's the demonic calamity. You need to observe Li Yunxiao carefully, If he can obtain the recognition of the World God Monument, you must support him with all your strength. Duan Muyoyu said in surprise, Senior, you know Li Yunxiao too? Didn't he already obtain the World God Monument? Murumi sighed and said, the World God Monument he obtained is a dead object without a monument spirit. He needs the recognition of the monument spirit to conform to the heavenly way of this world. With my skill, I can only divine one or two things about the demonic calamity. I dare not divine too many things, or I would have been reduced to ashes long ago. Duan Muyoyu hurriedly said, Senior, you are compassionate and have made great contributions to the world. Murumi smiled bitterly and shook her head. You don't have to flatter me. Countless experts died in the demon sealing war. Their sacrifice is greater than mine. I am nothing. The future still depends on you youngsters. This era belongs to you, and the heavenly way is on you. Duan Muyoyu said, Don't worry, Senior. We will do our best to support Li Yunxiao. Murumi said, You don't have to accept your fate. Let the heavens decide. If the World God Monument abandons Li Yunxiao, you will have to find a wise master. Yes. The siblings were shocked and hurriedly responded. Kurumi waved her hand and said, You guys can go. Duan Muyoyu was startled and said, Senior, do you have anything else to tell us? Jie replied, That's all. Your appearance has fulfilled half of my wish. I still have 2 friends coming. I don't know if I can wait until they arrive. 2 friends? May I know who they are? My brother and sister can wait on you. Duan Muyoyu hurriedly said. Hee, these 2 friends are not to be trifled with. You should leave quickly. If you continue to stay, you will ruin my plans. Kurumi chuckled and waved her hand again. Then, she lowered her head and didn't say anything else. The Duanmu siblings waited for a while and realized that Murumi seemed to have fallen asleep. They looked at each other and bowed respectfully 9 times as a right of inheritance. Then, they bowed and left the stone house. Big brother, it seems that the ancestors' diary is true. The heavenly way is changing and the rules of the 10 directions are really going to be restored. The matter of Li Yunxiao becoming a god should also be true. After flying for a while, Duan Mutsong finally recovered from his previous state and said carefully. Duan Muyoyu also sighed emotionally and said, Senior's divination skills are truly unfathomable. We are far too inferior compared to him. Duan Mutsong said, Big brother, you don't have to belittle yourself. Divination is going against heaven's will and will be punished by heaven. I don't want anything to happen to you. Let's talk about divination in the future. The most important thing now is to understand this grand primordium true chant. I don't know how much I can learn. Duan Muyoyu's eyes flashed and said, I hope I can be useful in the demonic calamity so that my trip to this world will not be in vain. Duan Mutsong smiled and said, Big brother, you are famous and have the title of Heaven Yen. You are respected by all. How can you say that you have lived in vain? Haha, who would take such an empty reputation seriously? Let's go. Duan Muyoyu laughed and the 2 turned into streams of light and disappeared into the horizon. After another few days, more than 10 rays of light flew across the sky like meteors. They turned into a meteor shower and fell around the stone house. The newcomers were powerful. The moment they landed, their aura enveloped the surrounding several li. The people at the front were Wei Qing and his son, Luo Qingyun, and Wu Desheng. Wei Qing scanned the stone house with his divine sense and said with a frown, Is this the place? Wu Desheng held a pointer in his hand and pointed at the house. He said, It should be right. I wonder if my old friend is dead after so many years. He chuckled and walked forward with large strides. He raised his foot and kicked the stone door open. Bailu and Jie, are you dead? Boom. The stone door shattered in an instant. Not only that, the entire stone house also collapsed, revealing Bailu and Jie's figure. You're finally here? Lord Inyu. Bailu and Jie raised her head. Her cloudy eyes suddenly flashed and she actually regained her composure. Her white hair also bloomed like 100 flowers, gradually regaining its luster. Only then did Wei Qing and the others know that Wu Desheng's real name was Inyu. However, this name was very unfamiliar and there was no information in their minds. Moreover, the old man in the stone house clearly looked like he was on the verge of death, but he suddenly became full of vitality. Clearly, this was the final radiance of the setting sun. Could it be that this person knew that Inu was coming, so he forced himself to not die and waited here? Doubts arose in everyone's hearts. They were very curious about the identity of Inu and this old man. Hee, sure enough, you're not dead yet. Inu's eyes flashed with a cold light. He also saw through Kurumi's state and sneered, "You're holding on just to see me?" Uemairi also chuckled. "Who said it wasn't?" Inu coldly snorted, withdrawing his smile, and coldly said, "Could it be that you found your conscience before dying and decided to tell me?" "Tell you?" I don't understand what Milord is talking about." Kurumi gently smiled, her eyes serene. Old thing, you really want your soul to scatter. It seems that I have no choice but to fulfill your wish. Inu's expression turned cold, and his killing intent burst out. Uemairi only smiled faintly, showing no fear. Inu stared at him for a while before the killing intent on his body dissipated. He sighed and said, "I forgot that you were going to die anyway. Moreover, you recklessly deduced the heavenly Tao. After you die, your soul will also scatter. There is indeed nothing that can threaten you." Kurumi smiled, "If I could be threatened, I would have directly surrendered back then." Inu's eyes were filled with malice, and he gritted his teeth. "You caused me to live in the Dragon Shaker mallet for so many years, don't you have any qualms about it?" The East Sea's rain land is the gathering of 10,000 water, but after so many years, it still can't wash away Milord's hostility. Uemairi giggled. "Old thing, I won't talk nonsense with you, quickly tell me the location." Inu's face suddenly became fierce, and he coldly said, "I can already feel the boundary force stirring, I'm afraid the time is almost up." "Where is the location?" Kurumi lowered her eyebrows in contemplation, and after a while, she opened her eyes and smiled, "I forgot." Bang! The ground under Inu's feet instantly cracked, and a wave of air spread out. He suppressed all his anger, fearing that he would accidentally kill Jesse Bailuan. He said coldly, "Do you really think I can't read your memories?" I have already deleted my memory. Moreover, I am the inheritor of the absolute beginning true chant, are you sure you can smoothly read it without suffering a backlash? Jie Bailuan remained indifferent from the beginning. She looked at Inu with a smile, unmoved by his words. "Old fart, you deserve to die." Inu roared furiously towards the sky. Dragon roars tore through the air, causing the sky to tremble incessantly. The expressions of Wei Qing and the others turned grim, and they looked at him with astonishment. Luo Qingyan's body began to tremble and his face turned as pale as a sheet. He originally had a rank 10 dragon bloodline, an existence at the true deity realm. His draconic might was enough to suppress all living beings, but at this moment, he was actually trembling under Inu's roar. It was a fear that came from the depths of the soul, an innate pressure on the soul. This caused him to turn pale with fright. Other than those living true soul dragons, he really couldn't think of anything else in this world that could suppress his soul. Who exactly are you?" Luo Qingyan's body involuntarily trembled violently. Large beads of cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. He almost couldn't support himself and was about to fall down. However, his strong willpower and spirit continued to support him as he fought against the fear in the depths of his soul. "At most, it's death, that's all. What are you afraid of?" The intense desire and anger in his heart continued to roar out, fighting against the fear that came from his bloodline. Zheng! With a crisp sound, the wilderness deity Bright Moon Spear stabbed into the ground, supporting his body. He would rather die than kneel. Jiro Bailuan looked at Luo Qingyan's appearance and the desolate god Bright Moon Spear, and her eyes flashed with a trace of admiration. After Inu roared several times, his killing intent finally appeared. He gritted his teeth and said, "Since you don't want to say, then this seat can only take a risk. Even if you delete your memories, I still have the means to read them." He took a step forward and extended his hand to grab Jiro Bailuan's head. Jiro Bailuan still had a smile on her face, without the slightest fear. She just raised her head, her eyes flashing with joy, and suddenly laughed, "Haha, the heavens really didn't let me down. My last friend is also here." Inu's hand stopped in midair, and he also raised his head. The complexions of Wei Qing and the others changed slightly. Looking at the sky, they saw a burly figure standing in the wind tens of thousands of zhang above, coldly looking down. You are, Yin frowned. Looking at that person's appearance, he seemed a little familiar. He suddenly remembered and sneered, saying coldly, I was wondering who it was. So it is the ruler of the northern Little Ice Sky, the one who used his wife's life to refine a weapon, Feng Yaoli. What, do you want to save this old thing? TSK, I forgot, you are also the successor of the absolute beginning bloodline. The person in the sky was Feng Yaoli. Hearing Inyu's words, his complexion suddenly changed, and he angrily rebuked, Damn thing, you dare to speak nonsense, do you think you are the true dragon son of heaven? In my eyes, you are nothing but a pitiful worm. Inyu was also angry, his face was ashen, and his eyes revealed a fierce light as he stared at the sky. Don't you understand the principle of a loose tongue? Looks like your absolute beginning bloodline will be exterminated today. Haha, what a big joke. Feng Yaoli sneered and said mockingly, it is really hard to say who will live and who will die. My sharp sword will kill you today, you reptile. Light flashed in his hand, and a cold intent immediately filled the sky. The cold sword of frost clanged out, shining brightly. Luo Qingyun was startled. He had fought with Li Yunxiao countless times, so he naturally recognized that sword, and he was extremely shocked. He did not understand why it would appear in this person's hand, and from the looks of it, it seemed to be even sharper and more powerful than before. Inyu's expression was extremely gloomy, and he turned back to look at Wei Qing and his son, and said, You two help me stop this person first, wait for me to execute my divine ability to search this old thing's soul, then come and kill him. The shock in Wei Qing's heart was indescribable. Not only did Inyu's strength exceed his expectations, that Feng Yaoli even gave him a feeling that he was unrivaled. He did not understand why so many experts suddenly appeared in the world, and he only felt that staying in absolute monarch sanctuary in the past was really looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. However, his hands were behind his back, and he said coldly, based on what? Such a powerful enemy, what reason do I have to risk my life for you? Inyu was enraged, and said, Didn't we form an alliance? Wei Qing sneered, The alliance is only about the matter of finding Feng Yu, and now it is obviously your private matter, so why should I help you? Absolute monarch sanctuary is not your shield. You. Inyu was infuriated, but at this moment, he was unable to find a reason to convince Wei Qing, and he couldn't help but roar furiously. I have countless precious treasures in my possession, and I can use them as the price. Inyu quickly recovered his reason, and his eyes were filled with clarity. With a wave of his hand, a variety of treasures instantly appeared before him, and the corners of his mouth curled up as he said complacently, Every single one of these treasures is difficult to obtain even with tens of thousands of gold, and the value of some treasures is even not inferior to saint artifacts. Wei Qing and the others focused their gazes and couldn't help but be shocked. Those treasures flickered with spiritual light, and they emitted oppressive might. Every single one of them was of the highest quality, and there were even a few profound artifacts that contained boundless artifact energy, causing everyone to raise their eyebrows. Bailuanjie's body trembled as well, and her pupils constricted as she stared at a profound artifact that looked like a treasure bottle, and she said in a serious voice, Yin Yang bottle. This thing is actually in your possession. Oh, is that so? This thing is called Yin Yang bottle? I heard others say it's called silver feather bottle. Inyu held his chin, and he laughed slyly, What? Lord Bailuan is moved as well? So long as you tell me that place, I can give all these treasures to you. Silver feather bottle. Yin Yang bottle. Wei Wuya's brows furrowed into a Chuan character, as if he was thinking hard about something. His gaze was fixed on the treasure bottle, and he didn't move an inch. That treasure bottle was 1 foot long, and its entire body emitted a silver light. There were unrecognizable patterns engraved on it, and there were also strange symbols. At a glance, it seemed as if even one's divine sense was affected, and it would cause one to fall into a trance. Bailuanjie snorted, and said, Why are you acting dumb? How could you not know the origin of this treasure? Hee, then does Lord want it? Inyu stretched out his hand, and the silver bottle fell into his hand, and he handed it over. This craftsmanship, this quality, tsk, I remember now. Yin Yang bottle. Ah. Wei Wuya suddenly cried out in surprise, and he even sucked in a breath of cold air. His gaze suddenly became fierce, and he stared at the silver bottle, and shouted, "Give this to me, and I will help you block that person above." Wei Qing was slightly surprised to see his father so excited. That was obviously an extraordinary item, but he didn't seem to have much of an impression of it. Haha, there is still someone here who knows their stuff. Inyu shook the treasure bottle in front of Bailuanjie a few times, and said, "Lord, as long as you tell me where it is, this bottle is yours. Otherwise, I can only reluctantly give it to someone else." Bailuanjie shook her head, "I really forgot, and I even erased it from my memory. Whether you believe me or not is up to you." Bang! The ground was once again shattered by Inyu's stomp. He suddenly threw the treasure bottle to Wei Wuya, and with a wave of his hand, he collected the rest of the treasures. His face was ferocious as he reached out to grab Bailuanjie. "Old thing, there is no saving you," he roared, and his 5 fingers turned into blue claws that directly stabbed down. "Wait!" Feng Yali angrily shouted, and a sword light slashed down from the sky. The vast sword chi directly split the sky and the earth. Wei Wuya was holding the silver bottle, and his face was full of excitement. When he suddenly saw the sword light slashing down, his figure suddenly flashed, and his strength instantly erupted as he slapped out with a palm. Boom! The palm technique did not forcibly resist the sword light, but struck the sword light from the side, causing it to slash through the air. The sword light was deflected several thousand zhang away, and the earth rumbled as it continuously split apart. However, Inyu still stopped for a moment, and only lightly pierced Bailuanjie's head with his finger. He raised his head and sneered, "Ruler of a fallen nation, do you have any other questions?" Feng Yali's expression changed several times, and he stared at Bailuanjie and said, "What about the true formula of absolute beginning? You are going to die anyway, so you can't let the true formula be lost, right?" Bailuanjie chuckled and said, "So you also only cultivated to the 8th layer, and you are missing the last layer of the true formula. But don't worry, I have already passed on the complete true formula to others. The absolute beginning meridian will not be broken." "Ah, damn it!" Feng Yali was enraged. The veins on his forehead bulged as he roared, "To whom?" The cold sword exuded a chilling intent as it pointed down. "Hee, the heavens always move. You don't need to worry." Jie smiled faintly. She placed her hands on her dantian and slowly chanted, "Coming without a trace, leaving without a trace. Leaving and coming together. There is no need to ask about the fleeting life. This fleeting life is but a dream. Pretending to be calm in the face of death. You are hopeless." Inyu angrily rebuked. He knew he wouldn't be able to get any more answers. His claw descended and pierced Jie's head. 5 pillars of blood flowed down his fingertips. A smile appeared on Jie's face as she peacefully closed her eyes. "Do you think death is the end of everything? With my abilities, searching your soul by force is not a problem." Inyu's expression turned ferocious as he slapped with his left hand. Feng Yali's expression changed as he angrily shouted, "Give me the old thing's body." The sword slashed down, freezing everything within 10,000 miles. Time and space seemed to have stopped. Feng Yali teleported down and slashed at Inyu's hand with the cold sword. Clang! Suddenly, a strong chi broke through the ice seal and shot over. It shook the sword body and immediately slashed through empty air. Wei Wuya's cultivation instantly reached the void god realm. He flicked his fingers and formed a tiger claw with his other hand. He appeared behind Feng Yali and grabbed at Feng Yali's right shoulder. "Damn it!" Feng Yali was enraged. His right shoulder shook violently, shattering the power of space. His expression turned ferocious as he turned into his battle calamity true form. He turned his head and thrust out his horns. "What? Battle calamity?" Wei Wuya was startled. 2 bolts of lightning flew over. The gold and silver colors continuously revolved and tore open 2 deep cracks in the sky. Wei Wuya didn't dare to be careless. He formed a palm with his right hand and a fist with his left, using the embracing mountain form. A strange color spread out between his fist and palm. Bang! The 2 lightning balls were instantly shattered. Wei Wuya's figure flashed and charged forward. His power climbed to the peak as he smashed down with a fist. There was no technique involved in the attack, and it was all based on condensed power as it flew toward Feng Yali. In the battle at Mount Wuxia, he had seen Shang's power. If Xiang used the Tai Chi heaven-sealing palm, it would be troublesome. Therefore, he copied Li Yunxia's strategy at that time and attacked first, not giving Xiang any chance to use it. Bang! Feng Yali was infuriated. He raised his icy sword horizontally in front of him, and with a turn of the blade, it reflected a blinding light and blocked the punch. However, the vast might of the fist caused the sword to ripple. His arm also felt numb, and his huge body took a few steps back. What? Godly Void Realm? Feng Yali was shocked. When he saw that Wei Wuya was about to attack him again, his figure suddenly flickered and retreated 1,000 feet from where he was standing. Then, he retreated another 10,000 feet. It was only then that Wei Wuya's heart finally relaxed. His cultivation level instantly dropped back to the divine sovereign realm. He did not want to fight to the death with the other party. All he wanted was to stop the other party and not affect Inu. After Feng Yali retreated, he stood 10,000 feet away and transformed back into his human form. He looked at Inu with a gloomy face as he searched Jie's soul. Rays of yellow light floated out of Jie's mind. All kinds of scattered memory fragments rushed over like a vast sea of smoke. Inu did not dare to be careless. These memory fragments were mixed with a large amount of primordial power. He carefully read the fragments as if he was walking on thin ice. Suddenly, a dazzling scene appeared in front of his eyes. He saw Jie holding a golden staff, opening the torrent of time and deducing the fate of heaven and earth. At the same time, an extremely strong green light was emitted from one of the fragments. White clouds flowed, and the sky and earth changed colors. Inu's body trembled. He suddenly opened his eyes wide and tried his best to continue watching. The scene in the fragment immediately retracted. Then, Jie took out a fist-sized golden scroll and imprinted the information on it. The information that followed was fragmented and scattered. Inu panicked and kept searching. Jade scroll, golden jade scroll, where is it, where is it? Suddenly, his pupils shrank. Finally, he saw a small memory scene. The golden jade scroll suddenly shattered in front of a person, turning into countless specks of golden light that dissipated into the world. Boom! Suddenly, a vast force swept up the memory fragments, turning them into a tornado that directly poured into Inu's spiritual sea. Ah! Inu suddenly screamed. He pulled his hands out of Jie's head and covered his head. His hands were covered in dazzling blood, immediately staining his ears and cheeks. His appearance became repulsive as he held his head and groaned. Ha ha ha! In the sky, Feng Yali suddenly burst into laughter. He sneered, "What a clown! You overestimate yourself." Ah! Damn it, damn it! That damned Jie, that damned golden jade scroll, who was it? Who was it that crushed that jade scroll? Inu was furious. His eyes were bloodshot as his body trembled, transforming into a golden dragon tail that smashed into Jie's body and smashed it into pieces. The dragon tail was formed from golden light, and it disappeared with a single strike. Only Inu was left holding his head as he stood there panting. Only now did he realize that everything was a trap set up by Knot of 100 Wheels. She purposely left some vague information in his sea of consciousness to trap him. Then, she set up a trap at the most critical point, gathering the last of her absolute beginning power to create a storm to damage his soul consciousness. Jie naturally knew that this method couldn't kill Inu. It could only be regarded as a small punishment, a kind of retaliation for offending his body. Woo, damn it, damn it. Inu once again roared towards the sky. Dragon shadows constantly flashed on his body, causing the surrounding mountains to shake. Everyone was shocked under this pressure, especially Luo Qingyun. His face was as pale as paper. He was now almost certain that the person in front of him was a true spirit dragon descendant, or else there was no way he could have such a terrifying dragon pressure. Humph, a worm is a worm. His heart is higher than the sky, but his life is as thin as paper. Feng Yali mercilessly ridiculed, his eyes full of schadenfreude. Humph, if I am a worm, then what are you? Someone who could even refine his own wife into a sword has now become neither human nor demon. Who is the pitiful worm here? Inu slowly calmed his mind and raised his head to retort, no matter what, I am also his enemy, so he has no reason to help me. And you? The sad and pitiful thing is that even though we are both from the absolute beginning bloodline, Jie would rather teach the absolute beginning true secret art to an outsider than to his former junior brother like you, ha ha ha. Feng Yali was enraged, his eyes spitting fire. After glaring for a while, he coldly mocked, "Humph, I am pitiful? No matter how pitiful I am, don't forget that I also have the absolute beginning divine secret art. I can also deduce whose hands the last layer of the secret art fell into. And you? Ha ha ha, you will forever lose the chance to know where that place is. Just slowly wait for the heavenly law to make a decision and sweep you into the garbage heap, ha ha ha." Inu was stunned for a moment before revealing a look of realization. His eyes lit up as he stared at Feng Yali, and he excitedly said, "If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. You are the junior brother of Jie. In the present world, apart from the person who crushed the jade slip, only you can calculate the coordinates of that place. Haha, the heavens really do leave a way out." Feng Yali looked at him mockingly and sneered, "No matter how ordinary the art of deduction is, it will still incur punishment. If one peeks into the heavenly law, it will even attract heavenly punishment to destroy one's body. I can't even bear to use my lifespan to deduce the location of the absolute beginning divine secret art, let alone that thing of yours. Jie is someone who has swallowed the 3 lives fruit and sealed herself in the realm of immortality, so her lifespan is far longer than that. She must have divined that place, thus incurring heavenly punishment and having her remaining lifespan cut off. Do you think I will sacrifice myself and use my remaining lifespan to help you deduce the location?" Inu was silent for a while before saying, "There is nothing impossible in this world, only bargaining chips that cannot be paid. Perhaps I can give you what you need." Haha, what a joke. Feng Yali sneered, "What bargaining chip is more important than one's own life? Only an idiot like Jie would not be able to resist offending the heavenly law. You should know that the original intent of the absolute beginning divine secret art is to control the power of time. It is an extremely powerful divine ability, but these idiots of the absolute beginning bloodline used it to peek into the past and the future, becoming enemies with the heavenly law. They deserve to die early." "Humph, Jie is a person of faith, how could she be so selfish like you?" Inu snorted angrily and mocked. Feng Yali couldn't help but laugh, his eyes full of ridicule. "Haha. Why does it sound so funny coming from your mouth? I see that even if you are crippled by the heavenly law in the future, you can still rely on jokes to make a living." When Inu thought of this, his heart was instantly thrown into disorder. On the other hand, Feng Yali's strength was so formidable that he was utterly unable to force Feng Yali to come here. Even if he joined forces with Wei Qing and his son to capture Feng Yali, the deduction would indeed harm his lifespan, so Feng Yali would probably rather die than comply. And in terms of equivalent exchange, what in this world could be equivalent to one's life? This was especially true for a selfish person like Feng Yali, who had no faith at all. His life was the heavens, greater than anything else, and he would never sacrifice it for others. After Feng Yali laughed several times, he put away his cold sword and left in front of everyone's eyes. Wei Qing and the others watched on calmly, as if this matter had nothing to do with them. Although Wei Wuya had obtained some benefits, he had also fulfilled his promise and blocked Feng Yali. Currently, he was holding the Yin Yang dual qi bottle and was grinning from ear to ear. "Something's wrong." Inu suddenly cried out and slapped his head. His eyes immediately shone brightly, as if a dead person had suddenly come back to life. "Haha, that's not right, there is still someone who can divine it. Just now, Jie said that the absolute beginning true secret art has been passed on to someone else, so the person who obtained the inheritance will also inherit the 9 brilliant star staff and also have the ability to divine the location of that place." Inu's eyes continued to shine as he stared in the direction Feng Yali had left. He coldly said, "Now we just have to wait for Feng Yali to divine who that person is. Moreover, I have to prevent him from killing that person." Wei Qing listened to him and said, "Mr. Inu, it looks like you have your eyes on this person. Are you going to find the heavenly phoenix plume, or are you going to disband and go your own way?" Inu pondered and said, "I must find the inheritor of the absolute beginning. True technique. The heavenly phoenix plume is also very important to me. But there are priorities, and Feng Yali's matter is more important. I'll give you the coordinates of the heavenly phoenix plume. Go there first, I'll come back after I'm done." He took out a jade box and threw it to Wei Qing. Inside lay a jade-green needle that was full of spiritual energy. Then, he turned into a stream of light and chased in the direction Fengyali disappeared. Wei Qing held the jade box and pondered for a long time. Wei Wuya said, "Wei Qing, what are you thinking about? Is it really about the plume? If you think it's dangerous, you don't have to go." Dangerous? Wei Qing smiled and shook his head. No matter how dangerous the place is, we can still protect ourselves with our strength. Moreover, we got the coordinates of the true tail plume for nothing. It's like a pie falling from the sky, so why not go? I'm just guessing Inu's identity. He's too mysterious and too scary. Luo Qingyun's face turned white. Thinking about it, he felt a lingering fear, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Li Yi rolled his eyes at him and mocked, "Look at you. You almost knelt down and called him your ancestor just now." Clang, Luo Qingyun attacked with his spear in anger, aiming at Li Yi's vitals. "Ah! You dare!" Li Yi was shocked. He was no match for him in the first place, and now that he was suddenly attacked, it was even more impossible for him to dodge. With an angry roar, he forcefully twisted his body, but with a chi sound, the spear pierced through his shoulder blade and out. "Ah!" Li Yi howled like a pig being slaughtered. He looked at Wei Qing and said with a trembling voice, "Lord, He wants to kill me. Ah, it hurts." "Pooh." Luo Qingyun raised his spear again, and Li Yi's arm flew up, blood spurting out. Li Yi's face turned pale. He didn't expect the other to be so ruthless. He quickly took a few steps back and stopped the bleeding on his shoulder. Wei Qing frowned and scolded, "Stop fooling around, we're all on the same side, what are you fighting for?" Li Yi hurriedly put on a long face and wailed, "My lord, this person has evil intentions. He wants to kill his own people just because of a disagreement." "Haha, you're still talking about others, look at you." Yao Jinliang had been watching coldly from the side. At this moment, he couldn't help but mock him. He almost spat on him. Wei Qing didn't know what to do with him. He glared at him and shouted, "Don't provoke him. Why would he kill you for no reason?" He hated people like Li Yi who fawned over people like him. However, everyone had their own uses, and Li Yi had his own talents. At the very least, Li Yi managed Red Moon City in an orderly manner, which made him feel much more at ease. Although Luo Qingyun had a proud and unyielding character and was suitable to take on heavy responsibilities, he could not become an overlord of an area because his entire mind was focused on cultivation. Li Yi was speechless from the reprimand and did not know how to defend himself. Moreover, looking at Wei Qing's furious expression, it was obvious that he did not want to listen to his nonsense. Li Yi immediately suppressed his anger and lowered his head to pick up his arm. He then began to apply medicine on it. "Luo Qingyun, you have rank 10 dragon blood, but you can't resist his pressure. Do you have any guesses about his identity?" Wei Qing looked at the pale Luo Qingyun and asked. "This person must be a true spirit-level existence, and he's ranked very high. I even suspect that he's the son of a true dragon," Luo Qingyun said through gritted teeth. His face was pale, and it didn't recover. "Son of a true dragon? Is it that exaggerated?" Wei Qing was shocked. From his conversation with Bailuan Jie, this person was sealed in the East Sea's Dragon Shaker Hammer, and he was only a remnant soul. "I don't know how he came out. Maybe I have to go to the East Sea Palace to find out his identity. What I'm very curious about is, what is the place he's desperately searching for? It seems to be related to his life, as if the heavenly axiom will kill him if he can't find it." Everyone fell silent. They felt that this was too mysterious, and it was beyond their understanding. Nan Fengxian didn't say anything until now. She suddenly said, "Everyone, do you remember that when he was talking with that man called Fengyali, Fengyali said, 'You still think you're the true dragon son of heaven?'" Wei Qing's expression changed, and he said in a low voice, "I remember." "What do you want to say?" Nan Fengxian said slowly, "Actually, Lord Wei Qing already guessed what I wanted to say when I said this. Why ask when you already know the answer?" She glanced at Wei Qing and said indifferently, "It's just that Lord Wei doesn't dare to believe it, so he doesn't dare to say it." Wei Qing snorted and said solemnly, "Why wouldn't I dare? It's just that it's impossible." This sentence has many meanings. It can be understood as Inu being arrogant and conceited, thinking he's the reincarnation of a true dragon. It can also be understood as Inu once being a true dragon but no longer has the qualifications to be one. Two meanings, do you think it's the second? Hehe, saying he's an ancient true dragon is too nonsensical. Wei Wuya also said, yes, I think it's definitely the first meaning. Feng Yali is saying he's arrogant and conceited, thinking he's the true dragon son of heaven. But this person does have some ability. Maybe he really is the son of a dragon. Humph, no matter what kind of monster he is, we'll deal with it when soldiers come. Even if he's really an ancient true dragon, the sky isn't a place where old monsters like them can roam as they please. Wei Qing waved his hand, his eyes full of confidence. We'll go find that Feng Ling now. It might not be a bad thing to lose this person. Wei Wuya was very appreciative of his son's boldness. He twirled his beard and said with a smile, that's right. Worrying too much will instead cause you to worry about personal gains and losses. Qing take this Yin-Yang dual qi bottle. It just so happens that you're lacking a suitable weapon right now. Yao Jinliang's eyes flickered at the side, and he said, Lord Wuya, just what kind of profound weapon is this? It's so peculiar, and it even makes you like it so much. Wei Wuya chuckled, touched the silver bottle, and said, people call this thing the silver feather bottle, but this old man knows that it's actually called the Yin-Yang dual qi bottle. It's an extraordinary sacred weapon. What? Sacred weapon? This time everyone was dumbfounded. Even Wei Qing was stunned. Yao Jinliang was even more petrified, his mouth agape in a daze. Haha, I don't know if that Inu knows the origin of this bottle, but judging from his conversation with Bailuan Jie, he should know. He actually disregarded it like this and used it to exchange for goods. TSK, this person really isn't simple. Wei Wuya sighed. When he thought of this, his heart couldn't help but tremble, and he seemed to be even more fearful of Inu. The expressions of everyone else changed abruptly. Li even screamed with a sharp voice, could it be? Could it be that he's really an ancient true dragon? Shut up. How is that possible? Although Wei Qing was overjoyed to obtain this sacred weapon and was bursting with joy, when he thought of Inu's identity, he became inexplicably agitated. When he heard Li Yi's strange cry, he wished he could slap him to death with one palm. Wei Wuya said in a low voice, Qing don't be annoyed. From what I saw just now, this Inu's strength is only so. Moreover, he's currently facing a crisis of life and death. For the time being, he won't have any conflict of interest with us. It's just that in the future when we meet this person, we have to be more careful when dealing with him. Yes, everything is based on one's own strength. As long as I step into the perfection realm and refine this sacred weapon, there's nothing to be afraid of. Wei Qing regained his confidence again. Touching the silver bottle, he felt an abnormal power surging like the sea, causing his eyes to shine. He said in shock, Father, what's the origin of this sacred weapon? The origin of this item is indeed very great. It was an item in the hands of the demon lord back then. Let's go to the place where the phoenix plume is, and I'll slowly tell you on the way. Wei Wuya was in a great mood, and he looked very cheerful. Everyone was even more shocked. Staring at the silver bottle, their eyes became bewildered. They were frightened by the origin of this item. Wei Qing was also very happy. With a wave of his sleeve, a stream of light immediately enveloped everyone, and they directly rushed into the sky, heading in the direction of the needle. Somewhere in the immortal world, in the boundless sky, Li Yunxiao and the others were flying forward. Gu Qingqing suddenly frowned. She felt a slight pain in her heart. In shock, she hastily stopped flying, turned around, and looked back. Her eyes were filled with shock. What's wrong? The others immediately stopped. Li Yunxiao flashed forward and asked hurriedly. I seem to feel that Lord Bailuan has already fallen. Saying the last few words, Gu Qingqing's heart inexplicably trembled. She couldn't help but shed tears, which floated in the air. Li Yunxiao said in shock, don't think too much. We are very far away now. There is no reason to feel it. Although he was comforting Gu Qingqing, he suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. After all, with Gu Qingqing's cultivation base, it was rare for her to have inexplicable feelings. As long as she had a thought, it would come true. Yes, Lord, you worry too much. Luo Yunxiang also came forward to comfort her. Gu Qingqing shook her head slightly. She still couldn't help but cry. I know it's definitely not wrong. Lord is the person I respect the most. When you left a few days ago, I had a feeling in my heart, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. They were all silent. In fact, everyone knew that since Gu Qingqing sensed it like this, there must be something wrong. They just didn't know how to comfort her. Li Yunxia was silent for a while, then said, "Don't be sad. Lord Bailuan has been following the heavenly way all his life. Isn't this the result of his own arrangement?" "I know. In fact, I know all of this. I just can't help but feel sad." Gu Qingqing burst into tears. She hugged her right hand and cried like a little girl. Mu Xing's face flashed with a strange color. He said, although Lord Bailuan doesn't have much lifespan left, he shouldn't have fallen so quickly. Could it be that something happened? End of chapter 1973. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.